Xiaoxiao opened her eyes to find herself nestled within the jaws of a certain monstrous beast. She lamented her plight, exclaiming how unfortunate she was. While others traversed into another realm as stunning heroines, effortlessly dispatching their rivals, she had transmigrated as a mere infant, destined to be a meal for a dragon. Could she possibly reboot this unfortunate fate? From that moment on, the cherished cub, once a mere fish out of water, turned her fortunes around, becoming the beloved little darling of the aloof and majestic dragon lord. The teddy bear she collected transformed into a powerful new demon king, capable of commanding all beasts with a single roar. The servant she saved not only possessed skills in alchemy, laundry, and cooking, but also bore the dual identity of a demonic sovereign. The ghostly pet she found was a ruler of countless spirits in the underworld, and the elder brother she acknowledged was an ancient deity who had created the world. With each new challenge, she soared forward, while esteemed cultivators lined up, eager to shower her with affection. "I shall deliver a punch that sends the wicked spinning," the cub declared, raising her tiny pink fist and asserting her grand ambitions in her sweet, childlike voice. The esteemed cultivator responded, "Little one, you must be cautious. When danger arises, hide behind me. No matter how fierce the storm outside, I shall shield you." Chapter 1. The human cub becomes the dragon's little spirit pet. In the Tianyu realm, within the hungry ghost forest, a swordsman was suddenly struck by a falling object from the heavens, meeting his demise. Mo Yin tilted his head, pondering if he had been saved. The 4-year-old girl before him exuded an alluring fragrance. Was it she who had plummeted just moments ago? Curled up tightly with her short arms wrapped around her knees, she had fallen from such a height, yet not only survived, but was also sleeping soundly? Intriguing that if he consumed her, he would surely survive. Mo Yan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Humans devour dragon flesh, strip dragon scales, and carve dragon bones. This is an affront to the heavens. You are not wronged in the slightest for being consumed by me. This is what your kind owes to my dragon clan. With a gaping maw, he lunged toward the small bundle. Xiaoxiao felt herself shrinking, enveloped in a warm liquid, her long-suffering ailments vanishing, leaving her feeling as healthy as a fetus, utterly comfortable. Gradually, she opened her eyes. It was pitch black. Just as she attempted to stretch her limbs, a terrifying force descended, threatening to crush her. Faintly, she heard muffled voices outside murmuring, "So hard. Why can't I break it?" Break? Realizing she was trapped within the jaws of a beast, Xiaoxiao exclaimed her misfortune. While others were embraced by powerful allies, she had become mere prey. Was her transmigration to end so abruptly, devoid of experience? Could she not reboot this? "Do not eat me." With renewed vigor, Xiaoxiao struggled fiercely, flailing her little hands and feet, even butting her head. With a sharp crack, Mo Yan's canine tooth was broken by her kick, light streaming through the gap. Xiaoxiao propelled herself toward the light, tumbling out of Mo Yan's mouth with a resounding thud. Soaked in the dragon's saliva, she felt quite uncomfortable. Shaking her head and body like a drenched kitten, she dried herself and looked up, only to find an irate black dragon glaring down at her. Oh dear! In her eagerness to pet him, she had forgotten her safety. "Foolish human cub, splendid. You have thoroughly enraged me." The dragon's furious breath scorched her fair face, burning hot. Xiaoxiao recoiled in fright, curling into a small ball. Moments passed, yet silence prevailed. With a loud crash, the dragon collapsed, and she peered through her fingers in trepidation. Mo Yin struggled on the ground, writhing in pain, covered in wounds, unable to move. So he was at his wits' end. Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red. In her past life, her homeland had been devoid of all creatures, save for a few humans. She mourned the loss of a life and recalled the loneliness and sorrow of living alone. She had merged with the otherworldly stone she inadvertently consumed in her previous life when she was reborn. The healing spell should still be within her. The little bundle wobbled over to the black dragon, extending her short arms, barely reaching his claws, and spoke in her innocent voice, "Dragon, do not be angry, I can heal you. Get away. Do not touch me." Mo Yin was skeptical. He had been injured by a treasure from the upper realm and could not heal otherwise. How could a foundational swordsman have taken advantage of him? However, he was swiftly proven wrong. As the little cub's chubby hand began to glow, his wounds healed. Look! The regrowing dragon's scales shimmered with a cool light akin to jade, and the dragon appeared magnificent. The little bundle beamed with pride. Yin was astonished. Could a mere child, without cultivation, truly possess such power? Did she come from the upper realm like him? Using the otherworldly stone was taxing, and the little cub fell asleep beneath the dragon's claws. The black dragon's eyes glimmered with malice. He could devour her. Yet, the image of her innocent, doe-like eyes flashed through his mind. His claw halted. She had saved him. If he consumed her, would he not become a dragon devoid of morals? A thought struck him. He would protect her once, and then it would be even before he devoured her. Perfect! Yin gently cradled Lu Xiaoxiao and flew into a cave, wrapping her in his embrace like a hen brooding over her eggs. In her dreams, Lu Xiaoxiao's delicate hands brushed against the dragon's claws, clinging to them possessively, as if declaring no one could take them away. He did not retract his claws, allowing her to use them as a pillow. Upon awakening, seeing that the dragon had not consumed her, Lu Xiaoxiao smiled radiantly. And Yin feigned seriousness, his expression stern. Little one, no smiling. I wish to discuss something with you, dragon. Please speak. Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at him with her sparkling, clear eyes, earnestly listening. From now on, you shall accompany me. Once you reach the foundation stage, we shall form a bond as my spirit pet. You are too weak now. Taking you out would be quite embarrassing for me. Dragon, if I become your spirit pet, will you provide me with food? Lu Xiaoxiao asked innocently, as this was a crucial question. Indeed, Yin did not deny. If she truly became his spirit pet, he would certainly feed her after all. Why else would he keep her? He had no penchant for tormenting spirit pets. Wonderful. I wish to be your spirit pet, dragon. Lu Xiaoxiao replied joyfully, revealing her small white teeth in a smile. Was she being so frivolous? Yin found himself at a loss for words that Lu Xiaoxiao insisted. Not frivolous. To me, a dragon is a divine being, and a divine being provides me with sustenance. Where else could I find such a splendid deity? She innocently continued her conversation with the dragon. Dragon, my name is Lu Xiaoxiao. Do you have a name? Yin, he proclaimed with pride. Being called dragon in her sweet, repetitive tone was rather embarrassing. Yin, the melodious repetition of her voice sent him into despair once more. What do you call me? Yin, incorrect. It is Lord Yin. All right, Yin. Well, Lord Yin finally realized that his little spirit pet's linguistic abilities were lacking. She could not even master a proper title. Yin, ever true to his word, did not forget the promise to provide for her. However, he had never intended to raise a spirit pet, and had no provisions on him. Thus, he gently tapped Lu Xiaoxiao's head with his claw and inquired, Are you hungry? I shall go find something to eat. Sure, Yin. Hearing the word food, the little cub's eyes sparkled, and she nodded eagerly. Oh dear, she was indeed famished. Stay within the cave and do not wander off, understood? Yin instructed. This little spirit pet was far too enticing. Should he take her out, a horde of beasts might come to devour her. Despite his icy demeanor, this was the utmost extent of his consideration. Chapter 2. The dragon transforms into a handsome youth. The teddy bear toy makes an entrance. Yin encountered yet another dilemma. Foraging in his dragon form proved rather inconvenient. He transformed into a youthful boy, his skin as white as snow, eyes gleaming like obsidian, and his physique exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being, as though he had stepped out from a painting. This is that shape-shifting demon beast. Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Despite the change in appearance, those eyes remained unchanged, undeniably the proud Yin. Oh, how strikingly handsome he was. It would be a delight to behold him day and night. Lu Xiaoxiao, a connoisseur of beauty, felt her eyes turn into little hearts. Outside the cave, Yin casually gathered wild fruits. He filled his bag with an assortment of berries, and just as he approached the cave, a small figure stumbled towards him, calling out in a childlike voice, Yin. To his surprise, the icy facade of the ancient glacier melted into a smile. Yet, upon realizing he was warmed by such affection, his smile faltered. He was reluctant to admit it, for he had never craved the attention of others. Returning to the cave, Mo Yin tossed the wild fruits aside and coldly commanded, "Eat." The little bundle picked up a fruit, taking a bite, her cheeks puffing out as she chewed. In an instant, her eyes widened, sparkling like two gleaming stars. Delicious! Oh, this wild fruit was crisp and sweet, a taste that penetrated her heart. In her previous life, she had subsisted solely on chemically synthesized nutrient solutions, never having tasted real food, let alone genuine wild fruits. Overwhelmed with happiness, she stifled a sob. Mo Yin frowned how unfortunate her past had been for her to find such wild fruits so delightful. The little one paused after just one bite, gazing intently at Mo Yin. He must be hungry too. Why was he not eating? Did he intend to ration the food for himself? That simply wouldn't do. Yin Yin, eat. She grasped the largest wild fruit and presented it to him. You wanted to eat this wild fruit? Mo Yin replied with disdain, for he was a noble dragon. Yes, yes. Xiaoxiao nodded fervently, her little head bobbing like a car toy. Never before had anyone offered him a share. This was the first time someone was willing to share with him. Under the gaze of those sincere, doe-like eyes, Mo Yin took a tentative bite. The wild fruit was indeed just a wild fruit, not as delectable as he had imagined, yet an unfamiliar flavor stirred within his heart. In this life, he had encountered many individuals, all fleeting like firework sparks that eventually faded to ash. Only this little one, like a spark of starlight, illuminated the shadows of his heart without effort. The following day, Mo Yin improved the little one's diet. No longer were they foraging for random wild fruits, but rather nourishing spiritual fruits that delighted Xiaoxiao immensely. One day, while Mo Yin was out hunting, a bear demon in the late stage of chi refinement caught the scent of a human and barged into the cave. The bear demon, towering at 3 meters, intended to frighten the little one, but to its surprise, she approached joyfully, appearing as if she wanted a hug. Confused, the bear thought, was it not supposed to be a fearsome creature that terrified people and made children cry? Bear, so cute. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled brightly. Wow, a new species. She recalled that prehistoric humans called it a bear and cherished its likeness in toys known as teddy bears. Oh, how she wanted to embrace it. Roar. The bear demon bellowed, I am not cute. I'm ferocious. The bear demon knocked her over, its 10-inch claws poised to strike her belly. Yet, it felt as if it had collided with a rock, instantly breaking a claw. Huh, so ticklish. Ha ha. Xiaoxiao kicked her limbs wildly, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Was this merely a tickle? Oh, please just concede and fall before me. The bear demon stared at its broken claw, nearly brought to tears. Oh no, such a terrifying human child. Wait, she must be a powerful elder in disguise, perhaps an ancient monster at the nascent soul stage. After this mental image, the bear demon turned and fled, only to be blocked by a young boy. With black hair, black eyes, and dressed in black, his gaze was as cold as a millennium-old glacier. The bear demon's innate instincts recognized this was no delicate boy, but a noble dragon capable of commanding the winds and rains. Heavens! What a disastrous day to encounter not one, but 2 little deities. How strange it was that he found himself concerned for a small spiritual pet. It was all the bear's fault. Mo Yin glared coldly at the bear demon's paw and ominously remarked, It seems dinner will be bear paw, and the skin can be fashioned into a few skirts for my little spiritual pet. The bear demon, terrified, knelt in submission, trembling and pleading with silent gestures. Forgive me, little deities. I am willing to serve. Untransformed demon beasts could not speak, but their ability to communicate through gestures indicated their intelligence. Mo Yin had no need for servants. He simply desired the bear paw. Xiaoxiao tugged at Mo Yin's clothing, her sweet voice chiming. Yin, bear is so cute. Please don't hurt it. What? This bear cute? Mo Yin doubted his ears. Yet, the bear demon heard a glimmer of hope. To save its life, it immediately adopted this cute persona. Little master, I am cute. I am super cute. Would you like an idle toy? After all, I'm just sitting here and I am quite comfortable to hug. You should give it a try. As the bear demon shrank in size, it transformed into a plush toy, leaping into Xiaoxiao's embrace and remaining perfectly still, resembling a teddy bear. Curiously, Xiaoxiao patted the bear, finding it soft and adorable. Bear, I am Lu Xiaoxiao. What is your name? Little master, I do not have a name yet. How about you give me one? I will love whatever name you choose. Then I shall call you Teddy Bear. Thank you, little master, for the name. To follow you is the pinnacle of my bear life. Help! This bear was not only adorably clumsy, but also spoke in cheesy lines, utterly absurd. Mo Yin was left speechless. Thus, the cave welcomed yet another member dragon, a girl, and a bear. Considering the need for recovery, Mo Yin decided to furnish the cave. Regrettably, his cultivation had diminished. If only he could restore it to the golden core stage, he could unlock his space filled with treasures. However, he could make do with the resources at hand. He ventured outside to gather large stones, using his dragon claws to shape them into a simple stone table and chairs. The teddy bear proved to be a diligent mover, arranging their newly crafted furniture within the cave. Its industriousness made Mo Yin realize that aside from the bear paw, this creature did possess some utility. Thus, the once crude cave gradually began to take on the warmth of a home. Chapter 3. The adorable little one faces the stunning beauty attack from Long Mo Yin laid a layer of hay on the stone bed, creating a cozy little nest for Lu Xiaoxiao. How wonderful! Lu Xiaoxiao stretched her little arms and short legs, clambering eagerly onto the soft bed crafted by Yin. The thick layer of grass was delightfully plush, and the little bundle bounced around like a piece of candy. Filled with joy, unexpectedly, she lost her footing and fell with a thud. The noise was so loud that Mo Yin rushed in. There sat his little spirit pet, looking woeful, with a heap of grass scattered all around her. Realizing she had caused trouble, Lu Xiaoxiao pinched her chubby little hands, pouted her lips, and lowered her head, too afraid to meet Mo Yin's gaze. Mo Yin approached her with a serious expression, extending his hand. Oh no, Yin was indeed angry. The little one flinched, trembling and closing her eyes, yet she dared not move, resembling a pitiful creature prepared for punishment. Please be gentle. I fear pain, she whimpered. The teddy bear, observing with sympathy, thought, alas, it seems the little master is in for a spanking. However, that did not happen. In the next moment, the little one felt her feet leave the ground. Mo Yin lifted her entirely, cradling her little arms with both hands. Yin, what are you doing? She exclaimed, feeling bewildered, dangling in the air like a stretched-out kitten. This was her first time being at eye level with Yin. What greeted her was an up-close beauty attack. Goodness, Yin's face was even more handsome and beautiful up close. Is this a view I can enjoy for free? Montaqian, confused, wondered why she was so frightened when he had not scolded her. It must be the authority of the master. He decided to soothe her instead. I do not blame you. He gently rubbed her fair little face, which felt quite nice. His voice remained cold, yet his eyes glimmered with a soft light. Unbeknownst to him, the joy of petting a cat was quietly blossoming within him. Is he this indulgent? The teddy bear's worldview shattered. Was he, that dragon, supposed to be quite proud? Nevertheless, the thoughts of Lord Mo Yin were beyond its comprehension. After finishing its observations, it hurriedly set about cleaning up the mess on the ground. That night, the teddy bear stood guard at the cave entrance against the biting cold wind. Transformed into a bear sentinel, it had been tossed out by Mo Yin, and it was all due to its own curiosity. Mo Yin sat cross-legged on the stone platform, eyes closed, engaging in a peculiar stance, remaining utterly still. Was Yin cultivating? Lu Xiaoxiao, nestled in her little nest, curiously peeked out her round little head, her bright eyes glistening. Yin deemed her cultivation level too low. After all, her status as a spirit pet had yet to be formalized. How she wished she could cultivate too. If she reached the golden core stage, she could support Yin. Furthermore, she could live for hundreds or even 1,000 years, always accompanying Yin to savor the world's delicacies. Just the thought of food made her swallow her saliva. However, Yin had never taught her. How could she learn? Yet 15 minutes passed. Then half an hour went by, and even an hour had elapsed. Why was Yin still not moving? Oh dear, she felt so sleepy. The little one yawned, her eyes growing dry and reddened, yet she could see no sign of progress. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over her, and her eyelids began to droop. At that moment, a gust of cold wind brushed across her face, jolting her awake. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a breathtaking spectacle. Mo Yin remained seated, a silvery halo enveloping him, resembling an exquisite jade sculpture. Countless fireflies danced around, twinkling like stars in the sky. The fireflies gently touched Mo Yin, Penetrating his form, stars continued to drift in from outside the cave, forming a brilliant river of light around him, as if the sea of stars were flowing into his very being. Xiaoxiao widened her round eyes. Could this be what people refer to as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Is cultivating immortality the process of refining this spiritual essence? Could she achieve it? Curious, she attempted to call out, "Spiritual energy, come to me. Hurry." To her astonishment, a string of starlight responded to her summons, separating from the river and drifting toward her. As the little starlight entered her small body, she felt an overwhelming warmth and comfort, her chubby hands brimming with strength, capable of delivering a punch that could send a villain spinning. Suddenly, Mo Yin grimaced in pain, spat out a mouthful of dark blood, and collapsed onto the stone platform, unconscious. Yin Yin, Xiaoxiao, frightened out of her wits, dashed to Mo Yan's side, patting his face with her little hands. His cheeks were pale, and a layer of frost was forming on his fingers and face as if freezing over. Xiaoxiao gaspet montakianshant. How is this any different from an ice block? Oh no, Yin Yin is so cold. She pressed his hand against her heart, yet no matter how she tried, she could not warm him. As she watched the frost spreading toward his heart, inch by inch freezing him, and Mo Yan's breath grew fainter, and tears misted in Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes. If things continued like this, Yin Yin would turn into an ice block. Although he had once swallowed her due to hunger, just wanting to survive, he later took her in, protected her, and provided her with delicious fruits and a new cozy nest. Yin Yin was a good person. Yan Yan cannot di. Her heart felt as if it were being squeezed, filled with sorrow. With a loud cry, the little one wept, her tears splattering onto her chubby hands. I cannot cry. Saving Yin Yin is the priority. She wiped her tears and quickly activated the spirit stone within her soul, her little hands glowing again as she raised them to pat Mo Yan's frozen face. The coldness on his face met the light, evaporating into wisps of mist. It was effective. The little one perked up, chasing the cold wherever it retreated. The cold seemed to recognize that her light was its nemesis, and whenever she struck, it slyly evaded to other parts. Huh, playing whack-a-mole, are we? Who's afraid? The little one raised her chubby hands, striking rapidly, her tiny claws leaving trails in the air. The cold continued to surge, and the little one grew weary, her hands trembling and nearly unable to lift. Oh no, she cannot lose. She gritted her teeth, recalling the spiritual energy that resembled fireflies. Spiritual energy, come quickly. Help me save Yin Yin. In her urgency, the spiritual energy obediently floated to her side, swirling around before entering her small body. With the augmentation of spiritual power, the light emanating from her hands grew exponentially. Do you believe in light? She asked playfully, grinning at the mass of cold. No. This smile sent shivers through the cold. Oh no, this human child is terrifying. Run. Chapter 4. The first time Long Long feeds the little one under Lu Xiaoxiao's relentless assault, the cold began to dissipate, retreating in defeat. Yet, it did not abandon its attempt to escape Mo Yan's body. Instead, it condensed into a small ball of frost, darting towards Mo Yan's heart with blinding speed. No, go away. Lu Xiaoxiao's face puffed up with anger as she dove into Mo Yan's embrace, furiously tugging at his clothing, her chubby hands desperately trying to seize that ball of cold. However, her grasp fell short. The cold cunningly slipped into Mo Yan's heart, curling up and refusing to emerge again. Lu Xiaoxiao felt deeply disappointed, puffing her cheeks as she huffed, "You wicked thing, if you dare to harm Yin Yin again, I promise to beat you up." The cold thought to itself, for now I won't dare. But in the future, I will. Mo Yan's condition improved significantly, the frown on his forehead easing. Yin Yin, why aren't you waking up? Lu Xiaoxiao extended her little hand, wanting to wake him, when suddenly the world spun around her, her vision darkened, and she collapsed weakly into Mo Yan's embrace, losing consciousness. Moments later, Mo Yan's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. The little one lay feebly in his arms, his clothing disheveled, while the encroaching cold had vanished without a trace. Moments ago, he attempted to harness the celestial energies of the universe to dispel the lingering chill within him, only to be met with a cunning backlash from the very coldness he sought to eliminate, nearly leading him to the brink of madness. In a daze, he recalled being enveloped by a familiar light, which ultimately spared him from the repercussions of the frost. Glancing at the slumbering Lu Xiaoxiao, who still bore a fatigued expression, Mo Yin whispered, "Little one, could it be you who saved me?" reflecting on his initial desire to consume her, followed by a cold demeanor despite having cared for her. He felt a pang of guilt for her selfless act of salvation. Why did he feel indebted to her? After all, she was merely a small spirit companion. In the following days, Xiaoxiao remained in a deep slumber, resembling a kitten that had yet to open its eyes, nestled comfortably in her little nest. Occasionally, she would stretch lazily or shift positions before drifting back into her dreams. Such prolonged sleep without nourishment could lead to starvation. Mo Yin grew anxious, gently caressing her emaciated face. I command you to open your eyes immediately. Do you hear me? Accustomed to her lively and carefree nature, her sudden silence left him feeling an inexplicable sense of loss and solitude. He began to fear that his little spirit companion might not survive. Listen well. You will be my spirit companion in the future. I forbid you to perish. Mo Yin felt a surge of anxiety, periodically channeling his spiritual energy into her while venturing out to gather nourishing ingredients rich in spiritual essence. A fire now flickered in the cave, with flames roaring as a stone pot simmered above it. Mo Yin sat nearby, silently peeling and pitting spirit fruits before adding them to a broth of fish. Unbeknownst to him, he appeared quite the devoted caretaker in that moment. The spiritual energy in the hungry ghost forest was sparse, yielding fruits of inferior quality. Today, he had exerted great effort to gather a few at the mountain's peak, uncertain if they would suffice to awaken his little spirit companion. The fragrant aroma of the fish and spirit fruit stew wafted through the cave, filling it with a tantalizing scent. Holding a bowl of the prepared fish soup, he approached her nest with an air of pride. Little one, the exquisite fish soup I have meticulously crafted is ready. Rise and partake. He was a noble dragon. Yet here he was, preparing soup for her, an act of humility. What more could she desire? He would not disclose to anyone that this was the first time he had ever made soup. However, Xiaoxiao showed no sign of response. Curled up in a tiny ball, this left the commanding Lord Mo Yin somewhat embarrassed. I forbid you to sleep. If you continue to slumber, he hesitated, finding it challenging to voice his thoughts. Then what? The observing teddy bear thought, wondering if he was going to spank her to wake her up. If you refuse to awaken, then I shall personally feed you. In the next moment, Mo Yin lifted her little form, cradling her round head securely in his strong arm. The sight caused Teddy Bear to unintentionally spit out half-eaten seeds. This scene resembled something out of Little Cub and her divine dragon father. If someone were to hand him a pen, Teddy Bear would not hesitate to contribute. The sensation of holding such a small being in his embrace was indescribably delightful, awakening a protective instinct within him. Mo Yin scooped a spoonful of soup, feeling somewhat bashful about his next action. After a moment of internal struggle, he blew on the spoon to cool it before bringing it to her lips. Little one, eat. I advise you not to be ungrateful. He could not bring himself to lose face, so he threatened her as he fed her. Like a blind kitten searching for food, she instinctively opened her mouth at the touch of the spoon, eagerly consuming the broth. With a satisfying slurp, she emptied the spoon. She resembled a fledgling bird, mouth agape, waiting to be fed with a pitiful expression. Did you eat? Mo Yin felt a rush of joy. If she was willing to eat, then she could be sustained. Whether it was his naturally stoic expression or the lingering effects of the cold, his demeanor remained cold as ever, yet his honest actions betrayed him. He continued to feed her with precise gestures, and she readily opened her mouth at the slightest touch of the spoon, proving to be remarkably easy to feed. Mo Yin became increasingly adept at this task, eliciting an approving thumbs up from Teddy Bear. Soon, a full bowl of spirit fruit fish soup was consumed. Mo Yin positioned her on his shoulder, gently patting her back to release any trapped air, thus preventing her from choking. Teddy Bear watched with wide eyes, forgetting all about the seeds. Is this real? Is this real? The esteemed Mo Yin is actually so knowledgeable? This was outrageous. Father has become a father. What had he experienced in the past? This was truly a textbook example of childcare. It was a pity that Lord Mo Yin wouldn't take on the role of a full-time father. You seem to be enjoying yourself, a cold voice suddenly interjected. Of course. The noble Lord Mo Yin is taking care of a human cub. What an extraordinary event. Teddy Bear laughed heartily, yet the next moment it covered its mouth in horror, realizing that Mo Yin was glaring at it coldly. Wait, was that the voice of Lord Mo Yin? It's over. No, Lord Mo Yin, I saw nothing. I saw nothing. Understanding that gossip could lead to trouble, it magically produced a broom, pretending to sweep diligently, all while sweating nervously and smiling sheepishly. Begone. The dragon is angry. The consequences are dire. As you command, Lord Mo Yin. Teddy Bear promptly lay down and rolled away like a ball. Today marked yet another day where Teddy Bear transformed into a guardian, standing vigil at the cave's entrance. Chapter 5. The human cub defeats the villains as Lu Xiaoxiao awoke. She discovered herself cradled in Mo Yan's arms. It was warm, no longer the frigid chill she had endured. How wonderful! It is the living Mo Yan. Realizing the cold had not returned to wreak havoc, she finally relaxed, beaming with joy. Mo Yan's pupils trembled. Why did her well-being bring him such happiness? Why did he find her smile so endearing? What was happening to him? Nevertheless, the aloofness he was known for prevented any of his thoughts from surfacing on his face. He adopted a serious demeanor and admonished her. Little one, the cold I endured is no ordinary chill. It nearly cost you your life. Henceforth, refrain from meddling in my affairs, understood? Understood, Montakian. What you say is correct. The little one obediently nodded her head. Internally, she thought, I won't listen. I won't listen. If you're in danger again, I will still come to your rescue. Wait, did he think she was injured while trying to save him? Mo Yin seemed genuinely concerned for her, which stirred a sense of guilt within him. To comfort the guilt-ridden Mo Yin, Lu Xiaoxiao raised her little arm and chirped. Actually, I wasn't hurt. Don't believe me. Mo Yin, take a look. Ivet grown stronger. Don't move. Mo Yin grasped her tiny hand firmly. To counteract the chill, Lu Xiaoxiao had summoned a vast amount of celestial energy, which, once the cold had retreated, left an overwhelming surplus of energy coursing through her meridians. While a practitioner could store excess energy in their dantian, she lacked one, causing the energy to surge wildly through her body. An ordinary person would have long succumbed to shattered meridians. However, Lu Xiaoxiao's resilient physique allowed her to digest the energy. And although she hadn't advanced to the qi refinement stage, she had fortuitously expanded her meridians, fortifying her foundation for future breakthroughs. Mo Yin exhaled in relief. Realizing he had overreacted, his little spirit companion had merely overindulged. That day, he set up an illusionary array in the cave before heading out to hunt. Within the cave, Lu Xiaoxiao frolicked with the celestial energy, darting around playfully like a kitten. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing debris to cascade from the cave walls. Oh no! Is the earth moving? Her tiny ears perked up, listening intently. It seemed not to be the earth shifting. Strange footsteps echoed from outside. Could it be villains? The little one felt a twinge of fear. A man and woman soared in on swords, landing before the cave. Junior sister, the talisman has led us here. The aura of the dark cultivator has vanished, Lin Zhou remarked, appearing injured. He couldn't have gone far. This cave is protected by an illusion. He may have taken refuge inside. Let us investigate, Xiao Ji proposed. All right. A demon cultivator offers a bounty of 100 middle-grade spirit stones. If successful, my share will go to my junior sister. Lin Zhou, with a charming demeanor, casually tossed a thunder talisman to break the illusion array. Senior brother, you are so kind to me. Xiaoji Luo beamed like a blossoming flower. The two floated to the ground, sheathing their flying swords as they stepped through the smoke. The cave stone walls surrounded them, revealing only a 4-year-old girl, not the demon cultivator they sought. This is outrageous. He has escaped. Xiaoji Luo stomped in frustration. Lin Zhou felt a pang in his heart. The thunder talismans had cost a significant amount of spirit stones, and now it seemed wasted. There's a child here. Use the soul searching technique. If the demon cultivator had been here, there would surely be residual memories. Lin Zhou eyed the surroundings with a cunning gaze. The cave was sparsely furnished with only a stone table and pot, indicating that the cave's master was a poor rogue cultivator. Even if they harmed the child, it would not affect them. The soul-searching technique was extremely insidious, generally reserved for those who had committed wrongs. Lu Xiaoxiao, unaware of its implications, sensed instinctively that the man and woman before her were not good people. Little girl, haven't you seen an injured man escape? Lin Zhou approached menacingly. No, I don't know anything. Don't come any closer. Lu Xiaoxiao shrank back. A teddy bear leaped forward, transforming from a cute toy into a fierce beast. Lin Zhou, only in the mid-stage of qi refinement, was no match for the late-stage teddy bear. He was sent flying by a single paw, crashing against the wall, leaving a human-shaped dent before he fell. Xiaoji Luo frowned and released a foundational stage spirit python from her spirit beast pouch. The python was entirely green, with a triangular head and red eyes, flicking a revolting tongue. One ugly snake. Not cute at all. In her previous life, although snakes had been a rare and endangered species, she could not appreciate this one. The spirit python swept its tail, slamming the teddy bear into the ground, then coiled around Xiaoxiao, lifting her into the air. "Let go of me, you wicked sister. Woe is me." She flailed her little feet helplessly. However, she had promised Yin Yan to guard the house well, and could not allow the wicked sister to prevail. Raising her tiny fists, she struck at the python's body. "Darling, your little fists cannot harm my spirit beast." Xiaoxiao chuckled, but the next moment she was smacked in the face. The invisible punches of a human child could even make the cold air of the upper realms tremble. The spirit python, unfortunately, was struck at its vital point, becoming stiff and collapsing lifelessly. That was close. Xiaoxiao crawled out from the python, her small figure appearing terrifying in Lin Zhou's eyes. "Help! A powerless little girl has just defeated a foundational stage spirit python? What a monster! Junior sister, it seems the demon cultivator is not here. I'll search elsewhere." Lin Zhou fled in panic. "Coward!" Xiaoxiao fumed, glaring at Xiaoxiao. "You dare kill my spirit python? Pay with your life." She revealed her trump card, a sword that was a spirit artifact, equivalent to the might of a mid-foundational stage cultivator. "Wicked sister, you're breaking the rules. You can hit, but I can't retaliate." Xiaoxiao huffed angrily. Xiaoxiao, stand tall. Overcoming her fear of the wicked, she bravely raised her short arms to block as Xiaoxiao's sword swung toward her. She remembered her strength, and indeed, she did not disappoint. With a resounding clang, the sword shattered. She trembled, uttering two words, "Monster." Realizing the situation was not in her favor, Xiaoxiao attempted to escape, but it was too late. Xiaoxiao pounced, pinning her down and unleashing a flurry of punches. "Wicked sister, take this." "Ah, not my face. I still need it to eat." Xiaoxiao screamed. Who doesn't rely on their looks to survive? Xiaoxiao clearly did not comprehend her meaning. As Lin Zhou stepped out of the cave, a massive shadow enveloped him. The scorching heat approached, instantly scorching the exposed skin, and before he could even scream, the shadow consumed him. Today's meal hasn't been earned yet. What an unseeing fool to intrude. What else could he do? Food presented on a platter should not be wasted. Upon entering, Yin was immediately approached by Xiaoxiao, her chubby finger pointing at the fallen Xiaoxiao, much like a cat showing off a caught mouse to its owner. At that moment, Xiaoxiao's face was swollen like a pig's, resembling a clothed sow. "Well done," Yin praised as he patted Xiaoxiao's head. "Little one, you have potential in hunting, though your technique needs improvement. I will teach you when you are older." "Okay, Yin." Xiaoxiao joyfully danced around Yin. "Hunting? This fairy is not food. What a ludicrous notion." Xiaoxiao was infuriated. "I'm still alive. Can't you see?" She had assumed the cave master was a poor rogue cultivator, but upon looking up, she was met with the sight of a youth so strikingly handsome, he looked as if he had stepped out of a painting. "Stay composed." She frantically arranged her disheveled hair, forcing a smile she believed to be charming. "Esteemed friend, I am Xiaoxiao from Baiyun Palace, known as the Fairy of Weaving. I inadvertently entered your cave while pursuing a demon cultivator. I apologize." Her demeanor shifted to that of a refined lady, starkly contrasting with her earlier viciousness, though her pig-like visage rendered her efforts somewhat comical. How quickly the wicked sister changes her face. Is she a master of Sichuan opera? Xiaoxiao innocently inquired. Yin nearly burst into laughter. "Help! I have never seen such an ugly woman, yet she dares call herself a fairy?" His eyes felt tainted. He wished to cleanse them. Internally conflicted, he thought, "This woman reeks. Surely she is inedible. But if I do not consume her, she will dirty my home. What to do?" Seeing Yin's silence, Xiaoxiao mistook it for being entranced by her beauty. "Esteemed friend, my spirit python was harmed by this little girl, and my sword was broken." Tears welled in her eyes as she feigned despair, a tactic effective against men. "Wait, did she just say she is from Baiyun Palace?" That was one of the 6 righteous palaces, likely quite wealthy. A thought struck him. "So, you trespassed into my illusion array?" Yin asked with a cunning smile. "Yes, but Xiaoxiao stammered. "Since you entered first, your spirit beast is dead, and your sword is broken. Isn't that a case of reaping what you sow? Should I welcome your chaos?" Yin continued his interrogation. Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words, her smile strained. "What does the esteemed friend desire?" "Compensation. The repair fees for the illusion array." The cost for flooring renovations and the emotional damages for my spirit beast amount to a total of 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Mo Yan's cold tone was akin to a death decree from the underworld. What? Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated in shock, thinking she had misheard. Esteemed friend, is this not robbery? I do not possess such an amount. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Was he even a man? Why was he devoid of any compassion? I am indeed robbing you, so what? Mo Yan exuded an overwhelming aura that left Xiaoxiao in despair. She could not leave this place without a single spirit stone. Ultimately, she had no choice but to exhaust her savings. Lacking spirit stones, she offered pills as compensation. Emerging from the cave, her feet trembled with fear. Mo Yan, satisfied with the storage pouch in hand, mused, this should be sufficient to purchase a batch of nurturing supplies. At that moment, a portion of the invisibility cloak at the cave's ceiling was pulled aside, and a figure plummeted down. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao directly below, the person urgently twisted midair, colliding with the corner of the stone table, letting out a muffled groan of pain. It turned out the demon cultivator had indeed infiltrated. Xiaoxiao fainted in despair. The figure was a small boy in the foundational stage, thin and with a delicate face, laboriously leaning against the wall, covered in wounds, blood dripping to the ground. Mo Yan's face darkened instantly. Another one to dirty the floor? He had a cleanliness obsession. Just as he contemplated sending the small demon away, a petite figure dashed forward. He rubbed his forehead, sensing an ominous premonition. Don't move. I can heal you. Xiaoxiao extended her chubby little hand. And as the warm light fell upon Xiaoxiao, his wounds began to heal. Thank you, little sister. You possess a truly kind heart. Even knowing I am a demon cultivator, yet still choosing to save me. Xiaoxiao expressed with heartfelt gratitude. No need to mention it. If you hadn't dodged me earlier, I would have been the one injured. Xiaoxiao replied, her cheeks flushing with shyness at the compliment. By the way, what exactly is a demon cultivator? Is it a high-risk profession? The little dumpling tilted her head, pondering for a long while without understanding. Myn noticed a black mark on Xiaoxiao's wrist. This is the exclusive mark of the TNMDN, she remarked coldly. I have heard that a person from the TNMDN is worth 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Ah, indeed. I hail from the TNMDN, but what is 100 mid-grade spirit stones to me? If you would be so kind as to take me in, I assure you I can create even greater value for you. Xiaoxiao replied, his gaze sincere yet tinged with melancholy. He was at his wit's end, as the righteous sects outside were relentlessly pursuing him. I am in need of servant, as well as a dinner, Myn said nonchalantly, sitting down and propping her chin on her hand. Now, tell me, what skills do you possess? If I find them lacking, I shall have no choice but to consume you. Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened at the prospect of an opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he began his enthusiastic self-introduction. I possess a plethora of skills, esteemed one. Alchemy and cultivation, beauty enhancement and disguise, laundry and cooking, serving tea and fetching water, making beds and folding blankets, sewing and weaving, therapeutic massage, and even ghostwriting letters, truly indispensable for home and travel. A gold medal assistant. You don't seem like a person from the TNMDN at all. You appear more like a juggler, Myn teased. To be honest, I do have some knowledge of juggling, Xiaoxiao replied, casually picking up a brick. He balanced it on his index finger, making it spin like a ball, swiftly switching directions. An impressive skill. Everything can be made to spin, Xiaoxiao stated earnestly. Wow, how amazing. The little dumpling's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands. If Yn takes him in, I can watch juggling performances every day, and anyone that the bad sister bullies must be a good person. I firmly believe in this principle. With that, she tugged at Myn's sleeve, her sparkling eyes pleading. Yn, can we take him in? He looks so pitiful. Myn hesitated. The fact that Xiaoxiao could refine elixirs caught her attention. Having a spirit healer as a servant would indeed be beneficial, especially since the little dumpling was prone to illness. Myn agreed to take in Xiaoxiao on the condition that he swore a heartfelt oath and reminded him, remember, you are indebted to the little one. Serve her well from now on. Understood, lors émigreken, Xiaoxiao replied obediently. Upon commencing his duties, Xiaoxiao quickly became industrious. He humbly inquired, what shall I prepare for dinner, Lord Myn? Myn pointed to the cold spirit python lying on the ground. Find a nourishing ingredient and start cooking, she instructed. Thus, Xiaoxiao began his culinary endeavors, using the python's gall for alchemy and preparing its meat for a hot pot. Soon, the cave was filled with the rich aroma of delicious meat. Yin, dinner is ready, came the joyful voice of the little dumpling. Let us enjoy the feast together. In Chapter 7, the first time Dragon gave a toy, Myn filled a stone bowl with fragrant python soup. Scooping a spoonful to cool before offering it to Xiaoxiao with her signature icy tone, little one eat. Ever since she crossed that psychological threshold, Myn felt liberated. Her indulgence towards Xiaoxiao left Xiaoxiao astonished. Was this truly the Myn he had come to know? He recalled not long ago when Myn had threatened Xiaoxiao with sheer intimidation. Brother, as long as you are spoiled. The gentleness of Lord Myn is reserved for but one. The teddy bear comforted Xiaoxiao with a serious tone. What else would it be? Myn proclaimed with pride. My little spirit pet is, of course, to be cherished by me alone, in the presence of the new servant Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao felt a bit shy. Although she was small, she was not that small. She was not a mere newborn infant. Yin. I can eat by myself. The little dumpling declared with her crisp, adorable voice, her gaze resolutely fixed on Myn. Myn paused. Having just discovered the joy of feeding his little spirit pet, now she was refusing his offerings? What a disappointment. Yet, upon meeting her glistening eyes, he softened, feeling that refusing her would hurt her pride. Sighing quietly, Myn set down the stone bowl and spoon. Very well, little one, you may eat by yourself. Eagerly, Xiaoxiao leaned forward to the stone table, clumsily grasping the spoon. After a struggle, she managed to scoop some soup, but before it reached her mouth, it spilled, splattering her clothes. Xiaoxiao felt utterly embarrassed. Woo-woo, clearly I was a person in my past life. I could use a spoon and even chopsticks quite well. Yet now, she was merely a 4-year-old human child. Her limbs were not fully developed, and coordinating her chubby little hands for delicate movements proved challenging. Frustrated by her ineptitude, tears welled in her eyes. Yin, I'm sorry, she pouted, lowering her head as tears began to fall, landing on her chubby hands. It's all right, little one. It's just spilled soup. There is plenty cooked by Xiaoxiao. We want tea run out. Myn consoled her, his tone a touch softer than before. The python was 10 zhang long, and they had only cooked a small portion. The remaining meat was stored away, enough to last them for many days, allowing the little dumpling to indulge without worry. However, Xiaoxiao's concerns were not about waste. She was troubled that if she could not even handle a spoon, how could she ever hope to break through to the golden core stage? The prospect of securing her identity as a spirit pet seemed increasingly bleak. With a heavy heart, she continued to practice with the spoon, her little hands trembling as she occasionally spilled more soup. Despite her soiled clothes, she persevered in her attempt to feed herself. In the end, she managed to consume most of the soup. This was her first experience eating independently, a small yet significant achievement. Though the little one appeared dissatisfied with her performance, remaining sullen. Little one, it's all right. It's your first time using a spoon, and you did very well. If your clothes are dirty, we can change, Myn began, but then abruptly stopped. Suddenly, he realized he had no spare clothes for the little dumpling. She had descended from the heavens with only a thin, tattered garment, having endured bites from his dragon teeth and struggles with the spirit python and Xiaoxiao, leaving her in a pitiful state. Now, the little dumpling was still barefoot. Myn felt a pang of pain in his heart. This simply would not do. As a noble, divine dragon, how could his spirit pet be in such destitute circumstances? It was his oversight. Myn had kept this matter in mind. The array of toys displayed at the stall caught his attention. Remembering Xiaoxiao's tear-streaked face, Myn pondered. Why not buy her some toys to cheer her up? Xiaoxiao's only toy was an ugly yet endearing teddy bear, which left much to be desired. The merchant sized up Myn. Dressed in fine garments and exuding an extraordinary aura, Myn appeared to be the son of a wealthy family. Furthermore, his interest in toys suggested a compassionate heart towards children. The merchant felt a surge of goodwill toward Myn and enthusiastically approached him, smiling broadly. Young master, what type of toys does your child prefer? I assure you, the toys here are the most popular new arrivals of the season, guaranteed to delight any child. Moreover, they are of excellent quality and reasonably priced. You may select as you wish. Myn's expression darkened immediately. Who says these are for my child? I am unmarried and have no children. The toys are for my little spirit pet. He was furiously indignant. Did he really appear that old? Huh. The merchant was taken aback. If you're selecting toys for a spirit pet, you should visit the Demon Beast shop. What are you doing in my children's toy stall? Though all toys may seem alike, there's a distinction between those meant for children and those for demon beasts. Yet, the thoughts of the wealthy are always inscrutable. Sometimes, the sustenance and belongings of the impoverished scarcely match the trivial comforts of the affluent. The merchant immediately sensed a new opportunity unfolding before him. With a forced smile, he corrected himself. My apologies, young master. I was indeed superficial. The diminutive creature, of course, could indulge in human toys. Is this youth raising human infants as companions? Such an act could only be attributed to someone of immense wealth and social standing. The merchant suddenly realized the limitations of his worldly understanding. Forgive me, I misspoke. He bowed in apology. Given the merchant's willingness to acknowledge his error, Yin chose not to hold it against him. His gaze roamed over the toys on the shelves, which included plush dolls, Rubik's cubes, children's chopsticks, picture books, and toy bows and arrows. Yin selected a plush doll. Young master, you have exquisite taste. This doll is crafted from the finest materials. Not only is its design charming, but it is also remarkably durable, the merchant exclaimed, albeit with a hint of disappointment. The doll was the least expensive item, and he had harbored hopes that Yin was a wealthy scion, capable of making a substantial purchase. It turned out his financial means were not as formidable as he'd imagined, merely a fade of bravado. Who said I wanted this? Montagne retorted coldly. Pack up everything else except for this worthless trinket. Chapter 8. The young one learns to use chopsticks. Are you not inclined to sell? Seeing the merchant frozen in shock, Yin grew impatient. Being handsome and wealthy is not my fault. The merchant awakened from his stupor. Oh my, I have indeed encountered a lavish spendthrift. How could someone who treats human infants as pets possibly be impoverished? Very well, young master, I shall prepare your items immediately. The merchant rejoiced. Why did Yin reject the doll? Among the toys, only the plush doll was commonplace. The rest were crafted talismans imbued with minor magical properties. To allow his companion to play with mere toys would be a humiliation. Were there more advanced toys available, Yin would not hesitate to acquire them. However, Xiaoxiao had yet to enter the Qi refinement stage and could only use talismans. That will be 300 middle-grade spirit stones. The merchant quickly gathered the items into a storage bag, anxious that Yin might change his mind if he delayed. These toys had gathered dust, remnants of inferior stock. After all, who would exchange several hundred middle-grade spirit stones for a heap of toys? It would be far more prudent to acquire a genuine treasure. Yin completed the transaction with spirit stones. All his possessions were stored within a spatial realm, temporarily inaccessible. The spirit stones had been plundered from Xiaoxiao, totaling 900 middle-grade spirit stones, along with a spirit pill valued at 100 middle-grade spirit stones. After this purchase, he still had 600 middle-grade spirit stones left, ample for his whims. If Xiaoxiao were to discover that her lifetime savings were squandered on a collection of toys by this dragon, she would undoubtedly be infuriated. Young master, you do not seem to be from the city. Are you here to test your luck in the Hungry Ghost Forest? The merchant inquired with a smile as he accepted the spirit stones. Recently, there have been rumors of a dragon falling in the Hungry Ghost Forest, celestial phenomena, and treasures soon to emerge. The term fallen dragon referred to himself, and it was likely that some onlookers had witnessed him in his black dragon form during a recent battle. That might be true. Yin's cold eyes flickered with a vigilant glint. Then I wish you good fortune. However, if you seek treasures, particularly a dragon, you should act swiftly, for there is but one dragon. In a few days, those drawn by fame will multiply, including various sects, and there may not be enough dragons or treasures to go around, the merchant warned. Dragon's blood and flesh grant immortality, while dragon bones and scales can be refined into treasures. When humans encounter an injured dragon, their first instinct is not to render aid, but rather to exploit its weakness. Moreover, with the little bundle as a liability, if his adversaries discovered her existence, they might use her life as leverage against him, placing her in peril. It seemed this place was not suitable for a lengthy stay. In the cave, Yin commanded, "Listen well, little one. From this day forth, all these toys belong to you." He emptied the storage bag, creating a mountain of toys before Xiaoxiao. Wow, thank you, Yin. Xiaoxiao loves them. The little one exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she dove into the pile of toys like a jubilant fledgling. Human infants, it seemed, had an irresistible attraction to toys. The little one was particularly fond of a pair of pink bunny-headed chopsticks, their appearance utterly charming. These were training chopsticks designed for children. Featuring 3 rings, the left ring for the thumb, the right upper for the index finger, and the right lower for the middle finger, facilitating easy handling while also promoting dexterity in small fingers. Just this morning, she had been on the verge of tears over her struggles with a small spoon. Now, these chopsticks were undoubtedly her saving grace. Little Master practiced with these. Yu Qianshu produced a packet of yellow beans from somewhere and poured them into a stone bowl, instructing the little one to transfer them from one bowl to another. This is great. Qianshu is so clever. Xiaoxiao will work hard. The little one gazed at her very own chopsticks, her eyes shining like stars. Without further ado, she rolled up her sleeves and set to work. The chopstick ends were rounded and flat, making it easy to pick up smooth objects like yellow beans. Repeatedly, she transferred beans from one stone bowl to another. 1 bean, 2 beans, 3 or 4 beans. The fire of determination ignited in her bright eyes. It seemed she would not cease until the action was perfected. Yin Yin was so kind to her, she could not let him down. She resolved to surprise him at dinner. With this conviction, Lu Xiaoxiao's speed in picking up beans increased. Mo Yin, observing her earnestness, found it somewhat amusing and allowed her to continue. As long as the little one was happy, that was sufficient. Mo Yin settled beside her, entering a meditative state. The evening's menu featured spirit ginger stir-fried python meat, accompanied by a soup of spirit vegetables and aged python skin, continuing their all-python banquet. Yin Yin, Qianshu, dinner is served. Lu Xiaoxiao earnestly picked up her children's chopsticks, her chubby hands skillfully grasping a piece of python meat. This time, nothing fell. Well done, Mo Yin praised. The first time using chopsticks to pick up meat and achieving such proficiency. Indeed, she was his little spirit companion. The piece of python meat was promptly placed into his bowl. Yin Yin eat. Lu Xiaoxiao beamed, her eyes sparkling with purity. Mo Yin treated her with such kindness. She wished to reciprocate. It turned out that the little one was diligently practicing her chopsticks to serve him. Mo Yin's heart momentarily trembled in surprise. In this world, apart from Lu Xiaoxiao, no one else had ever shown him such genuine affection. He pressed his lips together, silently covering his heart. Was this the warmth of having a home? Montakian smeeded. A heartfelt expression. The teddy bear stared, mouth agape, eyes wide, nearly in disbelief. He smiled. He actually smiled? Even the icy beauty could smile? What magic did the little master possess? The teddy bear reveled in the delightful atmosphere, thoroughly enjoying the heartwarming scene between the faux master and servant. Just days ago, he had restrained himself from indulging in their sweetness, but today, the sugary delight was overwhelming, compelling him to indulge. Suddenly, a piece of meat landed in his bowl, placed there by Lu Xiaoxiao. I have some too, the teddy bear exclaimed in surprise. Bear, eat. Her familiar, adorable smile brought warmth to his heart. The bear had been on night watch every evening. It was tough work, and he needed to eat well. The little master is the most innocent and kind-hearted human child I have ever encountered. The teddy bear's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as he gave thumbs up, his nostrils flaring in appreciation. Witnessing the bond between Mo Yin and the little master filled Yu Qianshu with a mix of envy and sadness. Once, he too had a family, but now, his brother was no longer with him. Just as he wallowed in his melancholy, Lu Xiaoxiao also offered him a piece of meat. Qianshu eat. Qianshu intends to teach her the art of using chopsticks to mend clothes and to prepare meals for everyone, which is quite laborious. Furthermore, she must remember to eat well. Chapter 9. Yin Yan's jealousy. Thank you, little master. Yu Qianshu was taken aback. After all, he was merely a servant. His eyes glistened with a veil of mist. The little master is so kind. Her smile is remarkably healing, dispelling all unhappiness. Mo Yan's smile gradually faded. The teddy bear quickly sensed a chilling aura that felt like a frozen expanse. It seemed to detect a sour odor in the air, leading it to comprehend the unfolding situation. The little master balanced a bowl of water, serving dishes to everyone, which made Mo Yin feel envious. Indeed, a dark voice broke the silence. Little one, you are my spirit pet. I want you to see only me. I forbid you from serving others. Yin Yin? Lu Xiaoxiao appeared bewildered. Why did Yin Yin suddenly become angry when everything seemed fine just moments ago? She tilted her head like a confused fledgling, gazing at Yin Yin with innocent eyes. Mo Yin shot her a glare. How foolish. Do I need to explain this? It is simply because I am the main focus, and they are merely tools. Mo Yin sulked, feeling frustrated. Oh dear, the little dumpling's eyes spun in circles. Her head nearly dizzy, but without Yin Yan's explanation, it was challenging to guess where she had gone wrong. Could it be that her clumsy serving of food embarrassed Yin Yan? It must be so. Alas, if she accidentally dropped the food, not only would it dirty others' clothes, but it would also bring shame to Yin Yan. Oh, how considerate Yin Yan is to remind her in time. Yin Yan, Xiaoxiao understands now. I will strive even harder, the little dumpling declared innocently. At least you are sensible, Mo Yin remarked, finally satisfied, unaware that the little dumpling had interpreted it in an entirely different way. Help! This left Yu Qianshu sitting nearby, feeling as though he might crumble under the pressure. After the meal, Yu Qianshu cleared the dishes and conjured cauldron. He deftly manipulated hand seals, skillfully controlling the flames, as wisps of smoke curled upward from the cauldron. Although nothing had yet emerged, the fragrant aroma of potent elixirs wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. Qianshu was inside. Lu Xiaoxiao inquired, approaching like a curious little kitten, her imaginary tail wagging behind her. Little master, I am refining elixirs for you. Yu Qianshu replied softly. Elixirs? Are they delicious? Lu Xiaoxiao asked with curiosity. Upon hearing the word delicious, Lu Xiaoxiao perked up, realizing that even before they were fully cooked, they smelled delightful, promising to be exquisite treats. She swallowed hard, eager to taste. Lu Xiaoxiao obediently remained by the alchemical furnace, her gaze unwavering. Mo Yin sat at a distance, meditating, his jealousy fueling his vigilance over Yu Qianshu's actions. If this batch of spirit elixirs failed, he would still allow the person to eat. After all, he had his eye on Yu Qianshu's singular skill. Unbeknownst to Yu Qianshu, his life hung by a thread at that moment. Soon, the elixirs were complete. 10 portions of materials perfectly yielded 10 spirit elixirs. With no waste at all, his alchemical prowess was both remarkable and flawless. Montakian was perplexed. As a demonic cultivator, Yu Qianshu should be focusing on improving his dark arts, yet he was mastering orthodox alchemy, which seemed quite strange. Let me see, Mo Yin commanded. Yu Qianshu presented the elixirs. The sight astonished Mo Yin even more. While it was not unusual for a foundational cultivator like Yu Qianshu to create a Pai Gu Dan, as it is the simplest entry-level elixir, the 10 elixirs before him were unexpectedly of the 8th grade. Each elixir gleamed, devoid of impurities, and all toxins had been meticulously eliminated. Yu Qianshu, employing 8th grade alchemical techniques for a Pai Gu Dan is rather extravagant, isn't it? Montakian questioned coldly. Lord Mo Yin, are elixirs below 8th grade even consumable? Yu Qianshu retorted earnestly. This person possesses some merit, Mo Yin mused, raising an eyebrow. So, I'm not the only one who can engage in subtlety. Elixirs below 8th grade are inedible? What nonsense! A 6th grade elixir is enough to incite fierce competition within any sect. Moreover, what set Yu Qianshu apart was his innovative approach. Unlike ordinary alchemists who blindly followed ancestral recipes, he understood the importance of improvement. Tell me, what differentiates these 10 Pai Gu Dan from the ordinary ones? Mo Yin inquired. These are called Tang Dan, a derivative of Pai Gu Dan. I specifically modified the recipe for the little master. They are flavored with the essence of spirit fruits, making them more palatable. The elixirs concentrate the essence of spirit fruits, making their energy and nutrients easier to absorb, and they can satiate hunger for 10 times longer than regular Pai Gu Dan. Given the little master's naturally robust constitution, she requires 10-fold or more spirit energy to grow, making these concentrated Tang Dan perfect for her as snacks, Yu Qianshu explained. Oh, so they are treats for my little spirit pet? In that case, there's no problem, and Mo Yan's demeanor softened. You have done well, even for one's own spirit pet. Snacks should be of the highest quality. How unexpected that Yu Qianshu possesses such understanding. He merits an additional point. Mo Yan's cold gaze swept over Yu Qianshu. An 8th grade alchemist like Yu Qianshu would be revered in any sect. How did he end up in the Tian Mo Hall, reduced to being pursued for a bounty? It seems he has a story to tell. Yu Qianshu's eyes sparkled with delight. He realized that from this moment onward, he had genuinely passed Lord Mo Yan's test and could remain. Yu Qianshu conjured a crystal vial shaped like an apple, placing the Tang Dan inside. The glistening red Tang Dan were visible through the translucent bottle, resembling a charming red apple from afar. He approached the little dumpling, gracefully squatting down to meet her gaze at eye level, and sincerely presented it, saying, "Little master, this is a small gift for you." "Thank you, Qianshu." Xiaoxiao, already tempted, swallowed hard. With her chubby hand, she retrieved one, popping it in her mouth and chewing. Her eyes instantly sparkled like little stars. As the sweet tang Dan melted in her mouth, a refreshing fruity fragrance glided smoothly down her throat, filling her with a blissful sensation akin to lying on clouds made of cotton candy. Her little belly felt warm and satisfied. Delicious. It's just like the fruits Yin picked. The little dumpling exclaimed excitedly. Having consumed just one, Xiaoxiao found it hard to part with the remaining 9, cherishing them close to her heart. With only 10 in total, and having already eaten one, she felt the need to conserve them. After all, Yan's fruits were not easily obtained, and neither were Qianshu's elixirs. Montakian Ponda Tukfuli. With these tang dawn at hand, it seemed the plan to leave the hungry ghost forest could be expedited, alleviating concerns about finding food along the way to prevent the little one from going hungry. Chapter 10. Yu Qianshu's spiritual plants on a moonlit night. As Xiaoxiao slumbered in her cozy nest, she observed Yu Qianshu quietly rise, taking out a tray of flowers to place beneath the moonlight. He sat silently, gazing at the flowers in a daze. Qianshu cooks such delicious meals and makes such delightful sweets. His spiritual plants must be exceptional too. Xiaoxiao's curiosity was piqued. Sleep was no longer an option. She stealthily crept over like a little cat, sitting beside Yu Qianshu. He was not overly surprised. He had long noticed the little dumpling's feline behavior. The flower pot contained a young seedling, yet had not blossomed into anything remarkable. It bore only 2 slender leaves, one of which had withered while the other was on the verge of succumbing. "Qianshu, is the seedling sick?" a delicate, sweet voice inquired. "Yes." Yu Qianshu lowered his gaze. Having gained Lord Mo Yan's approval and the opportunity to remain, he dared to showcase the spiritual plant under the moonlight. "Is the little seedling important to you, Qianshu?" Xiaoxiao sensed an inexplicable intuition. "Recently, I have been pursued by various sects, and I have failed to care for it properly. When the last leaf falls, it will wither away. How pitiful! If it withers, then Qianshu will not be able to see his elder brother." For some reason, a voice within Xiaoxiao urged her to save the little sprout. Is there still hope for it? Unless it can absorb enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Yu Qianshu made a hand gesture, creating a gathering formation in the flower pot. Spiritual energy, like fireflies, began to drift toward the formation. However, they timidly circled outside, afraid to enter. Deprived of this nurturing energy, the little sprout grew even weaker. "Stop wasting your efforts. You spirit plant does not belong to this world." Moi suddenly spoke, having kept his eyes closed. "Yan, do you know the origins of the little sprout?" The little round one asked with wide eyes. Moi coldly replied, "The Bienhu from the ghost realm. It is best if you keep your distance. The blooms along the path to the ghost realm, guiding souls. Can Yin save it?" The little round one's glistening eyes brimmed with hope. The inner voice urged her again, "Hurry and save the little sprout." Moi grew displeased. So foolish. Completely missing the point of my words. Keeping your distance does not equate to saving it. The little round one focused her gaze, and indeed, noticed the little sprout faintly emitting a dark aura. Is this the sinister aura? Oh no. The little sprout is so miserable, rejected by the local spiritual energy, she pouted. Being a stranger in a foreign land, she felt sympathy for the little sprout. Hearing their conversation, Yu Qianshu's eyes turned red. He was already quite frail, and now with the urge to cry, he appeared even more pitiful, evoking an instinctive desire to protect him. The delicious dinner lingered on his palate, and the sweet sugar pills were still tucked in his pocket. What to do? He treated her so well. She did not want to see him cry. Can spiritual energy transform into light? Her healing light is also light. Can it save the little sprout? Qianshu, don't cry. Crying is not pretty. I will save the little sprout. With a thought, a beam of light descended from her small, chubby hands, like a gentle spring rain, purifying the little sprout's sinister aura. When the last leaf proudly lifted its head, it shed its weary, withered yellow and donned a vibrant green attire, sprouting a new bud. The bud grew toward the light emanating from the little round one, as if to express gratitude to the warm little sun. Spiritual energy, come quickly. From now on, do not bully the little sprout. Xiaoxiao called out to the air in her cute voice. Was she commanding the spiritual energy? Moi wiped his forehead, feeling a bit exasperated. The childish behavior of this human child was both foolish and endearing. Yet, she was not the heavenly path. Why should the spiritual energy heed her command? Let her have her fun. He would not take responsibility if she ended up crying later. However, the slap in the face came swiftly. The spiritual energy seemed to understand the little round 1's words, instantly converging toward the little sprout, transforming into twinkling starlight that showered upon it. Under the moonlight, the little sprout glowed a radiant green. Ha! The little round one proudly placed her hands on her hips. Ever since she rescued Yin Yin last time, the spiritual energy had become more obedient. Moi was internally astonished. Could it be the spiritual energy actually listens to her? It seems this little one is quite remarkable. Wonderful. Qianshu, quickly look. The little sprout has become beautiful. The spiritual energy loves it and is playing with it. Lu Xiaoxiao clapped her small hands in delight. Little master. Thank you. With a loud thud, Yu Qianshu suddenly knelt before the little round one. The force of his kneel seemed to make his knees feel like they were not his own. Lu Xiaoxiao watched in pain. Get up quickly. Her short arms could not lift him. Though he looked thin, why was he so heavy? Yu Qianshu wiped his tears and choked out. Well, my brother is not around. This pot of flowers is my only solace. The kindness of the little master I can never repay in this life. From now on, my life belongs to the little master. Previously, he had sought refuge to survive. Now, he possessed a loyal heart of servitude. I do not want Qianshu's life. The little round one cried out in distress. If you do not get up, I will cry with you. She was truly anxious, having never witnessed such a scene. She thought that by saving the little sprout, Qianshu would not cry. But instead, he cried even harder while still kneeling. How unfair. The tears of a human child flowed freely. Moi coldly remarked, You Qianshu, you have quite the audacity to make my little spirit pet cry. It seems you no longer deserve to live. When the dragon became angry, the consequences were severe. Moi, I am sorry. I will not do this again. Yu Qianshu pleaded. Lu Xiaoxiao was left speechless. Wow, Yin truly knows how to comfort others. She gave Yin a thumbs up. Once Yin intervened, the tears ceased immediately. Sigh. After all her efforts, she was not as effective as a single word from Yin Yin. Yin Yin was truly amazing. She gazed at Yin Yin with starry eyes full of admiration. The onlookers, the teddy bear, wiped his sweat, commenting in disbelief. Is that called comfort? Little master, I will make many sweet sugar pills for you in the future. Yu Qianshu's smile shone like a rainbow after a storm. It seemed that Tian Mo Dian was indeed suited for him. Chapter 11. The little one has new clothes. The next day, the diligent Yu Qianshu rose early, taking up thread to sew diligently. The garment began to take shape. Mo inquired, how long until completion? The little one could only bid farewell to cave dwelling once she donned her new outfit. Mo despised Yu Qianshu's smile. He smiled too often, consistently drawing the little one's attention. Humans tend to pay special attention to things they lack. Our noble Moi was no exception. You must be more diligent. If it were not for my disdain for the city, you would not be tasked with this, Moi remarked. How do the female demon cultivators of Tian Mo Dian dress? Yu Qianshu's memory conjured an image of grace and beauty, a fashionable and stylish fairy. Moi's imagined depiction was one that seduced men with minimal fabric. No way, Moi exclaimed. That would ruin the pure and adorable image of my little spirit pet. Who would have thought Yu Qianshu was of such a character? Angrily, he coldly warned Yu Qianshu, if I am not satisfied, you will wear it yourself and not be allowed to change it for a year. Hey, Yu Qianshu never imagined that Moi would resort to such threats. How terrifying. His face instantly turned as red as a ripe shrimp, feeling utterly embarrassed. The teddy bear relished the drama. Oh dear, poor little tree. Once again, facing Moi's wrath. How unfortunate. This brother was no longer reliable. The embarrassed and angry Yu Qianshu shot a white-eyed glance at the teddy bear. Speaking of which, why does Moi always seem to make things difficult for the little tree? It seemed ever since the target of his fiery attacks shifted to the little tree, the risk of him being caught up in the drama had significantly decreased. With that thought, the teddy bear grinned slyly. Merciful heavens, may Moi continue to give little tree a hard time. Lu Xiaoxiao stood at the cave's entrance, peeking her round little head out like a curious rabbit, gazing at the outside world. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. How beautiful! Ever since she traversed to this world, she had been living in the cave. Alas, it was a pity that Yin Yin did not allow her to go outside. Her head was close to sprouting little mushrooms. Do you want to go out? Moi had appeared beside her without her noticing. She rubbed against Moi's foot, looking up with sparkling eyes. In Moi's view, a tiny, adorable beggar cat clung to his feet, even mistaking her words for meows. He clutched his racing heart. Despite his hatred for humans, he found her quite endearing. He could not help but mock himself. At such a young age, wanting to raise a little spirit pet, and dreaming of wandering the world with her? Look, isn't she simply adorable? He could not contain himself, gently rubbing her round cheeks, and feigned calmness as he said, "Tomorrow I shall take you for a stroll. By then, your new attire will be ready, so do dress up nicely." "All right, Yin Yin, it's settled then," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, joyfully running a few circles within the cave. While awaiting her new dress, Lu Xiaoxiao busied herself exploring the toy that Mo Yin had gifted her. Among them, there was a uniquely shaped Rubik's Cube. Strikingly asymmetrical with a mirror-like surface, each facet engraved with different forms of a red dragon. This was a derivative of the standard three-layered cube. In her previous life, Lu Xiaoxiao had been quite adept at solving such puzzles. For someone who could restore a three-layered cube, tackling this one posed no challenge. Although her chubby little hands moved clumsily, they adhered to specific formulas rather than aimless turns. Before long, her eyes sparkled as the peculiar cube was restored. "Our little master is truly remarkable." The teddy bear clapped its paws in admiration, for with its intellect, it could never manage to solve such a cube. Just then, a sound emanated from the cube, and to her astonishment, it revealed a hidden compartment containing a glowing golden key. Mo Yin paused momentarily. Having perceived the cube as a mystical artifact adorned with the upper realm's red dragon, he found it intriguing, never expecting it to conceal such wonders. The teddy bear marveled. "Is our little master's fortune truly extraordinary? To play with a Rubik's Cube and unlock a golden key. Yin Yin, what is this?" The little one expressed disinterest in the key, as it was inedible. Had it produced a piece of candy, perhaps she would have been thrilled. Mo Yin examined the golden key with care, remarking, "It is inscribed with intricate formations. It appears to be intended for unsealing some kind of enchantment." "Lord Mo Yin, could it possibly be the key to a treasure? Let us embark on a treasure hunt," the teddy bear exclaimed with enthusiasm. Finding each day as a bear guardian rather dull. "Boredom does not pique my interest," Mo Yin firmly dismissed. "Who knows where the seal lies? What resides within could be treasure or a curse." The teddy bear felt disheartened, muttering under its breath, "Lord Mo Yin is so young, yet devoid of any adventurous spirit." Mo Yin retorted, "Is a youthful old soul not permissible?" As they sewed, Yu Qianshu chuckled softly. To be fair, if it were indeed a key to treasure, the owner would surely guard it fiercely. It would hardly appear in a mere trinket. "Oh, indeed," the teddy bear realized belatedly. Yu Qianshu was quite astute. Mo Yin held no fondness for the golden key either. The creator of the key had cleverly concealed it within a child's toy, leaving it in an obscure little town, seemingly awaiting someone to unlock its potential. Recently, rumors had circulated in the town regarding the emergence of treasures from the hungry ghost forest. Could this be related to the golden key? Mo Yin fell into contemplation. The little one remained obediently silent, her disinterest in treasures evident. She only cared about whether she could savor delicious food each day. The following day, Lu Xiaoxiao's new attire was completed. Atop an apricot yellow, a skirt in pink, and a moon-white gauze, making a total of 3 pieces. Knowing Lu Xiaoxiao adored small animals, Yu Qianshu had specially embroidered a delightful rabbit and some floral lace onto the skirt. When Lu Xiaoxiao donned her new clothes, tying a water blue ribbon, Yu Qianshu styled 2 charming little buns in her hair. Gazing into the water's reflection, she saw a delicate little princess, adorned in pink, resembling a jade sculpture. "Wow, is this truly me?" Having never adorned herself in her previous life, she could hardly recognize herself. "Yin Yin, the dress is beautiful. I love it. Thank you. Yin Yin, thank you." "Qianshu." Lu Xiaoxiao twirled joyfully, her skirt blooming like a little peach blossom in spring. Mo Yin felt an immense sense of pride. "Look, even the celestial beings of the upper realm cannot match the beauty of my little spirit pet." Just as he was lost in thought, a chubby little hand tugged at the hem of his garment. "Yin Yin, can we go to play?" Her cheerful voice rang with exuberance. Mo Yin had made a promise. With the outfit ready, they would set forth. He lifted her little hand tenderly, holding it within his palm, and gently declared, "Let us go." Sensing Lord Mo Yan's satisfaction, Yu Qianshu secretly sighed in relief. In Chapter 12, A peculiar scene unfolds with the four companions. Mo Yin swiftly gathered all the stone tools. For these days had been the happiest of his life. He wished to keep these treasures for himself. As a servant, Yu Qianshu followed closely behind, his slight frame resembling that of a small scholar, cradling a pot of spirit plants, to enable the plant to absorb more earthly, spiritual energy and grow swiftly. He truly worked against the clock. Let us depart. The four companions, a curious ensemble, walked through the vibrant and bizarre forest. Xiaoxiao occasionally teased the peculiar spirit plants, plunged into the riotous sea of flowers, or chased after fluttering butterflies. Even encountering a tiny anteater elicited her delightful squeals. Yin Yin, thank you. The little one beamed with joy. She was grateful to Yin Yin for allowing her to witness such beautiful scenery. In her previous life, all species in her homeland had vanished. The vibrant springtime before her, teeming with life, was a dream for many. Xiaoxiao felt deeply moved. What thanks? The forest was not conjured by me, Mo Yin retorted with a hint of irritation. Was this little spirit pet, raised in isolation from the world, now curious and innocent, merely due to being released by a soft-hearted master? No, he had not committed such a fault nor bore the blame. Was the upper realm unkind to her? Anyone who dared to harm the little one, even from the upper realm, would be deemed his enemy. Xiaoxiao remained unaware that Mo Yan's unconscious intent would later manifest in actions, turning the upper realm upside down for her sake. She chased after a little rabbit, running and running, only for it to disappear before her. Ahead stood a spirit tree, adorned with a bright red fruit, resembling a lantern. It emanated an enticing fragrance. This was the spirit snake fruit, known for its ability to restore youth and enhance beauty. It was highly sought after by female cultivators and those seeking to restore their appearances. 100 years would yield only one fruit. As a mere human child, the little one clearly had no need for the fruit's rejuvenating properties. Realizing this, Mo Yin chose to disregard it. Yet Xiaoxiao dashed over, eager to taste it. Gazing at the large spirit snake fruit, she swallowed hard. She was quite the foodie. She stretched her chubby little hands and tiptoed, yet still could not reach it. It was not that the tree was too tall, but rather that she was too small. Her big, watery eyes brimmed with disappointment. Alas, it seems the delicious fruit is beyond my reach. Just then, she felt herself lifted into the air. Mo Yin, without uttering a word, had raised her high. Now, she sat securely on his shoulder. Wow, is this Yin Yin's perspective? So high and expansive. Go ahead and pluck it. Mo Yin maintained his indifferent tone, leaning towards the spirit snake fruit. Almost effortlessly, the little one could reach out her small hand to grasp the fruit. Mo Yin, a dragon who appeared stern yet had a tender heart, could not bear to see her distressed. How else could he demonstrate his affection? What a harmonious scene this was. Had Lord Mo Yin inadvertently opened another switch, allowing the little master to ride on his back without admitting that he treated her like his own child? The teddy bear lamented. At that moment, a golden spirit snake emerged from the treetops, its body as wide as a bowl, flicking its dangerous tongue. A demon beast of the golden core stage. Take another step forward, and I shall devour you. The golden spirit snake hissed in anger. Typically, spiritual items were guarded by spirit beasts, and the spirit snake fruit was no exception. Having once been ensnared by a spirit python, Xiaoxiao harbored a psychological aversion to snakes. Yin Yin, I'm scared. The little one clung to Mo Yan's head, trembling like a frightened animal. Dare to threaten my spirit pet? Snake, do you wish to perish? Mo Yan's interest waned, his displeasure palpable. Intimidating her? Do you require my consent? The golden spirit snake retorted insolently, sizing up the trio before it. Isn't it just a pretty boy and a little girl? And a quiet little boy behind with the flower pot. He must be the servant? The golden spirit snake regarded the three individuals with utter disdain, laughing boisterously. What do we have here? A few little lords and ladies accompanied by a mere scholar? Such children. They appear so fresh and tender. They must be quite delectable. Ha ha ha. Uncle Snake shall let you little ones open your eyes and witness the perils of the world. The teddy bear desperately blinked at the golden spirit snake, filled with anxiety. It was unexpected for it to encounter an old acquaintance on its first outing with its young master. Whenever it desired to savor the honey of the demon bees, this snake brother was always there to lend a helping hand. Conversely, when a snake sought the eggs of bird demons, it was the bear that offered its meager assistance. The two, a bear and a snake, were indeed kindred spirits. Regrettably, Despite the snake's formidable cultivation, its intellect paled in comparison to the bear's, failing to recognize the immense power of Mo Yin and the young master. The teddy bear blinked until its eyes grew weary, finally capturing the attention of the golden spirit snake. Brother Bear, how is it that you, once so formidable, have now fallen to being a mere plaything for human children? The golden spirit snake exclaimed in surprise. Snake brother, do not ask. Quick, apologize to the two little deities, lest it be too late. I fear you may become a snake stew, the teddy bear implored nervously, prompted by the teddy bear's warning. The golden spirit snake took a closer look at Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao. The sight was quite terrifying. The youth emanated a dragon's aura. Dragons are ancient spirit beasts, although Mo Yin's cultivation did not surpass that of the golden spirit snake. The fear and reverence that lower realm spirit beasts held for dragons were ingrained in their very blood. The human child, appearing as a mere plump dumpling, radiated an unyielding vitality, a sensation of coexistence with the light. Could they perhaps be significant figures from the upper realm, disguising themselves as children to deceive others? Was it truly the case that the upper realm had become so reckless? Even that diminutive scholar, seemingly frail, exuded an unfathomable depth. The golden spirit snake, terrified, fell from a tree with a thud. How painful! No wonder Brother Bear was willing to be a human child's toy. Associating with figures of such stature from the upper realm, one could undoubtedly glean a fragment of heavenly fate, making ascension to immortality a tangible dream. Truly, Brother Bear had found such a powerful cultivator, yet why did he not share this fortune with himself, leading to such a considerable blunder? After grumbling about the teddy bear, the golden spirit snake curved its body and knelt in a gesture of reverence. Great Dragon Lord, Divine Lady, I apologize. It was my folly to offend you. Please forgive me. I am willing from this day forth to serve you alongside Brother Bear, and as a token of sincerity, I offer the spirit fruit I have guarded for a century. As the golden spirit snake spoke, it desperately signaled to the teddy bear for assistance. The teddy bear immediately understood and, with a nervous smile, said, That esteemed Mo Yin, my brother snake, is a dear friend of mine. Could you perhaps show him some leniency this time? You've been feasting on snake meat daily. Perhaps it is time to change your palate. Upon hearing this, the golden spirit snake trembled as if struck by lightning, its spine chilled. What? The great dragon lord enjoys snake meat and has been consuming it frequently? Oh dear brother, were you being deliberate? It felt as though, with your reminder, the great dragon lord might truly turn it into a stew. Chapter 13. The little one encounters a malevolent uncle. Scram, Mo Yin said coolly, unperturbed by the golden spirit snake's threats or its submission. He didn't even spare a glance, ignoring it was the greatest insult. Hiss, the snake was heartbroken. Its cultivation clearly surpassed that of Brother Bear. Yet, despite their shared submission, why was Brother Bear the cherished one while it was overlooked? The golden spirit snake retreated, lurking in the shadows, its small, bean-like eyes enviously observing the teddy bear. It felt a deep sorrow. The snake had departed. At last, it could pick the fruit. Stop! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the mountains, scattering the birds. Oh dear, what now? The little round figure froze in fear. Her chubby hands momentarily halted. She was of a timid disposition, shrinking into a small ball at the slightest commotion, akin to a frightened little creature. Mo Yin furrowed his brow, wondering which fool had dared to challenge him. A man and a woman emerged amidst a throng of onlookers. This spirit fruit belongs to this fairy. You cannot pluck it. The fairy discovered the fruit days ago when it was not yet ripe. We have been guarding it for her. The man growled menacingly. But just a moment ago, there was only the snake. Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her round face flushed with indignation. You claim to have guarded it for days. Why do we not see you then? She was adamant. Had they been standing there all along, she certainly would not have dared to approach and pick it. She was not an unreasonable child, at most. She would have gazed longingly from a distance. Do not underestimate her. She was quite clever. I am Wu Yi of the Jiuyang Palace, little girl. You are opposing us, and in the Tianyu realm, you shall find no place to stand. Wu Yi declared arrogantly. Indeed, recognize your position and step aside. Do not obstruct, Wu Xixiao. A man behind him echoed. The righteous sects of the Tianyu realm were divided into 3 sects, for halls, 5 gates, and 6 palaces, with the Jiuyang Palace holding a prominent name, explaining their arrogance. Wu Yi merely sought to intimidate them with his status. However, Lu Xiaoxiao filtered out the name Jiuyang Palace entirely, She was genuinely unaware. Bad uncle, you only emerged to snatch the fruit after seeing the snake leave, right? Humph, the little round figure, fuming, bore a righteous expression, resembling a rose unafraid of robbers. Oh, Wuyi's face turned slightly red from being exposed. Yet, he was vexed that this child referred to him as uncle instead of brother. He was clearly a dashing young man. Yet here he was being addressed as an elder. Initially, Imoyen considered this group no more than bothersome flies buzzing in his ears, finding their noise irritating and not paying heed to their words. He was about to swat them away when the name Jiuyang Palace reached his ears. Jiuyang Palace, you say? Mo Yan's lips curled into a dangerously delightful smile. He would never forget that on the day of the dragon-slaying feast, there had been individuals from the Jiuyang Palace present. This fairy sister is here to steal the fruit. Not to be a good sister. Wait a moment. Why did her little movements seem so familiar? Ah, she recognized her. Wasn't she the bad sister? Xiaoxiao felt her temper rising again, her cute little voice angrily chastising. Bad sister, stealing the fruit is shameful. The woman in white visibly shuddered. How did you recognize me? I am masked. Xiaoji Luo coldly huffed in frustration. Mo Yin remarked, I can smell it. The stench of cheap cosmetics. How dare this woman flaunt herself before me? Does she think I will be duped into accepting spirit stones from her? Spirit stones were rather enticing. Xiaoxiao anxiously turned to Yu Qianshu. Qianshu, shouldn't we run? The bad sister wants to catch you and exchange you for money. Yu Qianshu stood calmly, smiling as she winked at the little round figure. In Lu Xiaoxiao's mind, she heard Yu Qianshu's voice. Do not worry, little master. I used a disguise technique. She cannot recognize me. The little round figure glanced at Xiaoji Luo, and seeing that she was indeed oblivious to Yu Qianshu, she felt reassured. The disguise technique was truly an impressive skill. Having witnessed the benefits of such versatility, she began to admire Qianshu even more. What bad sister? This lady is the enchanting Ji Luo fairy. Wuyi Belovit Angridi. The teddy bear recalled how that woman had been beaten into a pulp by the little master. Clearly, this person's eyes were not to be trusted. Enchanting Ji Luo? Ha ha! The bear laughed uproariously. Who knew that laughing too loudly would lead to anger? The teddy bear's laughter made Xiao Ji Luo feel a pang of guilt. Wu Yi, cherishing his beautiful companion, glared at the round figure and scolded, You insolent little brat. How dare you disrespect the fairy? Hand over your spirit pet and apologize to the fairy. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Why should I? She's a bad sister. I did not speak falsely. Lu Xiaoxiao's innocent eyes widened in disbelief. Had she not broken through the illusion and let the snake bite, and now sought to snatch the fruit from her? Was she not truly wicked? Beneath her veil, Xiaoji Luo gritted her teeth in fury. The humiliation of being struck by the little round figure was something that no elixir could remedy. After all, appearance is everything. She must restore her beauty. Having finally found a precious beauty-enhancing fruit, she was thwarted by the golden snake demon. While she was capable of taming the spirit python, she could not subdue this snake. Her only option was to ally with Wu Yi. In the latter stages of his foundational cultivation, Wu Yi found himself enamored with one of his admirers, proving to be more reliable than the missing Lin Zhou. Xiaoji Luo was acutely aware that Wu Yi was merely captivated by her beauty. Thus, she made a concerted effort to conceal her face from him, fearing that this useful pawn would be frightened away. Little did she expect that after several days of patient waiting, the serpent remained unmoved, only to slink away mysteriously upon the arrival of Mo Yin and his companions. Believing the opportunity had finally arrived, she urged Wu Yi to seize the spiritual fruit. Fairy Xiao, I, Wu, shall certainly procure the spiritual fruit for you. Those who are disrespectful to you shall face my wrath, Wu Yi declared with deep affection, seeking to comfort Xiaoji Luo. Thank you for your concern, Taoist Wu. She replied in a tone laced with feigned vulnerability. Such insincere words only served to deepen Wu Yi's infatuation. Eager to impress the fairy, he even targeted a child in his reckless fervor, darting forward to strike at the small figure on Mo Yan's back. Startled by the oncoming gust of wind, Lu Xiaoxiao clung to her head, retreating behind Yin Yin. Wu, that uncle is naughty. Mo Yin remained unfazed, effortlessly evading the attack, leaving Wu Yi unable to even graze his clothing. Yu Qianshu observed calmly, appearing unconcerned for the safety of Mo Yin and the small child. Wu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Mo Yin seemed weaker than himself, yet evaded so swiftly. It must have been mere coincidence. Mo Yin gently lifted Lu Xiaoxiao from his shoulder, cradling her in his arm. Lu Xiaoxiao looked up, her innocent voice tinged with regret. Yin Yin, did I cause you trouble? She had only wished for a single fruit, never anticipating a scuffle. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao's innocent eyes, Mo Yin patted her head and replied, It's nothing. You must know that no one in this world is entitled to bully you except for me. Oh, Lu Xiaoxiao, in blind admiration of Yin Yin, nodded enthusiastically, Yin Yin is always right. Chapter 14. Learning from Yin Yan's art of speech. Yin Yin. The bad sister has found a more formidable bad uncle to assist her. I also want to help. Lu Xiaoxiao peered down her tiny fists, tilting her head with innocence as she boldly proclaimed, Yin Yin, I wonder if I can punch the bad uncle and make him spin around a few times? Mo Yin found her childish antics amusing. Did this little one truly wish to join the fray? She was quite lively. Little one, you must be cautious. During dangerous times, stay behind me. No matter how fierce the storms outside, I will shield you. Mo Yin spoke softly. When his tone turned tender, even the air felt sweet. Though his words were not directed at the teddy bear, it too appeared enraptured by his eloquence. Wow, Lord Mo Yin is truly skillful. The teddy bear thought, utterly impressed by his rhetoric. Simply superb. Heavens, Wu Yi was flabbergasted. What had he just heard from Mo Yin? The pinnacle of flirtation? If he could master such words, how could he fail to win over the fairy? Xiaoji Luo felt as if she had bitten into a lemon, overwhelmed by jealousy. She loathed that the most handsome man did not stand by her side. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoxiao, she had become the object of envy and resentment from the bad sister. Ah, could it be that Yin Yin is about to take action? Yin Yin, you must give it your all. Lu Xiaoxiao raised her tiny fist, sincerely cheering for Yin Yin while glaring at Wu Yi with indignation. Bad uncle. Yin will represent the moon and eliminate you. She punctuated her words with exaggerated pauses, making a peculiar gesture with her hands. Mo Yin found her reaction utterly adorable. Her earnestness was delightful. After her encouragement, Lu Xiaoxiao nestled into Mo Yin's embrace, where she could admire his chiseled jawline. He truly was a top-tier handsome man. Her cheeks flushed, she instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth, nearly spilling tears of excitement. Fortunately, Yin Yin did not notice, or it would have been too embarrassing. Do you claim the spiritual fruit belongs to this woman? Has the guardian beast of the spiritual fruit given its consent? Mo Yin's gaze turned icy as it landed on Wu Yi. The golden spiritual serpent, hidden nearby, felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping in joy. Those words were clearly intended for it. What a relief it had not strayed too far, as an opportunity to impress Mo Yin had finally arrived. Wu Yi, believing Mo Yin was merely using the golden serpent to intimidate him, paid it no heed. As Mo Yin stepped aside, he brazenly reached for the spiritual fruit. Just as his hand came close to the fruit, the golden serpent lunged forth, aiming to bite Wu Yi's hand. Dare to offend the great dragon lord and the divine lady? You ignorant humans shall become my dinner. The serpent hissed with authority, a declaration meant for the two celestial beings. Wu Yi recoiled in fear, withdrawing his hand hastily. Had he been a moment slower, he would have lost his hand. In the face of the golden serpent, he was as insignificant as an ant. What could Wu Yi do? He turned and fled. Upon witnessing Wu Yi's retreat, the others scattered like frightened birds. The golden serpent pursued relentlessly, thousands of smaller serpents emerging from all directions, encircling Wu Yi and his companions. The golden serpent was the king of the forest snakes, and under its command, the serpent swarm was unleashed. Mo Yin coldly observed the chaos as the disciples of Jiuyang Palace fled in panic. He found these filthy humans beneath his notice, not wishing to sully his hands dealing with them. Yin Yin, I'm scared. Faced with a multitude of serpents, Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, her expression reflecting sheer terror. She remained frozen in Mo Yin's embrace, paralyzed with fear. While she was unafraid of the bad uncle, she was terrified of snakes. One golden serpent was daunting enough. How could she cope with so many? She had not mentally prepared herself for this. Do not fear. Mo Yin suddenly found Lu Xiaoxiao's frightened demeanor endearing and somewhat entertaining. It satisfied his desires as a powerful cultivator. He thought, how delightful it would be to keep her close, eliciting reactions from her whenever he wished. Instinctively, he tightened his hold on her. However, realizing the impending scene might be inappropriate for a child, he gently covered her eyes. The world outside was chaotic, but she saw nothing, like a fledgling nestled warmly in Mo Yin's embrace. A scream pierced the air as the golden serpent devoured the last person in the group. The unfortunate soul's form was visibly outlined in the serpent's belly, struggling momentarily before becoming lifeless, quickly digested until the serpent's body returned to its smooth shape. Mo Yin observed the scene with indifference. They deserved their fate. The golden serpent's next target was Xiaoxiao, who stumbled in panic. A stone tripped her, and she cried out to Wu Yi for help. Taoist Wu, save me. You pig. He cursed. Is this not more horrifying than the ugly serpent demon? I cannot believe I angered the golden serpent just to please you, Xiao. I even considered becoming your partner? Have I truly lost my senses? You are far too hideous to expect my assistance. No, Taoist Wu, you cannot treat me this way. Xiaoji Luo wept in humiliation and anger. In a moment of crisis, none of the men could be relied upon. They all abandoned her. She shot a resentful glare at Mo Yin, blaming him for this predicament. Along with that wild child. Hiss! The golden serpent devoured her whole. Mo Yin felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. This serpent truly was indiscriminate in its hunger. Astonishingly, the golden serpent soon turned green, appearing unwell, then belched, regurgitating the living Xiaoji Luo. At that moment, the serpent felt ill, lamenting the offensive scent of the cosmetics she had applied. How foul! It hissed, extending its tongue in distress, feeling utterly disfigured. Ah, my skin! My radiant complexion! She ran frantically into the depths of the forest, screaming in terror. The Huangjin Lingxi did not pursue her, but instead focused its gaze on the disciples of Jiang Palace. Wu Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He swiftly conjured a lightning talisman, creating a breach in the serpent swarm to escape, and instantly utilized a burrowing talisman to flee several miles away. In his desperate bid for survival, he had no time to consider the safety of his fellow disciples. Once he reached a secure location and accounted for their numbers, he discovered that 3 had perished in this battle. It is worth noting that his team comprised only 10 members in total. How could he possibly report this to the sect? Why did the Huangjin Lingxi yield the moment the 4 of them arrived? Why did it attack him again when he approached? Could they have possessed treasures that restrained the serpent demons? Wu Yi seethed with resentment, vowing to make them repay his losses. Chapter 15. The little master is a mighty lowly Mo Yin released her grip. Lu Xiaoxiao could see again. At this moment, the serpent swarm had dispersed, and the disciples of Jiang Palace had vanished. The fierce battle that had just occurred left no trace, and the beautiful forest returned to its tranquil state. Mo Yin plucked a Lingxi fruit for the little dumpling, and this time, no one intervened. Wow, thank you, Yin Yin. Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, clutching the spirit fruit as if she were a squirrel hoarding food, her eyes sparkling like stars, bouncing animatedly in front of Mo Yin. Suddenly, she paused, realizing that the Lingxi fruit was a delicious treat meant to be shared with everyone. However, there was only one fruit. What to do? Yin Yin, let's eat together. She raised the fruit, which was as large as a melon, high above her head. From Mo Yin's perspective, the little one was completely obscured by the Lingxi fruit. Why does she look so adorable even when I can't see her? Montakian wondered, startled by his own affectionate bias towards his spirit pet. No, Mo Yin coldly refused. He had no fondness for the spirit fruit, and sharing it mouth to mouth was far too unhygienic. No matter how cute a human child was, who would want to consume her saliva? He was a dragon with a penchant for cleanliness. The little one's instinct to share the fruit was indeed heartwarming, a sign that she was growing closer to him. At that moment, Mo Yin experienced a sense of accomplishment in nurturing his little spirit pet. However, his pride was swiftly shattered like fragile glass. Alas, Yin Yin won't eat it. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of disappointment. But there is still Teddy Bear and Qianshu. She called out, Bear, Qianshu, come eat the fruit. Lu Xiaoxiao once more hoisted the delectable spirit fruit high, this time towards Teddy Bear and Yu Qianshu. Heavens! Teddy Bear and Yu Qianshu were drenched in cold sweat. Utterly terrified. Was this spirit fruit meant for them? It was clearly a lightning bolt. Lord Mo Yin was reluctant to eat it. How could they dare? Did they not see the storm clouds gathering on Lord Mo Yin's face? Lightning could spell disaster. No, I'm not hungry. I'm on a diet. Little master, you eat it. They stammered, desperately trying to distance themselves from a perceived threat. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? All right, I remember now. I need to refine pills. The two huddled together, their movements synchronized for the first time, their feet smoking as they transformed into a gust of wind, retreating dozens of meters as if the Lingxi fruit were some ancient beast. Lu Xiaoxiao, left behind with a bewildered expression, had merely intended to spread joy, believing that sharing happiness was better than solitary enjoyment. It seemed that the sorrows and joys of humans were indeed not mutually understood. If you won't eat it, then the Lingxi fruit is mine, Lu Xiaoxiao declared with a naive smile. Yes, it belongs to the little master, Teddy Bear, and you, Qianshu chorused from a distance. Nodding vigorously, Lu Xiaoxiao, cradling the enormous Lingxi fruit, sat beneath a tree, joyfully gnawing at it like a little squirrel. Within moments, the fruit, larger than her small head, was reduced to just a pit. I'm full, she proclaimed, patting her round belly and letting out a burp. After digesting the essence of the Lingxi fruit, her round face glowed with a rosy hue, appearing even more vibrant. Hidden in the distant thicket, Wu Yi was seething with rage. The Lingxi fruit was a delicacy that could rejuvenate those in their twilight years, worth at least 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Now it was being consumed by a mere child as if it were baby skincare fruit. Was this not a waste? Furthermore, how could such a large fruit be finished by such a small girl? Was she a monster? This little girl was undoubtedly peculiar. In another corner, after driving away the Jiang Palace disciples, the Huangjin Lingxi, seeing that Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao had no intention of letting it stay, had no choice but to sulk back into the shadows. Sai, witnessing its good brother Teddy Bear successfully infiltrate the celestial circle, filled it with envy. Seizing an opportunity, it caught Teddy Bear. Brother, please tell me how I can gain the approval of the two little deities. The Huangjin Lingxi earnestly sought advice. What can I do to please the goddess? It inquired, genuinely perplexed. The little master loves cute and adorable things, as well as candy. I amass my fortune by being cute. Little Qianshu uses candy to charm her. These are practical tips. As long as you cater to her preferences, I assure you, success is guaranteed. Teddy Bear patted its chest. Brother, thank you so much. I will give a try. The Huangjin Lingxi felt elated, believing it had found a secret. Cute and candy? If either one works, then if I combine both elements, won't my chances of success be 100%? The Huangjin Lingxi's imagination soared, and it soon devised a clever plan. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao resting under a tree after devouring the fruit, the Huangjin Lingxi stealthily slithered closer. Thump, thump, thump. It created its own entrance sound effect. Goddess, please allow me to perform for you. With that, it flattened its serpentine body, coiling into one circle, then two, and three, with its tail stretched straight beneath the loops like a small stick. Goddess, do I not resemble a mango-flavored lollipop? The Huangjin Lingxi blinked, believing itself to be utterly adorable. Teddy Bear, filled with excitement, cheered on. Brother, you can do it. Ah! Lu Xiaoxiao let out a high-pitched shriek, then froze in shock. Her poor little face turned pale. Her round eyes rolled back, tears glistening. Woo-woo, the serpent has turned in so many circles. It's so scary. And it tricked me into thinking it's a lollipop? How wicked. Fuming, she kicked the serpent away. With a pop, the Huangjin Lingxi was sent flying like a ball. Teddy Bear covered its eyes, too terrified to watch. The little master truly was a mighty lowly. What had it done wrong? Why must the goddess treat it this way? After kicking the serpent away, Lu Xiaoxiao took a moment to catch her breath, still shaken. She could hardly recall the incident, nor did she wish to. Hidden in the thicket, Wu Yi was drenched in cold sweat. Heaven, what had he just witnessed? This untrained little girl had kicked the golden elixir-level Huangjin Lingxi away. If that kick had been directed at him, would he still be alive? He recalled his earlier thoughts of snatching the spirit fruit from her. It was a miracle he was still breathing. This little girl undoubtedly harbored secrets unknown to others. Perhaps she was not even human. Otherwise, why would that Huangjin Lingxi seek to please her? Despite his fear, Wu Yi remained, knowing that he could not report back to the sect without uncovering some secrets. Chapter 16. The Miracles of the Hungry Ghost Forest after experiencing the painful defeat. The Huangjin Lingxi no longer considered Teddy Bear a friend and resolved to earn the trust of the two little deities in its own way. You say there are miracles in the Hungry Ghost Forest? Mo Yin asked, skepticism evident in his tone. If you discovered it yourself, why not claim it for yourself? He countered, that is simply because I am unworthy. The golden spirit snake bitterly remarked, only individuals as extraordinary and powerful as Lord Shenlong are deserving of the legacies and treasures found within the divine realms. The golden spirit snake released a burst of rainbow gas, its prowess rivaling that of a teddy bear. Over the centuries, it had attempted to break the illusionary maze countless times, but with its current cultivation, it could not penetrate the enchantment and had nearly lost its life in the process. It'd be better to pay homage through borrowed flowers. Lord Shenlong, hailing from the upper realm, would surely not be thwarted by such a maze. If Lord Shenlong were to take a liking to it and accept it as a subordinate, it would have struck gold. The golden spirit snake mused joyfully within. Lead the way, Mu Yin stated coldly. Perhaps there lay an opportunity to restore its cultivation within the divine realm. At your command, Lord Shenlong, the golden spirit snake replied, leading the way. Lu Xiaoxiao was apprehensive of snakes. If the serpent was ahead, her legs would surely weaken, rendering her unable to move. Without a word, Mu Yin scooped her up. Are you afraid, little one? Mu Yin teased. We must go regardless of fear. Not afraid, not afraid. The little bundle declared with bravado. Yin Yin, we are off on an adventure. Isn't this more exciting than staying in a cave? The world was vast. It mattered little where they ventured, as long as she was with Yin Yin. As they wound through the twisting rainforest, a stone forest emerged deep within the woods. Lord Shenlong, we have arrived, the golden spirit snake announced. The stone forest appeared unremarkable, but as they approached, the surrounding energy field abruptly shifted. The outside winds could not penetrate. They had entered a sealed space. Oh, this isn't fun, the little bundle sighed, snuggling against Mu Yin. She had envisioned adventures in wondrous places. Yet this space offered no charming creatures or beautiful flora, only an endless expanse of white stones. The elongated, pointed stones resembled bones. This desolate landscape reminded the little bundle of her lifeless homeland in a past life. The stone forest was filled with chilling winds, suffused with malevolent energy. How frightening! The teddy bear trembled as it walked. Having grown up in the beautiful, sunlit forest, it had never encountered such a place steeped in sinister energy. Yu Qianshu followed quietly behind. He inhaled a breath of malevolent energy, his expression serene, much like the pot of otherworldly flowers in his grasp. He possessed the ability to refine both earthly, spiritual energy and malevolent energy. Mu Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, silently scoffing. This individual was indeed shrouded in secrets. He was quite familiar with this illusionary maze, a favorite tactic of the dragon clan from the upper realm. It seemed the golden spirit snake had not deceived him. His space was temporarily inaccessible, but acquiring something from the dragon clan would be quite advantageous for him. If memory served, after 3 more steps, a phantom beast would appear. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As Mu Yin took the 3rd step, a mass of sinister energy coalesced into a black wolf, lunging at him with bared fangs. Yin Yin, be careful. The little bundle bravely raised her tiny fist, though her short arms were far from reaching. Mu Yin remained unfazed, striking out with a palm from a distance. The gust of his palm resembled blazing flames, instantly igniting the black wolf. The creature howled in despair as it disintegrated in the crimson fire. Oh, this fellow can wield the scarlet fire lotus palm? Could he be from the Scarlet Dragon clan? Meanwhile, a deep voice from within the divine realm muttered to itself. Phew, that startled me. Fortunately, Yin Yin is quite formidable. The little bundle sighed in relief, her eyes sparkling like tiny stars. Mu Yin glanced down at the innocent little one, his gaze lingering for an eternity. This little one was rather foolish. Seeing danger, she still wished to shield him. Yet, in such circumstances, she did not abandon herself. She even contemplated protecting him. Although he was not the weakling in need of protection, her heart warmed at her thoughtfulness. In this world, only she treated him sincerely. Wow, Lord Shenlong is so impressive. The golden spirit snake was in awe upon witnessing Mu Yan's defeat of the black wolf. Every time I faced challenges, I was ultimately defeated by that black wolf. Lord Shenlong has avenged me. The teddy bear boasted proudly, as if the victory over the phantom beast were his own. Meanwhile, Mu Yin continued to perform a series of hand seals, striking into the void. Soon, the void shattered like broken glass, revealing a palace with red walls and green tiles, shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. The entrance was a heavy stone door. The teddy bear and the golden spirit snake pushed the stone door open from either side. Without hesitation, Mu Yin stepped inside, followed closely by the others. Wu Yi had been trailing them. He suspected that at least one of Mu Yin or Lu Xiaoxiao belonged to the demon clan. Otherwise, how could the golden spirit snake be so obedient and lead them to the divine realm? Unfortunately, he did not understand beast language and was unaware of what the golden spirit snake had conveyed to Mu Yin. However, he was certain that treasures awaited within the palace. If he could obtain the treasures inside, he could report back to his sect. Just as he intended to sneak through the stone door, it suddenly crashed down with a thunderous sound. Fortunately, he dodged swiftly, otherwise his foot would have been severed. Divine Temple, why won't you let me in? I am the most talented individual from the Jiuyang sect. If the treasures and legacies within are not passed on to me, it will be your loss. Wu Yi shouted in exasperation. The door's surface twisted, revealing a sand-sculpted panda head with a disdainful expression. You unworthy human, of course. It is because you do not deserve to enter. The panda head mocked him. Had the door become sentient? This was too cruel. He had fallen so low that even a door could mock him. Wu Yi was on the verge of madness. He produced a lightning talisman, intending to blast the stone doorway. Do you wish to become my nourishment? The panda head's mouth suddenly widened grotesquely, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Such grandiose words. Yet so timid, you better run fast. The panda head muttered as it quickly faded into the stone surface. The stone door returned to its previous form, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 17. Yin Yin introduces everyone to the world. Flanking the main path constructed of crystal stones were celestial springs and jade ponds, filled with blooming red lotuses. The red lotuses burned like crimson flames, and the air was filled with a fragrant aroma. This is miasma. It can induce hallucinations. Consuming the elixirs I crafted will neutralize it. Yu Qianshu produced a vial and dispensed several round, translucent black elixirs to everyone. Wow, did Little Tree make these? They must be delicious. Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, reaching out her small hand to grab one, savoring it as she chewed with delight, exclaiming, "This is a new candy I've never tasted before. Oh, it's too delicious. Sweet and fragrant. With a smooth texture, it tastes like chocolate." Hee hee, Yu Qianshu chuckled. This is the 8th grade black jade pill, crafted from a 1,000-year-old black pearl. Not only did he refrain from praising the effectiveness of his elixirs, but he also only lauded their taste. This was typical of the little master. Little Tree, do you have more of this candy? I want to eat more. The little bundle inquired, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Would Little Tree think she was too greedy? But what could she do if she wanted to eat more after just one? The glutton in her tummy was acting up. She gazed expectantly at Yu Qianshu, her eyes sparkling like little stars. Eating 8th grade black jade pills like candy? If it's for the little master, it's entirely no problem. All right, Yu Qianshu agreed indulgently, generously pouring a few more into her hands. The little bundle happily devoured another chocolate candy, her face radiating happiness. Reluctant to consume the remaining candies, she stored them in the crystal vial gifted by Yu Qianshu, cradling it as if it were a treasure. Now, the vial contained both red, fruit-flavored candies and black, chocolate-flavored candies, and the little bundle suddenly felt immensely rich. Speaking of which, just how many delicious candies did Little Tree have on him? She has begun to anticipate. In the heart of the little one, the small tree has become a benevolent candy angel. Except for Mo Yin, everyone else has consumed the Heyu Dan. Mo Yin, being a noble dragon, inherently possesses the ability to resist such miasma. After traversing the lotus pool, heaps of treasures appeared on both sides. If an ordinary cultivator were to witness this, their eyes would undoubtedly gleam with excitement as they frantically stuffed these items into their storage bags. As a Huang Jin she walked, it excitedly struck up a conversation with the teddy bear, exclaiming, "This truly is an opportunity bestowed upon us by Lord Shenlong to broaden our horizons. I have never seen so many treasures in my life. Who hasn't tea?" The teddy bear lamented. "You mustn't." The teddy bear quickly covered Huang Jin's mouth and whispered in its ear, "Brother Snake, you truly are not the sharpest tool in the shed. Even if Lord Mo Yin does not want them, he never mentioned giving them to us. Furthermore, the very air here is toxic. We cannot be reckless. Is that so?" "Thank you for the reminder, brother." Huang Jin, she replied, a shiver running down its spine. Indeed, not a single treasure here would pique Mo Yan's interest. While the number of treasures appeared abundant, their grade was woefully low. Primarily, they were ordinary talismans, with perhaps 1 or 2 spirit tools suitable for foundation establishment cultivators. At the very least, there should be a spirit treasure or an ancient artifact. Where are the treasures left behind by the mighty dragon clan? Just this? These trinkets, in the upper realm, would merely be disregarded scrap metal. This dragon clan powerhouse must be quite impoverished. Rather than being treasures left by the powerful of the upper realm, they seem more like the amassed fortunes of countless ordinary cultivators. As for Lu Xiaoxiao, she held no interest in treasures. Her disappointment lay in the fact that such a grand temple lacked any delectable food. The group continued onward, and soon, a second palace emerged before them. This palace was larger and more resplendent than the first. The entrance was also a stone door, intricately carved with a vividly lifelike red dragon. This time, despite their combined efforts, the teddy bear and Huang Jin, she could not budge. Yu Qianshu carefully examined the stone door. "Everyone look here." Yu Qianshu pointed to a seemingly inconspicuous groove at the corner of the door. "We might need a key." "A key?" Lu Xiaoxiao blinked in confusion. She felt as though she had seen the patterns on the stone door and the shape of the groove somewhere before. Suddenly, a peculiar cube appeared in her mind. The puzzle toy gifted to her by Yin Yin. The design on the cube resembled the red dragon depicted on the stone door. She recalled that after restoring the cube, she had received a golden key. The shape of the key seemed to match the groove. Could it possibly be the key to this door? "Yin Yin, let me give it a try." The little one pulled the golden key from her pocket, raising her small hand toward Yin Yin, as if she were an eager student wishing to speak. "Very well." Yin lowered her down. He had a premonition that a miracle was about to unfold. The little one's fortune had always been extraordinary. Finally, the atmosphere of adventure and treasure hunting began to stir. The little one, filled with determination, inserted the golden key and gently turned it. The surrounding silence was so profound that the sound of the gears within the groove could be heard. Would this door open? Well, lay inside. The teddy bear and Huang Jin, she embraced one another, afraid to even breathe loudly. "Help, they're too nervous." The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. The little one's eyes sparkled with fervor as she turned the final notch of the key. With a resounding click, the door swung open. A fresh stream of spiritual energy rushed forth, revealing a splendid palace constructed entirely of fire crystal. Inside, rows of pill racks displayed numerous bottles, indicating that this was a repository for spirit pills. In the center of the palace hung a cauldron enveloped in crimson flames. As gentle smoke wafted through the air, a figure materialized before them. It was a handsome man clad in a red robe, with a smile that resembled a flawless jade visage, his physique robust. His eyes, adorned with a hint of peach-colored shadow, gave him an alluring charm. Indeed from the Qilong clan, Yin thought with a cold smirk. The man was quite striking. As a member of the aesthetic society, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but steal glances at him. Yet, why was his form translucent, allowing her to see the scenery behind him? Nervously, Lu Xiaoxiao placed her little paws in front of her like a startled squirrel, timidly asking, "Yin Yin, is this a ghost? Be more confident. Remove the is." Yin replied. "Wow." The little one immediately hid behind Yin Yin, clinging tightly to him. Although she was but a wisp of a soul that had crossed over from another world, she had never encountered ghost. Was this figure not one of her kind? He lacked a physical form. Chapter 18. The Uncle Ghost is a villain. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaoxiao's reaction, Yin found it amusing. It seemed this little one was not as fearless as he had thought. Aside from her fear of snakes, she also feared ghosts. This is the response befitting a little one. Little one, there's no need to fear. This fellow is merely a remnant soul, rapidly dissipating, incapable of stirring any storms. Yin spoke the most reassuring words while secretly contemplating the worst-case scenario. He planned to take her to frightful places in the future, so she would shrink into his embrace, allowing him to relish the joys of being a protective guardian. This fellow, the red-haired man, hearing Yin's derisive tone, felt belittled, and his smile faltered. Suppressing his anger, he said sternly, "I am Qi Chan Xianjun of the Qilong clan from the Yunxian realm. What you see is a fragment of my soul left in the lower realm. Since you have arrived here, it signifies that you are fated to be my successors. Come forth and accept my legacy and treasures." However, Yin and the others remained unresponsive. "Hey, I hail from the Yunxian realm. I am a deity. Can I get some reaction here? Where did you wild children emerge from? Do you not even know the upper realm?" Qi Chun was internally frantic, but maintained a friendly facade. "Did you not come for the legacy and treasures? What are you hesitating for? Come forth. I would never deceive you." His clear eyes, like little mirrors, reflected Qi Chun's anxious expression. "Children, I'm a good person, not a liar." Qi Chun awkwardly forced a smile, inwardly cursing. Why is this little child so hard to deceive? My forehead does not bear the words villain. Lu Xiaoxiao responded, "I do not believe you. Villains would not inscribe good person on their foreheads. The young master speaks truthfully." The teddy bear declared with confidence, "If you truly are a legacy collector, Why would you set wolves in the stone forest and miasma in the lotus pool? If it were not for Lord Mo Yan's immense power, we would have been in grave danger. With Lord Mo Yan backing him, the teddy bear was not afraid of being outshouted by this ghost. That was merely a trial set to select successors. There are 3 challenges. The first is the stone forest S black wolves, the second is the palace S stone door, and the third is the red lotus miasma. Moreover, the character of the successor must also be assessed. Chi-chun defended himself. Uncle Ghost, your trials are so perilous that a single failure could cost lives. Even if none of us are suitable to be your successors, there's no need to endanger everyone like this. Your heart is wicked. I refuse to accept your legacy. Lu Xiaoxiao angrily placed her hands on her hips. Chi-chan's face flushed with embarrassment from her scolding, leaving him speechless. This was indeed the first time in his ghostly existence that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Judging by the accumulated malevolence in this space, it seemed to be the remnants of thousands of souls. The treasures piled outside were likely the belongings of cultivators whose lies he had claimed, right? Since you have no use for them, you treat them as bait to lure other cultivators into your traps. Mo Yin spoke indifferently, yet the souls of these lower realm cultivators possess such poor quality that no matter how many you refine, it is akin to a drop in the bucket. You will inevitably face the day of soul dispersal. With each word Mo Yin uttered, Chi-chen's gaze grew colder, gradually losing the initial composure and elegance he had maintained. At last, Chi-chun could no longer maintain his guise. How splendid! I had once thought you possessed some innate talent, wishing to grant you a comfortable demise. Yet it appears you prefer to resist my benevolence. In light of this, I shall no longer extend my courtesy. Chi-chun spoke with malevolence, and in a sudden twist, his form dissipated into a swirling miasma of crimson mist. Emerging from this eerie fog were skulls, howling with a ghastly wail, converging upon them from all directions. Crimson lotus palm, the shadow of the ink flame swept forth, dispersing the ghostly fog with a forceful gust of fiery wind. However, as the mist parted, it reformed into smaller wisps, each bearing a skull, as if they were monstrous entities endowed with the power of infinite regeneration. How terrifying! Lu Xiaoxiao, overwhelmed with dread, found herself paralyzed, shrinking into a small, quivering ball. While Chi-chun had exhibited only a fraction of horror as a human, now, in his true form, he was a manifestation of pure terror. Mo Yin gently cradled the trembling figure in his embrace, his brow furrowing slightly. It seemed that a swift resolution was imperative. The little one had been frightened during the day and would surely wail at night. In the vast, desolate ghost palace, the absence of visible forms was overshadowed by the chilling sounds that echoed ominously. With a haunting wail, the crimson mist surged forth once more towards Mo Yin and his companions. Mo Yin raised his hand. I have already proclaimed your tactics futile. Before Chi-chun could finish his taunt, Mo Yin transformed his palm into a fist, enveloping the space in a chilling aura. He struck the largest wisp of mist with a powerful punch. The cold air radiated outward, instantly freezing the ghostly fog into ice, which shattered upon impact. Since I cannot incinerate you, let us see how you fare against the bite of frost, Mo Yin declared coldly. From the void came Chi-chun's tremulous voice. Are you not a red dragon? How do you wield the techniques of the silver snow ice river of the white dragon clan? Who claimed I was a red dragon? Open your eyes and behold my true form, Mo Yin asserted, transforming into a black dragon, gaping his maw to devour the frozen mists. Chi-chun's anguished cries filled the air. The ghostly remnants of the fallen red dragon were to Mo Yin a sumptuous feast. You're a black dragon? How do you possess the abilities of both the red and white dragons? Who exactly are you? Chi-chun's weakened and fearful voice echoed through the void. It seemed he had not yet been entirely consumed. The ghostly mist was merely a fragment of his consciousness, while his shattered essence had merged with the ghost palace itself. The teddy bear and the golden spirit snake huddled together. Having grown up in a carefree, beautiful forest, they had never witnessed such a grand battle between deities and demons. Mo Yin, do your best. The teddy bear whimpered, yearning to escape this ghastly place, feeling increasingly unwell. Yu Qianshu cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The battle was far from over. Although Mo Yin had consumed part of the ghost mist, they could not afford to be complacent until Chi-chun was completely vanquished. The most alarming aspect was their utter ignorance of Chi-chun's whereabouts. We were in the light, while the enemy lurked in the shadows. Yu Qianshu sensed a pair of invisible ghostly eyes watching them. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the pod of Bianhu. Brother, will we manage to turn misfortune into fortune this time? At that moment, the weakened Qicheng lurked in a corner of the palace. Having fallen for over a millennium, his essence was on the brink of disintegration, and he could not hold out much longer. He had to swiftly find a suitable vessel to possess in order to remain in this world. His sinister gaze finally fixed upon Lu Xiaoxiao and Mo Yin. This was his last opportunity. Lu Xiaoxiao could restore his cube, indicating she carried the aura of destiny, while Mo Yin was of the dragon clan, possessing a myriad of dragon skills. It was evident that both were beings from the upper realm, making them prime candidates for his possession. Indeed, he had intentionally concealed the key to the stone door within the cube, fabricating a fade of treasure emerging, solely to lure those with fortune into his meticulously crafted trap. Among the two, he favored Mo Yin, for Mo Yin was male and, like him, of the dragon clan. As a creature with aspirations, he did not wish to change gender or species upon reincarnation. Mo Yan's cultivation appeared to be merely at the foundation stage, making him an exceedingly easy target for possession. Unable to contain himself any longer, he transformed into an intangible wisp of ghostly fog, stealthily approaching Mo Yin. Seizing the moment when Mo Yin was unguarded, he swiftly infiltrated Mo Yan's soul. Qicheng laughed maniacally, beginning to consume Mo Yan's essence. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through Mo Yan's soul. He stood motionless, as if transformed into a mere puppet. Precisely. Abandon your futile struggles. This way, your suffering shall be brief, and I shall soon consume your soul entirely, leaving you devoid of sensation. Qicheng laughed arrogantly, believing himself to be the new master of this vessel. Is that so? You are truly blind to your own overconfidence. A cold voice resonated from the depths of Mo Yan's soul. Your consciousness still persists? Qicheng was taken aback. How could this be? He had firmly established himself within the depths of this black dragon's soul. Feeling the piercing agony of his essence being frozen, Qicheng began to waver. But it was too late. His essence seemed ensnared by an invisible net, tightening with every futile struggle. Do you understand why I deliberately allowed you into my soul? Mo Yin asked coldly. Why? Qicheng stammered in terror. To facilitate your consumption. Mo Yin replied candidly. I am grievously injured. My essence and cultivation have yet to recover. You are my chosen feast. How could I allow you to escape? His tone was more reminiscent of a sinister villain than Qicheng the ghost. Qicheng felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had thought he had ensnared a plump lamb for the slaughter, only to realize that the lamb was himself. This esteemed cultivator was merely playing the role of a fool to ensnare a tiger. No wonder he remained indifferent to the treasures outside. His true target had always been himself. At this moment, Qicheng was consumed by remorse. The monstrous Qicheng opened his mouth but could not utter a third word. The freezing grip prevented his movement, and the black dragon, empowered by Mo Yan's soul, seized his throat. With each passing moment, as his essence was gradually digested by the black dragon, Qicheng was engulfed in despair and agony. He loathed Mo Yin for not granting him a swift end, forcing him to endure the terror of being devoured piece by piece while maintaining full awareness. What a dark heart! What manner of being is this monster? Even in his fall, his essence remained that of a deity from the upper realm. How could a mere black dragon of foundational power directly consume his essence? None were privy to the events transpiring within Mo Yan's soul. At that moment, the ghostly howls ceased and the winds stilled. The malevolent aura of the palace diminished considerably, and Lu Xiaoxiao emerged from her dazed state. Mo Yin, what has happened to you? Seeing Mo Yin suddenly freeze, eyes shut as if he were a wooden figure, Lu Xiaoxiao felt an intense unease. The ghost palace was shrouded in a terrifying silence. The ghost is attempting to possess him, Yu Qianshu said with concern. What does possession entail? If the ghost succeeds, Mo Yan's soul will be supplanted, and his vessel will fall under the ghost's control, Yu Qianshu explained gravely. Lu Xiaoxiao's fear intensified. Did this mean that the ghost uncle was now inhabiting Mo Yan's body? Upon closer inspection, she indeed saw a dark, mist-like malevolence emanating from Mo Yin. Her bright, watery eyes widened in alarm. Though she feared ghosts, she feared losing Mo Yin even more. For his sake, she summoned the courage to confront her deepest fears. This cannot happen to Mo Yin. As Lu Xiaoxiao raised her small, determined fist, Her gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve. She was still too small, and even when she jumped, she could only reach Yin Yan's knees. Yet, her spirit could not falter. The little bundle of energy was fiercely determined. Uncle Ghost, go away. You are not allowed to bully Yin Yan. Her tiny fists shimmered with a dazzling light. Within her soul, Qi Chen's primordial spirit had completely lost its vitality, reduced to an immobile ingredient. However, for Mo Yin, whose cultivation had plummeted, this feast was rather overwhelming. Qi Chen was a fire tribute dragon, and his primordial spirit radiated crimson flames. As Mo Yin devoured Qi Chen's primordial spirit, his own soul became engulfed in the blazing red fire, which even escaped from his essence and scorched his corporeal form. It was excruciatingly hot. At one moment, Lu Xiaoxiao was burned by the crimson flames emanating from Mo Yin. Her fair little hand was marked with a red imprint. Ouch, just a touch and it burns. How much worse must it be for Yin Yan? With this thought, Lu Xiaoxiao endured the pain without tears, focusing her energy to summon more light. The radiance on her chubby hand instantly grew more dazzling. Suddenly, Mo Yin, scorched by the red flames, felt a refreshing and pure spiritual energy bathing over him. The wounds on his soul, inflicted by the red fire, began to gradually heal. Little one, thank you. Montakian smeeded faintly. With the little one's assistance, he accelerated the refinement of Qi Chen's primordial spirit. Beads of sweat, like pearls, adorned Lu Xiaoxiao's face. Wow, this red fire is even harder to deal with in a cold. The greatest challenge was that this ghostly hall was filled with malevolent energy and lacked spiritual energy, forcing the little one to rely solely on her own strength without replenishing her spiritual power while using her healing techniques. She felt as though she would be completely drained by the crimson flames at any moment. Lu Xiaoxiao, hold on. Yin Yin is in great danger. You cannot give up. With her mind solely focused on saving Yin Yin, she grit her teeth and persevered. Fortunately, she had nibbled on a spirit serpent fruit before entering the ghost hall, so there was still a hint of spiritual energy within her little belly. In Chapter 20, the little one consumed the Qilong Zhu. The ice shards formed from Qi Chen's primordial spirit were gradually shrinking. At a certain moment, Mo Yin suddenly let out a long howl, extinguishing all the crimson flames enveloping him. He opened his eyes, which gleamed dark and bright, like stars filled with the mysteries of the cosmos. At first glance, Lu Xiaoxiao's innocent face came into view. Yin Yin, are you all right? Lu Xiaoxiao looked at him with joy, her clear eyes reflecting genuine concern. Yes, thank you. Mo Yin maintained his icy demeanor, yet his tone was gentle. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiao felt that Yin Yin seemed unchanged, yet somehow different in a delightful way. All right, he has become even more handsome. Mo Yin's skin had transformed into a whiter, more translucent form. If he once resembled a piece of white jade, now he appeared like ice jade. At that moment, Mo Yin's emotions were somewhat complicated. Had it not been for the little one extinguishing those crimson flames, even if he could refine Qi Chen's primordial spirit, he would have suffered severe burns. The greatest gain from this endeavor was the restoration of his cultivation to the early stage of the golden core. The little one had accomplished a great feat, and Mo Yin could not help but reach out to pat her round little head. The little bundle, akin to a playful kitten, eagerly leaned into his palm. Her silky hair brushed through his fingers like a dragonfly skimming the water, evoking an indescribable sensation. He realized that the little one was becoming increasingly adorable. What was he to do? Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiao's little belly began to rumble. Embarrassed, she quickly covered her tummy with her chubby hand. Yet, the rumbling sound still escaped through her fingers. How mortifying! She had just eaten the spirit serpent fruit less than half a day ago. Perhaps she had expended too much healing light in purifying the red fire, effectively rendering her earlier meal negligible. Would Yin Yin think of her as a little glutton? Thus, although she desperately desired some candy, she suppressed her urge, appearing pitiful. Mo Yin saw right through her thoughts. It's all right. If you want to eat, just go ahead. We will never run out of such things in the future, he said in a gentle tone. Yin Yin is so kind. Then I want to be polite. With Mo Yin's permission, Lu Xiaoxiao beamed, her eyes sparkling like twinkling stars. She took out her precious glass jar, indulging in a red spirit fruit candy and a piece of dark chocolate, savoring each bite with delight. So delicious, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, meowing like a cat as she munched. Before she realized it, the precious jar of candy she had treasured was entirely devoured. Lu Xiaoxiao felt faint from hunger. Oh no, Yin Yin, am I sick? She whimpered, her spirit flagging, even swaying slightly. It's all right. If one jar isn't enough, just have two. And Mo Yin grasped her hand and realized her little palms were icy cold. Are you this hungry? Have you exhausted yourself trying to help extinguish the crimson flames? His heart ached at the thought. Qian Shu, do you have any spiritual pills left? Bring them all out. And Mo Yin commanded. Yes. Yu Qianshu hurriedly rummaged through his storage bag, retrieving every bottle he could find. Each bottle contained spiritual pills. Lu Xiaoxiao twisted off the caps, pouring them in her mouth one by one. Soon, a pile of empty bottles accumulated at her feet. Regardless of the type, every single pill was an 8th grade spiritual pill. If any cultivators from Sec saw this, they would surely cry out in horror at the waste. However, Yu Qianshu felt no remorse. Spiritual pills could be refined again, but if the little master starved, it would be a catastrophe of monumental proportions. Unfortunately, Yu Qianshu discovered that he had only one bottle left, and Lu Xiaoxiao still felt no sense of fullness. Her little tummy continued to grumble. Just then, Lu Xiaoxiao caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. She sniffed eagerly. It smells so good and spicy. The scent was particularly appetizing, making her hungrier by the moment. She wriggled free from Mo Yan's embrace, almost in a trance, her small frame unconsciously drifting towards the source of the tantalizing scent. Little one, Mo Yan did not stop her. Could it be that the little creature had discovered something? As Lu Xiaoxiao walked and sniffed, she resembled a foraging hamster, swaying slightly. Mo Yan followed closely behind like a loyal dog, his gaze fixed with tension, ready to intervene should any danger arise. Eventually, Lu Xiaoxiao halted before a pile of rubble. Her chubby hands rummaged until she unearthed a blazing red candy, emitting that tantalizing aroma. Mo Yan's pupils constricted at the sight. This is a long Zhu. Montakian exclaimed. The dragon pearl appears in a fiery red flame, likely left behind by Qi-chun. What is a long Zhu? If one gathers 7, can they summon Shenlong? Lu Xiaoxiao asked curiously, recalling an ancient legend from her homeland. Yu Qianshu chuckled, amused by the little master's whimsical thoughts, and explained, ancient texts say that Long Zhu is the inner den of a dragon. Generally, where the Long Zhu is, the dragon resides. If a dragon perishes but the Long Zhu remains intact, it should encapsulate the entirety of the dragon's power. Lu Xiaoxiao seemed to catch on to a significant keyword. Dan? Oh, so it is a dan. In her understanding, a dan equated to candy, commonly referred to as dantang. This must be edible. No wonder it smelled so enticing. She felt overwhelmingly hungry. A voice in her head urged her to consume this delectable candy. She swallowed hard and raised her chubby hand to bring the Long Zhu to her mouth. Wait, Mo Yan attempted to stop Lu Xiaoxiao. The power of the Long Zhu was immense, and a moment of carelessness could cause an explosion that would harm the little one. However, Mo Yan's reaction was still too slow. With a gulp, Lu Xiaoxiao tossed the Qi Long Zhu into her mouth and began to chew. Wow, so spicy. It tastes like mustard. The Qi Long Zhu bounced around in her mouth before the outer layer melted away like candy, flowing down her throat into her little belly. The entire little belly suddenly felt both full and warm, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction enveloping Xiaoxiao. Unable to resist, she bit down on the entire CHL, which shattered with a resounding boom, accompanied by the spicy flavor of popping candies that instantly dissolved. It surged into her belly like a raging fire, as if it would not relent until it had transformed the world. What a penetrating mustard it was. Xiaoxiao felt as if her very crown had been pierced by the spice. Even the breath escaping her tiny nostrils was fiery. The lingering spicy aroma radiated outward from her, creating a cyclone of chaos around her. The adorable little bun that Yu Qiansh had painstakingly styled for her was no more. She was left with a wild, fluffy head of curls, resembling a little curly-haired puppy, with her fair face now covered in dust. Chapter 21. The scavenging squad takes action standing behind Xiaoxiao. Myn was caught in the gust of spicy wind, his handsome hair blown into an asymmetrical fringe. He sighed in irritation, releasing a puff of black smoke. The little one was the first to leave him, spewing smoke. Damn it, he found it hard to be angry. Fortunately, he possessed the attribute of who. Had anyone else been in his position, they would have been incinerated. Seeing that even Myn was affected, Tid Shing whispered to Njj and Ngsh, Brother Snake, a friendly reminder CHLNGH is a hazardous food. Children must consume it only under adult supervision. Who NGSH wiped the sweat from his brow. I'm glad I stood far enough away. Brother, it seems you have it tough too. Indeed, TID Shiying sighed. He survived daily in the narrow crevices of life. However, now and then, he managed to reap significant benefits. Little one, are you all right? MYN asked, utterly speechless. A child without any cultivation swallowing a dragon pearl and not turning to ash, merely ending up with curly hair. That was a marvel of humanity. Xiaoxiao turned around, her sparkling eyes wide with excitement as she raised her chubby little hand and exclaimed in a sweet voice, YN. The spicy popping candy is so delicious. I feel so strong now. I can beat up bad guys. She felt her tiny fists were tougher than before. Spicy popping candy? Are you referring to CHLNGH? MYN rubbed his temples in disbelief. The dragon pearl is the most precious essence of a dragon, to be consumed as candy by a little one. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao's expression froze. Grasping her little belly, she began to wail, YN. It's terrible. My little belly has a huge hole. I want to be sick, will I? Her face turned pale with fright, her small frame trembling. She looked so pitiful, as if the CHLNGH had truly harmed her. MYN, alarmed by her distress, swiftly scooped her up as if she were a fragile chick. Then, he carefully scanned her belly with his consciousness. Moments later, disbelief washed over MYN's face. Goodness, little one, not only was there no injury, but you have also entered the chi refinement stage. The CHLNGH did not harm the little one's belly. Rather, it helped her draw in chi, creating an astonishing reservoir of energy. YN, am I saved? Tears welled in the corners of her eyes as she remained oblivious to the changes occurring within her. She didn't want to perish. She wished to accompany YN and savor many more delicious candies. YN couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction, initially intending to frighten her. He found himself unable to bear her fear. Little one, you are not ill. The warm sensation in your belly is called Qi. With it, you have officially crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivation. It serves to store spiritual energy. The more energy you accumulate, the greater your strength. MYN gently patted Xiaoxiao's round little head, offering comfort, his gaze filled with paternal pride. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, and she leaped with joy. She had taken another step closer to her goal of reaching the golden core stage. How wonderful! From now on, I can cultivate alongside YN. Not only that, but Xiaoxiao had a small wish. YN. I know that the lifespan of ordinary humans is fleeting, but now that I have cultivation, I can stay with you longer, she said gleefully, her smile radiant as a blooming peach blossom. You worked so hard just to stay with me? MYN's pupils dilated in surprise. What else? Xiaoxiao replied earnestly. You are the most important person to me. I want to be with you always. Her sweet voice rang out like a joyful little bird singing. Help! Don't be so good to him. He won't be able to resist. A warmth surged within MYN, as if a heated boulder had fallen into the tranquil lake of his heart, sending ripples of emotion throughout him. How could he possibly have feelings for this little one? She was merely a small spirit pet. MYN pressed a hand to his heart, desperately trying to convince himself. First, I must raise the little one. MYN, are you feeling unwell? TID Shiying noticed his unusual expression and kindly inquired. TID Shiying stood frozen in place after being rebuffed, feeling wronged. Woo-woo, MYN is so fierce. He has double standards. Watching the lively little bundle, the pressure shifted to MYN. Sighing, he mused. The effects of the CHLNGH were equivalent to merely a chi refinement pill. He rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. The little one's appetite was far from ordinary, considering the immense energy required to elevate her to the foundation establishment stage, or even the golden core stage. MYN felt a headache coming on. Clearly, the food in the hungry ghost forest could no longer satisfy his little spirit pet. It seemed he would need to seek out more advanced treasures to nourish her. The journey of nurturing a little spirit beast was indeed fraught with challenges. Look, the palace and stone forest have vanished. Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment, pointing ahead. Before them lay a desolate ruin. This divine miracle never truly existed. It was merely an illusion created by the CHLNGH, MYN stated calmly. Now that the CHLNGH is gone, the illusion naturally dissipates. Among the ruins, countless human and beast skeletons lay scattered about. In this world of survival of the fittest, opportunity and danger have always coexisted, MYN remarked indifferently. That is true. Yuchiensh's eyes fell as he gazed at the pot of vine flowers in his hands. The ruins were strewn with glimmering treasures. As those individuals perished, their treasures automatically fell away from them. Over countless years, the number of wandering souls under Xiaoxiao had only increased, and so too had the accumulation of treasures. Lord Divine Dragon, it seems a pity to leave these treasures behind. May we take a few? Who NGJ, L, and his sage, unable to restrain his desire, made a small request. His choice of words was artful, saying we rather than I. Brother Snake, you desire them for yourself? Don't drag me into this. Tid Shing huffed, stepping on who NGJ and LNGSH's little tail in annoyance. Why didn't T say we could take any? Speaking so directly he might provoke his ire. Yet, to their surprise, MYN replied casually, help yourselves. Help ourselves? The weight of that statement was monumental. Did it imply that they could take whatever they wanted, as much as they desired? Did it mean that all who saw could partake? Wow, we've hit the jackpot. Thank you, Lord MYN, who NGJ and LNG Sage had awaited this affirmation for an eternity. Ecstatic, he wagged his tail and high-fived Tid Shing, both of them embracing in delight. What are we waiting for? The scavenging squad begins its mission. Chapter 22. Pack it all up, haha. With Lord MYN and our little master leading the charge, we only need to sit back, enjoy the show, and reap the rewards with zero risk. Tid Shing declared proudly, hands on his hips. Exactly. Once this is over, we'll clean up the battlefield, and the treasures will be ours to pocket. Such a sweet deal is hard to come by. Who NGJ and LNG Sage said, overwhelmed with emotion. The two continued to scavenge while excitedly chatting. MYN found the two fools utterly unbearable. Noticing Xiaoxiao standing in a daze, Tid Shing kindly reminded her, little master, come join the fun. There are treasures everywhere. Surely one of them will catch your eye. Gazing upon the vast expanse of bleached bones, the little one felt an undeniable fear that at any moment, these skeletal remains would rise. No, I refuse to collect anything here. Xiaoxiao retreated behind MOYN, peeking out timidly, pouting her lips and shaking her head vigorously. MOYN found her little head irresistibly adorable, even in moments of fright. He couldn't help but gently pat her head, saying with a sense of pride, indeed, my dear spirit companion, your taste is as refined as mine. You disdain such trifles. Who truly understood his intentions? A spirit companion must be nurtured with care, ensuring they would not be easily deceived and would remain faithfully by his side. Yet, the little one was genuinely terrified, and it was not merely a matter of taste. No, the bones are terrifying. Her tiny voice trembled, and her round face turned pale. Xiaoxiao felt a creeping chill throughout her body, as if countless frozen insects were crawling over her. What? The teddy bear's expression was one of incredulity. Initially, he had thought that the little master was too proud to value these treasures, but it turned out she was merely afraid of the bones. Little master, you have consumed the Qilong Zhu, so why fear these bones? The teddy bear felt utterly exhausted, realizing he could no longer keep up. It decided to seek out its companions for some joyful scavenging instead. Yu Qianshu stood before the crimson furnace, entranced, his eyes filled with adoration. What a fine eye you have. This alchemical furnace is a treasure from the upper realms, the sole item here that can truly be deemed valuable, MOYN remarked coldly. Indeed, Yu Qianshu's eyes sparkled. He felt an instant connection to the crimson furnace upon first sight. As an alchemist, he could say without exaggeration that an alchemical furnace was as dear to him as a beloved spouse. Take it if you like. Neither I nor the little one practice alchemy, MOYN said. Earlier, the little one had nearly consumed all of the little alchemist's spiritual pills, so this furnace could serve as a small form of compensation. Thank you, Lord MOYN. Yu Qianshu beamed, offering a grateful smile. Do not smile at me, MOYN retorted, a chill running down his spine. Your smile is far less pleasant than your tears. His aversion to this person's grin was genuine. Yet, Yu Qianshu was elated. Even when scolded by Lord MOYN, he found it melodious. Lord MOYN is truly generous. Look, he even casually bestows treasures. Where else could one find such a magnanimous master? With a thick layer of rosy optimism clouding his judgment, Yu Qianshu interpreted MOYN's sharp tongue as a benevolent wish. Lord Mo, you must be shy. By gifting me the crimson furnace, he surely wishes for me to become a more proficient alchemist. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Lord Mo Yin, Yu Qianshu said cheerfully, reaching out to claim the crimson furnace. Although he could not yet utilize it given his current cultivation level, it was a treasure of the highest order, destined for great use in the future. In addition to the crimson furnace, Yu Qianshu gathered the scattered crimson fire from the ruins. This fire was left behind by the Qichan and could be used as kindling in the alchemical furnace. With proper control, it could yield higher quality spiritual pills. Meanwhile, the teddy bear and the golden spirit snake, a pair of lively treasures, had struck gold. I unearthed a piece of Qi Long bone. If I can refine the dragon's blood within, perhaps I could transform into a Jiao Long. The golden spirit snake exclaimed proudly to the teddy bear. Brother, what have you found? The teddy bear replied. I discovered a book titled The Self-Cultivation of the Demon King. Isn't it cool? This is a legendary work left behind by a demon king, and I shall study it diligently. The golden spirit snake felt a bead of sweat form. The title sounded peculiar and did not seem like a genuine inheritance. However, not wishing to discourage his dear friend, he kept his thoughts to himself. Every demon beast harbored a dream of one day becoming a demon king, much like a young boy aspiring to be an Ultraman. Our adorable teddy bear was no exception, finding the book quite suitable as a bedtime read for a demon beast child. While the teddy bear and the golden spirit snake sought rare and whimsical treasures, Yu Qianshu collected everything left behind in the ruins, even the spiritual stones, meticulously organizing them into different storage bags. Spiritual stones were the universal currency in the realm of cultivation, and having more was never a burden. Any unnecessary treasures could be exchanged for spiritual stones at shops in the city. After cleaning the battlefield, Missouri Yin set the ruins ablaze, turning the accumulated malice of a millennium into ash. It is time to leave the hungry ghost forest, he mused, gazing into the distance with a profound expression. News of the treasure's emergence had already spread, and soon various sects would arrive, with all the treasures in the divine realm taken by them. Those individuals would not let them go easily if they knew of their presence. Mo Yin was unperturbed by these sects. He simply wished to avoid trouble. Where shall we go next? Lu Xiaoxiao asked innocently, brimming with anticipation for their next adventure. Let's visit the nearby metropolis, Mo Yin replied. Wow, a big city? That sounds wonderful. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with delight. A big city surely had many delicious candies. Just the thought of food made her swallow hard. Lord Dragon, may I accompany you? The golden spirit snake pleaded pitifully. You may leave. Mo Yin coldly refused. Although the golden spirit snake was at the golden core stage and possessed considerable strength, taking it along would only frighten the little one daily. He didn't have a heart for that, so he decided against it. After all, his own cultivation had returned to the initial golden core stage, and he could protect the little one without issue. The golden spirit snake hung its head in disappointment, but upon reflecting on the dragon bone it had obtained, it felt fortunate and dared not harbor further illusions. Brother, it seems we are fated not to fight side by side. Regardless of where you are in the future, I wish you well until we meet again. The golden spirit snake bid farewell to the teddy bear. Take care, snake brother, until we meet again. The teddy bear's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After their goodbyes, the golden spirit snake vanished into the depths of the forest, clutching the dragon bone. Chapter 23. The little broken ship of Yin Yin with a wave of his hand. Mo Yin conjured a small flying ship. The vessel miraculously hovered in midair, crafted from wood and adorned with a canopy, though its exterior bore signs of wear. Lord Mo Yin, this ship is quite small. Can it accommodate all four of us? The teddy bear remarked, disheartened. Its larger form left it worried that the ship might not withstand their weight and would break at the slightest pressure. It had envisioned Mo Yin's flying vessel as grand and luxurious. Mo Yin remained silent, maintaining an air of mystery. You will soon see whether it can hold us. The little ship, shaped elegantly with a light yellow paint, caught Lu Xiaoxiao's eye. Wow, it's a moon ship. How beautiful, she exclaimed, having never encountered such a thing before. Did you just say this ship is beautiful? How intriguing. Mo Yin smiled slightly, pleased with his spirit companion's discerning taste. The little broken ship was far from ordinary. It was a treasure in disguise. Having restored his cultivation to the initial golden core stage, he could now unlock spatial capabilities. This small vessel was among his most advanced flying crafts. Shall we embark on adventures in the moon ship, Yin Yin? Lu Xiaoxiao eagerly inquired, eager to experience the vessel. Indeed, Emo Yin replied cheerfully, pulling her into an embrace. She felt the rush of wind by her ear, and in an instant, they were aboard the ship. Wow, it's so spacious. Lu Xiaoxiao gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Upon entering, the ship's interior transformed, revealing an exquisitely crafted spatial formation. The seemingly small and simple exterior was merely a facade, for this little broken ship was a colossal airship. The deck was vast, offering a panoramic view of the azure sky, white clouds, and endless verdant forests. Wow, it's so beautiful, cradled the little one on the deck, admiring the scenery, while the little one expressed her delight with exclamations of awe. This was the most beautiful sight she had ever witnessed in her life. Her previous homeland had been reduced to a desolate wasteland devoid of life. She was perpetually curious and filled with joy over matters that others overlooked, which made feel that the world owed her far too much. Little one, I will ensure that your journey is filled with breathtaking vistas, declared, her tone imbued with tender affection. The ship's interior was similarly vast, with an endless corridor stretching before them. Every 5 rooms, there was a passageway, flanked on either side by branching corridors, each lined with rooms. Remarkably, each room boasted a unique configuration: training rooms, quiet rooms, sleeping quarters, kitchens, storage rooms, and even alchemical labs, spirit pet rooms, and botanical chambers. Everything imaginable was present. My goodness, exclaimed the teddy bear, its mouth agape in astonishment. Who claimed the ship was small? What a swift rebuttal. Lord, your spacecraft, much like yourself, is unfathomably profound. The teddy bear exhaled a plume of colorful gas, a genuine expression of admiration. What a joke. Is this magnificent ship not worthy of praise? No wonder Lord looks down upon treasures found in ruins. In comparison, those trinkets are mere refuse. This moment was yet another opportunity for Lord to expand its horizons. Within half an hour, finding a preferred room and infusing it with one's essence was tantamount to confirming one's identity and receiving a room key. Unconfirmed rooms would be inaccessible thereafter, with consequences to bear. Instructed, and everyone cheerfully agreed, excitedly choosing their rooms. Wow, this is like opening a blind box, far more enjoyable than exploring ruins. The little one chimed in, treating his humble vessel as a grand toy. Half an hour later, the teddy bear selected a spirit pet room, remarkable for its ability to transform its scenery according to the spirit pet's desires. When the teddy bear envisioned a forest, the room morphed into a forest setting. A blank nameplate adorned the door, seemingly allowing the occupant to rename the room. The teddy bear, struck with inspiration, raised its paw and scribbled the words "Bear arrives" in a playful scrawl. How splendid, truly befitting of myself. It then selected 2 sturdy trees within the spirit pet room, hung a sleeping net between them, and lounged while listening to the sounds of nature, flipping through a book titled The Self-Cultivation of the Demon King. Comfort soon led to soft snores. In contrast, was far less decisive. A child would make a choice, he thought, desiring the alchemical lab, sleeping quarters, kitchen, botanical room, and even the storage room. He wanted them all. As a humble golden assistant, he needed rooms aplenty to assist and the little master with daily necessities, while also engaging in alchemical pursuits and cultivating plants. Little one, what troubles you? Inquired, puzzled. With thousands of rooms, do none appeal to you? Why? I cannot find the candy room or the toy room. Lamented, tugging its clothing, his big eyes glistening with unshed tears on the verge of crying. Taken aback, realized his oversight. I had neglected to consider that my small vessel, which I had long since used, would not have rooms for nurturing spirit pets, such as candy or toy rooms. He explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sweating, internally criticized, "My lord, are candy and toy rooms meant for spirit pets? The one the teddy bear occupies is the actual spirit pet room." Hearing that there were truly no candy or toy rooms, the little one burst into tears, realizing her earlier excitement had been in vain. "Please do not cry." The sound of her sobs shattered his heart, and he fumbled for words. "Is it true? Little one, wipe your tears and look at me." "Of course. Well, have I ever deceived you?" Asserted with conviction, a glimmer of light in his eyes, affirming his role as a good master. "Is the best," the little one exclaimed, diving into his embrace, soft and fragrant, prompting to hold her closer, feeling that this little one was destined to belong to him forever. Observing his indulgence towards the little one's every whim felt like a colossal light bulb, awkwardly excusing himself. "Apologies for the interruption, esteemed masters. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me." With that, he retreated, deciding it was best to focus on alchemical pursuits instead. In Chapter 24, the little one encounters sky pirates. Had not fled far. Once assured that the phantom wolf had not pursued him, he found a secluded spot to hide. When refined, the unleashed power was earth-shattering. Even at a distance, felt the searing heat wave, causing his head to feel as if it might ignite. Heavens! This is more terrifying than the former sect leader's breakthrough into the Yuan Ing stage. The treasures within the divine relic must be at least of spirit treasure caliber. Upon reaching this conclusion, grew increasingly anxious. Then he witnessed the stone forest vanish, the divine relic reduced to ruins, as and emerged from the smoke. The treasures must have been taken by them, and was furious, stamping his feet. The golden spirit snake was evidently the guardian of that divine relic. He had been the first to discover it, and had it not appeared, he would have been the one to enter the temple and claim the treasures within. However, he dared not rush forward to seize them. Having witnessed effortlessly send the golden spirit snake flying, he retained a modicum of self-awareness. At that moment, conjured a small vessel, and everyone boarded before it took flight. This was unacceptable. Summoned his flying sword, and took to the skies in pursuit. None of you shall escape. The small vessel appeared to be a lower-tier flying device, but it could not possibly outpace his exquisite flying sword. On the deck, sensed the pesky insect trailing behind the small vessel, and chuckled to himself, "Humph, do you truly believe that your paltry sword can catch up to my ship?" Silently commanding the small vessel to accelerate, it shot forth with a sharp sound, leaving far behind. How can this be? Despite pouring all his spiritual energy into the flying sword, the distance only widened, rendering the ship nearly invisible. It seemed they had noticed his presence. "Humph, I shall not give up easily," muttered angrily as he unleashed a tracking talisman. Unable to keep up, he resorted to the talisman, which was swifter than the flying sword and maintained a safe distance, making it difficult to detect. By following the talisman, he could trace his whereabouts. "Stone Elder, we discovered a divine relic in the hungry ghost forest, but the spirit treasures were stolen. The culprits are likely from the demon clan or demonic cultivators. I am in pursuit. Please dispatch reinforcements swiftly," he reported. The demon clan and demonic cultivators were mere guesses on his part, as ability to communicate with the golden spirit snake and its capacity to strike it down were not feats typical of ordinary cultivators. Should he not demonize their identities? He feared the sect would hold him accountable for the loss of 3 individuals and dismiss the matter altogether. "You must remain steady and avoid rash actions. We will arrive within half a day," the Stone Elder responded. Indeed, even the Stone Elder cannot resist the allure of spirit treasures. Spirit treasures are exceedingly precious, and any sect obtaining them would treat them as their most prized possession. In a sect, even possessing a single spiritual treasure enables one to traverse the Tianyu realm with great ease. To say nothing of acquiring a spiritual treasure, even a mere knowledge of its existence is worth sacrificing a few lives. At this moment, it can be asserted that Wu Yi will not only escape punishment, but also achieve significant merit for his sect. Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, a small, rickety ship steadily advances. Lu Xiaoxiao, unaffected by seasickness, exuberantly bounces about on the deck, taking in the scenery. As a cloud shaped like a dolphin drifts by, she exclaims in delight. When a colorful avian spirit flits past, her enthusiasm only intensifies. Suddenly, a massive black bird appears on the horizon, as grand as a kuinpeng soaring across the sky, its wings resembling clouds descending from the heavens. "Yin Yin, look, a colossal black bird." Lu Xiaoxiao excitedly points towards it. Having never seen such a large bird in her life, she is utterly captivated. Upon closer inspection, Mo Yin remarks, "Little one, that is not a bird. It is a ship." "A ship?" Lu Xiaoxiao wipes her eyes and peers again. Wow, it truly is a ship. The vessel races swiftly towards them, and within moments, it draws near. The entire ship gleams ominously black, its bow adorned with a flag depicting a white skull, crossed by 2 bones beneath it. One unsightly flag. Little Dumpling frowns. She has an aversion to the stark whiteness of bones. Judging by this emblem, it likely belongs to a notorious group of aerial pirates known as the Baiku Tian Tuan, who operate in the vicinity of the Hungry Ghost Forest, preying upon solitary cultivators traversing these waters. The leader of Baiku Tian Tuan is Bai Dao Dao, who upon noticing the small vessel's swift movement, mistakenly assumes it to be a solitary venture from a sect, only to discover that it is manned by 3 children. Which family allows their children to play with such flying apparatus? Bai Dao Dao muses, suspecting the children may have escaped from a prominent family. He believes he has stumbled upon 3 plump lambs and shouts towards the small ship. Pirates? Are you here to steal? Lu Xiaoxiao, astonished, asks Yin Yin, why are there so many villains in this world, and why do they all enjoy stealing? Angrily, she raises her small fist and declares, shall we fight the pirates? It seems more akin to a game of whack-a-mole than an actual confrontation. Excitedly, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes gleam. Her little fist has grown, and she is eager to test her strength against a villain, curious to see how many spins she can make them do. Bai Dao Dao, momentarily taken aback, wonders why most children would react with fear upon hearing of pirates. Mo Yin and Yu Qinshu remain unfazed, interpreting the children's excitement as ignorance of the dangers of the world. Before Bai Dao Dao can ponder further, the small ship hurtles towards the black pirate vessel, closing the distance rapidly. Hey, you little brats, stop your ship, he bellows in frustration. His ship, crafted by a renowned artifact master, is a high-grade flying vessel, and any damage to it would incur significant repair costs. To his astonishment, the small ship does not slow down. Rather, it accelerates. Are you out of your minds? Even if your family has a mind, you cannot act so recklessly. Bai Zhao Zhao et Galim in a Sapatino. Chapter 25. The unfortunate pirates by Dao Dao find solace only in the fact that his ship is not only large and robust, but also equipped with a defensive array. It is an aerial behemoth. Any ordinary flying vessel that collides with it would either be crushed or sent sprawling. Yet, an unimaginable event occurs. Upon collision, the small ship not only withstands the impact, but breaches the defensive array and continues onward, showing no signs of slowing, as if the barriers were mere illusions. With a thunderous crash, the small vessel creates a gaping hole in the bottom of the black pirate ship and advances further, shattering materials in its wake until it emerges on deck, hovering before Bai Dao Dao. Unbelievable! There exists a ship that is even sturdier than the black pirate vessel? Bai Dao Dao and his crew are left astounded, their jaws nearly dropping. What are you all standing around for? Charge! Take down those 3 little rascals. Bai Dao Dao finally regains his composure, issuing commands in a fit of rage. Charge! The pirates, brandishing various talismans and spiritual artifacts, advance menacingly. Unwilling to back down, Lu Xiaoxiao leaps from her ship, the first to charge forward. The little one is quite impulsive, remarks Mo Yin, somewhat speechless, yet recognizing the child's affinity for combat, which mirrors his own. The most formidable leader among the pirates is merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Mo Yin recalls how, even before her cultivation, the little one had sent a Golden Core initial stage Golden Spirit Snake flying with a single punch, so he is confident she will handle the pirate leader with ease. Determined, Lu Xiaoxiao locks her sights on the pirate leader by Dao Dao and charges towards him, with dozens of pirates blocking her path. What else could she do but send them flying with her small fists? Little Dumpling's punches strike true. Shrieks of agony fill the air as pirates, regardless of their cultivation stage, are sent spinning like wooden blocks, collapsing in a heap, forming a small hill. How terrifying! Bai Dao Dao is left quaking in fear, realizing that even a once-in-a-century genius from a prominent sect could not achieve such feats without the aid of treasures or talismans. What kind of little monster have I provoked? He wails. Moreover, the 2 slightly older boys merely observe lazily, showing no inclination to intervene, seemingly dismissive of him. After years of being an aerial pirate, Bai Dao Dao's instincts for danger are keen. He senses that even if he could defeat the little girl, he would stand no chance against the 2 boys. Furthermore, with the trio in possession of such a sturdy ship, should it collide with him, even if he survived, he would likely suffer grave injuries. Realizing this, Bai Dao Dao conjures a flying carpet and attempts to make his escape. You villain, where do you think you're going? Lu Xiaoxiao exclaims, leaping into the air like a bird, landing on Bai Dao Dao's shoulder and unleashing a flurry of punches on his head. Stop stealing, she scolds while delivering her blows. If you misbehave, you'll get hit. Help! Bai Dao Dao, dizzy from the assault, is utterly defenseless. As he and his carpet tumble to the deck, his head swells with bruises, his vision blurs, and stars dance before his eyes as he loses consciousness. Humph. Lu Xiaoxiao brushes the dust from her tiny fists and struts towards Mo Yin, exuding the pride of a victorious little kitten. Yin Yin, I defeated the pirate. Her voice rings sweetly. Indeed, you have made progress, Mo Yin replies coolly. From a tactical perspective, she has improved, understanding the importance of capturing the leader first. However, her combat skills leave much to be desired, primarily due to the weakness of the pirate leader, meaning her pet had yet to showcase its true potential. With Bai Dao Dao captured, the remaining pirates, stricken with fear, dropped their talismans and spiritual artifacts, halting their advance. Master Mo Yin, how shall we deal with these pirates? Yu Qinshu inquires. Burial seems appropriate. They are an eyesore. And Mo Yin replies coldly. Since refining the essence of Chechen, his appetite for food has become increasingly refined, and he has lost interest in humans. The mere suggestion of burial terrifies the pirates. Spare us, divine beings. We will no longer steal. I can offer you all my treasures. Bai Dao Dao scrambles to his feet, trembling and kneeling in supplication. He was not actually knocked out. He merely wished to avoid a few punches and pretended to be dead. Is he wealthier than Xiaoxiao? Myn asked immediately, holding him in disdain. The illusion array he set up to deceive others had accumulated merely a trifling amount of waste over the millennia. What was the difference between that and waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump? While wealth is deemed insignificant in the eyes of the petite SHSH, for the affluent MYN, finding a suitable reference point posed a challenge. Indeed, I am exceedingly wealthy. Wealth is but a trifle compared to life, which is paramount. To save his life, BIDODO threw out his entire storage bag. Seeing his subordinates in a daze, he shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Do you wish to perish? Hand over all your treasures." The pirates felt as if they could weep. "Brother, why must we be dragged into your surrender?" However, as soon as BIDODO spoke, MYN and Yuchi and Asach's gazes fell upon them. Feeling that not complying would lead to their demise, they hastily produced a mountain of storage bags before MYN and Xiaoxiao. Yuchi and Asach stepped forward to count them, then smiled and remarked, "A decent haul. Although there are no spiritual treasures, the total value is likely double that of what CHCHN possesses." "Oh, I did not expect there to be quite so much. CHCHN is indeed impoverished," MYN scoffed. At this moment, the already downtrodden CHCHN suffered yet another blow. How cruel! Even after losing his primordial spirit, he is still being trampled upon. "Indeed, I am quite poor." "No spiritual treasures?" Yuchi NSH said lightly. "Do you think spiritual treasures are commonplace?" This made BIDODO's heart sink. Within lay thousands of spiritual treasures and stones. Was that not enough to satisfy the appetites of these three mischievous children? Do not be too overbearing. Anger bubbled within him, yet he dare not voice it. "Little deities, if you are not satisfied, you may take these to JNTNCH for exchange. It is the nearest major city, and even TNBOG and ShiluMN have branches there. You are sure to find something to your liking." TNBOG? MYN's eyes flickered. TNBOG is a place for trading rare materials. Perhaps he could acquire some good supplies for his little spirit pet. "It seems we must make a trip to JNTNCH, MYN declared. Chapter 26. SHSH's promotion. Little deities, may we be released now? BIDODO pleaded desperately. MYN replied coldly. Chi NSH, bury them. No. We have already surrendered all our treasures. Why must we still be buried? BIDODO shouted in defiance. MYN's icy response was, "Did I promise that surrendering treasures would guarantee your release?" This sentence plunged BIDODO into despair. It was over. He had thought himself the fiercest pirate. Yet he realized that he was mistaken. These mischievous children were far more ruthless than pirates. They not only emptied their savings but also disregarded their lives. MEN Diren, ouais. Yuchi NSH suddenly interjected. "What? Do you wish to play the benevolent one?" MEN retorted, displeased. He did not accept the role of a saint under his command. "Not at all." MYND run. Yuchi NSH denied, pulling out a yellow booklet from his storage bag, flipping through it rapidly before stopping at a page, and analyzing it with authority. This esteemed individual is extravagant with his wealth. He believes that having more spiritual stones is never a mistake. MYN was genuinely taken aback by Yuchi NSH's meticulous calculations. "Very well," MYN conceded, a sly smile playing on his lips as he added. "Chi NSH, I did not expect you to possess financial acumen beyond alchemy. Henceforth, you shall be the steward of the little ship." "Wow, SHSH, you've been promoted. Congratulations." As a child, Xiaoxiao could not interject when discussing important matters with SHSH, but she was genuinely happy for his promotion, clapping her little hands in delight. "Thank you, MYND ran for the promotion. And thank you, little master, for your concern. I will certainly work even harder. Proceed straight down the corridor. Turn left at the 14th intersection. That is the prison where they shall be confined. MYN instructed. Understood? MENDRN. UCHNSH responded, conjuring a golden cage and chanting an incantation to ensnare the pirates within. The cage contained a miniature world. Once individuals were captured, they would shrink to the size of children. The golden cage was an artifact UCHNSH had salvaged from the divine realm. MYND often issued outlandish requests. Thus it was prudent to have a collection of peculiar treasures at hand. Now it was indeed useful. He carried the golden cage toward the prison. The pirates within the cage cried out in despair. Once they entered Shilu MN, there would be no hope of returning alive, as they bore the burden of countless lives. Flying was not permitted above J and Ting. As they approached the city gates, MYN stowed away the little ship, and they proceeded on foot. Entry into the city required a fee of 100 low-grade spiritual stones, applicable to both people and spirit pets. As UCHNSH paid the entrance fee, he generously tipped the two gatekeepers 10 low-grade spiritual stones each. The spiritual stones they had acquired from the divine realm and the BIKTN Tuan were still in the hands of the newly appointed steward. UCHNSH, even with just the mid-grade stones, they had nearly 1 million, not to mention a substantial amount of high-grade stones. They were virtually super-rich merchants. Moreover, 100 low-grade spiritual stones equated to a mere 1 mid-grade stone. The entry fee was inconsequential to them. Dear young friends, you must have heard that the auction at the JNTing branch of TNBOG is about to commence. Come and join the excitement. Given your innocent and honest demeanor, you must exercise caution while traversing the city. Recently, there have been unsavory characters lurking both inside and outside the city, one gatekeeper warned. Indeed, the other gatekeeper added with concern, outside the city, the aerial pirates of BIKTN Tuan are robbing travelers, and within the city, many children with spiritual roots have gone missing. If you are well off, it is advisable to hire some guards. Refrain from leaving the city without good reason. When dining or lodging in the city, remember to choose reputable inns. TNB, OG, and FMNLU are the best, though pricier. They offer excellent service and guaranteed safety. The gatekeepers, having received their tips, kindly offered these warnings. This is the advantage of tipping. Innocent, honest. Upon hearing those descriptors, Xiaoxiao nearly burst into laughter, for in his brief slumber, his little master and the others had already taken down the entire BIKTN Tuan. At this moment, the gatekeeper remained oblivious, gazing at the trio before him with a hint of concern. Xiaoxiao, cradling her teddy bear, looked curiously toward the market, her eyes sparkling with innocence. These two youths do not appear to have reached adulthood. How could they bring a 4-year-old girl here? Although her cultivation is low, she possesses a spiritual root. Wouldn't she become a target for those wolves upon entry? If I did not warn them, I would feel remiss for taking the tip. Thank you. We will be cautious. UCHNSH replied with a smile, following MYN into the city. The two gatekeepers shook their heads and sighed as they watched the trio's retreating figures. From their attire and manner of speaking, it did not seem they had emerged from a sect. They likely escaped from a prominent family to frolic, unaware of the dangers of the world. Upon entering the city, Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort as the spiritual energy wafted toward her, penetrating the area known as QHI, where it settled obediently. She recalled that YN had mentioned that the greater the concentration of spiritual energy in QHI, the more powerful she would become. Remembering the gatekeeper's warning about child snatchers in the city, she realized her little fists lacked sufficient strength. Spiritual energy, come to me. Xiaoxiao chirped joyfully like a little bird, humming a tune. In an instant, a great whirlwind swept around her, sending dust and debris flying, threatening to carry off the frail into the air. The spiritual energy in the hungry ghost forest was thin, and when Xiaoxiao called for it, only a few motes of spiritual energy gathered like fireflies in a starry river. However, this is Jin Tang Chung. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 10 times that of the Igui forest. Little one, be more restrained in the city, Mo Yin remarked, utterly speechless. At this rate, before we even locate Tian Bao, this street may very well be turned upside down. It is not a matter of being unable to compensate. It is rather that the claims process will be a waste of time. All right. Lu Xiaoxiao, full of mischief, stuck out her tongue. Yet, she pondered within. The spiritual energy of Jin Tang Chung is so inviting. It would be ungracious of me to neglect such warmth. Chapter 27. The little one is adorable. Spiritual energy cues for affection taking advantage of Yin's momentary distraction. Lu Xiaoxiao quietly conversed with the spiritual energy. Dear spirits, take your time in the queue. No need to rush. My little tummy is quite spacious. You can all fit inside. As if possessing their own will, the spirits obediently complied. Not jostling to enter, but instead flowing gently and silently in her tiny form. My arm feels sore. Could you give a little thump? Lu Xiaoxiao pointed to her little arm. Of course, my dear. Some of the spiritual energy transformed into tiny, gentle fists, softly tapping her arm while gradually permeating it, cleansing her meridians. Others morphed into small fish, joyfully swimming along her channel-like veins towards her qi. Before long, her qi was teeming with lively and adorable spiritual fish. Mo Yin watched in astonishment. What a scene! The little one is so charming that the spiritual energy is vying for her affection. This small child, having barely broken through the qi refining stage, has already mastered the art of refining spiritual energy to such a degree that she can command it to enter through any part of her body and even control its intensity. Is she not a prodigious talent, appearing once in a millennium? Mo Yin felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure on the roadside. This little one is destined for greatness. Perhaps she would carve out a significant place for herself in the upper realm. With such thoughts, his mood brightened considerably, despite the absence of expression on his face. Given his temperament, not wearing a frown was already a sign of smile. The little master is so industrious every day. Yu Qianshu and Xiong Taidi have grown numb to it. In an unnoticed corner, two cultivators were casting predatory glances at Lu Xiaoxiao. That little girl over there seems extraordinarily gifted. Her spiritual root must be quite valuable, remarked the scarred cultivator. The two exchanged glances and continued to fade into the shadows. Indeed, Lu Xiaoxiao's ability to refine spiritual energy had drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. After frolicking with the spiritual energy for a while, Lu Xiaoxiao was captivated by the array of colorful stalls lining the street. Little girl, would you like some cotton candy? Our cotton candy is huge and sweet, and it contains plenty of spiritual energy. A snack vendor approached her. Cotton candy? Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback and looked up. Goodness, the shelves were filled with rings, golden rings, pink rings, and even rainbow rings. The vendor, believing the adorable child would be fond of cotton candy, boldly waved a golden cotton candy stick in front of her, speaking in a coaxing tone. Little one, if you like it, why not give it a try? You are so cute. This handsome young man will surely buy it for you. No child could resist the allure of delicious cotton candy. The vendor was confident that this tactic was infallible. He cunningly calculated that if a child were to cry for it, what adult would have the heart to refuse them in plain sight? Who would dare to let others say they couldn't afford a child's sweets? However, to Lu Xiaoxiao, cotton candy seemed unkind. Oh no, isn't that golden ring the same as the one the snake transformed into? It was not merely similar, it was identical. Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. She had never felt such a powerful urge to reject something called cotton candy. No way, I absolutely do not want it, she cried, turning to flee, much like a startled animal escaping danger. How dare you frighten my little spirit companion? Mo Yan's face darkened instantly, with a series of crackling sounds. The air filled with the scent of caramel. The vendor felt a searing pain in his fingers. The golden cotton candy stick he had just been holding had transformed into a ball of fire and vanished. This vendor was merely a loose cultivator at the qi refining stage, and the aura emanating from Mo Yan was overwhelmingly fearsome. Had that flame touched him, would he have been incinerated? He could never have imagined that in this world there existed a child who was afraid of cotton candy. Dear vendor, it seems that your aggressive selling approach is rather unwise. Please be cautious. My master possesses a very good temperament. Yu Qianshu smiled gently, reassuring the vendor. The last person who disrespected Lord Mo Yin had been devoured by him. I'm sorry, dear customer. I will change. I promise. The vendor stammered in fear. Mo Yin paid no heed to the vendor's ramblings. The streets were bustling with activity, and as a wave of people surged past, he looked around and found that the little one was nowhere to be seen. Little one, where are you? Mo Yin called in a calm voice. He extended his divine sense to cover the area, but could not catch a glimpse of Lu Xiaoxiao. It seemed she had fled into a space that blocked his divine perception. Mo Yan's heart sank as if struck by a hammer. Since finding the little one, they had never been apart. He felt a sense of panic rising within him. This feeling was akin to having a treasured possession stolen from one's home. Mo Yan was in a frenzy. Where could Lu Xiaoxiao be? Having been frightened by the cotton candy, Lu Xiaoxiao had run a few steps, only to be jostled by the crowd, pushing her into a place surrounded by strangers. The petite child felt as though she was encircled by towering mountains. Yin Yin, Qianshu, where are you? Lu Xiaoxiao called out anxiously. The clamor of the bustling market drowned out her small voice. She dared not run any further and stood still, hoping that Yin would notice her absence and come looking for her. She felt immense fear. If only she had held onto Yin Yan's hand and not run off. Oh no, I've gotten lost on my first visit to the city. Will Yin be angry? She recalled the words of the gatekeeper, feeling disheartened as she lowered her head, hugging her teddy bear with tears welling in her eyes. Don't be afraid, little master. Lord Mo Yin will surely come find us. The teddy bear comforted her. At that moment, a splendid carriage approached, and the driver called out, little girl. A young man named Yin is here to escort you. Please step aboard. Surely, Yin has come to find me. Lu Xiaoxiao's tears dried up instantly, and her previously anxious heart finally found peace. All right, thinking of reuniting with Yin, she quickened her pace, climbed into the carriage, and obediently settled in. Inside the carriage, she was the only child, but it was filled with many wondrous and delightful toys, which immediately alleviated her sense of alienation. See, little master, I told you, Lord Mo Yin would not abandon us. This carriage is spacious and comfortable, and there are so many fun things. The teddy bear chirped innocently. Lord Mo Yin is actually quite warm-hearted beneath his cool exterior. Yes, I know. Yin is the best. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, in full agreement. Chapter 28. The little one has been abducted. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao completely unguarded and trusting, the driver smirked slyly. A scar was visible beneath the brim of his hat. This man was Ba, the accomplice of the scarred cultivator. The carriage rolled into a secluded courtyard within the city. Little one, we have arrived. Please disembark. Ba called coldly. Why does the driver's tone sound strange? However, thinking of soon meeting Yin, Lu Xiaoxiao dismissed her concerns and hopped off the carriage. Following him inside, she remained unaware that the moment she stepped in, the space around her distorted. The courtyard was ensnared by a mirror array, isolating it from the outside world. When she beheld the scene inside, she was instantly frozen in shock. In the room, numerous children huddled together, all under the age of 10, some even younger than her. The children cried out in despair, clinging to one another like a flock of frightened chicks. The sinister figure, known as Guaigu, brandished a whip, scolding a little girl fiercely. No more noise. If you continue, I will dig out your spiritual root first and render you a lifeless being incapable of tears. The little girl, around 7 years old, was exquisitely beautiful. Her single phoenix eyes sparkling with vitality, exuding an air of nobility. Dressed in vibrant attire adorned with spirit jade, she was clearly a child of wealth. You wicked people, if my father finds out about this, he will surely not spare you. Although Xiaoxiao trembled in fear, her defiant gaze revealed her unwillingness to submit. Ha. What if he never finds out? Guaigu raised his whip, preparing to strike Xiaoxiao across the face. Would it hurt terribly? She instinctively covered her face. However, as she leaned forward, the whip did not descend. Upon opening her eyes, she saw a small figure in a yellow and pink dress standing protectively in front of her. Uncle, you can't hit people. Lu Xiaoxiao glared at Guaigu, visibly angered. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's small, bird-like frame appeared infinitely grand in Xiaoxiao's eyes. Wow, this sister is so impressive. Thank you for saving me. Who are you? Why are you here? Xiaoxiao cleverly hid behind Lu Xiaoxiao. Ba entered, standing side by side with Guaigu, forming a menacing encirclement. Where is Yin? Lu Xiaoxiao glared at Ba, her sweet voice filled with suspicion. Ha! There's no Yin here. Ba grinned malevolently. Uncle, are you lying to me? Lu Xiaoxiao's cheeks puffed up in anger as she clenched her small fists, making a soft thudding sound. Unbeknownst to her, Yin, who had been taken away, must be worried sick. You are so naive. If I don't deceive you, who will I deceive? Hand over your spiritual root obediently, and don't struggle needlessly, or it will be quite painful. Ba spoke ominously. Sister, be careful. They are all bad people who abduct children to extract their spiritual roots. Xiaoxiao warned, her voice brimming with fury. What is a spiritual root? How do I not know I have one? Lu Xiaoxiao retorted angrily. You wicked uncles, why can't you just buy what you want from the store? It's wrong to steal from others. Hearing such childish words, Abba and Guaigu burst into laughter. Little child, you are truly adorable. To reward you, we have decided to extract your spiritual root first. We are eager to see what attributes it possesses to create such an innocent and vibrant child. Sister, only those with a spiritual root can cultivate immortality. If the spiritual root is taken away, one will be unable to cultivate and their powers will be rendered useless. Xiaoxiao could no longer bear it and explained to Lu Xiaoxiao. This impressive sister, small in stature but great in strength, seemed utterly oblivious to the realm of cultivation. Without a spiritual root, one cannot cultivate? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao froze in shock. No, my spiritual root cannot be taken by those wicked uncles. I still want to be with Yin Yin. Her sweet voice erupted in fury, her tiny frame bristling with indignation. Yin Yin was her bottom line. With a sharp crack, Lu Xiaoxiao's small hand swiftly snapped the whip in Guaiji's grasp. Guaiga stared in astonishment. This was a high-grade spiritual weapon. How could she break it as easily as snapping a string? Could it be that his precious weapon had been damaged in the previous battle? Before Guaigu could react, he felt a blur before his eyes as Lu Xiaoxiao charged at him. With her left hand still securely holding a teddy bear, she struck him squarely in the belly with her right fist. Initially, Guaigu wore a disdainful expression. How much strength could a little child possess? He treated her like a mere infant playing around. Unexpectedly, that tiny fist struck like a hammer, sinking deep into his abdomen. An agonizing pain coursed through him, as if his insides had ruptured. Ah! Guaiji's face contorted in agony, cold sweat pouring down as he rolled his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. Guaiyi, what's wrong with you? It's just a child's punch. Alborimert, perplexed. Was Guaigu attempting to amuse this little girl? When had he developed such comedic talent? He had never seen Guaigu exhibit such a rich array of facial expressions before. It was a waste not to be an actor. Get serious. Stop playing. Abba placed a hand on Guaiji's shoulder, intending to give him a pat. However, the moment his hand made contact, Guaigu collapsed backward with a thud, raising a cloud of dust, having lost consciousness. Lu Xiaoxiao pointed at Abba and cheerfully declared, Bad uncle, you are next. You. Abba finally sensed something was amiss, immediately conjuring a short sword, aiming it towards Lu Xiaoxiao. This little girl was definitely not an ordinary child. Abba dared not underestimate her any longer. Launching a full-force strike, the whooshing sound of the sword rushed towards her. Sister, be careful, Xiaoxiao cried out. Without any treasures in hand, she raised her chubby little hand to shield herself. She covered her eyes in fear, thinking that this sister's hand would be severed. However, a clear cracking sound resonated as Abba's sword shattered in two, while Lu Xiaoxiao's delicate arm remained unscathed. Bad uncle, if you do bad things, you must face punishment. Lu Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips, adopting the tone of a chivalrous adult, her voice assertive and full of righteousness. To Abba, that crisp, sweet voice sounded like the whisper of a little devil. Wow, sister is so powerful. Xiaoxiao watched in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In her heart, she had already crowned the brave little figure as her idol. Sigh, if only she possessed such abilities, she would not be bullied by wicked people. A thought crossed her mind. She must befriend Lu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 29. The little one saves the young lady of the Xia family, a mere girl in the Qi refinement stage. How could her arm possibly be harder than a high-grade spiritual weapon? What sort of monster was this? Like all wicked uncles, Abba too chose to flee. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him, and wicked people are even less willing to take risks. You cannot escape. You haven't apologized yet. Lu Xiaoxiao, filled with anger, chased after him, leaping forward to tackle Abba, pinning him down and delivering a flurry of punches. Her fighting style was purely that of a child, which was precisely why Mo Yin found her techniques lacking. Yet, this did not hinder her victory. Any technique was rendered meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Soon, Abba was beaten into a pulp. For those wicked people who liked to flee, Lu Xiaoxiao took great pleasure in turning them into a mess. Seeing the two villains defeated, Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She raced to Lu Xiaoxiao, eagerly grasping her chubby little hands, and gratefully exclaimed, Sister, thank you for saving me. No need to thank me. I was just here looking for Yin Yin, not specifically to save you. Lu Xiaoxiao replied with a cheerful grin, exuding a down-to-earth charm. Xiaoxiao earnestly said. Regardless, if it weren't for you defeating these two bad guys, I would have been in grave danger today. I should truly thank you. Why not come to my house as a guest? You saved me, and my father will surely reward you with many gifts. My family is quite wealthy. No, I still need to find Yin Yan. I can't go to your house. Lu Xiaoxiao refused without hesitation, her mind already elsewhere. Xiaoxiao felt disappointed upon hearing this. She had finally met an interesting little friend and couldn't bear to let go. So she pulled Lu Xiaoxiao's hand again, smiling as she asked, "Can we be friends? I really like you." "Sure," Lu Xiaoxiao replied candidly, her bright, sparkling eyes clear as crystal. Xiaoxiao enthusiastically introduced herself. "Xiaoxiao, after you find a person named Yin Yan, can you come play my house?" "Of course." Lu Xiaoxiao agreed without hesitation. "All right, then we have a deal." Xiaoxiao beamed with joy. The simplicity of childhood friendship is truly remarkable. When the other children witnessed Lu Xiaoxiao's extraordinary prowess, they flocked around her, crying in unison, "No, Xiaoxiao. This courtyard is filled with a maze of mirrors. We are trapped. To escape, we must first break the formation." Xiaoxiao pointed towards the sky in the corner of the wall. Lu Xiaoxiao looked up and indeed saw the sky adorned with a myriad of star-like formations, interconnected in a dazzling display, resembling countless shards of glass. "I have never been taught about formations. I do not understand the principles," she murmured to herself. "If I can shatter these glass-like barriers, we should be able to escape, right?" With a determined spirit, she bent down and picked up a few small stones. "Xiaoxiao, do you truly believe you can break the maze with these stones?" "That is impossible. My communication talismans cannot even penetrate it." Xiaoxiao lamented helplessly. "I will give it a try. If it does not work, we will think of another solution." Lu Xiaoxiao replied optimistically, convinced that attempting it posed no risk. She delicately pinched the stones with her small fingers, channeling the spiritual energy from her dantian into them. In that moment, a radiant aura enveloped the surface of the stones. With a vigorous throw, she sent the small stones soaring towards the heavens with a swift whoosh. Initially, Xiaoxiao held no expectations, yet in the next instant, the tranquil sky shattered like a broken mirror, the formations cracking with a resounding pop. She stood astounded. Could it truly be that a mere stone could pierce through the mirror maze? She realized that Lu Xiaoxiao possessed an incredible talent, one even she herself was unaware of. "Xiaoxiao, you're even more formidable than I imagined," Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her admiration growing, deepening her desire to be closer to Lu Xiaoxiao. Though she was naturally drawn to strength, Lu Xiaoxiao's bashfulness, accentuated by her blushing cheeks and shyly scratching the back of her head, was endearing. With the maze dismantled, Xiaoxiao promptly released the communication talisman. Soon, a group of formidable figures in black burst into the courtyard, marching in formation before Xiaoxiao, their voices resounding as they shouted in unison, "Greetings, young mistress." Lu Xiaoxiao was utterly taken aback, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, "Wow, this is like the grand entrance of a powerful character from a blockbuster film. Xiaoxiao, you hold quite the status." Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed, nearly overwhelmed by the pomp. "Young mistress, this is a requirement from the pavilion master. You are the pavilion master's daughter, and, at all times, we must maintain a grand presence." She expressed her disdain for such extravagance. Despite being raised in wealth akin to that of a princess, she rejected the notion of princess-like entitlement. Yet, her father persistently groomed her in that direction, much to her exasperation. "Boe, are you all right, young mistress?" Boe inquired anxiously. "Where have you all been? I could have been kidnapped while shopping. Shouldn't I suggest to father that you all be dismissed? If not for my friend's extraordinary abilities, I would have lost my spiritual root." Xiaoxiao expressed her anger at their lack of protection. Hearing this, Boe's expression darkened as he glanced at the unconscious figures of Guaigu and Aba, and he grimly remarked, "So it is them. The root hunters listed in the Tian Yusu. They have already harmed many children recently. How dare they target our young mistress? Drag them away." "Understood, Brother Wei." The group of black-clad individuals swiftly apprehended Guaigu and Aba, their delicate bracelet adorned with a charming jade carving glimmering. "Wow, so beautiful," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, captivated by the sparkling object. She felt no need to be coy with Xiaoxiao and accepted it graciously. "Young mistress, Boe wishes to intervene." Xiaoxiao shot him an indignant glance, fiercely retorting, "Am I the master, or are you? Have you overstepped your bounds? I will give whatever I like. And if you are unhappy, Go report me to my father. Bo Wei was left speechless, his expression a mix of resignation and disbelief. In Chapter 30, as the children exchanged gifts, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a hint of embarrassment. Chinner, I do not have anything suitable to give you. Alas, I did not bring any toys. She pondered what she could possibly offer her friend. The exchange of small gifts is essential to friendship. Finally, an idea struck her. She produced a crystal vial filled with 5 black jade candies and placed them in Xiaoxiao's palm. This is all I have, black chocolate candies. Please do not turn your nose up at them. They are truly delicious. Lu Xiaoxiao strongly recommended. Thank you. I really like the candies you gave me. Xiaoxiao replied with a cheerful smile as she accepted them. Seeing her friend's delight, Lu Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief. The candies were the last remaining ones she had bartered for at Qianshu earlier that morning. She had worried about giving a paltry gift, but it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Xiaoxiao, remember to come and play with me. Of course. Absolutely. Lu Xiaoxiao waved her chubby hand in farewell. Once Xiaoqianer and her entourage had departed, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly realized she had forgotten to ask where they lived. Even if she found Yin Yin, how would she know where to go? She patted her little head, feeling rather foolish. Without the barrier obstructing them, Mo Yin and Yu Qianshu soon located the place. Relying on his innate sense, Mo Yin could detect the scent of the little one from miles away. With every second that passed without finding Lu Xiaoxiao, his expression grew darker. He even vowed that if anything were to happen to her, the Lord of Jintang City would not escape unscathed for failing to ensure her safety. Yin Yin, initially prepared to scold, Mo Yin's anger dissipated upon seeing the little one. Are you all right? Who brought you here? All his reprimanding words transformed into a seemingly calm, yet profoundly concerned inquiry. Who dared to abduct his little spirit pet? His sharp gaze swept across the courtyard, finding not a trace of anyone. Lu Xiaoxiao recounted her experience of being taken. Upon learning that a Ba had lured her away in his name, Mo Yan's brow furrowed. The waters of Jintang City ran deep. The moment he and Lu Xiaoxiao entered the city, they had been targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. Had it not been for her exceptional talent, the consequences could have been dire. Yin Yin, you need not worry. I am unhurt. I have already defeated the bad guys. I even made new friends. Lu Xiaoxiao chirped, raising her chubby hand. The Ling Yu chain shimmering in the light. This is a gift from Qianer. I adore it. Isn't it lovely? Mo Yin remained silent, clearly unimpressed. Thankfully, this Qianer was a girl. Had she been of another gender, he would have had no qualms about incinerating the chain on the spot. Little one, this cannot happen again. You are my spirit pet, and you may only wear what I give you. Do you understand? Mo Yin stated sternly, his expression icy. Oh, Lu Xiaoxiao's lips puckered, her face reflecting an expression of innocence and disappointment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Why did it seem that Mo Yin was unhappy about her making friends? Was he still upset about her wandering off and causing him concern? Xiaoqianer's subordinates had already removed a Ba in Guaigu, thoroughly cleaning the courtyard. Mo Yin, unable to locate the instigators, felt a simmering frustration. He believed in personal retribution, relishing the thought of exacting vengeance himself. He had 100 methods to make those 2 wretches wish for death. The absence of any signs of battle left him feeling bored. Lord Mo Yin, I need to visit a nearby shop to purchase some alchemical materials. The young mistress's snacks are running low, Yu Qianshu suddenly requested. Certainly, Mo Yin agreed readily, even generously adding, if necessary, you may purchase the entire store. If funds are insufficient, I have more. After all, the pills that Qianshu refined were intended as treats for Lu Xiaoxiao. He had no reason to refuse. All right, Lord Mo Yin, Yu Qianshu replied, accepting the offer without hesitation. Money held no value to him. It was as inconsequential as dirt. Goodness, as expected of Mo Yin. At first, Xiaoxiao thought Yin was merely sulking in a fit of anger. However, upon hearing that Yin intended to purchase the entire store solely to create snacks for herself, Xiaoxiao realized that Yin still cared for her. Instantly, all her discontent dissipated. The tears in her eyes vanished, replaced by a smile as radiant as twinkling stars in the night sky. Truly, Yin is wonderful. Xiaoxiao paused in front of a shop filled with a row of cabinets brimming with vibrant jars of various shapes and designs, some adorned with adorable little animals, capturing her attention. Were these not jars meant for holding candy? Every little girl delights in collecting charming items, and Xiaoxiao was no exception. The thought of those jars filled with candy filled her with joy, causing her eyes to sparkle. If you like them, just buy them. I have an abundance of spirit stones, M.Y.N. remarked casually. Perhaps influenced by the spirit jade necklace gifted by Xiaoxiao. M.Y.N. was now particularly generous in treating Xiaoxiao. This prompted the ever-watchful teddy bear to quip, haha. M.Y.N. is indeed the king of jealousy, even envious of a 7-year-old girl. I'm not only jealous, but also possessive, M.Y.N. retorted coldly. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao had already entered the shop, sparing him from enduring any more of the unnerving glares that could have frightened him to death in mere seconds. The shop, ostentatiously named HODPI, welcomed them. The clerk scanned M.Y.N. and Xiaoxiao with a glance. While their clothing was of decent fabric, it remained ordinary. It is known that some individuals of higher status wear garments that are themselves treasures, crafted by renowned tailors who imbue them with arrays or utilize rare materials, bestowing the clothing with defensive, offensive, or other special functions. Dear customers, please come in. Whatever you need, do not hesitate to ask. Our store is well stocked with rare materials for alchemy and accessories. We guarantee your satisfaction, the clerk said politely, albeit with a hint of disdain. Although these patrons were not particularly affluent, they still deserved a courteous reception. M.Y.N. observed the clerk's thoughts with keen insight. This store was rather predictable. He lingered in the shadows, blending into the dimness. Since the selection was for the little one and the payment would be made by the little tree, he felt no obligation to engage with the worldly clerk. Wow, this jar is so adorable. Xiaoxiao exclaimed, aying a charming great elixir jar. However, as her chubby little hand reached out, another individual snatched it away. I'll take this jar. How many spirit stones? Zhling toyed with the jar, secretly mocking. A little pauper dares to covet the same spirit elixir jar as me? At just 14 years old, she was already tall and graceful, her beautiful visage adorned in resplendent red garments, reminiscent of an elegant little fairy. Xiaoxiao had no intention of contesting with her. Though she was a young human, she understood the principle of first come, first served. M.Y.N.'s internal thoughts echoed, little one, do not hesitate. If you truly desire it, seize it. However, Xiaoxiao did not harbor a strong attachment to the jar. If it was not meant to be, she was ready to move on. Her gaze swiftly shifted to another jar, dispelling M.Y.N.'s urge to intervene. Though they abandoned the cat jar, someone began to make a scene in front of them. Little fairy, the cat jar costs 50 mid-grade spirit stones. 50 mid-grade spirit stones was exorbitant for a spirit elixir jar. Typically, ordinary spirit elixir jars cost only a few mid-grade spirit stones, while high-grade ones topped out at 10. Fearing that the little fairy might be deterred by the steep price, the clerk launched into a lengthy sales pitch. Little fairy. This cat jar is not only adorable in design, but also boasts excellent sealing properties, ensuring that the spirit energy remains intact and untainted, preserving the elixir in its original state. It also features a miniature spatial attribute, allowing it to hold 10 times the capacity of a typical jar, capable of storing 1,000 elixirs. 50 mid-grade spirit stones? A poor soul like myself could never afford it. But I am different. I am the daughter of a 9-son palace master. A mere 50 mid-grade spirit stones is but a fraction of my allowance, Zhling proclaimed. Casting a smug glance in discomfort. Was she being mocked as a poor wretch? She felt subtly insulted. This sister was quite insidious. With that thought, Xiaoxiao lifted her chin defiantly, maintaining her aloof demeanor, giving Zhling no acknowledgement, clearly signaling, this spirit pet is quite busy. Please do not disturb. Zhling scoffed internally. A little pauper dares to flaunt themselves in such a store? Look at her. She cannot even hide her embarrassment. After paying for the jar and receiving the neatly packed cat jar, Zhling was in high spirits. Outside, her companions from the 9-son palace were calling for her. Oh, I heard that senior brother W.Y. achieved great success in the Hungry Ghost Forest. I can hardly wait to hear his thrilling tales. Just as she was about to step over the threshold, she cast a sly glance at Xiaoxiao, smirking mischievously. With a flick of her fingers, she unleashed a wave of invisible spiritual energy toward the shelf, causing the jar nearest to Xiaoxiao to topple. With a loud crash, the jar shattered. To onlookers, it appeared as though Xiaoxiao had accidentally knocked it over. Startled by the noise, Xiaoxiao instinctively recoiled. I didn't do anything, she protested, feeling wronged. Émigrec nes ici gaz, shot towards LNGS retreating figure. Though he lingered in the shadows, he had heard every word exchanged between Xiaoxiao and her companions. The Nine Sun Palace, WY, had this individual followed him from the hungry ghost forest to this city? It seemed there were grander schemes at play. The existence of the Nine Sun Palace was becoming increasingly questionable. MYN's cold gaze flickered with intensity. Could it be a mere figment of my imagination? She has not taken it to heart and has left with those people. What a grand establishment. Xiaoxiao found herself in a predicament. I sincerely apologize. But although this jar is not as expensive as the cat jar, it still costs 10 mid-grade spirit stones. If you broke it, you must compensate. The clerk's expression turned dark. Xiaoxiao had lingered without making a purchase, leading him to conclude she was impoverished. His greatest concern was that she could not afford to pay. Even if she were to work it off, her young age limited her capabilities, making it an arduous situation. I did not break it. Xiaoxiao protested, her large eyes wide with innocence. Although I walked by, I did not touch the jar. Who else could it be? You were the only one to pass by the shelf. The clerk's tone grew harsh. Either pay up or stay back to work. Heavens, could this be a scam? Would she really be subjected to such a scheme? No, I told you if I say I didn't do it, then I didn't. Xiaoxiao exclaimed, indignant. Though she was small, it did not mean she would passively accept such treatment. Whose child are you? How dare you act out of my store? Will you compensate or not? Otherwise, I shall summon assistance. The clerk's demeanor grew increasingly hostile, even rolling up his sleeves as if ready to resort to violence. In the shadows outside stood a figure clad in black, BWI, the servant of Shi in air. After ensuring Shi in air was settled, he had kept a close watch on Xiaoxiao. He had witnessed the entire scene where Xiaoxiao maliciously shattered the jar and framed it on Xiaoxiao. Yet, he did not step in to defend her. An opportunity had presented itself. Given Xiaoxiao's apparent poverty, she would undoubtedly struggle to cover the compensation. As long as I take action now to assist Lu Xiaoxiao with this sum of money, it is certain that she will not be able to repay it. Thus, I can negotiate terms with her, emphasizing the significance of this Ling Yu chain to my young master and suggesting that she exchange it for the chain. If she genuinely considers my young master a friend, she will undoubtedly acquiesce. Conversely, if her intentions are merely to ingratiate herself for financial gain, the situation becomes even more manageable. Besides covering her compensation, I can also offer her an additional 100 middle-grade Ling stones, leaving her with no grounds to refuse. Chapter 32. This is the one I broke. Bai Wei contemplated with glee. I truly am quite clever. Bai Wei could not help but praise himself. Emerging from the shadows, he intended to enter the shop. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao was embroiled in a heated argument with the shop assistant. Uncle, do you really expect me to compensate? Yes, compensate. It wasn't me. How can you be so unreasonable? It was you. Don't think you can deny it. Oh. Lu Xiaoxiao was indeed infuriated. Her chubby fists clenched tightly. Mo Yin would certainly not allow his little spiritual pet to suffer injustice. Should the little one rush into his embrace, seeking comfort and protection, his moment of glory would arrive, effortlessly sending this oblivious shop assistant flying to vindicate her. However, the scenario did not unfold as Mo Yin had anticipated. Though Lu Xiaoxiao was merely a cub, she was no pushover, having grown up without ever being unjustly accused. How could she swallow this humiliation? In a fit of anger, she seized a bottle and glared at the shop assistant, raising her chubby hand high. Stop. The assistant's face turned pale, fearing the worst. With a resounding crash, the bottle was indeed smashed to the ground. Help! Another one shattered. The assistant felt like crying. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Lu Xiaoxiao, pointing at the broken bottle on the ground, angrily declared, Uncle, this bottle is the one I broke. If compensation is required, it should only be for this one. Mo Yin was genuinely taken aback. The little one seemed soft and innocent, yet her temperament was quite stubborn. How effortlessly she combined charm and tenacity. It was no wonder she was his little spiritual pet, growing steadily in a direction he favored. Well done. Mo Yin gazed at the little bundle with a fatherly pride, even clapping his hands in approval. But in the next moment, a shadow flickered before him. Mo Yan's figure appeared, exuding a strange aura. Is it really necessary to use such a tone over a bunch of broken bottles? Mo Yan's expression turned cold as he pulled Lu Xiaoxiao behind him. His instinct to protect was quite strong. Seeing Mo Yan, Lu Xiaoxiao felt as if she had found a savior. However, as she hid behind him, her small hands nervously touched each other, and she lowered her head. Her petite voice filled with helplessness. Yin Yin, I truly did not mean to cause trouble. I really did not break the first bottle. Principled as she was, Lu Xiaoxiao would not yield. Assuming Yin Yin would not believe her and would chastise her, she preemptively hugged her little head with her chubby hands. I believe you. His tone was unwavering. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with joy at his trust in her. She felt content, but she leaned closer to Yin Yin, her little voice still trembling. But we really must compensate for one bottle now. After all, she was furious at the time, and the assistant had wronged her. Not breaking at least one bottle would truly be doing herself a disservice. She resembled a little kitten that had broken a vase, feeling both wronged and aware of her transgression. It's merely a broken bottle. If you wish to break it, then break it. If that isn't satisfying, break another one. Broken bottles are meant to be shattered. Do you think I cannot afford this? Montakian smeeded faintly. Lu Xiaoxiao looked up, seeing the smile on Mo Yan's face, which radiated indulgence and affection. Is this truly acceptable? Lu Xiaoxiao could scarcely believe her ears and eyes. Mo Yan rarely smiled, but when he did, it was truly captivating. Mo Yan found her bewildered expression adorable. Did she not believe him? It seemed that he had not spoiled her enough. This little spiritual pet was far too self-effacing. He almost laughed aloud, but restrained himself to maintain his aloof demeanor. Mo Yan repeatedly referred to the Ling Yu bottle as a broken bottle, exhibiting such disregard that the shop assistant could no longer contain himself, exclaiming haughtily, Sir, how can you claim our items are broken bottles? This Ling Dan bottle is worth 10 Ling stones. When Mo Yan's gaze shifted to the assistant, his smile vanished instantly. He picked up a bottle and flung it. With a crash, it shattered upon impact. The assistant screamed in terror. How do we break a third one? Indeed, having shattered 3 bottles in succession had drawn the attention of passers-by. Now, a crowd had gathered outside the shop, while the patrons inside had fled. What was happening? Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily bewildered by Mo Yan's words and responded blankly. What's so pleasant about this? It sounded quite jarring. If this was unpleasant, then let us try something else. Mo Yan waved his sleeve, conjuring a gust of wind. This time, he did not shatter one, but a row of 7. Mo Yan expertly controlled the wind, allowing the bottles to fall in an orderly fashion. It resembled agile fingers gently tapping a keyboard, creating a rhythm. Quite melodious. Lu Xiaoxiao, who had always idolized Yin Yin, finally laughed. I didn't expect Yin Yin to have a musical talent. As an onlooker, the teddy bear's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, who understands Lord Mo Yan's sophisticated romance? You enjoy breaking bottles, so I shall join you in your revelry. The little one now bore a flushed face, overwhelmed with both shyness and joy, her heart brimming with happiness for being so cherished. Oh dear, Yin Yin is truly wonderful. The shop assistant's face shifted from pale to a furious crimson. Adding to the previous 3, 10 bottles had now been destroyed. Sir, you cannot be so reckless. This is Jintang City. You are ruining our business. We can report you to the city lord and have you imprisoned. The assistant was ready to leap up and strike. Yu Qianshu, Mo Yan called softly. Yu Qianshu immediately understood, producing a Ling stone with a smile. This is payment for my master for you. The bottles chosen by my master and young master are all ours now. He always wore that businesslike smile, speaking with careful consideration, using the term purchase rather than compensate. The connotation was entirely different. Purchasing meant they could do as they pleased with the bottles. Quite astute. Mo Yan silently commended Yu Qianshu. His recent performance had truly pleased him. No need for excessive words. A mere glance or a call was sufficient for Yu Qianshu to comprehend his intent. Such talent is rare. What kind of treasure is the Tian Mo Palace to cultivate such individuals? Montakian's curiosity deepened. Chapter 33. Yu Qianshu's subtle brilliance. A single Ling stone is expected to offset 10 Ling Dan bottles. What a joke. The assistant's veins bulged with rage. Have you truly seen this clearly? Is it really insufficient for compensation? Though Yu Qianshu smiled, his tone grew heavier. For reasons unknown, despite his smile, the assistant felt an icy chill envelop him, as if a wave of cold air were rising from the ground. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock. Indeed, it was a single Ling stone, yet it was no ordinary one. It was a top-grade Ling stone. In this world of cultivation, 100 middle-grade ling stones equate to a single upper-grade ling stone, and 100 upper-grade ling stones equal a single top-grade ling stone. Thus, this top-grade ling stone was equivalent to 10,000 middle-grade ling stones. Only a few ling dan bottles are valued at more than 50 middle-grade ling stones. Most are worth just a few, with some even less. Even purchasing several thousand would suffice. I apologize for any inconvenience, but I did not bring any low-grade spirit stones. I only possess this exquisite spirit stone. Yu Qianshu smiled and inquired, "Surely, your establishment isn't short on funds?" This statement struck a chord. The clerk finally comprehended the situation. The individuals before him were far from impoverished. They were evidently affluent tycoons. "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness." The clerk hastily bowed and offered his apologies, nearly prostrating himself before Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao. Mo Yin regarded Yu Qianshu with a knowing glance. He recalled that neither the Xinji nor the Baika troop had any exquisite spirit stones. Throughout their travels, Yu Qianshu had not had the opportunity to exchange for spirit stones at any shop. Thus, was this exquisite spirit stone personally funded by Yu Qianshu? It seemed that our dear little tree had once again displayed her wealth. Moreover, what status did Yu Qianshu hold at the Tianmao Palace? To be so affluent as to casually produce an exquisite spirit stone? Standing outside, Bo Wei felt as though he had been thoroughly embarrassed. Just moments ago, he had considered offering 200 mid-grade spirit stones for a transaction with a young girl. Now it appeared that she could casually discard exquisite spirit stones. What worth did his meager sum hold? Fortunately, he refrained from speaking. Otherwise, he would have brought shame to his young master and the lord. He exhaled deeply. Yu Qianshu smiled sweetly at the clerk, saying, "Furthermore, the first bottle was not broken by my young master, so we shall not be responsible for that payment. If you seek compensation, please approach that girl in red." She knocked the bottle over with her spiritual energy from a distance. I can attest to this, as I happened to pass by and witnessed it all. Bo Wei had waited long enough and finally seized an opportunity to present a token, quickly concealing it again. Although it was only a fleeting glance, the clerk recognized the three prominent characters inscribed on it: Tianbao Pavilion. The clerk trembled in fear, feeling utterly distressed. How could even the people from Tianbao Pavilion be involved? Bo Wei sternly addressed the clerk. As a clerk, you lack even the most basic discernment and have wronged the guests. You must reflect on this. Yes, it was my mistake. I was blind to the truth. To express his contrition, he declared that the cost for the 9 bottles would be waived, considering it a personal apology for the little fairy. The events of today are entirely my fault and bear no relation to this establishment. I kindly ask the little fairy and all fellow cultivators to dismiss it from their minds. The clerk was drenched in cold sweat. He readily admitted to any accusations Bo Wei made. He could easily discern that it was Zhu Lingling's handiwork. However, he was merely a lowly clerk. Zhu Lingling was the daughter of a lord of Zhiyong Palace. He dared not provoke her. Little did he know that Lu Xiaoxiao was a child of a wealthy family. He believed her to be a mere pauper and thus made her the scapegoat. Had he realized this earlier, he would have willingly covered the cost of the bottle himself. Yet, in this world, there are no ifs. He could only attempt to mitigate the damage, albeit at a greater cost. Who knew what kind of formidable entity the wealthy family represented, that even the people from Tianbao Pavilion would step forward to speak on their behalf? If the matter escalated, he feared for his job. Thus, the clerk had no choice but to endure the anguish and accept all blame. "You have shown good sense," Mo Yin remarked coldly. The clerk breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that his admission of fault had spared him further repercussions from this formidable figure. Yu Qianshu felt a twinge of disappointment. She originally intended to express her gratitude to her young master, but ultimately, the exquisite spirit stone went unused. No, there was still an opportunity. Yu Qianshu smiled and retrieved a list from her sleeve, presenting it to the clerk. "I require these spiritual plants. Can you procure them?" Almost forgetting the main purpose of her visit, she was indeed there to purchase alchemical materials. "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I will attend to this at once." The clerk, revitalized, adopted a very respectful demeanor. He had nearly lost his livelihood, yet unexpectedly, he could still conduct business. How could he not be pleased? As the clerk hurried off, Mo Yin fixed his gaze on Bo Wei and asked resolutely, "Who are you?" Bo Wei bowed to Mo Yin and replied, "I am Bo Wei from Tianbao Pavilion. This little fairy has rescued my young master, so I have come to offer my assistance." "Yin Yin, I recognize him. He is Qian's guardian." Although it had only been a brief encounter, Lu Xiaoxiao remembered Bo Wei's appearance. After all, he was quite handsome. Indeed, I appreciate that the little fairy still remembers me. With his identity acknowledged, Bo Wei's lips curled into a faint smile of pride. Mo Yin scrutinized Bo Wei, his eyes still harboring some hostility. The little one had saved a life only a short while ago. His sudden appearance during the dispute was highly suspicious. Why have you been following us? What is your intent? Montakyan inquirit coldly. Bo Wei broke into a cold sweat. When it came to extinguishing conversations, Montakyan was unparalleled. One question left Bo Wei feeling embarrassed and fidgety. There was some personal interest involved. Little did he expect that Mo Yan's keen gaze would see through him. Esteemed guest, I truly apologize. We are currently missing a rare Ziyun fruit from your list, and it may take some time to procure. The clerk awkwardly explained, perhaps we could exchange communication tokens? Our establishment will make every effort to locate it and will inform you immediately upon any news. There is no need for such trouble. Bo Wei quickly shifted the topic. In 3 days, Tianbao Pavilion will host an auction, which will feature the Ziyun fruit among its items. If you do not mind, I invite you to stay at our Tianbao Pavilions Inn until the auction begins. The little fairy has rendered a great service to my young master, and I have long wished to repay this kindness. I hope you will grant us the opportunity to extend our hospitality. Bo Wei secretly rejoiced. He had outwitted the situation splendidly. This way, he could effectively mask his true intentions while appearing warm and generous on behalf of Tianbao Pavilion. Indeed, Mo Yin intended to attend the auction at Tianbao Pavilion to try his luck. However, he did not require accommodation at Tianbao Pavilion. Bo Wei's excessive enthusiasm made Mo Yin skeptical of his sincerity. Just as he was about to decline, he glanced down at the little one. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. An ominous premonition washed over Mo Yin. Such expressions from her typically indicated interest. Having long been troubled by forgetting to inquire about Qian Qian's address, she had finally discovered it. Wonderful. So Qian Qian's home is at Tianbao Pavilion. Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Yin Yin, I promised Qian Qian that I would visit her house. Let us stay at Tianbao Pavilion, shall we? Her chubby little hand tugged at Mo Yan's sleeve, and she gazed up at him with innocent eyes. The sweet, childlike voice rang in his ears, rendering all refusals futile. In his line of sight, it was as if a small kitten were clinging to his feet, adorably pleading. Ultimately, Mo Yan's initially stern expression softened. Very well, very well. He mimicked Lu Xiaoxiao's tone, gently patting her little head. Apart from the Ziyun fruit, Yu Qianshu purchased the other alchemical materials, insisting on using the exquisite spirit stone for payment. Mo Yin had no objections. After all, this wealthy steward not only did not require his salary, but also willingly contributed. Where else could he find such a benevolent steward? Bo Wei arranged for them to stay in a spacious courtyard. This courtyard featured a grand hall, a kitchen, a master room, and 2 guest quarters. All exquisitely decorated and impeccably clean, generally reserved for the important guests of Tianbao Pavilion. As Qian Qian's first guardian, Bo Wei wielded considerable authority. Bo Wei, when will I be able to meet Qian Qian? Lu Xiaoxiao innocently inquired. Bo Wei forced a kind smile. Little fairy, my young master is quite busy at the moment and will be unavailable for the next few days. However, I shall inform her of your arrival at Tianbao Pavilion, and when she has time, she will surely come to see you. Oh, Lu Xiaoxiao responded, somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, now that she was here, how could she fret about not meeting her friend? Bo Wei produced a jade token and said, esteemed guests, this is the ticket for the auction's private room. 1 token allows 10 individuals entry. The ticket for the VIP room is highly coveted, rare to find, and nearly impossible to obtain. Mo Yin, seasoned in the realm of Tianyu, understands these market dynamics well. When something is offered for free, one would be remiss to refuse. Let us accept it then. Mo Yin stated with an air of indifference, his expression betraying no emotion, as if he found the gesture somewhat lacking. Bo Wei pursed his lips in frustration. The ticket was being traded for as much as 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones outside. Come on, could you at least acknowledge its value? After Bo Wei departed, Mo Yin began to arrange formations in the courtyard. The outer layer was a maze, the middle layer a protective array, and at the innermost layer was a spirit-gathering formation. This was Lu Xiaoxiao's first experience witnessing such a process. She was about to become an ardent admirer. Mo Yan's arrangement was akin to playing the piano. With each gentle tap and stroke of his fingers, luminous lines emerged. forming exquisite patterns that surpassed even the constellations adorning the night sky. His fingers, long and graceful, resembled those of a character from a comic. Lu Xiaoxiao stood below, akin to a small sunflower, her little head following Mo Yin's movements. She was fixated on his hands, nearly developing a fixation, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Mo Yin's hands are beautiful." Unbeknownst to her, Mo Yin heard this and looked down at Lu Xiaoxiao with a hint of displeasure, asking, "Is it just my hands that you find appealing?" In that moment, the authoritative presence he exuded felt like that of a great tiger, leaving Lu Xiaoxiao feeling like a helpless little prey beneath its paw. She was caught off guard. She hadn't anticipated such a profound inquiry from him. However, Lu Xiaoxiao was quick-witted. "Your eyes are also very beautiful. Anyone who thinks stars are lovely must not have seen your eyes. Your legs are so long, and your figure is so perfect. There aren't too many like you left. You are the most charming person, a heartthrob, truly a vision of beauty." Her desperate need for survival compelled Lu Xiaoxiao to babble incessantly, praising every possible attribute at an accelerated pace, without pausing for breath or punctuation. After finishing, she gasped for air, nearly fainting. When she looked up, she caught sight of a rare, enigmatic smile gracing Mo Yan's lips. Was he satisfied? Fortunately, her innocent remarks, combined with her youthful demeanor, made Mo Yan find her both refreshing and adorable, leaving him somewhat intrigued. Would he feel the same if a different woman had spoken? Nearby, the onlooker, Teddy Bear, was rendered speechless. It had thought its rainbow gas was a formidable skill, yet it realized the true talent lay with the young master. The mastery of this 10th-level rainbow gas literature was something it longed to learn. Once the formation was complete, the courtyard was finally secured. They began selecting their rooms. Mo Yin insisted that Lu Xiaoxiao share the master room with him, while Teddy Bear and Yu Qianshu took the adjoining smaller rooms. Teddy Bear hesitated, expressing reluctance. "This courtyard is large, but it's not to my taste. It feels uncomfortable. I prefer the little broken boat of Mo Yin." I couldn't bear to leave the spirit pet room after spending just half a day in it. Although it seemed like a complaint, it subtly released a hint of rainbow gas. Indeed, upon observing Mo Yin's expression, there was no smile, yet no frown either. Teddy Bear discerned that Mo Yin disdained Bo Wei in this place. Yu Qianshu maintained a warm smile, not a perfunctory one, but one that reflected genuine happiness in accompanying Mo Yin and the little master on their journey filled with playful antics. In the master room, despite being filled with exquisite items, Lu Xiaoxiao felt an unsettling chill and strangeness, timidly wishing to touch nothing. Mo Yin's large hand swept through the room, clearing away everything, leaving it starkly empty. As Lu Xiaoxiao stood there, bewildered, Mo Yin waved his sleeve, and instantly, a set of stone furniture appeared. A stone table, stone chairs, and even a little nest. Wow, this is the same set from the Hungry Ghost Forest Cave. This familiar and warm feeling was what home truly represented. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a lump in her throat, her eyes misting over. She adored this home. Suddenly, her little feet were lifted off the ground. Mo Yin had picked her up from beneath her shoulders and raised her high. Suspended in midair, she felt no fear. For at her eye level was Mo Yin's extraordinarily handsome face. Now that she had more opportunities for practice, gazing into Mo Yin's eyes no longer left her dizzy from his charm. "Little one, it's time to sleep," he said, placing Lu Xiaoxiao in her cozy nest before extinguishing the candle. Mo Yin transformed into a black dragon, curling protectively around her little nest, lying quietly beside her. As Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at the slumbering Mo Yin, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety. She tucked herself under her little blanket and peacefully drifted into slumber. "Good night, Mo Yin." Chapter 35. The Little Tree Person. A mang before Lu Xiaoxiao lay a desolate expanse. The sky was overcast, devoid of sunlight, and the ground was barren, cracked, and dry. "Where's this place?" She recalled having fallen asleep. In her past life, her homeland had been invaded by monstrous beasts, leading to the extinction of all species save for a handful of humans. The scene before her bore an uncanny resemblance to her former home. No, this must be a dream. Lu Xiaoxiao reassured herself, raising her little chubby hand to bite it. Ouch! Was it said that one wouldn't feel pain in dreams? Why did it hurt? No, I don't want to leave Mo Yin. Mo Yin, where are you? Fear enveloped her as she began to run. Help me. Suddenly, She heard a childish voice calling. Lu Xiaoxiao paused. Was there life in this place? She raised her little hand, scanning the area, and spotted a small sapling not far away. The winds howled fiercely, bending the sapling's trunk, yet it stood firm, refusing to fall. Little one, save me. The voice echoed again, and this time Lu Xiaoxiao was certain it originated from a sapling. Is that you speaking to me, little sapling? She asked, astonished. Yes, the sapling replied, its trunk revealing adorable eyes, a nose, and a mouth, resembling a little tree spirit from an animation. How strange. She didn't recognize the sapling. How did it know her name? Yet, Lu Xiaoxiao had no time for such thoughts. The sapling exuded a peculiar familiarity, and a voice in her mind urged her to save it. She rushed to the sapling, extending her chubby hands to shield it from the wind with her small frame. Under her protection, the sapling's bent trunk straightened, though it still appeared feeble, its leaves yellowing and wrinkled. In this gray world, devoid of sunlight and water, the sapling sighed, if this continues, I will perish. That one happened. I will not let that occur. Lu Xiaoxiao rallied her spirit, and her little chubby hands suddenly glowed, casting warm light like a shower of stars upon the sapling. The sapling joyfully absorbed the light, visibly revitalizing. Its leaves turned green and vibrant, unfurling proudly, finally resembling the healthy sapling it was meant to be. The sapling stretched its branches and leaves comfortably, offering Lu Xiaoxiao a smile. She wiped her nose with her little hand, smiling confidently and naively proclaiming, after all, I have revived the corpse flower on the other side before. I am quite experienced in healing spirit plants. Her healing light radiated like sunshine. Now that she had a reservoir of energy, she could merge her spiritual essence with the healing light, enhancing its efficacy. Suddenly, something peculiar occurred. The sapling twisted, its two leaves resembling little arms, gradually taking on the shape of a small person, and then its roots pulled out from the soil, emerging as if sprouting a pair of legs. It transformed into a little tree person, standing at the height of Lu Xiaoxiao's knees, adorably charming. The small tree spirit took a few steps across the ground, gliding gracefully to stand before Xiaoxiao. One hand clutched its heart while the other rested behind its back, bowing at a precise 90 degrees in a polite gesture akin to that of a gentleman. Xiaoxiao, thank you for saving me. My name is Ming, it said in a voice still imbued with youthful innocence. Could it be that this tree had gained sentience? Egli undicesimo occhi ostered in astonishment. Yet, this was the realm of cultivation. Such bizarre occurrences were hardly out of the ordinary. Ming, no need to thank me. It was merely a small effort on my part. By the way, do we know each other? How do you know my name? Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. Indeed, we have known each other for over 1,000 years. The small tree spirit murmured, its voice fading to a whisper. Ming, I can't hear you. Could you please repeat that? Xiaoxiao tilted her head. Just then, the small tree spirit leapt onto her shoulder like a grasshopper. Ming extended its twig-like hand, pointing towards the sky. Following the direction of the gesture, Xiaoxiao gazed upward, observing the sky shimmering with sparse, twinkling white lights resembling tiny snowflakes, delicate feathers, or a myriad of fireflies. I recognize that. It is spiritual energy, Xiaoxiao exclaimed with an innocent smile. If you look closely, each light is composed of different colors, the small tree spirit informed her. Xiaoxiao blinked, her sparkling eyes glinting like a prism. In that instant, it felt as though she had unlocked a microscopic realm. Each point of light revealed an array of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, like a collection of tiny rainbow candies. Xiaoxiao, try to extract the green. The small tree spirit encouraged. Green? Xiaoxiao envisioned the vibrant greenery of spring. To her delight, the green spiritual energy separated from the white energy in accordance with her will, solidifying into a small orb before burrowing into the earth. Soon, the barren surface sprouted a lush carpet of green moss, with countless tiny shoots breaking through the soil, forming a delightful patch of greenery beneath Xiaoxiao's feet. Though this verdant patch measured only a square meter, it became the sole oasis amidst the desolation. Wow, how magical! Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. This circle of green resembled a tiny pedestal, and standing atop it, Xiaoxiao became an adorable figurine. The small tree spirit sprouted new leaves, each hand producing 5 tender buds that gracefully unfolded like tiny hands. It plucked a heart-shaped leaf from its body and offered it to Xiaoxiao. Delicious. Try it. The leaf bore a heart shape and resembled a thin green tea pancake. It smells so good. I want to eat it. Xiaoxiao, being a foodie, couldn't resist the enticing aroma. But Ming, this is your leaf. It wouldn't be right for me to eat it, would it? It would look unseemly if you became bare. Xiaoxiao hesitated, recalling how Ming's leaves had nearly been blown away by the wind not too long ago, and it had not regrown many. Eat. I can grow plenty more. I won't be bare. The small tree spirit, Ming, shook itself, and instantly, a new leaf bud sprouted where it had just plucked a leaf. Wow, then I won't hold back. Xiaoxiao could no longer resist, for the leaf smelled too divine, reminiscent of delectable cookies, just as her small hand reached out to accept the leaf. The entire world was enveloped in a blinding white light. She could see nothing. In the next moment, she opened her eyes wide, finding the fiery black dragon still curled up, sound asleep. Was that just a fleeting dream? Something seemed to linger in her small hand. Upon opening her palm, she discovered a heart-shaped leaf resting quietly in her grasp. It turned out it was not a dream, but would she ever have the chance to meet the small tree spirit Ming again? As she took a bite of the heart-shaped leaf, her eyes sparkled like stars. Oh, how delicious! This is the best cookie I've ever tasted. Chapter 36. The little one learns a new skill. The heart-shaped leaf exuded the refreshing aroma of green tea, with a hint of mint cooling essence. Xiaoxiao felt as if she were a tiny blade of grass, rejuvenated by a long-awaited drizzle, instantly uplifted. Sensing that the reservoir of spiritual energy within her was expanding once more. Feeling immensely comfortable and satisfied, she drifted back into a deep slumber, this time without dreams. Blissfully snoring softly like a kitten, her short limbs sprawled out. Myn, half awake, glanced at her with a narrowed gaze. The little one must have been exceptionally hungry, to be munching even in her dreams. Surely, that red dragon pearl wouldn't suffice to fill her up today. Now he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and sighed softly. It seemed imperative to find her better sustenance soon. The following day, little master, I must step out for a while. Could you please take care of this pot of flowers for me? Xiaoxiao requested earnestly. He handed Xiaoxiao his beloved hibby flower. Rest assured, I will complete the task. Xiaoxiao replied energetically. In her heart, she thought, little tree works hard to make so many candies for me. I must help him. Xiaoxiao smiled, feeling reassured, and departed. The place he was headed to posed certain dangers, making it inconvenient to bring the hibby flower along. If he stored it in his spatial pouch, the spiritual energy might not suffice, risking the flower becoming wilted as it had last time. This courtyard was protected by a gathering array laid out by Myn, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was denser than outside. And with Xiaoxiao's kind-heartedness, there was no place safer than here. With nothing to occupy her time, Xiaoxiao cradled the pot of flowers in the courtyard. Playfully, she poked at the leaves of the hibby flower. Pipi, you must grow tall quickly. When you bloom, little tree will be able to see his brother. Xiaoxiao chatted joyfully with the pot of flowers. Pipi, now even a pot of flowers can have a name. When did this happen? The teddy bear lounging in the sun with Xiaoxiao remarked. Bear, I just thought of it. Hibby flower, PP. Doesn't it sound lovely? Xiaoxiao asked innocently with a hint of pride. It sounds lovely. Any name the little master give will never sound bad, the teddy bear responded, puffing out rainbow-colored air. Yet, internally it thought, of course, no matter how nice PP sounded, it couldn't compare to the name of teddy bear. In the room where Myn was meditating, he listened with perked ears, finding their conversation rather mundane. He was not eavesdropping. He was simply listening in good faith. With his keen hearing, no sound within several miles could escape his notice. As she gazed at PP, Xiaoxiao was reminded of the small tree spirit Ming, feeling a special connection to the spirit plants. First, she met PP, and then Ming. Alas, I wonder when I will see Ming again. She sighed. You will see him. The leaves of PP swayed gently, as if to comfort her. In the room, Myn furrowed his brow. Ming? Who is this? A man? When did she secretly get to know men outside without my knowledge? Could have been during that brief time she wandered away from me. Recently, there's been an increasing number of miscellaneous individuals around her. She is so innocent and easily deceived, I must keep a close watch. Xiaoxiao, oblivious, did not realize that her unintentional sigh had caused Myn to feel more anxious than even a father would. Oh, I learned a new skill. I wonder if it will help PP. Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled her ability to summon green spiritual energy in that space. It seemed that green spiritual energy was particularly beneficial for the growth of spirit plants. She wanted to give it a try. PP shook its leaves curiously, eager to grow tall as well. Thus, she concentrated her gaze, and indeed, she saw the spiritual energy in the air resembling that of the previous space. All the white spiritual energy was akin to tiny rainbow candies. Green spiritual energy, come to me. She beckoned with her chubby hands, mimicking a cat's paw. With a whoosh, a whirlwind of energy swirled around, and the green spiritual energy in the courtyard separated from the white energy, coalescing into a green light that gathered in the palm of Xiaoxiao's hand. Xiaoxiao gently blew on the orb of green light, which dispersed like a dandelion, enveloping the Bianhu. The essence of green energy was refined, and unexpectedly, a small green bud emerged from the Bianhu. This bud, known as Ali, would blossom as it matured. In that fleeting moment, Myn, who had been observing everything with his divine sense, opened his profound eyes. Such an extraordinary ability to directly spur the growth of trees was indeed remarkable. Unlike the previous transformation of withered yellow leaves into vibrant green, this was a fundamental alteration of the growth patterns of trees. In the T New York U realm, only cultivators of the Unying stage, possessing with spiritual roots and adept in spiritual plant techniques, could accomplish such feats. Wow, PP is so impressive, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, scooping up the Bianhu and rushing into Myn's room like a gust of wind, her voice brimming with excitement. PP has grown a bud. She always wished to share her happiness first with Yn. I see, Myn replied, maintaining his meditative posture, feigning calm as he inquired, when did you acquire this skill? Yn, I learned it while I was sleeping yesterday, Xiaoxiao said, gazing at Myn with her clear, sincere eyes, devoid of any impurities. Others may require a millennium of cultivation to master such skills. And you learned it simply by sleeping? Are you a celestial being? M'y's curiosity about, once-pitied origines depend. From which celestial family did she come? Meanwhile, at the Shura Gates Jin Tang branch, within a mysterious parlor, stood a slender figure cloaked in black, wearing a mask. Upon removing the mask, a familiar face emerged, Xiaoxiao. The area was imbued with barriers, rendering it invisible and inaudible to the outside world. The Shura Gate is a clandestine sect that operates beyond the bounds of good and evil, engaging in various tasks as long as the payment is sufficient. Additionally, the Shura Gate had established a T New York UC, where tasks would be updated in real time. Individuals outside the Shura Gate could also publish or accept tasks, with transactions monitored by the sect, ensuring protection for both parties involved. After completion, the Shura Gate would take a 30% commission. Xiaoxiao approached the counter and infused a strand of spiritual energy into a verification stone, announcing TNMD in Xiaoxiao. The stone flickered with a red glow before returning to its original state, indicating the initial stage of foundation building. This verification stone acted like a demon-revealing mirror, capable of discerning the user's cultivation level and the attributes of their spiritual energy. According to the rules of the T New York UC, all users, whether task publishers or recipients, must undergo real-name authentication via spiritual energy. The elderly clerk raised his gaze to Xiaoxiao, surprise flashing in his eyes. The TNMD is a sect of demonic cultivators. Why did this self-proclaimed member possess pure spiritual energy, devoid of any demonic aura? Upon hearing that Xiaoxiao was from TNMD, the clerk, Mr. Fing, could not help but kindly warn, dear guest. Every member of TNMD is on the hunting list of the T New York UC. Aren't you afraid of being discovered and facing danger by coming here alone? Hearing this, Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and replied, is my life worth merely 100 medium-grade spiritual stones? However, the business I am conducting with you amounts to 200,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. The Shura Gate would not be so foolish as to forego a 200,000 deal for a mere 100, would they? Upon hearing this, Mr. Feng's eyes brightened with interest. Xiaoxiao produced the T New York UC and handed it to the clerk, adding, I am here to submit a task. The list is clearly marked within the T New York UC. Very well, please wait for a moment. Mr. Feng, a kindly elder with a gentle demeanor, treated Yu Qi in Sage with utmost respect, regardless of his low cultivation level and his status as a wanted member of TNMDN. As long as one adhered to the Shura Gate's rules, every customer will be treated fairly and respectfully. Mr. F. Ing even admired Yu Qi in Sage's exceptional courage. Despite the constant flow of transactions at the Shura Gate, his extensive experience allowed him to discern the significance of the names and items circled in the T New York UC. Dear guest, this is a substantial order. The entire team of BIKTNTUN, along with all the stolen treasures under bounty, including that black pirate ship, Mr. F. Ing exclaimed, while rapidly calculating with an abacus. The total comes to 200,000 medium-grade spiritual stones, which would be 200 top-grade spiritual stones. Are you certain you are here to submit a task rather than accept one? Mr. F. Ing sought confirmation. In J.N.T. Ing City, 200 top-grade spiritual stones could command immense power. Indeed, Yuchi NSH replied calmly, smiling as he produced a golden cage and a storage bag filled with the stolen treasures under bounty. Inside the golden cage, the miniature figures of the white bandits, resembling matchsticks, were lamenting, "Little deity, please have mercy and release us. We bear no grudges against you. The treasures are yours. Why treat us so ruthlessly?" Yuchi NSH shot them a cold glare, his expression hardening. These white bandits did not spare even demonic cultivators. Having harmed several female demonic cultivators from TNMDN in the past, robbing not only their treasures, but also their very lives. Those female cultivators had perished. And Yuchi NSH had learned the art of mending clothes from them, who had cared for him like family. Although he could have sought MYN's assistance to eliminate them and avenge his sisters, that would not align with his principles. He sought to maximize his benefits. Who took action was of no consequence. Dear guest, you are truly remarkable. This is a great feat. The clerk praised. I merely settle accounts for my master. I lack such prowess. Yuchi NSH replied with a smile that bore a hint of seriousness. He produced another storage bag and pushed it towards Mr. F. Ing, stating, I wish for any information regarding me and those behind me to remain outside your business transactions. Mr. F. Ing scanned the bag with his divine sense, revealing 100 top-grade spiritual stones. Haha, no problem. Using 100 top-grade spiritual stones as a confidentiality fee. Your master is quite generous. We shall accept this order. And should anyone wish to purchase your information at a higher price in the future, we will refuse, Mr. F. Ing assured. That is of no concern. In 3 days. Even if I do not pay this confidentiality fee, the Shura Gate will still wish to keep our matters confidential. What I am purchasing, to be precise, is merely the security of information for these 3 days, Yuchi NSH replied with a smile. So confident? Mr. F. Ing pondered, taken aback. This young man, appearing to be a mere foundation-building cultivator, exuded an air of confidence that was hard to comprehend. Even if his background was formidable, why would such a powerful figure send someone of such low cultivation to handle these critical affairs? However, Mr. F. Ing, being a professional, refrained from asking questions that were none of his business. I need to procure a piece of information, Yuchi NSH continued. Who is the mastermind behind the assassination of the Demon Lord 3 months ago? The smile vanished from Yuchi NSH's face, replaced by a cold demeanor that transformed him completely. This individual possesses a complicated identity. It seems he would not take action himself. May I instead purchase the information regarding the assassins he dispatched? Yuchi NSH inquired calmly. Certainly, that will require 500 top-grade spiritual stones. You may offset this with a bounty, but an additional 300 top-grade spiritual stones must be paid, Mr. F. Ing kindly reminded. No need. I will pay the information fee separately. Yu Qianshu received a reward of 200 exquisite spirit stones and then took out 500 more from his storage bag to hand over to Elder Foam. Not to mention the additional 200 spirit stones generously gifted by the Shura sect, he presented a total of 600 exquisite spirit stones. What does this signify in Jintang City? Even the wealth of a minor sect is unlikely to equal such a sum. Yet, Yu Qianshu tossed them out without a flicker of hesitation, as if they were mere pebbles devoid of value. This piqued Elder Feng's curiosity. Who exactly is this seemingly ordinary little demon cultivator? Even more perplexing was the fact that this was akin to mere offsetting. Wasn't Yu Qianshu's expenditure at the Shura sect ultimately 400 exquisite spirit stones? Little did Elder Feng know that Yu Qianshu harbored a peculiar sense of ritual. This reward was meant to be managed for Lord Mo Yin and the Little Master, and he could not claim it for personal use. His private matters, of course, required his own funds. He intended to deliver the 200 spirit stones from the Shura sect, intact, to Mo Yin. Can you tell me now? He inquired. Bei Ming Jian Mo. Elder Feng regarded Yu Qianshu with a meaningful gaze. Upon hearing the name, the light in Yu Qianshu's eyes dimmed, his pupils darkening. It was he? Elder Feng cautioned, guest, this individual is beyond your current capabilities. I am aware. Before stepping out of the hall, Yu Qianshu donned his black mask once more. Chapter 38. The most precious thing is trust. Within less than half an hour after Yu Qianshu's departure, the Jintang branch of the Shura sect welcomed yet another distinguished guest, Tian Bao Ji's Bo Wei. Bo Wei pressed a spirit stone, adhering to protocol to verify his identity. Elder Feng, I need to inquire about 3 individuals. The price is yours to set, he stated directly, yet with utmost respect. He was an old acquaintance of Elder Feng. Please proceed, Garbo. Elder Feng responded with a kind smile. It turned out that Elder Feng was not merely an ordinary shopkeeper. Were it not for his presence in this very spot, no one would suspect that this seemingly unremarkable old man was the notorious manager of the Shura sect's Jintang branch. Even the battle-hardened Bo Wei could not discern Elder Feng's profound cultivation. Despite his illustrious standing as a guard for Tian Bao Ge, he dared not display any arrogance within the realm of the Shura sect. Elder Feng, the 3 individuals are named Mo Yin, Lu Xiaoxiao, and their servant Yu Qianshu. They only arrived in Jintang City yesterday, Bo Wei explained. Garbo, I regret to inform you that the information regarding these 3 individuals is protected. Our shop cannot disclose it, Elder Feng replied with a gentle smile. I see. It appears they indeed possess some background. Bo Wei expressed his disappointment. Elder Feng, I shall take my leave, he bid farewell. After Bo Wei departed, Elder Feng shook his head. Filled with confusion, when did Tian Bao Ge become entangled with Tian Mo Dian? It seemed that the tranquility of Jintang City would not endure for long. In the guest courtyard of Tian Bao Ge, who else could it be but his little son, his little master? Yu Qianshu's calm visage blossomed into a warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Qianshu, look, the Higginbana. Lu Xiaoxiao proudly lifted the flower pot high. Akin to a kitten seeking praise, her tail absent from wagging behind. Upon seeing the Higginbana sprouting its buds, Yu Qianshu froze, trembling all over, and in the next moment, tears streamed silently down his slender cheeks. He had endured to this moment, and it had finally blossomed. His silent weeping startled Lu Xiaoxiao. Could it be that little Qianshu did not comprehend what the buds were, fearing that the Higginbana was ill? Qianshu, don't cry. Don't be sad. It's not sick, it's doing well. I've taken good care of it. These are the flower buds. Do you know? When they grow, they will bloom. As Qianshu cried, she became flustered, her words failing to keep pace with her thoughts. She resembled a frantic little squirrel, darting about in desperation, unsure how to console him. Little master, I apologize. I am merely overwhelmed with emotion, he replied. I certainly understand that these are flower buds. Thank you, little master. Is that so? You truly frightened me, just now. No need to be polite, Qianshu. Lu Xiaoxiao sighed in relief upon witnessing Yu Qianshu return to normal. Yet, his blend of laughter and tears only made him appear more pitiful. Yu Qianshu felt a pang of anxiety. It was entirely his fault for being overly moved and breaking down, almost causing the little master to weep alongside him. Lord Mo Yin was still watching from the shadows. Remembering that fearsome gaze, he quickly shifted the topic. I adore Pai Pai. I am delighted to care for it. Flattered by the compliment, the little creature blushed, its fair face resembling a small apple. Yu Qianshu chuckled softly. Indeed, praising the little master was immediately effective in lifting her spirits. Pai Pai. Yu Qianshu paused for a few seconds before realizing that Pai Pai must be the transliteration of bye-bye. Truly, the little master even gave the Higginbana a name. Once again, he felt that entrusting the care of the Higginbana to the little master was an astute decision. Yu Qianshu approached Mo Yan's main chamber. Lord Mo Yan. He knocked on the door. Come in. Came Mo Yan's indifferent and languid voice. Lord Mo Yan, this is the reward earned from the Bai Ku Tian Tuan. Totaling 200 exquisite spirit stones, Yu Qianshu presented a storage bag to Mo Yan. Without needing to open the storage bag, Mo Yan merely sniffed, confirming the unmistakable coppery odor emanating from it, indicative of the Shura sect. There is no need to give this to me. You should keep it. You are the steward of the little broken ship, and I rely on you to manage many matters. Mo Yin said leisurely. Yu Qianshu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he replied, "Thank you for your trust, Lord Mo Yen. Nothing is more precious than being trusted." In the following 2 days, Yu Qianshu began seclusion to refine pills. Although he lacked the Ziyun fruit, he had various elixirs to concoct. He could start with the others, as Lu Xiaoxiao was quite the little glutton. No amount of elixirs would suffice for her appetite. During these 2 days, Bo Wei sought various excuses to meet Lu Xiaoxiao, but Mo Yin rebuffed him each time. On the 3rd day, the auction at the Jintang branch of Tianbao Gu finally commenced, and Yu Qianshu emerged from his seclusion. Upon his exit, he filled Lu Xiaoxiao's crystal apple bottle with red spirit fruit candies and dark chocolate candies. "Thank you, Qianshu." Lu Xiaoxiao clutched the crystal bottle, her face alight with satisfaction. She had devoured the remaining 5 candies on the 1st day, and upon receiving this fresh batch, she couldn't resist tasting one immediately. Wah, they look the same, but they taste even better than the previous ones. I must have been starving after 2 days without candy. Not quite, Yu Qianshu explained with a smile. I used the Qi Lian fire for refining, so the candies are naturally of purer quality and richer in fragrance. Though these batches of candies had not reached the 9th rank, they were already at the pinnacle among 8th rank elixirs. The entrance to the auction hall was packed with people. "Yin Yin, let us hurry and line up." Lu Xiaoxiao pulled Mo Yan's hand, her short legs scurrying forward, resembling a mouse dragging a sack of rice. After being cooped up in the courtyard for 3 days, she was eager to come out and play. "I wonder if there are any delicious treasures at the auction today. I hope I can see Xiaoxiao." The little bundle of joy sparkled with excitement, chattering to herself. Observing the long queue extending to the street corner at the ticket checkpoint, Mo Yin frowned. "You can't be serious about wanting me to stand in line? Yin Yin, we must." "Absolutely not. What a waste of life." Chapter 39. When did you learn this tea art? Dressed in bright red, Zhu Lingling happened to walk right in front of Lu Xiaoxiao, surrounded by a group of blue-clad individuals for protection. "Look at that little girl. She is so adorable. Surely, she must be the cutest girl in the world." Someone in the crowd gasped in admiration. Zhu Lingling raised her proud face. In the men's zone, it is widely acknowledged that she is the most adorable and beautiful junior sister. Ah, these individuals must be praising themselves. This little girl is merely 4 years old. Isn't she? Goodness, and she is already at the Qi refining stage. Which sect produces such a prodigy? Look, even the 2 young men accompanying her possess striking appearances and exceptional charisma. If our sect had such a talent, she would surely be treasured and nurtured as a precious gem. The crowd buzzed with excitement. However, Zhu Lingling felt something was amiss. She cannot possibly be 4 years old. Does she truly appear that youthful? Furthermore, she has already established her foundation, not merely at the Qi refining stage. What kind of eyes do these people have? Soon, she realized that the remarks were not directed at her. A 4-year-old girl, clad in a delicate apricot-colored dress, resembled a fresh peach blossom. Holding hands with a handsome man in black, skipping joyfully into the bustling marketplace, becoming a vibrant splash of color. She also cradled a lovely little bear in her arms. A refined boy dressed as a scholar trailed behind, holding a pot of flowers. The trio, with their unique charm and striking appearances, stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd. All the praises and accolades have been directed at this little girl, leaving Zhu Lingling feeling overshadowed and overlooked. Is it her? Zhu Lingling's smile abruptly froze, transforming into a grimace. She recognized this girl as Lu Xiaoxiao, the little girl who had shown interest in the same bottle at the Lingdian shop. Throughout her life in the men's zone, Zhu Lingling had been the youngest, the cutest, and the most beautiful, adored by her senior brothers and sisters as well as the elders. Yet today, she encountered Lu Xiaoxiao, who was even younger and cuter, and jealousy instantly welled up within her. Zhu Lingling deliberately paused, and, as Lu Xiaoxiao passed by her, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, how is it you again? Don't tell me you are here for the Tianbao Pavilion auction. Is this a place for someone of your status?" "Why not?" Lu Xiaoxiao retorted indignantly. "Because you are poor, not even possessing a single spirit stone." Zhu Lingling could not stand seeing Lu Xiaoxiao being praised. She merely sought to belittle her for her own relief. Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. The bad sister does indeed have a point. I really don't have any spirit stones." Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled. Usually, all arrangements were managed by Xiao Shu Shu. Even purchases were made by Xiao Shu Shu, making it seem unnecessary for her to carry money. She didn't feel compelled to divulge this to Zhu Lingling. Zhu Lingling thought Lu Xiaoxiao had finally accepted her status as a little pauper. Previously, Zhu Lingling had hurriedly departed, failing to notice the presence of Mo Yin and Yu Qianshu standing in a corner. Today, she finally caught sight of the master and servant duo. Montaqian, tall and graceful, exuded a cold elegance, while Yu Qianshu, fresh and refined, wore a smile. Both were top-notch beauties. If Lu Xiaoxiao truly belonged to the same sect as Mo Yin, it was impossible for her to lack even a single spirit stone, unless this little pauper had actively sought to attach herself to this benefactor. Observing Mo Yin holding Lu Xiaoxiao's hand, Zhu Lingling's suspicion grew stronger. Thus, she intensified her mockery. I never imagined you managed to latch onto a benefactor. Bad sister, how did you know? Lu Xiaoxiao asked in surprise. She is Yin Yan's little spirit pet. Of course, Yin Yan is her benefactor. Yin Yan even provides her meals. The thing she looks forward to every day is waiting for Yin Yan to feed her. You. Zhu Lingling was so enraged that her face turned crimson. Such a direct admission? How could there be such a shameless child in this world? And Mo Yin frowned. This woman was like a fly, persistently buzzing with her tiresome chatter. The most absurd part was that this woman's comprehension was entirely different from that of the little spirit pet. Yu Qianshu glanced at Mo Yin, conveying the message that the little master was being bullied. Should he intervene and teach this woman a lesson? However, Mo Yin cunningly shook his head. He wanted to see how the little one would handle it. If she couldn't even deal with Zhu Lingling, how could she accompany him on his adventures? The notion of wealthy upbringing does not imply raising a little spirit pet to be a fragile flower in a greenhouse. Poor Zhu Lingling had become a mere training tool for Mo Yin. What he truly wished to witness was the little one unleashing her fury in a confrontation. Would Zhu Lingling have the opportunity to become the fourth person to be pummeled into a state of disarray by the little one? Yu Qianshu contemplated. So that is how it is. The thoughts of Lord Mo Yin are so difficult to decipher. This Jiang Palace is truly relentless. How could they continue to provoke Lord Mo Yin? If they persisted, they would likely earn his ire and face expulsion from the cultivation world. So, the money for breaking the spirit jade bottle was also covered by this benefactor? Zhu Lingling's jealousy flared. She had initially intended to scheme against Lu Xiaoxiao. But if Lu Xiaoxiao had a benefactor, her plans for punishment would likely fall through. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao became furious. Should she strike the bad sister and make her spin in place? But after calming down, she tilted her little head, feeling that this sister might have her own grievances. Sister, you clearly broke the bottle yourself. You are blaming me because you cannot afford to pay, right? There is truly no need for that. I'm quite generous. If you had told me you were poor, I would have surely helped you. Yin is extremely wealthy. You don't need to put on airs. Puffed. Yu Qianshu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The anticipated fight that Lord Mo Yin had been looking forward to did not occur. Who would have thought the little master's imagination was so remarkable? Mo Yin rubbed his forehead, bending down, his face suddenly close to Lu Xiaoxiao's. The distance was so close that his breath brushed against Lu Xiaoxiao's ear, warm and gentle, as he asked in a captivating tone, "Little one, when did you learn this tea art? How come I didn't know?" Lu Xiaoxiao looked bewildered. Yin, I don't understand tea art. I genuinely care about her. The exchange between Lu Xiaoxiao and Mo Yin appeared to Zhu Lingling as overtly sarcastic. How could she tolerate such insolence? You dare insult me? Seeking death. Zhu Lingling's face darkened immediately. She grasped the arm of the blue-clad young man beside her and, in a pleading tone, said, "Ooh, senior brother, did you hear that? This little pauper is bullying me, calling me both poor and fat. How outrageous. I am clearly so beautiful and adorable. Can you bear to let this happen? Please help me out, will you?" The sweet tone made Yu Qianshu shiver and hug his elbows. Lu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in astonishment. When did I bully you? You are the one framing me. How can you be so delusional? Senior brother, did you hear that? This little pauper not only called me poor and fat, but now she is also saying I'm insane. Zhu Lingling was on the verge of tears. How malicious. Mo Yin could no longer contain his laughter. Did the little one acquire this tea art through self-study? He found this exchange far more entertaining than watching the little one beat up the villains. Teddy Bear, Lord Mo Yin, are you planning to join us as an onlooker? Chapter 40. Is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones considered a lot? Zhu Lingling appeared as if someone had stepped on her tail, her fury rendering her unable to maintain even a facade of tears. She resembled a mere joke. Zhu Lingling's senior brother was not unfamiliar to Lu Xiaoxiao. "Ah, so it's you, the bad uncle who snatched Guohua. You are in cahoots with the bad sister." Lu Xiaoxiao recognized Wu Yi at a glance. Wu Yi's expression was a mix of terror and embarrassment. He had followed the little broken boat to the vicinity of Jintang City using a tracking talisman, only to lose sight of Mo Yin and the others. He had entered the city with a gamble in mind, hoping that Mo Yin and his group will be interested in the Tianbao Pavilion auction in Jintang City. Coincidentally, the little palace master of Jiang Palace, Zhu Lingling, happened to be in Jintang City, so he arranged to meet elixir there. For the past 3 days, the people of Jiang Palace have been unable to locate Mo Yin because he and his companions were residing in the courtyard arranged by Tianbao Pavilion. And when Yu Qianshu left, he was cloaked and masked. He never imagined that before he met Zhu Lingling. She had already encountered Lu Xiaoxiao and created a conflict with her. To his astonishment, within a mere 3 days, Lu Xiaoxiao, this little monster, had ascended from no cultivation to the refining qi stage. Considering that Lu Xiaoxiao could already send a golden core stage spirit serpent flying with a single punch, even without any cultivation, one could only wonder how formidable she would become now that she had reached the refining qi stage. Would she not be even more terrifying? It was only after being called a bad uncle by Lu Xiaoxiao that he found himself frozen in place. He immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Shur. Communicating through a secret sound technique, "Elder Shur, it is indeed them. The treasures from the temple have been stolen by them. Wu, you have done well. The rest is up to us elders. There are too many people here, and we cannot act freely. Let's closely observe their movements and wait for an opportunity to act. You must keep the little palace master occupied and prevent her from causing any trouble. You have my gratitude for this endeavor." The final sentence struck a chord. Who in Jiuyang Palace did not know that the little palace maiden was willful and unruly, always seeking trouble? Seeing Wu Yi standing there unresponsive, his gaze vacant, Zhu Lingling was infuriated. "Senior brother, I've been bullied right before your eyes. And you are ignoring me? You are not usually like this. Explain yourself properly." What he had to face could not be evaded. He had no choice but to use the secret sound technique to convey to Zhu Lingling. "Lingling, it is like this. We are on a mission, and we must remain low-key. It is not convenient for us to act here. However, I assure you that your grievances will not go unaddressed. When the time comes, I will certainly take action to teach them a lesson, ensuring they pay the price they deserve. So please, be good and do not cause a scene. If you see something you like at the auction, bid for it, and consider it a small gift for me." This was more like it. With this assurance, Zhu Lingling's anger dissipated satisfactorily. The members of Jiuyang Palace were busily whispering to each other using the secret sound technique, while to Lu Xiaoxiao's perspective, they stood still like wooden figures, their expressions remarkably animated, which struck her as quite peculiar. Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head. It seems that the bad sister is indeed unwell. Moreover, this ailment appears contagious, as even the bad uncle is not spared. How pitiful. Oof. Zhu Lingling cast a disdainful glance at Lu Xiaoxiao and retorted, "You little pauper, count yourself lucky. We are off to the auction, and today is rather busy. We have no time to deal with you." After confirming that Zhu Lingling was indeed unwell, Lu Xiaoxiao disregarded all her words as mere nonsensical ramblings, hearing nothing at all. Noticing that in the Jiuyang Palace entourage, besides Wu Yi, there were several elders at the Golden Core stage, and Mo Yan's eyes turned frosty. Could it be that Jiuyang Palace still harbored intentions towards the treasures within the temple? If it were only Zhu Lingling, he could allow the little one to play with her. However, with the entirety of Jiuyang Palace involved, he would have to treat them differently. "Very well. The more of you that come, the better. It would be splendid if you all emerge from your lair. Spare me the trouble of hunting you down in Jiuyang Palace, as I could simply capture you all here in Jintang City." The auction venue had 2 entrances, one for ordinary spectators and another for the VIP section. "Esteemed guests, you hold the jade token for box 7 on the 2nd floor. Only 2 individuals may enter," the attendant said politely. It turned out that the Jiuyang Palace delegation comprised over 20 individuals, and naturally, the guard had to stop them. The box they had booked was already the cheapest, costing 200 mid-grade spirit stones, allowing only 2 to enter. 200 mid-grade spirit stones was no trifling sum. However, this expense was absolutely necessary. If they were to sit in the ordinary seating on the first floor, bidding on any rare treasures would mean the entire world would know, and that would attract unsavory individuals seeking to snatch them away. Having a box was different. Their sect and identity information would be protected. Elder Shi believed that Wu Yi was quite steady and trustworthy, and with him accompanying the little palace master, there should be no issues. Elder Shi also entrusted Wu Yi with a secret mission. Yin Yin, it appears there is a VIP entrance over there. How wonderful, no need to queue, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, tugging at Mo Yin. Zhu Lingling observed this with great disdain, her expression dripping with contempt as she stated, "Our Jiuyang Palace has long reserved a box. You, the likes of you, impoverished creatures who don't even qualify to enter the ordinary first-floor spectator area, will never be able to reach such heights. You little pauper should have some shame. Not only begging, but you also let your benefactor bring you into the VIP area." Ignoring Zhu Lingling's caustic remarks, Yu Qianshu produced a jade token, and the guard glanced at it. "Esteemed guest, this way please to box 1 on the 3rd floor." The guard respectfully gestured for them to enter. Zhu Lingling's expression instantly soured, for not only Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao, but even Yu Qianshu, as a servant, was allowed entry. "Guard, did you let them through? Were you not informed that only 2 individuals may enter a box? You have failed in your duty." Zhu Lingling could not restrain herself. "What? The 3rd floor box?" Zhu Lingling was taken aback. That cost 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The fee for the 3rd floor box was 5 times that of the 2nd floor. Perhaps to the wealthy, both 200 and 1,000 spirit stones were mere trifles. But the key point was that these boxes were not merely purchasable with money. They were in demand and difficult to reserve. "Is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones too much?" Mo Yin retorted coldly. Just that single, dismissive statement left Zhu Lingling rooted to the spot. It sounded quite ironic, as if she were the one lacking worldly experience, akin to a naive village girl, left speechless by the sting of reality. Chapter 41. No returning home until today as tasks are completed. Although Zhu Lingling awkwardly maintained her demeanor as a refined young lady, she appeared quite uncomfortable. At times, those who are truly of high status strike back harder and faster than those who revel in drawing attention to themselves. Suddenly, Mo Yin produced a storage bag and handed it to Lu Xiaoxiao, declaring assertively, "Oh." Lu Xiaoxiao, without hesitation, extended her small chubby hand to receive it. The storage bag felt heavy, and upon pouring a few out to examine, they were indeed glimmering beautiful spirit stones. She had been dreaming of building a candy house and a toy house on the little broken boat. It seemed that this dream would soon become a reality, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yin Yin, I want to buy candy and toys. You can buy whatever you wish." Mo Yin generously replied. Teddy Bear could not help but scoff internally. Goodness, is it that time again for Master Mo to show off? It felt as if it were not existing in the world of cultivation, but had instead stumbled into some romance novel. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Now, that was an astronomical figure. Zhu Lingling was left speechless, her expression once again betraying her emotions. That individual named Yen. Was he truly so wealthy? Jealousy was written all over Zhu Lingling's face, her heart feeling sour. Even her father could not produce 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones in a single instance, let alone provide her with pocket money. The sound of slaps echoed in the air. It turned out the poor one was indeed herself. The guard observed Zhu Lingling's expression and shook his head inwardly, sighing. This young girl appears to be merely in her teens. How is it that she possesses no childlike innocence? She behaves like a snobbish girl, envious of everything others have. Once inside, Yu Qianshu suddenly asked earnestly, "Master Mo, may I sell some spirit pills here?" Mo Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, responding coolly, "You can handle the spirit pills you concoct as you see fit." "Thank you, Master Mo." Yu Qianshu smiled. He approached the auction item registration desk, produced 2 bottles of spirit pills, and informed the clerk, "I wish to auction 1 Huan Yin Dan and 1 Hei Yu Dan." Both Huan Yin Dan and Hei Yu Dan were common spirit pills in the Tianyu realm. "Very well, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment while I conduct a preliminary assessment of the spirit pills," the clerk replied. "Thank you." Yu Qianshu had no objections. The clerk accepted the bottles of spirit pills, pondering. Only 1 of each? Typically, spirit pills are auctioned in quantities of 10 per bottle. However, Tian Baogu had not stipulated that spirit pills could not be sold individually, so despite finding Yu Qianshu's actions peculiar, the clerk dared not voice his thoughts. "Esteemed guest, To become an auction item at Tian Bao, the starting price must be at least 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, any estimate below this amount cannot qualify for auction. The cashier, while preparing, explained to Yu Qianshu that Huan Yin Dan possesses beautifying effects, while He Yu Dan can neutralize common poisons. These are generally available in most major spiritual pill shops, but their quality is not particularly high. The third-grade Huan Yin Dan and He Yu Dan are priced around 100 middle-grade spirit stones. Therefore, to auction these two types of spiritual pills here, they must be at least 4th grade or above to attract attention. Initially, the cashier did not have high hopes, estimating that the bottles contained at most 4th grade pills. However, when he uncorked the bottles and the fragrance and spiritual light wafted out, filling the entire room, his expression was utterly remarkable. His mouth hung open in disbelief, and his hands trembled. 8th grade spiritual pills. Good heavens! He nervously stabilized the 2 bottles, fearful of dropping such precious pills. May I auction these spiritual pills? Yu Qianshu asked with a smile. Of course you may. The cashier stammered in astonishment. I hope Tianbao Pavilion can keep my identity confidential. I do not wish for others to know that these spiritual pills are mine, Yu Qianshu stated. Certainly, our establishment's rule is that if the auction is successful, Tianbao Pavilion will take a commission of 10%. The cashier respectfully replied. No problem, Yu Qianshu affirmed. The cashier, now curious, inquired, Excuse me, are these spiritual pills crafted by you? The cashier was no longer composed. It had been centuries since an 8th grade alchemist had appeared in the Tiandao realm, and Yu Qianshu appeared remarkably young, perhaps not yet of age. The way the cashier regarded Yu Qianshu had shifted entirely. He was unaware that the 2 spiritual pills had even drawn the attention of the head of Tianbao Pavilion, Xiaoxiao, originally not intending to observe. Xiaoxiao unexpectedly arrived at the scene. In box 1 on the 3rd floor, Lu Xiaoxiao was immensely curious about the surroundings. She had expected a box to be a small, intimate room where people sat together. However, was this truly called a box? It appeared to encompass at least 100 square meters, divided into numerous areas. The interaction zone was where the bidding took place, equipped with oversized benches, and the entire space was surrounded by a screening partition. Sitting inside, one could see the auction venue clearly, yet those outside could not see in. Furthermore, this partition was of high quality, blocking not only sight but also spiritual awareness. The resting area featured couches and bedding for repose, while the dining area resembled a buffet, offering a plethora of spiritual delicacies. Distinguished guests, greetings. I am the attendant of box 1 on the 3rd floor, and my name is Xiaoyu. If you require anything, please feel free to ask me. A charming young girl greeted everyone with a sweet smile. The experience of being in a box was indeed different with dedicated attendants. Mo Yin lounged casually, his cold and profound gaze merely glancing at Xiaoyu, causing her to feel a chill, as if a cold wind had swept through. Beside him, Yu Qianshu stood upright, displaying utmost respect. The atmosphere clearly indicated that Mo Yin was a figure of great importance. Xiaoyu, having recently begun her role as an attendant, felt somewhat nervous in the presence of someone with such an imposing aura. Xiaoyu is so adorable. Lu Xiaoxiao, captivated by beauty, could not help but steal glances. She was the most vibrant presence in the room, bouncing and skipping towards the attendant to greet her, embodying the essence of a polite child. Fortunately, her enthusiastic approach was directed towards a young girl. Had it been a different gender, the jealous dragon would surely have been stirred. Blushing from the compliment, Xiaoyu felt shy. If a man had praised her in that manner, she would have suspected him to be a wolf teasing her. However, Lu Xiaoxiao was merely an innocent human child, her eyes pure and clear. Xiaoyu could only perceive it as receiving genuine praise from a sincere little friend, which calmed her nervous heart. Distinguished guests, the bidding paddle placed on the table is for raising bids. Once raised, it cannot be retracted. If an item is won, payment must be made according to the final bid. If insufficient spirit stones are available, treasures can be used to offset the cost. Our Tianbao Pavilion has specialized evaluators to ensure reasonable pricing. I hope you all enjoy your time here. Many guests had maintained a cool demeanor, but her warmth touched their hearts. Chapter 42. The little one enjoys the buffet. The venue was teeming with people, with thousands in attendance. The first floor served as the general audience area. The second floor housed boxes, and the third floor was designated for VIP boxes, all fully occupied. At that moment, an exhilarating drum roll echoed, and the lanterns on stage illuminated. A beautiful woman clad in a moon-white gown descended gracefully, akin to a celestial being, landing softly in the spotlight at the center of the stage. Greetings, esteemed audience. I am your host, Yin Wu, and welcome to the Tianbao Pavilion's Golden Soup Auction. Her melodious voice resonated throughout every corner of the venue, eliciting thunderous applause and instantly heating the atmosphere. Xiaoxiao gazed at Yin Wu with admiration. Truly, Sister Yin Wu could command the entire crowd with her voice, unlike herself, who still felt shy in front of younger girls. Yin Wu articulated the basic rules precisely. At Tianbao Pavilion, we ensure fair transactions. Once a paddle is raised, it is considered a valid bid. Each increment must be no less than 100 middle-grade spirit stones. 3 strikes of the gavel will finalize the auction, and once an item is won, the buyer cannot retract their bid. What if someone dares to back out? A voice called from the audience. This question echoed the curiosity of many. Surely, someone might raise the price intentionally and then refuse to purchase? Yin Wu smiled enticingly and responded, "We will offset the buyer's spirit stones and items against the debt. If still insufficient, the individual will be detained to work off the debt until it is paid in full. As for the type of work, it will depend on what pays off the debt the quickest. No one who has ever tried to renege has lived to exit this door." Her words, though spoken lightly, pierced the hearts of those with ulterior motives. Those who initially harbored ill intentions inhaled sharply. The Tianbao Pavilion was reputed to engage in both lawful and unlawful dealings, and that reputation was not unfounded. Now, we shall commence with the first item of this auction. Yin Wu announced as a maid clad in azure emerged holding a tray. Xian Tian Shui Yu Jian, an innate spiritual treasure, emerged from the underworld sea in the northern part of the Tiandao realm 500 years ago. With a starting bid of 100 middle-grade spirit stones, Yin Wu elaborated. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A spiritual treasure, a remarkably rare item. If a minor sect were to acquire it, they would treat it as a treasure of the sect. The first auction item was already so prestigious, and the audience grew increasingly excited, wondering what further surprises lay ahead. Xiaoxiao, however, had little interest in swords. She was thoroughly enjoying the buffet. "Wow, the spiritual food at Tianbao Pavilion is all new to me," she exclaimed, discovering an array of spiritual fruits, vegetables, cakes, drinks, soups, and even spiritual beast meat. She took out the pink bunny head training chopsticks gifted by Yin Yin, skillfully grasping them with 3 fingers, and began a feast. Yum! Little Xiaoxiao, a true food lover, was now entirely immersed in a culinary paradise, eager to fill her little belly with everything delectable. After several days of training with picking, she now wielded the chopsticks with remarkable dexterity. The spiritual food on her plate vanished at a visible pace, her movements so swift they left trails. Attendant Xiaoxiao was astonished. Typically, cultivators in the foundation establishment stage had already begun abstaining from food, and such spiritual delicacies were merely provided to satisfy guests' cravings. Yet, Xiaoxiao appeared genuinely hungry, truly devouring everything in sight. Yin could scarcely watch. If the little one appeared so famished, others might conclude that he was neglecting her, not providing enough meals. However, he could not bear to tell Xiaoxiao to stop eating. When a little human child was happily enjoying food, snatching it away would surely lead to tears and resentment. Yin refused to be cast as the villain, so he merely maintained his aloof demeanor, unable to look on. "Sister Xiaoxiao, I apologized, but I couldn't resist," and finished everything. Xiaoxiao's delicate face turned rosy as she bashfully fidgeted with her fingers. At this moment, the dining area had been entirely cleared. "Wow, it's free? Is it really that wonderful?" Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Usually, Xiaoxiao had to refine sugar pills by materials and enter seclusion. It was quite arduous. A complimentary feast meant she could alleviate some of Xiaoxiao's burdens by sneaking in for another meal. With this thought, Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked, "Sister Xiaoxiao, since it's free, could you possibly serve me another portion? I'm still not full." "Of course." Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly. "What are we waiting for? I'll arrange it immediately." To be honest, she had never encountered a child with such a hearty appetite. While Xiaoxiao patiently awaited her food, the auction for the first spiritual treasure was fervently underway. 200 medium-grade spirit stones, 300 medium-grade spirit stones, 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Someone suddenly jumped the bid to 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, but that was just the beginning as the bidding continued to escalate. 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones for the first time. 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones for the second time. 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones for the third time. Sold. Ultimately, the Xiaoxiao sword was secured for 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones by a VIP in Box 8 on the third floor, marking a triumphant opening for Tianbao Pavilion and igniting a vibrant atmosphere. The first auction item was indeed a spiritual treasure. One could only wonder if the subsequent items would be just as remarkable. Some audience members murmured. Inwu smiled and replied, "Certainly not. The Xiaoxiao sword was placed in the first round because it is a rare spiritual treasure. We aim to showcase Tianbao Pavilion's prestige while also achieving a good price. However, its attributes are only suitable for cultivators with mutated ice spiritual roots, which are not abundant in the Tianyu realm, so we did not reserve it for the finale." It was clear now. One had to admit that Tianbao Pavilion's arrangements were indeed meticulous. Following this, a plethora of auction items emerged from Tianbao Pavilion, including treasures, divine abilities, and talismans. Over 20 items were auctioned, although none were as stunning as the Xiaoxiao sword. Several exceeded 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Xiaoxiao remained disinterested in these, wholly focused on the buffet until Inwu announced, "Esteemed guests, the next auction item is a 100-year-old Lingzi lotus. Not only does it replenish spiritual energy, but it can also wash the marrow and improve one's constitution, extending lifespan by 10 years. Good heavens, 10 years of lifespan. The entire venue erupted in excitement. Although cultivators typically enjoy longer lifespans than mortals, and the higher one's cultivation, the longer their lifespan, it remains finite. Unless one transcends to ascend, they cannot escape the fate of demise. For those nearing the end of their lifespan, or those breaking through bottlenecks, or even ordinary mortals on the brink of death, 10 years of additional lifespan is indeed precious. Lotus? Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up while munching on the spiritual fruit. In her previous life, ancient texts described lotus roots as a delicately sweet delicacy with a unique flavor. When a maid displayed the Lingzi lotus before everyone, Xiaoxiao could almost smell its enticing aroma through the screen. Chapter 43. Yin Yin, super wealthy Yin Yin, I want the lotus. Xiaoxiao momentarily forgot about eating and hurriedly ran over to Mo Yan's side, snuggling close. "If you like it, just bid. Don't look at me." Mo Yan pointed at the bidding paddle. "Okay." Xiaoxiao was elated, confirming that the spirit stones in that pouch were indeed at her disposal. "The starting bid is 100 medium-grade spirit stones," Inwu announced. The Lingzi lotus was evidently in high demand, with the bidding rapidly escalating to 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 2,100 medium-grade spirit stones. Xiaoxiao raised her chubby hand a bit, her youthful voice ringing out. Fortunately, the partition in the box had a voice modulation feature, altering the sound transmitted outside to a metallic tone, masking her youthful voice. Otherwise, if people discovered that a child had infiltrated this high-end auction, it would surely cause a stir. This was Xiaoxiao's first time bidding, and she felt both excited and nervous, akin to a child pretending to be an adult engaging in grown-up games. 2,100 medium-grade spirit stones for the first time from Box 1 on the third floor. "Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" Inwu inquired with a smile. At this moment, in Box 7 on the second floor, having entered simultaneously, Zhu Lingling felt embarrassed by Mo Yan's earlier actions. Thus she remembered which box Xiaoxiao occupied. Why is that little pauper bidding on the Lingzi lotus? She's far too young to need it for extending her life. Could it be that the Lingzi lotus possessed undisclosed mystical effects? Zhu Lingling pondered for a moment before raising her bidding paddle and declaring, 2,200 medium-grade spirit stones. "Lingling, what are you doing?" Wu Yi exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Zhu Lingling. "Don't forget, we have a secret mission at this auction to acquire something for Jiang Palace. Senior brother, didn't you say you'd bid on anything I liked?" Zhu Lingling replied slyly, winking at Wu Yi. "You can bid for the sect with sect funds, while I bid for what I like with my own money. There's no conflict, right?" Wu Yi felt awkward. He initially thought Zhu Lingling was just a little girl whose interests wouldn't be too expensive, and anything under 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones would suffice. To his surprise, Zhu Lingling had her sights set on the Lingzi lotus, which had already surpassed 2,000 in bidding. "Lingling, of course. I would love to buy it for you, but I only brought 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The sect spirit stones cannot be used," Wu Yi explained with difficulty. Zhu Lingling chuckled and declared, "Senior brother, I was just teasing you. Don't worry, I'm not that capricious. I'm not interested in the Lingzi lotus anymore. I believe it's unlikely that a wealthy benefactor would reward a little beggar with 10 million medium-grade spirit stones. Perhaps those two are merely putting on a show for us. With that, I will raise the price a little to encourage them to spend more spirit stones. Wu Yi sighed in relief upon hearing this. 2,300 medium-grade spirit stones. Seeing that someone continued to bid, Lu Xiaoxiao felt indignant. Such a delicious lotus, she was determined to acquire it. She recalled that ancient text stated lotus roots could be eaten raw, stir-fried, steamed, or boiled into soup, making it an incredibly versatile delicacy. She was resolute in her pursuit. Zhu Lingling raised her bid without hesitation. 2,400 medium-grade spirit stones. 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Lu Xiaoxiao grew anxious, raising the bid by 600 all at once. 3,100 medium-grade spirit stones. No matter how much Lu Xiaoxiao raised the bid, Zhu Lingling calmly added 100 medium-grade spirit stones each time. Lingling, enough. Wu Yi was once again taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Zhu Lingling to be so bold and continue raising the bid. Lingling, I think you should refrain from pushing too hard. If she suddenly withdraws, we'll be in trouble. Wu Yi expressed his concern. Moreover, I must tell you, those few individuals are not simple. They may not even be human. He hesitated to voice this, fearing Zhu Lingling would not believe him and mock him instead. Lu Xiaoxiao's face flushed with anger. That's right, that wicked sister is right inside. Upon entering, she had heard the guard announce this box number. Lu Xiaoxiao now recognized who her adversary was. 4,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Lu Xiaoxiao dramatically raised her bid. 4,100 medium-grade spirit stones. Zhu Lingling cunningly countered. 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Lu Xiaoxiao was now increasing her bid by 1,000 each time, leaving the audience in stunned silence. At present, only Box 1 on the third floor and Box 7 on the second floor were still engaged in bidding, with no one else joining in. It was evident to all that these two were in a fierce contest, unwilling to let the other prevail, while the rest merely watched from the sidelines. Everyone was curious about who the individuals in Box 1 on the third floor could be, spending money so extravagantly. Lingling, Wu Yi shouted in disbelief. However, Zhu Lingling completely ignored him. On one side, Xiaoyu was rendered speechless by astonishment. Having worked here for so long, she had never witnessed such a liberal display of indulgence towards children, allowing them to raise paddles and call out bids so casually. She held a favorable impression of Lu Xiaoxiao, finding the child innocent, pure, and kind-hearted. However, a sense of concern crept in. What if the wealthy patron beside her refused to acknowledge the bid? The child's situation could become precarious. After all, it was Lu Xiaoxiao raising the paddle, not the aloof and handsome gentleman. Little friend, the bid has already reached 5,100 mid-grade spirit stones. Have you considered this carefully? Would you like to consult the opinion of the adult beside you? Xiaoyu merely intended to offer a kind reminder to Lu Xiaoxiao. Yu Qinshu cast a glance at Xiaoyu, sensing the young lady's good intentions. Working as a server in the private room came with commissions. The higher the price of the item sold, the greater the share of the commission. Thus, servers often knew full well that certain prices were exorbitant, yet would still use sweet words to coax guests into raising their bids. However, Xiaoyu chose not to do so. Don't worry, Sister Xiaoyu. Yin Yin is extremely wealthy. He agrees to anything I bid. Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in her innocent, childlike voice. Yin Yin gave me 10 million. That is not even 1/10,000th of it. Mo Yin suddenly chuckled. Now that's music to my ears. Don't hold back. Spend lavishly. Heavens. The icy gentleman finally smiled. The speed of this transformation was astonishing. Mo Yin was most animated when the little one struck his soft spot, particularly when she uttered flattering remarks. The teddy bear could only look on in disbelief, opting to continue pretending to be a stuffed toy, lest it be swept away by the sweetness. Xiaoyu felt both astonished and fearful. It seemed her abilities were insufficient to deter the child and the wealthy patron from their whimsical impulses. Thus, Lu Xiaoxiao experienced her first moment of glory at the auction. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxiao raised her paddle. For goodness sake, that was a staggering sum, far beyond reasonable limits. It is worth noting that there were many spirit items capable of extending lifespan, such as longevity fruits, and none were as expensive as this. Moreover, very few could afford such a price. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. First call, In Wu announced. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see if the patrons in the private room on the second floor would counter the bid. However, there was no response. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Second call. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Third call. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in private room 7 on the 3rd floor for acquiring this 100-year-old spirit purple lotus. Inwu concluded with finality. Chapter 44. The young and handsome patron prefers this type. Zhu Lingling smirked triumphantly at the almost petrified Wu Yi. Senior brother, wasn't that a splendid victory? That little pauper will surely regret it, even if they don't perish. I can't wait to see the expression on that wealthy patron's face. It must be quite grim, she chuckled, her laughter grating on the nerves. Wu Yi was still shaken. When Zhu Lingling called out 5,100 mid-grade spirit stones, he was truly terrified. Lingling, I believe they've learned their lesson. Please don't play like that again, he advised with a nervous smile. Just wait and see, Zhu Lingling replied, neither agreeing nor refusing. Having experienced this success, she found it rather amusing. If that little pauper dared to bid again, she would not mind doing another good deed to help Tianbao Pavilion accumulate more wealth. The staff soon delivered the spirit purple lotus to Lu Xiaoxiao's private room. Xiao Yu watched in astonishment as Lu Xiaoxiao pulled out 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones from an unremarkable pouch to settle the payment. The rules of the auction dictated that once an item was bid on, it would be delivered immediately to the buyer for prompt settlement. Clearly, this transaction was proceeding smoothly. Xiao Yu felt somewhat embarrassed. Just moments ago, she had worried that the child might not have enough spirit stones and had tried to hint at it. Thankfully, she had refrained from speaking outright. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. It turned out the child was indeed very wealthy. She had underestimated her. Congratulations, little friend. Xiao Yu genuinely offered her blessings as she stood to gain a fraction of the commission. This meant she had earned 1 mid-grade spirit stone, equivalent to her monthly salary. In response, she was met with the radiant smile of the little girl. Yet, Lu Xiaoxiao ran to Yu Qianshu, holding the spirit purple lotus aloft and gazing at him with wide, sparkling eyes, pleading, Qianshu, I want to eat the lotus. Of course, young master, please wait a moment. Yu Qianshu replied, taking the spirit purple lotus, conjuring a knife and a plate, and swiftly slicing it with remarkable skill, his hands moving so quickly that only afterimages could be seen. In no time, a long piece of spirit purple lotus was cut into thin slices, and Yu Qianshu sprinkled some seasonings and condiments, presenting a plate of cold spirit purple lotus. Young master, it's ready, please enjoy, he said respectfully as he placed it before Lu Xiaoxiao. Thank you, Qianshu. Lu Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, unable to contain herself any longer. She took out her bunny-shaped children-esque chopsticks and picked up a slice of the purple lotus to eat. Wow, this is so delicious. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled like stars. The lotus slices were crispy, sweet, and smooth, with the spices bringing out a unique flavor. Having only seen such dishes in ancient texts in her past life, this was her first time tasting it in 2 lifetimes. Her cheeks were puffed up with satisfaction, resembling a joyful little pig. In the blink of an eye, the plate of cold spirit purple lotus was devoured clean by Lu Xiaoxiao. Xiao Yu was once again left dumbfounded. Consuming it without refining, it would significantly diminish the spiritual energy. Eating it this way was truly wasteful. However, the reality revealed to Xiao Yu that, in the eyes of the little girl, the spirit purple lotus worth 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones was merely food. If you like it, bid for more. Tianbao Pavilion's offerings are quite acceptable as snacks, Mo Yin remarked nonchalantly, his gaze fixed solely on Lu Xiaoxiao's small figure. Within his calm tone lay boundless affection. All right, Yin Yin, I love snacks, Lu Xiaoxiao joyfully exclaimed. The snacks here are truly delightful. Much better than those frightening snake-shaped lollipops on the street. Snacks? Xiao Yu's worldview was once again shattered. The spirit purple lotus worth 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones was not even considered food. It was merely a snack? Of course. My little spirit pet must eat only the finest snacks, Mo Yin stated with an undeniable tone. Little spirit pet? Xiao Yu felt faint. She had barely adjusted to the concept of snacks when a new term, little spirit pet, emerged. Esteemed patron. Isn't this little friend your relative? Wait, who raises a human as a spirit pet? This thought sparked a new train of thought for Xiao Yu. Could it be that this little friend was not human, but rather a shape-shifting spirit beast? Recalling the child's extraordinary appetite, she couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Xiaoxiao once more. She was fair-skinned, small, and soft, resembling an adorable doll. One could only wonder what spirit beast she transformed from. It must be incredibly cute as well. So this is the type that the young and handsome patrons favor these days? The auction continued with great fervor. The next item up for bid was the tie-by jumping mushroom with a total of 10 pieces. The tie-by jumping mushroom has a fungal foot and will flee in unsuitable environments or danger, hence its name, making it quite difficult to capture. Each tie-by jumping mushroom replenishes spirit energy tenfold compared to ordinary fasting pills, and with its unique flavor, food enthusiasts must not miss out. We are auctioning off 10 pieces as a package, starting at 100 mid-grade spirit stones, Ian Wu introduced. The maid showcased the tie-by jumping mushrooms, and the tray held 10 lively little white mushrooms that were indeed living up to their reputation. 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Xiaoxiao's chubby hand immediately raised the paddle. Mushrooms are versatile delicacies. Being a little foodie, Lu Xiaoxiao would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Undoubtedly, the price-raising expert Zhu Lingling was at it again. Lu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. With such incremental increases, when would it come to an end? 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Xiaoxiao made a dramatic leap in her bid. That person must be out of their mind. It is merely a supplementary ingredient for spiritual energy, not worth this price. Some voices arose from the audience. 5,100 middle-grade spirit stones. Zhu Lingling scoffed, thinking to herself, "Little pauper, if you wish to flaunt your wealth, I shall ensure your benefactor suffers a financial loss." 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Lu Xiaoxiao unhesitatingly raised the bid. As with the previous occasion, Zhu Lingling ceased her bidding after raising the price to 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Naturally, no one was foolish enough to compete with Lu Xiaoxiao over such a trivial mushroom. Thus, Lu Xiaoxiao successfully secured the second portion of delicacy for 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. As always, the procedure involved payment first, followed by delivery. Sister Xiaoya had become numb to it. After 2 experiences, she recognized that the dashing man in black was indeed immensely wealthy, far beyond her mortal realm. "Qianshu, I want to eat the jumping mushroom," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, sitting at the dining table with her chopsticks, resembling a hungry young beast eagerly awaiting nourishment. Chapter 45. Since she desires it so, let her have it. "Young master, please wait a moment." Yu Qianshu, the ever-capable steward, conjured a plethora of kitchenware and began cooking on the spot. The Lingzi lotus had already been sliced and prepared cold, while the tai-bai jumping mushroom needed a novel approach. Before long, the aroma of mushrooms filled the entire room. The tai-bai jumping mushroom was transformed into skewers, brushed with seasoning, and it was utterly delectable. Delicious," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, satisfaction radiating from her as her eyes sparkled. Next to be presented were still edible spirit items. Anything that could be consumed piqued Lu Xiaoxiao's interest. This little one was also a master of time management, eating at the table while simultaneously raising her bidding placard, with the talented Yu Qianshu as the chef, ensuring that her purchased ingredients swiftly became culinary delights. After probing Lu Xiaoxiao's limits, Zhu Lingling consistently raised the bid to 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones before relenting. As a result, Lu Xiaoxiao had secured 10 portions of ingredients, spending a total of 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. "Senior brother, see how impressive I am. The little pauper is so extravagant. Her benefactor must despise her. Ha ha ha. I believe her benefactor will soon cast her aside." Zhu Lingling laughed triumphantly, reveling in her success. "Lingling, I think it would be wise for you to stop while you're ahead." For some reason, Wu Yi felt an uneasy premonition. He believed that Mo Yin and his companions must have already acquired all the treasures within the entire temple. Would they truly concern themselves with a mere 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones? I've noticed you've changed. You've become timid and fearful, nothing like your former self. The others have won. Why are you merely offering cold remarks? Zhu Lingling's irritation was evident. Wu Yi fell silent, his expression fluctuating. The next auction item was the lightning blush carrot. This item nourished spiritual roots, enhancing their quality, particularly suitable for cultivators with thunder spiritual roots. Inwu presented the next spirit item, which also possessed special attributes. 200 middle-grade spirit stones, Lu Xiaoxiao called out, unconcerned with any attribute. The carrot sounded delicious and must be acquired. In her previous life, she had consumed nutrient solutions for a lifetime, her tongue merely used for speech, utterly unable to discern flavors. In this life, having only just begun her journey, every morsel of food here was a culinary delight to her. 300 middle-grade spirit stones. Zhu Lingling continued to raise the bid. Everyone knew that the esteemed guest in Box 1 on the 3rd floor was a tycoon, whatever she fancied. She would not hesitate to spend 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones to acquire, which was utterly insane. As long as Lu Xiaoxiao spoke up, the crowd fell silent, refraining from contesting her. Only Zhu Lingling dared to boldly raise the price. Do you think the arrangements for boxes 1 on the 3rd floor and 7 on the 2nd floor are just setups for the auction? Those items are clearly not worth such a price, yet the bids are driven so high. Agreed. It seems I'm not alone in this thought. Some audience members have begun to express their doubts. Upon hearing these voices, the host, Sister Yin Wu, managed a nervous smile. The Tianbao Pavilion indeed had individuals responsible for acting as shills, yet those shills had not even had the opportunity to intervene. It was purely those two esteemed guests driving the prices up. Thanks to them, the transaction volume for this auction was quite substantial. The host, Sister Yin Wu, like Sister Xiaoye, received commissions, and her share was even greater than Xiaoye's, already accumulating a considerable fortune. 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones. As before, when Zhu Lingling first raised the bid, Lu Xiaoxiao dramatically escalated the price to 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Zhu Lingling raised her bid, believing that Lu Xiaoxiao would surely continue to match her offer. Lingling, are you insane? We don't have that many middle-grade spirit stones. Wu Yi shouted, unable to contain his frustration. Wu Yi wanted to retort, but Zhu Lingling was, after all, the daughter of the palace master. If he could please her, perhaps the palace master would regard him with newfound respect, enhancing his standing within the sect. Previously, he had fancied Xiao Ji Luo, but she had become disfigured. After much contemplation, he concluded that it would be better to court the one nearby. Unexpectedly, after Zhu Lingling shouted her price, there was no response from box 1 on the 3rd floor. The sudden pause for a few seconds made Zhu Lingling's heart race. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. First call. Sister Yin Wu began to count down. Hey, little pauper, hurry and raise your bid. Don't you want it? Zhu Lingling sneered, though her smile appeared increasingly strained. Surely she wouldn't be unwilling to add even 100 middle-grade spirit stones? Wu Yi was so frightened that he stood up from his seat. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Second call. Sister Yin Wu continued the countdown. It's over, Wu Yi lamented, trembling. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Third call. Sold. Sister Yin Wu announced with a radiant smile. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box 7 on the 2nd floor for securing the lightning blush carrot. Wu Yi slumped back into his seat. No, I didn't truly want to bid. Zhu Lingling's pupils constricted, and she froze in shock. In box 1 on the 3rd floor, little one, why did you stop bidding? I am not lacking that 100 middle-grade spirit stones. Mo, Yen inquired curiously. Yen, that wicked sister is indeed bad, but I cannot take too much from her. Each time I snatched the snack she wished to bid on, she must have been furious. This time, I saw how desperately she wanted to bid. She raised the price to 1,000 for the first time. It seems that carrot is very important to her. So since she desires it so much, let her have it. Lu Xiaoxiao innocently scratched her round little head, then smiled foolishly. Are you certain you're letting her have it, rather than setting her up? Mo Yin asked with a mischievous glint. What am I setting her up for? If she truly didn't want to bid, she wouldn't raise her placard. Lu Xiaoxiao responded with childlike sincerity. Upon hearing this, Mo Yin raised an eyebrow. The little one's gaze was so genuine and clear, it did not appear to be scheming. Otherwise, Mo Yin would have undoubtedly suspected that his little spirit pet was a more cunning little devil than himself. Well done. I believe that young lady will surely appreciate the gift you've given her, and she should no longer make things difficult for you in the future. Mo Yin affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoxiao's little head. Sister Xiaoye, overhearing this, was left in a cold sweat. Why do I feel that the little one's intentions and that of this handsome man seem entirely different? The teddy bear chimed in. Be confident, drop the seams. The little master's good intentions inadvertently led to someone's downfall. How thrilling. Sister Xiaoye gasped in tears, pointing at the teddy bear. How did this plush toy suddenly talk? Is it alive? Indeed, I am alive. Your eyes and ears are functioning perfectly. The teddy bear mischievously winked at Sister Xiaoye. Sister, you are quite beautiful. With a whoosh, Sister Xiaoye was so startled that she swiftly moved back. Chapter 46. Zi Yinghua. In box 7 on the 2nd floor. The maid soon delivered the lightning blush carrot. Esteemed guest, congratulations on securing the lightning blush carrot. The maid, named Cheng, was a gentle and beautiful sister with a warm smile. Finally, a guest in this box had made a successful bid, with commissions now in sight. Chung was naturally delighted. She envied the luck of Sister Xiaoya in Box 1 on the 3rd floor. How could Xiaoya be so fortunate, encountering an extraordinarily wealthy individual? The commission earned in a single day surpassed an entire year's wages. Congratulations? What do you see any joy on my face? I do not genuinely wish to partake in this. In frustration and urgency, Zhu Lingling inquired, "Can I return this?" Upon hearing her words, Cheng's countenance changed drastically. She solemnly replied, "Apologies, esteemed guest, but at Tianbao Pavilion, we do not permit empty bids." These regulations were clearly stated by Sister Yinwu before the auction commenced. How can you be so unreasonable? How can this mere carrot possibly be worth 1,100 ling stones? Are you not extorting me? Zhu Lingling scolded angrily. That is the auction price, not its actual value. Esteemed guest, you may choose to pay with ling stones or offset it with items you possess. Cheng's demeanor grew frigid as she realized that Zhu Lingling intended to default. I do not possess that many ling stones. Even if I did, I would not purchase it, Zhu Lingling vehemently rejected. After a brief pause, she continued, "However, I have a solution. You should go to Box 1 on the 3rd floor and speak with that impoverished child. I, in a rare moment of generosity, am willing to part with it for 10,000 mid-grade ling stones, with me covering the remaining 100 mid-grade ling stones. She seems interested in this carrot. She will surely agree." Zhu Lingling's mind raced, and she admired her own cleverness. "Very well. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest." Chung responded, turning to leave, all the while harboring disdain for Zhu Lingling in her heart. How could someone so financially destitute expect others to cover for her while mockingly insulting them? Who is truly impoverished here? I have never encountered such a person devoid of self-awareness. In Box 1 on the 3rd floor, Sister A. Chung? Xiaoyu exclaimed, surprised by Cheng's arrival. Chung nodded in greeting, and upon confirming that the bidder was Lu Xiaoxiao, she was astonished. Who would have thought that this fearsome bidder was merely a 4-year-old child? She then glanced at Mo Yin, clearly recognizing that the true financial backer was the formidable Mo Yin, which promptly reshaped her worldview. Have wealthy families become so indulgent with their children? Quickly regaining her composure, Chung respectfully addressed Lu Xiaoxiao, her gaze resolute and her expression sincere, making her demeanor quite dignified. She conveyed Zhu Lingling's intent, carefully filtering out any sarcastic remarks. Although she held discontent towards Zhu Lingling, she knew that if Zhu Lingling lacked funds and the guests here refused to buy, her performance would be adversely affected. In her line of work, empty bids resulted in deductions from her pay unless someone covered the order. However, should she successfully persuade another to cover the order, the commission would no longer belong to her. Yet, this was still preferable to a pay cut. In this moment, the sincerity she displayed was inversely proportional to her inner loathing for Zhu Lingling. "I do not need it," Lu Xiaoxiao flatly refused. She had no attachment to things deemed fated to be, and she would not linger. "Esteemed guest, are you truly not reconsidering? The lightning blush carrot is a rare spiritual item. Miss this opportunity, and it will be lost forever." Chung forced a friendly smile. "No need to deliberate." Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Little master, do you think Zhu Lingling would genuinely be so kind as to offer it to you? She would love nothing more than to skin you alive. If I am not mistaken, she must be lacking funds and is seeking your help to settle the bill." How sweetly she phrases it. You would be wise not to agree, the teddy bear remarked gleefully, entirely unconcerned with Zhu Lingling's affairs. Well, the little master maintains a remarkably open-minded attitude, the teddy bear noted. On stage, the next item for auction was the Ziyun fruit. Sister Yinwu enthusiastically proclaimed, the Ziyun fruit, also known as the purple soul fruit, as its name implies, is a type of spiritual fruit that can enhance the quality of one's soul. If refined into a Ziyun pill, the effects are even better. Qian Shu, is this not the Ziyun fruit you seek? Despite being but a youngling of the human race, Lu Xiaoxiao's memory was sharp. This was the sole item missing from the list provided by Yu Qianshu. "Indeed, little master, may I bid for this spiritual fruit?" Yu Qianshu implored. "Do not be so formal, little tree. My luck is good. I shall assist you in bidding. Moreover, having consumed so many of your Dan candies, consider this Ziyun fruit as my gift to you," the little dumpling said in a sweet voice. "Good luck." Xiaoyu, nearby, wiped the sweat from her brow. Each spiritual item, regardless of actual value, is being sold for 10,000 mid-grade ling stones. Is that considered good luck? "Very well, thank you, little master." Yu Qianshu replied with a smile. The little master lacked for nothing in terms of money, and there was no reason for them to be polite. However, Xiaoyu thought it quite generous of this young child towards their servant. Would they not again bid 10,000 mid-grade ling stones? Ladies and gentlemen, the Ziyun fruit can enhance soul quality and can be refined by anyone without attribute constraints, making it exceptionally friendly for cultivators. Friends who are interested should not miss this opportunity. The starting bid is still 100 mid-grade ling stones. Let the bidding commence. Sister Inwu's voice resonated with enthusiasm. In truth, many attendees desired the Ziyun fruit, and the starting price of 100 mid-grade ling stones was quite reasonable. Those with even a modicum of market knowledge understood that a Ziyun fruit was worth at least 2,000 mid-grade ling stones, meaning there were indeed many who could afford this price. Just as some were eager to raise their paddles, a devilish whisper echoed. 200 mid-grade ling stones. Came the sinister voice from Box 1 on the third floor. Consequently, those who had intended to bid remained silently disheartened. With Zhu Lingling's lamentable precedent, Box 1 had become a source of dread for all bidders. No one dared to compete with her, nor would anyone dare to raise her bid. If, by chance, she suddenly lost interest, they would find themselves in the same dire predicament as Zhu Lingling. 200 mid-grade ling stones, second call. 200 mid-grade ling stones, third call. Sold. Thus, the auction witnessed an unprecedented occurrence. A final hammer without any competition. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in Box 1 on acquiring the Ziyun fruit. Upon hearing Sister Inwu announce this outcome, the attendees began to question their very existence. In Box 1, little tree, did I not tell you? My luck is remarkable. Lu Xiaoxiao boasted, hands on her hips, exuding the pride of a cat flaunting its tail before Yu Qianshu. Little master is truly impressive. Yu Qianshu smiled gently, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Such a delightful little kitty deserves praise and affection. Can it really be like this? Today was a day of continuous surprises for Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, in Box 7 on the second floor, esteemed guest, please proceed with the payment for your auction items. Useless. First, you misled me into bidding on exorbitantly priced spiritual fruit, then deliberately made it difficult, preventing the individual in Box 1 from covering my order. You are clearly attempting to deceive me. The quality of service at Tianbao Pavilion is appalling. How dare you ask me for payment? Dream on. I wish to lodge a complaint against you. Zhu Lingling scolded vehemently, suddenly confronting Acheng. I did not. Acheng was shocked and terrified. This guest was utterly unreasonable. Well, had she ever misled or troubled her? Had she not spoken positively on her behalf? Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Zhu Lingling delivered a resounding slap to Acheng. Caught entirely off guard, Acheng had no time to react. Zhu Lingling had already established her foundation, while Acheng was merely at the qi refinement stage. Acheng found herself struck, propelled through the door of the box, crashing against the wall. As she fell from the wall, blood spurted from her mouth. Although her consciousness remained, her face was left disfigured. Woo! Acheng covered her face, casting a resentful glare at Zhu Lingling before fleeing in tears. Lingling, this is Tianbao Pavilion. How can you strike someone so casually? Wu exclaimed in alarm. He had intended to intervene, but Zhu Lingling's assault was too sudden, leaving him no time to react. What is there to fear? It was merely a servant. Who cares about such a worthless person? Zhu Lingling dismissively remarked, as long as we hold our ground. It is this attendant's inadequate service that misled me into placing a bid. Thus we have every reason not to pay that fee. This course of action seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? Wu Yi harbored an ominous premonition. Do you have any ingenious ideas? Zhu Lingling retorted. Can you possibly produce the 11,000 middle-grade spirit stones? And no, Wu Yi painfully managed to utter. His entire fortune amounted to 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and the sect had provided him with 5,000 for a task. Even with his treasures combined, it barely reached the sum of 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Soon, a group rushed into the private room, led by an elderly man with white hair and a lean figure. Yet his gaze was piercing and spirited. He was the steward, he from the Jintang branch of Tianbao Ge. It's her. Acheng pointed at Zhu Lingling. Her eyes reddened and filled with animosity. Oh, how dare a mere attendant file a report? Zhu Lingling arrogantly proclaimed, nostrils flared, unable to discern the steward's cultivation level. She mistook his aged appearance for that of a mere gatekeeper and disregarded him. This is troubling. We sensed an unsettling shift. The fact that the attendant had swiftly found someone to back her suggested something amiss. The inability to discern one's cultivation could indicate either they were an ordinary person lacking power or they were far superior to themselves. Esteemed elder, I sincerely apologize. My junior sister is still young and inexperienced, having inadvertently brushed against this young lady. It is merely a misunderstanding. I will ensure she properly apologizes. Might you consider our frequent patronage at Tian Baoge and let this matter rest? Senior brother, why are you so spineless? He is merely an old man. What are you afraid of? This is unlike your usual demeanor. Summon the courage you displayed in the hungry ghost forest. Then I might still acknowledge you as my esteemed senior brother. Zhu Lingling showed no gratitude, instead criticizing Wu Yi for his cowardice. You Wu Yi have truly enraged me. Zhu Lingling was too self-absorbed and willful to heed his counsel. He sighed, realizing that the trouble Zhu Lingling had stirred was beyond his ability to remedy. So, you struck Aicheng? The steward inquired coldly. And if I did? She is but an insignificant attendant. Zhu Lingling began, but before she could finish, the steward waved his sleeve. With a resounding whoosh, a fierce spiritual wind erupted, and Zhu Lingling was slammed against the wall. As she fell like Aicheng, she coughed up blood, and her face became distorted. This is retribution in kind. At Tian Baoge, even our attendants are not to be trifled with. The steward reprimanded sternly. Zhu Lingling wished to wail, but found her mouth twisted and crying out brought immense pain. Having been doted on like a princess at Jiuyang Palace, she had never endured such humiliation. You old fool, how dare you strike me? I will tell my father. I will have him avenge me. Zhu Lingling shouted, glaring with tears in her eyes. Now, I present you with two options. Either pay the spirit stones immediately or remain here to work for Tian Baoge until your debt is settled. The steward exuded a dreadful aura. The overwhelming pressure incapacitated both Zhu Lingling and Wu Yi. In that moment, Zhu Lingling finally grasped that before this elder, she was akin to an ant. If he desired to take her life, it would be a trivial matter. Silently sobbing, she dared not argue further. Yet her heart harbored resentment towards Lu Xiaoxiao, the impoverished girl. If it were not for Lu Xiaoxiao, how could she have been compelled to bid? Esteemed elder, we could propose a third option. Wu Yi, suppressing the bile rising in his throat, spoke hurriedly. As your senior brother, I must protect you. Wu Yi asserted resolutely, Lingling. You need not fear. At this moment, Wu Yi felt a greater fear than Zhu Lingling. If he abandoned her and fled, the people of Jiuyang Palace would certainly not spare him. Remaining as a hostage would allow Zhu Lingling to escape, potentially winning the favor of both the Jiuyang Palace master and Zhu Lingling. Once this ordeal passed, considering his protection of the young mistress, his standing in Jiuyang Palace would likely rise. Furthermore, he had retained crucial information. When he met with Elder Shi, he only briefly mentioned the divine artifact, leaving many secrets regarding Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao unspoken. If Jiuyang Palace sought the treasures of the shrine, they would inevitably require his insights. Thus, this added another reason for the Jiuyang Palace master to rescue him. Observing the feigned drama of separation between Zhu Lingling and Wu Yi, the steward's expression remained unchanged. I'm afraid you cannot leave until the spirit stones are paid, for it was you who initiated the bidding. One must bear the consequences of their actions. The steward's voice was cold. Young man, I grant you permission to go and inform others, but the deadline is 7 days. This concession is made in light of the Jiuyang Palace master's regard. Should you exceed this time frame, you should be aware of the consequences. No, I refuse to remain in this dreadful place. Zhu Lingling finally grasped her fear, crying out loudly, Old man, do you possess no compassion? We are not unwilling to pay. It is merely my senior brother taking my place as a hostage. She continued, Moreover, I have contributed to your Tian Baoge, not just in labor, but in elevating your sales. Had it not been for my bidding, your performance would not have reached such heights. A mere 11,000 middle-grade spirit stones, in comparison to the profits I have generated, is hardly even a fraction. Consider it a commission for my efforts. You would not suffer a loss. To deny me even this small favor is truly excessive. The steward coldly laughed indeed. Steward he. A few burly men stepped forward, sealing Zhu Lingling's cultivation and silencing her. Senior brother, save me. Zhu Lingling pleaded with desperate eyes as they prepared to take her away. Wu Yi wished to intervene, hoping that before sufficient spirit stones could be gathered, Tian Baoge might show some leniency towards Zhu Lingling. However, he did not even have the opportunity to voice his thoughts. A disgraceful sect. Begone. The steward flicked his sleeve again. Wu Yi was sent flying. Instead of crashing into a wall, he broke through the second-floor wall and was hurled outside. The loud crash reverberated, shaking half the venue. What just happened? Bewildered onlookers began to question. The elders of Jiuyang Palace, who had been stationed at the entrance of Tian Baogu, suddenly found a shadow looming above them. Moments later, a figure fell from the sky. With another loud thud, the person landed heavily at their feet, face down like a frog trampled underfoot, a sight most unseemly. "Who is it?" Elder Shur exclaimed in frustration, furiously wondering which fool had fallen and nearly struck him. Just as he prepared to kick the intruder aside, the person painfully managed to utter a few words, "Elder Shur." He raised his head, his nose broken, a row of teeth shattered, and his swollen face covered in blood, rendering him unrecognizable. Yet from the voice, Elder Shur recognized it was Wu Yi. "Wu Yi, who has done this to you?" Elder Shur gasped in shock. Jiuyang Palace has violated the rules of Tian Baoji's auction, maliciously driving up bids and defaulting, while also assaulting attendants, causing significant damage to both the property of guests and the reputation and safety of Tian Baogu employees. I hereby declare that Jiuyang Palace must repay the sum of 11,000 middle-grade spirit stones in full within 7 days. Effective immediately, Tian Baogu terminates all transactions with Jiuyang Palace. No one from Jiuyang Palace shall ever set foot in any Tian Baogu establishments. Though the voice was ancient, it resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the venue and into the streets for miles. With this proclamation, the entire Jintang city erupted in commotion, akin to a pot boiling over. It turns out that the one competing with the private room on the 3rd floor is Jiuyang Palace. It seems we have wrong Tianbage this time. There was no collusion. Tianbage is indeed a fair trading platform. Who would have thought that Jiuyang Palace would be so shameless, tarnishing the reputation of righteousness? Jiuyang Palace deserves the punishment from Tianbage. Upon hearing these discussions, Elder Shur's aged face turned crimson with embarrassment. He trembled with rage and shouted, "Oui, oh oui, I had high hopes for you and entrusted you with great responsibilities. Yet what have you done? How can you explain this to the sect?" Overwhelmed by his anger, he struck Wu Yi sharply across the face. Wu Yi's face swelled further, one eye so puffy he could barely open it, looking utterly disheveled. "Elder Shur, it truly is not my fault. Please let me explain," Wu Yi cried, recounting the events. "Useless fool." Elder Shur struck Wu Yi again, brimming with fury. Although the little junior sister is willful, she is still young and lacks understanding of the rules. As her elder brother, you failed to manage her properly, resulting in this grave mistake. You too must bear the consequences. This time, Wu Yi's other cheek also swelled, both eyes now nearly shut, leaving him with merely a slit to see through. Gritting his teeth, Elder Shur demanded, "What? Wu Yi, do not deceive us. Otherwise, you know the consequences." "Elder Shur, I genuinely care for the sect and everyone else. Please listen to me." Wu Yi pleaded softly. He then revealed his entire plan using a secret sound technique. As Elder Shur listened, his initially furious countenance gradually softened, even breaking into a smile. "Wu Yi, we shall trust you once more," Elder Shur declared. Wu Yi collapsed to the ground, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Chapter 49. Ba Pin Huan, Yen Dan. The announcement of Jiuyang Palace's punishment was clearly heard even by Lu Xiaoxiao and the others in the private room on the 3rd floor. "Ha ha ha. They dared to compete with my young master without spirit stones, and now they are facing retribution." The one most delighted was Teddy Bear, who always relished a good spectacle and nearly set off fireworks in celebration. "No wonder that bad sister wanted to give me the radish earlier. She really has no spirit stones." Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with mischief, resembling 2 shiny black grapes. And Mo Yin looked at her innocent expression and thought, "Little one, don't tell me you feel sympathy for her." "No way. They deserve to be punished for lacking spirit stones." Lu Xiaoxiao muttered to herself. Hey Yin, pleased by this response, thought it was good that his little spirit pet was not a naive little saint. In his delight, he couldn't help but pat her round little head with a gaze full of affection. Subsequently, Tianbage continued to present a series of edible treasures. In light of Zhu Lingling's tragedy, no one dared to bid against Lu Xiaoxiao for anything she called out. Everyone knew that if Lu Xiaoxiao had her eye on something, she would not relent unless the bid reached at least 11,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Thus, before raising their paddles, bidders had to consider if they could produce at least 11,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, they should not entertain thoughts of acquiring the item. Under such circumstances, Tianbage's auction saw the lowest transaction prices in nearly a century. A Millennium Ginseng, 200 mid-grade spirit stones sold, A Millennium Ice Lotus, 200 mid-grade spirit stones sold. A Millennium Peach, 200 mid-grade spirit stones sold. Lu Xiaoxiao purchased over 20 items, each valued at no less than 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, averaging 200 mid-grade spirit stones per item. The total value exceeded 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Who would have thought that the individuals in the private room on the third floor were the true masters of this domain? Indeed, by initially placing a high bid to deter all others, they managed to monopolize all the treasures. One must question, with such financial prowess and intelligence, who could rival them? People began to admire Lu Xiaoxiao's cleverness, and many even sent attendants to express their desire to befriend her, though these were all turned away by Mo Yen. Little did they know, all of this was orchestrated by a mere child. Dear guests, the next auction item is one of the highlights of this event. An 8th-grade Huan Yindan, Sister Yin Wu announced, her voice radiating cheerfulness. The mere mention of the 8th-grade elixir sent the entire audience into a frenzy. Heavens! An 8th-grade spirit pill. We Haven Tea had an 8th-grade alchemist in Tianyu realm for centuries. Does such an alchemist truly exist? Or is this pill a relic from centuries past? I want it. The most skilled alchemist of Danshin sect could only produce 6th-grade pills. This 8th-grade alchemist must be extraordinary. Even the sect leader would have to pay homage to him. If he were still alive, all major sects would surely vie to honor him. Who would T1 the 8th-grade Huan Yindan? But who could compete financially with the individual in the private room on the third floor? Once that person made a move, all hope would be lost for everyone else. Consequently, while marveling at this astonishing 8th-grade Huan Yindan, Lu Xiaoxiao became the center of attention. As Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at the 8th-grade Huan Yindan on stage, she couldn't shake the feeling that it looked remarkably familiar. Red, round, surrounded by a shimmering aura. Even from behind the screen, one could sense its alluring fragrance. Little tree, doesn't this spirit pill resemble the candies you make? Lu Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Could be you crafted it? Ah, so it's a creation of Little Tree. I will certainly assist you. Lu Xiaoxiao declared with a sense of loyalty. I heard it's bitter. Little one doesn't want to eat it at all. Standing nearby, Sister Xiaoyu was stunned by their conversation. Yu Qianshu is actually an 8th-grade alchemist? How can someone of his stature willingly serve as Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao as servant? What makes them so special that an 8th-grade alchemist would humbly attend to them? And to think the 8th-grade spirit pill is merely slightly bitter. What a waste. What if it's bitter? As long as it's effective. What misunderstanding could this talented alchemist have regarding the 8th-grade spirit pill? Just as Xiaoyu was lost in thought, a small chubby hand tugged at her clothes. And a childish voice chimed in. Sister Xiaoyu, please tell everyone that I don't want this Huan Yindan. It was Lu Xiaoxiao. All right. Sister Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, understanding that as the seller, Lu Xiaoxiao would naturally not bid on the spirit pill, though the elixir was crafted by Yu Qianshu. As he was Lu Xiaoxiao's servant, the spirit stones gained from selling the elixir would naturally belong to her. This was a simple enough logic for Xiaoyu to grasp. Moreover, she began addressing Lu Xiaoxiao as Little Fairy. Sister Xiaoyu, that's not it. The seller is Little Tree, not me. Little Tree spends so many spirit stones on materials to make candies for me. I want him to save more spirit stones. Sister Xiaoyu, please ensure everyone bids vigorously. Understood. Sister Xiaoyu took out a communication disc and briefly informed the host, Sister Yin Wu, of the situation. Dear guests, we have just received confirmed news that the esteemed guest in the private room on the third floor has relinquished their bid for the 8th-grade Huan Yindan. Everyone is now free to raise their paddles. The starting bid remains 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Sister Yin Wu's sweet and melodious voice echoed throughout the venue. Who will ultimately claim the 8th-grade spirit pill? Let's eagerly anticipate. The crowd responded with elation. Wow. Fantastic. Thank you, third-floor private room. Fellow friends, let us go for it. The collective spirit of the audience was ignited. Chapter 50. Xiao Mo and Xiao Ji Luo 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The surge in prices is swifter than ever before, rapidly surpassing the original highest bid for the Xiantian Shuyue sword. This is merely the beginning, as if the spiritual stones are not spiritual stones at all. These sounds emanate from the private boxes on the second and third floors, where most had remained silent during the previous auction items. This implies that the applause from those in the boxes truly comes from the wealthy elite. They had refrained from bidding until something of their interest appeared. Meanwhile, in Box 5 on the third floor, Xiaoxiao is currently in the company of a strikingly handsome man dressed in red. Luo Xinzi, have you given my proposal any thought? If you agree to become my Dao partner, I will procure that 8th grade Huan Yin Dan for you. Helan Xiao says with a devilish smile. Xiaomo, why me? Xiaoji Luo bites her lip, her trembling fists digging her nails into her flesh. In truth, the once beautiful Ji Luo Xinzi has long since vanished. Her visage has been marred. First, her face was bruised beyond repair by Lu Xiaoxiao, and then the venom of the golden spirit serpent burned her hair and skin. Without her hat and veil, she would be an unsightly monster. Of course, Ji Luo Xinzi was once a beauty that could outshine the moon. Helan Xiao, have admired her for a long time, he chuckles, his laughter akin to a devil's whisper. Helan Xiao, known as Xiao Mo, is a solitary practitioner of demonic arts, consuming female cultivators as his alchemical furnace, draining their cultivation and lifespan for his own gain. Countless innocent female cultivators have perished at his hands, making him a notorious villain to be vanquished. Those female cultivators fell because they did not become my Dao partners, but you are different. I am willing to pass on the dual cultivation path to you, to share eternity together. I fell for you at first sight. Why not fulfill my wishes, Ji Luo Xinzi? Besides, who else in this world would bid for the 8th grade Huan Yin Dan if not me? His devilish voice continues to tempt Xiao Ji Luo, leaving her powerless to flee. She was injured by the golden spirit serpent in the hungry ghost forest and fainted halfway through her escape, only to be rescued by Helan Xiao. Now, her cultivation is sealed by him, rendering her powerless, like a puppet under his control. I am a member of Baiyun Palace, and the master of Baiyun Palace holds me in high regard. How could I associate with a demon like you? Please, let me go. Xiaoji Luo pleads in anguish. What grievance is there in following me? I consider myself a handsome enough man, and I possess ample resources to support you, far surpassing your treatment in Baiyun Palace. Furthermore, would the master of Baiyun Palace purchase that 8th grade Huan Yin Dan for you? With each word, Helan Xiao weaves a binding chain around Xiao Ji Luo's heart, ensnaring her deeper and deeper. 500,000 middle-grade spiritual stones, 700,000 middle-grade spiritual stones, 800,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. The price for the 8th grade Huan Yin Dan continues to escalate at a terrifying pace. Ji Luo Xinzi, what are you hesitating for? If this continues, the Huan Yin Dan, which can restore your beauty, will be snatched away. You have little time left to consider. Helan Xiao sneers, his enchanting yet perilous visage exuding an air of danger. Reflecting on her past beauty, once admired like the brightest star, and comparing it to her current reflection, which she dares not even face, Xiaoji Luo's rigid body gradually relaxes. Fine, I agree to your proposal, she utters through gritted teeth, suppressing her anguish. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my wife, Helan Xiao exclaims joyfully, incanting a spell. The incantation transforms into a golden seal in the air, embedding itself into the foreheads of both Helan Xiao and Xiao Ji Luo. This is a Dao partner contract, akin to a marriage certificate in the cultivation world, bearing binding power. It can only be established with the consent of both parties. 1 million middle-grade spiritual stones. Helan Xiao smiles as he raises his bidding card. The crowd erupts in astonishment. This is the highest price ever recorded for a spiritual elixir in the history of Tianbao Pavilion, and it is merely a single item, not a bottle. When the 8th grade Huan Yin Dan is presented before Xiao Ji Luo, she decisively takes the elixir and swallows it without hesitation, then sits cross-legged on the ground. Moments later, a fragrant spiritual wind emanates from her, and she radiates brilliance. Upon removing her hat, she regains her stunningly ethereal beauty, standing before the mesmerizing Helan Xiao like a pair of celestial beings. Ji Luo, congratulations. Helan Xiao takes her hand and brings it to his lips. Yet, Xiao Ji Luo remains expressionless. Though her beauty is restored, her heart bears an indelible scar that can never be healed. Henceforth, she is transformed from a celestial maiden into a female demon cultivator. All of this is thanks to Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao. Had Lu Xiaoxiao not injured her, and had Mo Yin not commanded the golden spirit serpents to attack her, she would not have met this fate. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely within her anguished heart, intensifying with the restoration of her beauty. In box 1 on the 3rd floor, wow. Little Shu is amazing. Upon hearing that a spiritual elixir could sell for 1 million middle-grade spiritual stones, Lu Xiaoxiao jumps up in astonishment. So, the candy little Shu gives me is worth so much. Her little ears turn red, and her big eyes widen like a rabbit's. The spiritual stone she used to buy a pile of snacks pale in comparison to little Shu's single bitter candy, making her feel rather juvenile. Little master, that is merely the foolish competition of the masses. To me, it is just a piece of candy, and it is yours worth it, Yu Qianshu smiles and says. In the future, I will continue to create more and better candies for you. When he smiles, it is not the breathtaking handsomeness of Mo Yin, but rather a soft, ethereal charm akin to moonlight. Little Shu is so wonderful. Lu Xiaoxiao is instantly enchanted, her eyes sparkling with delight. Her mind is solely occupied with the thought of more and better candies, completely unbothered by their high prices. Only Mo Yin frowns. He really should not be given any opportunities. Look, he is showing off again. Chapter 51. The exorbitantly priced spiritual elixir is a snack in Box 1. The largest and most luxurious room, typically reserved for the elite. The master of Tianbao Pavilion, Xiaoxiao, is currently observing the live auction. Father, this is so boring. Can I go out and play? A little girl in a green dress tugs at Xiaoxiao's arm. Her name is Xiaoqianer, the first little friend Lu Xiaoxiao made in Jintang City. Qian, no fuss. This auction is the pinnacle of the entire cultivation world. You will inherit Tianbao Pavilion in the future, so you must learn how to manage it from Hebo, Xiaoxiao replies in a tone meant to pacify the child. Always talking about inheriting Tianbao Pavilion is getting old. Xiaoqianer pouts, clearly uninterested in learning. She is preoccupied with the thought of playing with her friend Lu Xiaoxiao. Alas, I left too hastily last time and forgot to tell Lu Xiaoxiao that my home is at Tianbao Pavilion. I probably won't have the chance to see her again. As she thinks of this, Xiaoqianer feels a pang of disappointment. The little girl quiets down, and the adults resume their conversations. Report to the pavilion master. Those 2 8th-grade elixirs were concocted by a young man named Yu Qianshu, who is in Box 1 on the 3rd floor. He Guanshu respectfully reports. Very well. Once the auction concludes, arrange for Yu Qianshu to meet me. An 8th-grade alchemist is indeed a rare find in 100 years. I am keen to recruit him for Tianbao Pavilion. Xiaoxiao gazes longingly in the direction of Box 1 on the 3rd floor, mused, to win the loyalty of an 8th-grade alchemist. That master must be extraordinary. I must make his acquaintance. Even if I cannot secure that 8th-grade alchemist, befriending his master would be immensely beneficial for Tianbao Pavilion. Master, several days ago, I visited Xiaomin to inquire about Mo Yin, Lu Xiaoxiao, and Yu Qianshu's identities. However, Xiaomin surprisingly kept their information confidential, leading me to suspect that this trio is not to be trifled with. Bo Wei added. Lu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoqianer felt a surge of joy in her heart. Isn't she my friend? It turns out she is here for a visit. How wonderful. Just now, Uncle he mentioned room 1 on the 3rd floor. She must remember that room number. Xiaoxiao, wait for me. As soon as I get the chance, I will sneak out to play with you. Xiaoqianer stifled a giggle, determined to keep her plans a secret, for her father and Bo Wei would surely disapprove. After all, the last time she sneaked out, she nearly fell prey to a spirit root hunter, and their vigilance has only increased since then. Such a small action did not escape the watchful eyes of Xiaoxiao. He noticed that the Lingyu chain, which was once tied around her tiny wrist, had vanished. Chier, where's the talisman I gave you for protection? Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. Bo Wei's face changed abruptly. This was bad. The master had noticed. I gave it to Xiaoxiao. She saved me, and we became good friends, Xiaoqianer replied nonchalantly. Master, I sincerely apologize. Bo Wei, with no other recourse, recounted the incident where Xiaoqianer was nearly abducted by a spirit root hunter but was rescued by Lu Xiaoxiao. Bo Wei, how could you be so reckless? You actually deceived me. Lu Xiaoxiao is clearly at Tianbao Pavilion, yet you prevented me from meeting her. I am furious. Xiaoqianer puffed her cheeks in anger. Xiaoxiao ignored his daughter's childish tantrum and sternly reprimanded Bo Wei. You failed to report critical information and did not protect your charge. I sentence you to reflection against the wall for 3 days and a deduction of 1 month's wages. Xiaoqianer stuck her tongue out at Bo Wei. Serves you right. Bo Wei could only bitterly smile. Young mistress, I do not wish to be punished. Moreover, this is for your own good. Indeed, after punishing Bo Wei, Xiaoxiao turned his gaze to Xiaoqianer. Chier, you too shall face consequences. The item I gifted you is of great importance. How could you so casually give it away? Furthermore, how did you allow yourself to be taken? It is likely you slipped away when Bo Wei was not paying attention. is it not? I sentence you to 3 months of house arrest, prohibited from stepping outside Tianbao Pavilion. Oh, no. Xiaoxiao deflated like a punctured balloon. What a dull father. At this moment, the next auction item was presented. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is an 8th grade black jade pill. This is the second 8th grade spiritual pill of this auction, and it is also the last one. Silver Dance announced with great enthusiasm. The 8th grade black jade pill can cleanse the marrow and dispel all poisons. It is widely recognized that cleansing the marrow can enhance one's physical constitution, which greatly aids in breaking through realms. This pill's excellence lies in its high quality, proving effective even for cultivators below the Great Ascension stage. In other words, consuming this 8th grade black jade pill increases the success rate of breakthroughs whether you are in chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, or at the nascent soul, spirit transformation, or void refinement stages. Our alchemists at Tianbao Pavilion have assessed that consuming this pill grants immunity to the poisons of great ascension cultivators or spirit beasts for at least 200 years. Due to the remarkable effects of this 8th grade black jade pill, Silver Dance could not help but elaborate extensively. The audience erupted in excitement. It has been ages since there were any great ascension cultivators in the Tianyu realm, has it not? Indeed, I heard that in a past heavenly tribulation, all the formidable beings of great ascension or above perished. Heavens! Is there truly such an exquisite spiritual pill in this world? Everyone's eyes glistened with envy. None wished to miss out on this spiritual treasure. Yet, they dared not contemplate the astronomical price it would fetch. Their greatest concern remained the wealthy individual in room 1 on the 3rd floor. Just moments ago, she reluctantly parted with the 8th grade yen pill. But what about this 8th grade black jade pill? As everyone speculated, Xiaoxiao, with her innocent demeanor, turned to Xiaoya and said, "Sister Xiaoya, I do not want this 8th grade black jade pill either. Please let everyone know." Sister Xiaoya had become a numb nodding machine, relaying the message to Silver Dance. Based on past experiences, when this little fairy voluntarily relinquished something, it typically pertained to food. Xiaoya glanced at the ever-composed Yu Qianshu, sweating slightly. The 8th grade black jade pill couldn't possibly have been refined by this young master who is akin to a master alchemist, could it? Chapter 52. Little Tree is up to something. Xiaoxiao's clever eyes sparkle with mischief. It seems that the black chocolate candy is worth much more than that bitter yen pill. I must encourage Little Tree to save up some coins. She took out a glass jar and withdrew a piece of black chocolate candy. If the price is right, should I have Little Tree sell another piece later? She pondered. However, the aroma of the chocolate candy was simply irresistible, and Xiaoxiao, being a little foodie, could not hold back. She tossed one in her mouth and chewed delightfully. Moments later, her eyes widened in surprise, her expression radiating pure delight. After savoring one, Xiaoxiao could not stop herself. Her chubby little hand reached back in, pulling out a second piece and tossing it into her mouth. Her rosy cheeks resembled a blissfully content little piglet. Sister Xiaoya watched in astonishment, her eyes nearly popping out. What did she just witness? That jar containing an 8th grade black jade pill was treated like candy by Xiaoxiao? Wasn't it said that consuming the 8th grade black jade pill facilitates breakthroughs? Why is this little fairy not only unaffected, but also enjoying it so much? Help! A little monster! The starting bid is 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Silver Dance cheerfully announced, initiating the bidding. The starting price for all treasures is the same. Yet evidently, this starting price is rather low for the 8th grade black jade pill. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The first bid was already an astronomical sum. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid came in less than a second, with fierce counterbids following. After all, it was apparent to everyone that the 8th grade black jade pill held greater value than the 8th grade yen pill. As the price soared to 2 million mid-grade spirit stones, the entire venue fell silent. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. First call. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Second call. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Third call. Sold. Ultimately, the black jade pill was acquired at an unprecedented price by the mysterious individual in room 8 on the 3rd floor. In room 1, Xiaoxiao felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated the 8th grade black jade pill to command such a price, further solidifying his resolve to recruit Yu Qianshu. As for Xiaoxiao, ever since being sentenced to house arrest, she sat gloomily in a corner, uninterested in the tedious auction. She felt disheartened, believing her father cared only for business and not for her as his daughter. Suddenly, she recalled the candy Lu Xiaoxiao had gifted her. Lu Xiaoxiao had said that this black chocolate candy was incredibly sweet. She had been reluctant to eat it. Sigh, I might as well use it to lift my spirits. Xiaoxiao summoned a piece of black chocolate candy and leisurely began to savor it. Initially, she held no high hopes, but the next moment, an extraordinary rich flavor filled her mouth, accompanied by a silky smoothness that glided down her throat, an experience unlike any other culinary delight she had ever tasted. How delicious! Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with tears of happiness, as if everything she had eaten before paled in comparison to this delicacy. Cheer, have you already established your foundation? Why are you still acting like a child with a sweet tooth? Xiaoxiao could not help but rub his temples. What is wrong with a child enjoying candy? She retrieved a second piece of black chocolate candy, ready to continue her indulgence. At that moment, Xiaoxiao finally noticed that the snack in his daughter's hand resembled the 8th grade black jade pill. Wait, Xier, what are you eating? Xiaoxiao was completely flabbergasted. Of course, it's black chocolate candy. However, before Shi Qian could finish her words, she felt as though a volcano resided within her energy sea. A powerful force struck, causing the spiritual liquid within her energy sea to boil instantaneously and then compress. Following a tremendous sound, it coalesced into a flawless golden elixir. Shi Qian was momentarily stunned. She had merely consumed a piece of candy, and yet she had unexpectedly formed a golden core. The expressions of Shi Su Shn, the crane steward, and BW were all disheveled by the surge of hot spiritual wind. Shi Su Shn exhaled a cloud of black smoke, his astonishment palpable. He was now certain that his daughter had indeed consumed an 8th grade HIYDN. Qian, where did the item you just ingested come from? He inquired anxiously. Shi Qian shook the bottle in response. Goodness, an 8th grade spiritual pill worth 200,000 mid-grade spiritual stones treated as mere candy by a child. This is outrageous. Shi Su Shn was momentarily at a loss, caught between laughter and tears. Suddenly, the clear sky roared with thunder. Dark clouds congregated, resembling a black pot overturned above the TNB Pavilion auction. Within the clouds, terrifying lightning writhed like a black dragon. Father, I am frightened. Shi Qian shivered, feeling as though she were ensnared by something peculiar. This is bad. It is the Tribulation thunder for Qian's golden core stage. Follow me to guard the formation. Shi Su Shn swiftly scooped up Shi Qian and threw out an earth escape talisman, causing their figures to vanish from the number 1 private room. After their departure, the sky above the auction returned to its serene clarity, as if nothing had transpired. This year's auction was indeed rife with oddities. Not only had 2 8th grade spiritual pills appeared, but someone had also broken through to the golden core stage during the auction. Could it be that the person who purchased the 8th grade HIYD had just finished it before facing tribulation? How could that be possible? To reach the golden core stage, one merely needed to consume a condensed golden pill. Why waste an 8th grade HIYD? Even if one were to consume it, one would at least reserve it for the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage or the transformation stage. That makes sense. The murmurs were soon drowned out by the lively atmosphere. Although the 8th grade HIYD was remarkable, the treasures unveiled by TNB Pavilion were numerous, and the attention of the guests quickly shifted. In the number 1 private room on the 3rd floor, upon hearing the price of 200,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, Sister Xiaoyu nearly blacked out, her posture unsteady. She had personally witnessed the 8th grade spiritual pill, valued at 200,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, consumed as if it were candy. If she still regarded Xiaoxiao and her companions as ordinary VIPs, she would truly have a problem with her judgment. Observing 2 spiritual pills being auctioned off for 100,000 and 200,000 mid-grade spiritual stones respectively, Yu Qian bore a rarely seen smirk. The first objective had been achieved. This subtle expression did not escape Yn's keen gaze. Such things as HIYD could be poured into small jars for Shi Oding to consume as snacks. If he were short on spiritual stones, he could casually auction off a bottle and become immensely wealthy. The issue was that Shi Oding only sold 1 piece of each type, which was hardly indicative of a desire to accumulate wealth. What benefit lies in letting those with ulterior motives see what they cannot obtain? See all zin of it. What kind of fish are you trying to catch? Myn could not help but inquire. Chapter 53, Black Dragon Scale. Following the 2 8th-grade spiritual pills, TNB O Pavilion continued to unveil various rare treasures. It was indeed true that the best items were saved for last, as many treasures subsequently exceeded a bidding price of 50,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. As the atmosphere grew ever more fervent, the auction approached its climax. Dear guests, we will now present the final treasure of this auction, a scale from the Black Dragon of the Wynexi N realm. Y&W announced with enthusiasm. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated that the auction would feature a scale from an upper realm Black Dragon. The T-New-Yorkie realm was merely one of the realms of the cultivation world, whereas the Wynexi N realm was an upper realm. This meant that the Wynexi N realm was a plane to which cultivators from the T-New-Yorkie realm could ascend after facing tribulation. When Xiaoxiao heard the words Black Dragon, her heart felt as if it had been seized, a wave of discomfort washing over her. Perhaps it was because YN was also a Black Dragon. She could not accept the notion of a Black Dragon scale being auctioned off like a trivial delicacy. She instinctively glanced at MYN. His calm and profound gaze resembled a pitch-black night sky, devoid of any visible emotion. Yet, calmness often heralds the storm. The usually lively teddy bear fell silent, and even Yuchi NSH became unusually solemn. Both the teddy bear and Yuchi NSH had witnessed MYN's true form and understood the significance of that Black Dragon scale to him. The atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with an unspoken heaviness. Sister Xiaoxiao felt a wave of discomfort. Had everyone not just been joyous moments ago? What was happening? Y&W smiled again. I wonder if everyone has heard of the Dragonfall legend from 3 years ago, near the eastern Waichuan city, at the Biwi beach. On a stormy night, amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, a fisherman discovered a young black dragon, battered and on the brink of death, amidst the reeds of Biwi beach. As is well known, dragons are treasures in their entirety. Nearby cultivators rushed to slay the dragon, but alas, the black dragon managed to escape. Now, the scale before you was stripped from that very black dragon. Although it was still a juvenile dragon, it originated from the Wynexi N realm, and its scales are as resilient as the spiritual treasures of the upper realm. If refined into a treasure, it would become a mysterious artifact. The maid presented the black dragon scale. It lay quietly on a tray draped with brocade, resembling a masterpiece of art. The moment Xiaoxiao beheld the black dragon scale, her pupils dilated. At that time, MYN had still appeared in his black dragon form, his body marred with wounds, the scales absent from his bloodied and mangled skin. She seemed to see the black dragon scale on the tray, still smeared with blood, as if freshly stripped from YN. She sensed a despair, pain, and resentment emanating from that black dragon scale. Oh, woo! The little human child could not bear such heavy emotions and burst into tears, her chubby hands desperately rubbing her eyes, as if her tears were worthless, rolling down in torrents, turning her small face a deep crimson. It seemed as though the one suffering was not the juvenile dragon from whom the scales had been stripped, but rather it was she herself. Little one, do not cry. MYN reached out, enveloping her entirely in his embrace, gently patting her small head. Yet this did not soothe the distressed child. Instead, she cried even harder, her entire face crumpling into a ball, resembling a wailing infant in swaddling. Be good. MYN was at a loss, wiping away her tears with his fingers. The child looked up, her little eyes rimmed in red and swollen from crying. She sniffled and asked, YN, is it your scale? Yes. MYN replied in a deep voice, observing her reaction. Ooh, it hurts. How painful it must have been for YN. Tears of luminous water flowed continuously from her swollen eyes, and MYN gently cradled the falling pearls in his palm, his heart aching. This little one was the only being in the world who wept for his wounds and sorrows. It no longer hurts. He comforted her. It indeed hurt in the past, but it no longer does. MYN held Xiaoxiao tightly, having found the most precious treasure he would never wish to release in this lifetime. Their dialogue was veiled in subtlety, understood only by the two of them, while Sister Xiaoxiao could not decipher their situation. She pondered why this little friend had suddenly begun to cry. Was it because Sister YNW's tale of the Dragonfall was too frightening? Since this little friend was a spiritual pet, having transformed from a spiritual beast, she must empathize with the juvenile dragon, sharing its sorrow. And that was why she was crying. With this thought, Sister Xiaoyu felt that this little friend had a kind heart. Dear guests, the bidding for the Black Dragon Scale begins with a starting price of 100 mid-grade spiritual stones. The Black Dragon Scale is incredibly rare, with only one piece available. So those who desire it must act swiftly. Y&W stirred the crowd's emotions once more. 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. 500,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. 1 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Who wouldn't desire a Su NBO level Black Scale Dragon? From the moment the first bid was placed, the price soared beyond 100,000, rendering the initial offer of 100 middle-grade spirit stones a mere jest. The fervent cries for bids pulled Xiaoxiao from her heartache. These were YN scales. Who dared to snatch them away? Had they consulted her little pink fist? Xiaoxiao, rising from my s'embrasse, vigorously wiped away her tears with her chubby hands and raised her paddle, declaring fiercely, 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. Heavens! Wasn't that the wealthy patron from Box 1 on the third floor? Wasn't she only interested in food? Why suddenly was she bidding for the Black Dragon Scales? Moreover, what an astronomical figure, 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. Was it truly necessary to increase the price tenfold in one go? How could others even compete? It was akin to slapping everyone in the face. Indeed, I am bullying you all for being poor. The impact was staggering. Instantly, the hall fell into a stunned silence, with attendees pausing to process the shocking turn of events. Some crawled in a frenzy, others hissed ominously, some performed dramatic somersaults, and a few attacked indiscriminately as chaos erupted, transforming the venue into a scene of pandemonium. Even the battle-hardened Y&W was momentarily taken aback, spinning in confusion as she witnessed the previously composed crowd collectively lose their minds. "Everyone, please calm down," Y&W exclaimed, her sweet voice drowned out by the cacophony, as the crowd continued to spiral into madness. How could the auction possibly proceed under such circumstances? What a farce! Y&W, with her commanding presence, could see tens of thousands of spirit stones shifting in mere seconds, leaving no time to observe the antics unfolding. At last, unable to contain herself, Y&W's demeanor shifted dramatically, her voice taking on an eerie and chilling tone. "Silence. Disobedience will lead to dire consequences." Why was Y&W's voice so formidable? It was simply because she was the host of the event, relying on her vocal prowess, and her abilities were intrinsically linked to her voice as the renowned disciple of the Shi-In-Yn sect. 10 million middle-grade spirit stones, going once. 10 million middle-grade spirit stones, going twice. Just as everyone assumed that the Black Dragon Scales would fall into the hands of the wealthy patron from Box 1, a mysterious voice from Box 8 on the third floor rang out. 15 million middle-grade spirit stones. This bid shattered all previous records. Y&W's eyes sparkled with delight. As the auctioneer, her commission was 5%, meaning that even if the hammer fell here, she would pocket 7,500 middle-grade spirit stones. Oh my! Someone dares to challenge the wealthy patron? Box 1, seeing her own bid reach 10 million middle-grade spirit stones only to be challenged. Xiaoxiao felt a surge of determination. YN, my funds are insufficient. Could you possibly lend me more? Her voice retained its youthful innocence, yet her expression was remarkably serious. MYN had never before witnessed such a grave demeanor on the little one's face. She was certain that YN possessed ample funds. MYN would not let her down. From her spatial pouch, she produced another storage bag, placing it into Xiaoxiao's small hands with a calm, "Take it." "Wonderful," Xiaoxiao exclaimed, eagerly grabbing the storage bag and peering inside to find a staggering amount of wealth. Time to retaliate. 20 million middle-grade spirit stones. The opponent hesitated momentarily before countering. 25 million middle-grade spirit stones. 30 million middle-grade spirit stones. Xiaoxiao declared without hesitation. 30 million middle-grade spirit stones. This was no longer a figure that could simply be described as astronomical. 30 million middle-grade spirit stones, going once. 30 million middle-grade spirit stones, going twice. 30 million middle-grade spirit stones, going thrice. Sold. Ultimately, Xiaoxiao shattered records by acquiring the Black Dragon Scales. Amidst the uproar of the crowd, the mysterious figure in Box 8 let out a soft, cold chuckle. In Box 1, a maid respectfully entered with a tray. "Sister, wait." Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow as she gazed at the black dragon scales, which exuded a chilling aura. She immediately recognized that this was the same sinister cold that had previously afflicted YN in the cave. It was likely that the scales had been shed after YN was poisoned by the cold, hence the lingering chill. If YN were to come into contact with these scales again, she might fall ill once more. Despite her young age, Xiaoxiao possessed a remarkable memory and understood that this cold was detrimental. MYN also sensed the chilling aura, a longtime acquaintance that had tormented him for years. The reason the owner was willing to auction off the black dragon scales was likely due to the backlash from this very cold. For 3 years, it was impossible that no one had encountered the black dragon scales. Anyone who had would surely have felt that icy presence. This was the Su-NHN poison associated with the Su-NBO from the upper realm, a toxin that no one in the TNYU realm could purify, not even the 8th grade HIYDN from UCHNSH, except for his little spirit pet. The seller knew they could not refine it, hence the decision to auction it off for a quick profit. However, the auctioneer had failed to mention the chilling aura in her explanations. This indicated that the seller was not only seeking to profit, but also aiming to deceive others. Truly unscrupulous. It seems humans are indeed not to be trusted. Emigrate and scuffed inwardly. With a swift motion, Xiaoxiao pressed her chubby hand against the black dragon scales, causing them to glow. A warmth akin to sunlight enveloped the scales. As the sinister chill writhed and struggled like maggots dragged from the shadows. Upon touching the black dragon scales, Xiaoxiao could distinctly feel that these scales were thicker and harder than those currently on YN. This was because the scales on YN's body were largely new, having regrown after healing, while these black dragon scales were the original. With this realization, Xiaoxiao's heart ached even more for YN. Begone, vile thing, she declared, increasing the strength of her healing light. The cold struggled for a moment before finally dissipating into the air. Done. Satisfied, Xiaoxiao gently blew on her chubby hand, cradling the black dragon scales and reverently presenting them to MYN. MYN felt a warmth in his heart, touched by the little one's thoughtful actions. He had not expected her to be so considerate, aware that the cold could harm him and purifying it beforehand. Emigrate and remained silent, extending a large hand to store the black scales in his space pouch. The payment for the 2 8th grade spirit pills from UCHNSH had been delivered by maid, and after deducting the 10% commission, he would still receive 270,000 middle grade spirit stones. Let's depart, MYN announced, lifting Xiaoxiao as they exited the box. Distinguished guests, you're leaving already? Little Yu appeared somewhat anxious. Why should we not leave? MYN shot her a cold glance, causing Little Yu to shiver. Elia. Manager H mentioned he would take you to meet the pavilion master, but I don't know what happened. He hasn't returned, and I'm quite at a loss. Little Yu stammered. Typically, after the auction, the pavilion master enjoyed meeting important guests, and the staff here were well aware of it. However, she had no idea that both the pavilion master and manager H were preoccupied with safeguarding Shi NRS Tribulation and were nowhere to be found. We have no time for this, MYN firmly rejected. The frail and frightened Little Yu trembled in fear, nearly pressing her back against the wall. With MYN's icy demeanor and an aura that screamed, "Keep your distance," Little Yu dared not approach to plead. She could only watch helplessly as MYN and Xiaoxiao exited the auction house. YN, are you not happy? The little voice inquired tentatively, hoping to open YN's heart. Why would I be unhappy? MYN responded calmly. Though she had little understanding of money, she recognized that 30 million middle-grade spirit stones was indeed an immense sum. However, the urgency of the moment had left her no time to reflect. In order to prevent Yan's scales from falling into the hands of others, she had no choice but to call out a price. This question is so difficult. It is truly a soul-searching inquiry. Chapter 55. Little one, strive a bit harder. Yen is a priceless treasure. Even a single scale cannot be sold, Lu Xiaoxiao said with a hint of grievance. Mo Yin gently patted her little head and said, Little one, you are very close to my answer. Just put in a bit more effort. Lu Xiaoxiao looked up at Mo Yin, gazing into those eyes that reflected the mysterious night sky. She finally understood. Of course, it is unreasonable. What should not be taken has been taken, and what should not be spent has been spent. Who could be pleased in such a situation? Why did she only just realize this? With a childlike voice filled with ambition, Lu Xiaoxiao declared. Mo Yin embraced her without uttering a word. Yet his profound eyes shimmered with emotion. Over the years, only this adorably foolish little one would bravely stand up to defend herself. He was not a weakling and did not require such treatment. Yet, he felt touched by the little dumpling's actions. Little one, do not treat me too well, or I will become increasingly reluctant to let you go, Mo Yin remarked. I do not want to leave Yin. Yin promised to take care of my meals. She cannot go back on her word, she exclaimed anxiously. Hearing the mention of food, Mo Yin sighed helplessly. He had forgotten that the little one was still a cub. And here he was, developing feelings for a cub and deeply discussing human nature with her. Wasn't that amusing? He chuckled softly, self-deprecating. Why rush? At the very least, he should wait for the little one to grow up. The observing teddy bear. Mo Yan's smile is not simple. Has his relationship with the little master advanced by leaps and bounds? Lu Xiaoxiao saw Yin smile and felt that she should overcome that difficult problem. Thus, she comfortably nestled against Mo Yin like a glutinous rice ball. She adored Yin, and as long as Yin was well, she felt overjoyed. For some unknown reason, Mo Yin wandered to a secluded area, away from the bustling city, arriving at a beautiful, serene locale by the mountains and waters. Lu Xiaoxiao thought Yin had brought her out for a leisurely excursion. Wow, this place is truly stunning. Lu Xiaoxiao was exceptionally excited, her sparkling eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. She loved nature, particularly the lush green plants. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but as she walked across the grass, the little blades swayed joyfully, and the flower buds instantly bloomed into beautiful blossoms, leaving a faint fragrance in the breeze. As she gently reached out, the willow branches by the shore brushed against her small palm. The little dumpling amicably shook hands with the willow branch before letting it go. Where the little one had held the willow branch, a new bud sprouted instantly. She resembled a little sprite of spring wherever she went, inadvertently releasing a breath of vitality that brought forth greenery. Mo Yin, I have some personal matters to attend to at the Shura Gate. May I have your permission? Yu Qianshu suddenly spoke, his demeanor somewhat humble, yet his words were clear. Thank you, Mo Yin, for your trust. Yu Qianshu smiled. Mo Yin always found Yu Qianshu, this peculiar individual, to be inscrutable, yet he looked forward to what would unfold. Before Yu Qianshu could turn around, Mo Yin suddenly narrowed his eyes and said enigmatically, however, you must wait until I deal with a few bothersome flies before you can go. Upon this reminder from Mo Yin, Yu Qianshu immediately became vigilant of his surroundings but sensed nothing amiss. The area was filled with the sounds of birds and flowers, enveloped in tranquility. Yet he understood that Mo Yin never deceived him. He raised his gaze, swiftly stowing away the Bayan flower in his storage bag, his entire being tense and prepared for battle. He chose to trust Mo Yin. Come out. I have no time to play with you rats. I'll deal with you all at once. Mo Yin coldly unleashed his intimidation. Damn it, we've been discovered. Wu Yi, hidden in the shadows of the forest, gritted his teeth. They had initially hoped to find an opportunity for a surprise attack, but now they could only confront them openly. Even the invisibility talisman can be seen through. You truly are not human. Wu Yi and the others from the Jiuyang Palace stepped out with grim expressions. The other three were Elder Shi, Elder Lin, and Wu Yi's elder brother, Wu Yifeng. The invisibility talisman they had used could generally conceal their presence from cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Mo Yin was at the Golden Core stage, Yu Qianshu at the Foundation Establishment stage, and Lu Xiaoxiao at the Qi Refining stage, all below the nascent soul stage. If they were all human, they should not have been able to sense their presence. The shape-shifting spirit beasts were classified as demonic beings. In principle, spirit beasts had keener senses than humans, and demonic beings had even sharper senses than spirit beasts. Thus, while the invisibility talisman could obscure their appearance, it could not completely mask the scent they carried, making it ineffective against higher-level spirit beasts or demonic beings. Originally, Wu Yi had merely suspected that Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao were demonic beings, but now, testing the invisibility talisman had effectively confirmed his suspicions. I am Elder Shi of the Jiuyang Palace. Bold demonic beings, you not only killed 3 of our members, but also stole our treasures. At the auction, you used demonic charm to bewitch Zhu Lingling, causing her to embarrass herself before everyone, tarnishing our reputation and offending the Tianbao Pavilion. I now command you to return all treasures to the Jiuyang Palace, and then forfeit your cultivation, out of respect for all living beings. We shall grant you a path to survival. Elder Shur declared with great ferocity. Not far away, within a rocky crevice, there was a recording stone. The recording stone had a video function. If luck were on their side, and they could subdue these demonic beings and retrieve the treasures, would they still have to worry about compensating the Tianbao Pavilion for the 1100 middle grade spirit stones? Would they still have to worry about Tianbao Pavilion not releasing Zhu Lingling? This was the scheme Wu Yi had devised, and Elder Shur believed it to be flawless. Old man, those treasures are our challenge gift packs. If you want them, you can challenge us yourselves. Also, I did not harm my sister. I saw her bidding so high and thought she wanted it, so I let her have the radish. The human cub had already emitted a voice close to a roar. Though still childlike and adorable, it was evident she was quite angry. Chapter 56. The cub defeats the 7 deadly snake vines. Little one, they're doing this on purpose. No explanation will suffice, Mo Yin said coldly. Oh, Lu Xiaoxiao obediently fell silent, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Elder Shur and Wu Yi. Resembling a little squirrel clinging to Mo Yin, fully bristled and on guard. Is a case of bad apples. The people of the Zhouyang Palace are all of the same ilk, fond of sophistry and underhanded tactics. Mo Yin coldly fixed his gaze on Elder Shur and said, Do you know why I came to this place? Why? Elder Shur asked with a dark expression. This place, with its beautiful mountains and waters, is suitable as your burial ground. Mo Yin's voice was colder than a glacier. From a moment he stepped out of Tianbao Pavilion, he had sensed it. What an arrogant, demonic being. Even if you discovered it, the outcome would remain the same. Elder Shur grinned maliciously, suddenly tossing out a formation plate. The intricate lines of the formation quickly enveloped the area, and countless colossal stones erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, forming a stone array. The sharp edges of the stones faced Mo Yin and the others. Then, like a volley of arrows, they flew toward them. Elder Shur was adept at formations. This was a pre-prepared formation plate. Yin Yin, be careful, Lu Xiaoxiao anxiously warned. Mo Yin securely held Lu Xiaoxiao with one arm, while transforming his other hand into a blade, channeling spiritual energy into the wind, executing the Black Wind 1000-blade slash. An invisible shield formed within a 10-foot radius around Mo Yin, shattering all approaching stone spikes into fragments, scattering them across the ground. A mere trifle. Mo Yin scoffed with disdain, then waved his hand again, sending an invisible wind blade sweeping toward Elder Shur. The terrifying intimidation was like a surging tide, causing Elder Shur to retreat rapidly. Although he narrowly evaded the slicing wind blade, the formation plate was cleaved in two. As the fragments of the formation scattered, the stone array vanished, and all the stone pillars disappeared. It was a pity that the strike had gone awry, and Mo Yin had intended to strike Elder Shur, not the formation plate, which inadvertently shielded Elder Shur from peril. Elder Shur was taken aback. Mo Yin appeared to have recently broken through to the early Golden Core stage. His cultivation still unstable, while he himself was in the late Golden Core stage, theoretically granting him an absolute advantage. How could it be that Mo Yin gained the upper hand with the first strike? The only explanation was that this demon possessed strength beyond its level. This demon's cultivation was unfathomable, and all should not underestimate it. With all their might, Elder Shur declared, casting out 2 more formation plates. This time, it was a maze formation. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped Mo Yin and his companions. He suddenly realized that Lu Xiaoxiao was no longer in his arms. The maze had scattered everyone. Foolish humans, by doing this, you will only hasten your demise. Without Lu Xiaoxiao by his side, the cold smirk vanished from his face, replaced by an endless chill. Yin Yin, where are you? Even the teddy bear he had been holding was now gone. She feared solitude, feared being alone. With a crack, a vine as wide as a bowl erupted from the earth, its tip adorned with a flower. The flower bore a mouth, which split open to reveal 2 rows of sharp white teeth. The vine lashed about, spitting out plant liquid, resembling a monstrous serpent with a gaping maw. Swiftly advancing towards Lu Xiaoxiao, the little girl froze in terror. Wow, I detest snakes, the human child cried. Why was she so unfortunate? Encountering snakes while staying in her cozy nest, while picking fruits, and now even while lost. This was the Qi Ju Shi Tongue, a 3rd-tier magical plant, equivalent to the strength of a golden core cultivator. The Qi Ju Shi Tongue relished the flesh of small demons. Haha. Elder Lin emerged from the mist, directing the Qi Ju Shi Tongue from afar. Like Elder Shur, Elder Lin was also a golden core cultivator, possessing a wood spirit root, adept in utilizing wood-based spells and controlling spiritual plants. Wu Yi had informed Elder Lin that despite Lu Xiaoxiao's appearance resembling that of a harmless and adorable human child, she possessed the strength to send a golden core golden spirit serpent flying with a single punch, a power that left others astounded, likely rivaling that of Mo Yin. Thus, Elder Lin dared not engage Lu Xiaoxiao in close combat. Under the cover of Elder Shi's maze formation, he unleashed the Qi Ju Shi Tongue. This vine was not only highly flexible, but also bore poisonous thorns. Any injury, even a superficial scratch, would ensure death within 7 steps, hence its name. Help! I'm about to faint. Lu Xiaoxiao was soon ensnared tightly by the Qi Ju Shi Tongue, suspended in midair. She emitted a pitiful wail, her small frame struggling helplessly. The Qi Ju Shi Tongue continued to envelop her, wrapping her in a vine cocoon. Little one, it is futile. The more you struggle, the more excited the Qi Ju Shi Tongue becomes, and the tighter it will bind you. Elder Lin sneered. The Qi Ju Shi Tongue had a peculiar trait. It delighted in wrapping its prey within a cocoon, then using plant liquid to slowly dissolve it. Elder Lin envisioned the thorns of the Qi Ju Shi Tongue piercing the delicate flesh of the small demon, anticipating that soon this wailing little demon would cease to move, becoming sustenance for the Qi Ju Shi Tongue. Before long, the child's cries fell silent. Has it succeeded? Elder Lin chuckled ominously. However, the anticipated outcome did not occur. Suddenly, beams of green light radiated from the cocoon. What is this? Elder Lin felt an unsettling sensation. The green light, dazzling like sunlight, intensified and became so bright that Elder Lin struggled to keep his eyes open. Once his vision adjusted, he noticed that the cocoon, which had previously been tightly formed, had somehow opened. The little girl glowed with a verdant light, standing amidst the vines like a tiny sprite in an emerald forest. Upon closer inspection, the vines that had been illuminated by her glow submitted to the ground, as if in worship. Qi Ju Shi Tongue, what are you doing? I command you to consume her. Elder Lin was both furious and astonished. Lu Xiaoxiao had lost consciousness in fright. She stood there in a dreamlike state, unaware of what was transpiring. The green light surrounding her was a defensive mechanism instinctively triggered upon contact with the thorns. Hearing Elder Lin's voice, the Qi Ju Shi Tongue turned its head towards him, as if glaring ominously. For some reason, after being illuminated by the green light, its head throbbed painfully. A voice urged it, protect the little goddess. Thus, in its eyes, Elder Lin, who clamored to devour the little goddess, became an adversary. Chapter 57. Yin Yin battles the Earth Array. Observing the Qi Ju Shi Tongue's hostile demeanor, Elder Lin sensed impending doom. Qi Ju Shi Tongue, have you gone mad? I am your master. You cannot attack me. Elder Lin shouted in trembling anger. Yet in the next moment, his face drained of color as he realized that the contract binding him to the Qi Ju Shi Tongue had vanished. Heaven! This little demon's magical prowess is so formidable that it can erase the contract with a spiritual plant? Elder Lin exclaimed in disbelief. The Qi Ju Shi Tongue shook its serpent-like head, baring its maw, and lunged at Elder Lin. I will fight you. Elder Lin, filled with fear, hastily summoned a spiritual sword, hoping to sever the head of the Qi Ju Shi Tongue. However, the vines skillfully evaded, wrapping around Elder Lin like a serpent. Release me. Release me. Elder Lin struggled in despair. But as the poison spread, his movements gradually stiffened, and his pupils lost their vitality. Throughout his life, the Qi Ju Shi Tongue had devoured countless enemies. In the final moments of his life, he finally experienced the taste of demise at the hands of the Qi Ju Shi Tongue. The branches of the Qi Ju Shi Tongue descended, slowly cocooning Elder Lin. When Lu Xiaoxiao regained consciousness, she found herself still enveloped in mist. The fierce old man had vanished, and the snake-like vines were nowhere to be seen. It felt as if something was clinging to her feet. Instinctively, she looked down to see a small, finger-width snake-like vine. It was desperately rubbing against her feet, as if a voice was saying, "Little goddess, greetings. I am Tongue. Go away." Lu Xiaoxiao instinctively kicked the small vine away. She detested snakes and all serpent-like creatures. The pitiful little vine was sent flying, landing some distance away, and as it wobbled back to its feet, a bump had formed on its head. "Boo-hoo, little goddess, please don't be angry. I want to do it again." The little vine lowered its head, sniffling. This small creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the Qi-Ju Shi-Tong, merely a shrunken, inferior version. Indeed, it was the Qi-Ju Shi-Tong. It had originally been a spiritual plant that preyed on small insects, but was inadvertently captured by Elder Lin and transformed into a man-eating magical plant through sorcery. Lu Xiaoxiao's healing light not only erased the contract between it and Elder Lin, but also purified the demonic aura surrounding it, allowing it to regain its true form. It had initially wished to acknowledge Lu Xiaoxiao as its master, but regrettably, due to her disdain, it could only burrow into the earth, too ashamed to face anyone. The mist had yet to disperse. Yin Yan, where are you? Lu Xiaoxiao traversed the mist alone, searching for Yin Yan. Meanwhile, Mo Yin found himself trapped within an earth array. Sand and soil surged from all directions toward him, as if some creature stirred beneath. Suddenly, the sand coalesced in midair, forming a massive hand that swiped down at Mo Yin. With a flash, Mo Yin shifted his form to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. He sensed the situation with his divine awareness, and realized that the small figure had successfully dealt with another elder at the Jindan stage. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Budian, well done. The healing light has even evolved, growing more formidable. However, in the next moment, he sensed that Yu Qianshu was encountering trouble. It seemed there was no time to leisurely engage with this elder Shi. A swift resolution was necessary. The great sand palm descended like a shadow, continuously striking, while the swiftly dodging Moyan resembled a blackbird, nimbly flitting about. Hey. Speed is futile before my Xinhuang great sand palm. Elder Shi cackled from the shadows, incessantly gesturing with hand seals to command the great sand palm. The palm grew larger, gradually forming an overwhelming shadow that enveloped the space. With a thunderous crash, the great sand palm struck toward Moyan, yet he did not escape. Got you. Elder Shi laughed triumphantly, only to see the great sand palm slowly closing into a fist, tightly grasping the motionless Moyan. At last, I've captured a demon race member. Let me reveal your true form. Ha! Elder Shi emerged from the swirling sands, standing proudly before Moyan, relentlessly tightening the grip of the great sand palm. The terrifying force threatened to crush Moyan. He gazed at Elder Shi with pain etched on his face, yet his eyes were as cold as an icy abyss. Dark and unfathomable. For the demon race, your bloodline is indeed powerful. Most Jindan stage demons would reveal their true form upon being ensnared by my great sand palm, even if they were not severely injured. But look at your pitiful state. You won't last long. A spirit beast must at least be at the Jindan stage to transform. For a powerful spirit beast, the cultivation required is even higher. You must have cultivated for several hundred years, yet you will perish in this yellow sand. Do you not find that regrettable? Elder Shi feigned sincerity. As long as you submit to me, recognize me as your master, and offer up the treasures of the temple along with that black dragon scale, I may spare your life. Although Zhu Lingling had been taken away and Wu Yi thrown out during the auction of the black dragon scale, Elder Shi had his spies within the venue, and he was fully aware of everything that transpired at the auction. Moreover, Wu Yi knew the box number where Lu Xiaoxiao and Moyan were located. And since Moyan was the master of Lu Xiaoxiao and Yu Qianshu, anyone willing to spend 30 million middle-grade spirit stones on the black dragon scale would certainly not entrust such an important item to a servant. Thus, Elder Shi was certain that the black dragon scale was with Moyan. Among the treasures of the temple, there might not necessarily be a mysterious treasure. However, if the black dragon scale could be refined into a treasure, it would certainly become a mysterious treasure. Elder Shi was quite clear about the distinction between the two. Humans always seek to possess what does not belong to them, and one day, they will reap the consequences. Moyan coldly inquired, first the stone formation, then the earth formation. I wish to know why you employ these formations against me. Assuming Moyan was now a fish trapped in a net, Elder Shi was in high spirits, arrogantly proclaiming, Ha! As the saying goes, when the dragon does not raise its head, the heavens do not rain. The dragon possesses the power to command the winds and rain. You have expended 30 million middle-grade spirit stones to acquire the black dragon scale, indicating you possess the water spiritual root or are practicing water-related divine abilities. Otherwise, even if you obtain the black dragon scale, you would be unable to unleash its true value. Earth can counter water. Both the stone formation and the earth formation are of the earth attribute, naturally the best at restraining you. So that was it. However, you have miscalculated. Moyan's body trembled slightly, and he easily shook off the great sand palm. He extended his palm, enveloped in a ball of crimson flames, appearing from a distance like a dancing fire lotus. Interesting, you can wield fire? Elder Shur was somewhat surprised, yet he remained unafraid. That flame was merely the size of a fist. Fire can give rise to earth. Elder Shur deemed it insignificant. With a wave of his hand, he chanted incantations, and the winds and sands coalesced into an even larger great sand fist. Chapter 58. Xiaoxiao is in danger, go, Elder Shur commanded. As the great sand fist came crashing down toward Moyen. Crimson fire lotus palm. Moyen struck forward, the fiery lotus transforming into a crimson dragon that roared toward the great sand palm. The two clashed fiercely amidst the swirling yellow sand. Moyen maintained a calm demeanor, while Elder Shur felt the strain, his hands trembling as he continued to invoke incantations, not daring to halt. Just as Elder Shur was frantically gesturing, the crimson dragon began to gain the upper hand, pushing the great sand fist downward. Earth thrives on fire. The more earth is scorched. You cannot withstand even half of my power. How will you endure the divine might of the black dragon scale? Moyen coldly stated. Do you know why I deliberately allowed myself to be caught by your great sand palm? Elder Shur suddenly felt enveloped by a terrifying aura. This intimidation bore an unparalleled divine power, making him feel like an ant trapped beneath a mountain. Elder Shur's hands gradually stiffened, unable to move, yet his eyes remained open and ears attentive. He heard Moyen's voice, akin to a devil whispering in a glacial abyss. It is because I did not wish to waste time that I drew you out. He saw Moyen's unfathomable gaze turn icy, and the flames on the dragon grew suddenly fiercer. It turned out that this creature had not yet unleashed its full power. To summon the crimson dragon fire, could this demon race member's true form be? At this moment, Elder Shur regretted having heeded Wu Yi's one-sided words, provoking this monster. However, in this world there are no if-onlys. With a resounding boom, the crimson dragon surged through the great sand fist, roaring toward Elder Shur. Before Elder Shur could even utter a plea for mercy, he was consumed by the crimson fire, which blazed fiercely, turning both his soul and body to ashes. Meanwhile, in another direction, Yu Qianshu was confronting Wu Yifeng of the Jiang Palace. You, a human, why do you serve the demon race? You have brought shame to humanity. I advise you to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. I can offer you a path to survival. Wu Yifeng brandished his spiritual sword, being a sword cultivator. He broke through to the Jindan stage in just over 100 years, standing out among the younger generation of the Jiang Palace. At this moment, he stood against the wind, exuding the demeanor of a youthful hero. I do not care what identities my master and young master hold. They treat me well, and I will never betray them. Yu Qianshu replied with a bitter smile. Since you remain obstinate, I shall enact justice on behalf of heaven. Surrender your treasure. Even if you are a stain on humanity, I disdain to act against one who is defenseless. Wu Yifeng proclaimed with righteous indignation. I am merely an alchemist and a handyman. Yu Qianshu conjured a small alchemical cauldron in his palm, his expression grave. He was only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, far too weak before Wu Yifeng at the Jindan stage, and his skills were not offensive in nature. Otherwise, he would not have been severely injured by Qiao Ji in the Hungry Ghost Forest. Instinctively, he pressed his other hand against his storage bag. The Bianhua flower remained inside. He had always believed that as long as he followed Lord Moyen and the young master, he would be safe and able to nurture the Bianhua flower, draw out that person from behind, and even avenge his elder brother. Yet, it seemed that fate had other plans. This time, the odds were grim. Had he known, he would have entrusted the Bianhua flower to the young master for care. Perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. With that thought, Yu Qianshu sighed silently. Beast, come and meet your end. Wu Yifeng lunged at him with his sword. Yu Qianshu appeared far too feeble, prompting Wu Yifeng to disdainfully refrain from using divine abilities. So fast. Yu Qianshu's eyes could not track the trajectory of the sword, only catching a glimpse of a blurred shadow. He raised the alchemical cauldron to block. With a loud bang, the cauldron was struck by the sword's tip, instantly bursting into flames and shattering into fragments. The force of the sword sent Yu Qianshu flying back 3 zhong, crashing heavily to the ground, his internal organs shattered. He coughed up blood and lay there, unable to rise, his breath faint. Ha ha ha! So weak, utterly pathetic. Wu Yifeng laughed maniacally, though a sense of frustration brewed within him. The task assigned by Elder Shur was far too lacking in challenge. It turned out they had long devised a plan to lure Mo Yin and his companions into a maze, trapping them within, then acting separately to dismantle them. Akin to guerrilla warfare, Elder Shi dealt with Mo Yin. Elder Lin confronted Lu Xiaoxiao, while he was responsible for subduing the little servant. As for Wu Yi, due to his inferior cultivation, he was merely tasked with creating distractions. At that moment, Qi was suddenly leapt from the shattered alchemy furnace, climbing onto Wu Yifeng's spirit sword. Where the flames passed, the blade turned to ash. What is this? Wu Yifeng was startled, but he quickly made a decision, discarding the spirit sword before the flames reached his hand. The sword had not yet hit the ground when it disintegrated midair. The mass of Qi Hua, resembling a crimson lotus, quietly blossomed upon touching the ground. Yu Qianshu, lying on the ground, struggled to turn his head and beheld this scene, his eyes filled with regret. This Qi Hua had been gathered by him within the temple, and he had yet to fully refine it. He had almost defeated Wu Yifeng with Qi Hua, but alas, it was evaded. This was his trump card, and now it seemed he had no chance of victory. Wu Yifeng approached the near-death Yu Qianshu step by step, conjuring a gleaming silver moon sword at his side. As a swordsman, he possessed more than one treasured sword. The sword that had just been burned by Qi Hua was not his life-bound treasure. The one in his hand now was. I was careless. Who would have thought that a mere foundation establishment alchemist like you could command such a high level? I must admit, I am a bit regretful. With your talent, given time, you could surely achieve greatness. What a pity, Wu Yifeng declared, raising his sword to aim at Yu Qianshu, the cold light of the blade reflecting upon Yu Qianshu's pale, haggard face. Strike. Do not feign righteousness before me. Yu Qianshu spat another mouthful of blood, glaring coldly at Wu Yifeng. These individuals behaved like pirates, stealing from others while donning the mask of righteousness. How hypocritical. Seeing the mysterious and dangerous Qi when not far away, Wu Yifeng suddenly felt a desire to possess it. This was a flame capable of incinerating even a spirit sword. If he could refine it, would he not become invincible with the spirit sword? Contemplating this, Wu Yifeng sneered. Kid, I will give you another chance. Reveal the secret of refining Qi Hua. Then swear a heart demon oath to acknowledge me as your master, and I will spare your life. As he spoke the word life, the silver moon sword was already pointed at Yu Qianshu's nose. Chapter 59. Little Shu still has a chance for salvation, forgive me. I cannot comply, Yu Qianshu stubbornly uttered through the blood at the corner of his mouth, casting a disdainful glare at Wu Yifeng. How laughable. What right did such a person have to compare himself to Lord Mo Yin and the young master? Wu Yifeng, incensed by the disdain of a seemingly weak individual, was understandably furious. You refuse my kindness. Embarrassed and enraged, Wu Yifeng raised his sword and plunged it mercilessly towards Yu Qianshu's heart. Yu Qianshu struggled to grasp the blade with his left hand, but he could not halt its descent. With a crack, the blade pierced flesh, mere inches from the heart. Yu Qianshu's hand was cut, blood seeping through his fingers like a silent stream. Ashu, do not give up. Was that his brother's voice? Little Shu, you are amazing. The young master praised him again. That sweet, melodic voice was so delightful. From now on, you shall manage the little broken ship. Lord Mo Yin knew well that he harbored many secrets, yet trusted him unconditionally. I am sorry, I cannot hold on any longer. A stream of sorrowful tears fell from his eyes, and the light in his pupils faded. Just as the brilliance in Yu Qianshu's gaze began to dissipate, a terrifying demonic aura emanated from him. With a thunderous sound, Wu Yifeng's silver moon sword was shattered in Yu Qianshu's bare hands. Wu Yifeng was taken aback. Before he could react, Yu Qianshu stood rigidly, his eyes vacant, his complexion pale, an expression of terrifying malevolence upon his face. With a broken sword still lodged in his chest, resembling a corpse possessed by a demon. All who have harmed me shall perish. Yu Qianshu snarled, his voice deep and magnetic, laced with an eerie inflection, unlike his original voice. You are a demonic cultivator? No, you are a demon. Wu Yifeng trembled in fear, his legs turning to jelly. At that moment, the aura radiating from Yu Qianshu no longer resembled that of a feeble foundation establishment alchemist. It exuded a presence that surpassed even the Yuanying level. Wu Yifeng was rendered immobile by the overwhelming intimidation. Yu Qianshu's hand transformed into a colossal black claw, gripping Wu Yifeng's throat as though it were a goose's neck, lifting him off the ground. Wu Yifeng screamed in horror as Yu Qianshu flung him away, landing him right beside the fiery lotus. The Qi Hua leapt onto him, and in an instant, the flames surged engulfing him in a sea of fire. He had initially thought that Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao were formidable, but they were far beyond his expectations. The most outrageous was this peculiar little servant, who always carried a flower pot, yet was capable of annihilating a Jindan cultivator. Heavens! What manner of monsters are these? Now, with Elder Lin, Elder Shi, and Wu Yifeng all having fallen, the Jiuyang Palace had suffered a resounding defeat in this battle. Moreover, there was no one left to protect Wu Yi. Seizing the opportunity before the group of monsters discovered him, he thought, if not now, when? Wu Yi grasped the shadow stone from the crevice and threw a ground escape talisman. Fleeing swiftly, in the maze, Mo Yin quickly located the heart of the formation and unleashed the black wind thousand-blade slash. With a resounding crack, the formation disc shattered, the mist beginning to dissipate, and his gaze immediately sought to capture Lu Xiaoxiao's figure. Found her! Amidst the fog, a staggering small figure rushed towards him. Yin Yin, it's terrifying. I got lost and even encountered a snake. Lu Xiaoxiao, like a little kitten, leapt into Mo Yan's embrace, pressing against him. The sensation of being separated from Yin had been utterly frightening. She never wished to experience such a feeling again. Sensing the soft, quivering little bundle in fear, Mo Yin instinctively pulled her close. It's all right, little one, you've grown a lot. Mo Yin, like a proud father, gently patted her little head. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a strong, metallic scent. As the mist cleared, the once verdant mountains were reduced to scorched earth. A frail, emaciated figure stood amidst the rancid wind, swaying precariously. Faint, labored breaths could be heard. Mo Yan's expression grew grave. Sensing something was amiss, Lu Xiaoxiao peered out from Mo Yan's embrace. Not far away, Yu Qianshu stood covered in blood, a broken blade protruding from his chest. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth and wounds, staining his clothes and the sandy ground beneath him. Little Shu, Lu Xiaoxiao gasped in shock, but her first instinct was to leap from Mo Yan's arms and rush towards Yu Qianshu. Little Shu, do not move. I will heal you right away. Lu Xiaoxiao's heart ached, especially upon seeing the blade, nearly embedded completely. How painful must that be? Who has hurt such a good little Shu? How outrageous! Little one, stop. Mo Yin bellowed. He is not Yu Qianshu. This person's aura has changed. There is not a trace of spiritual energy, only demonic energy, and the level of cultivation. Mo Yin was uncertain whether this was the remnant soul of some entity possessing Yu Qianshu, or if this was Yu Qianshu's true form. In any case, he sensed that this being was extremely dangerous. The little one froze in her tracks, glancing up at Yu Qianshu. His eyes were a pitch-black void, devoid of any glimmer of light, and his pale visage wore no hint of a smile, exuding an icy demeanor. Despite his grievous injuries, which even threatened his life, he radiated an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, imparting an air of danger. Scattered at his feet were patches of crimson flames, even the grass and trees, untouched by the fire, now withered under the influence of the malevolent energy. His silhouette appeared desolate and eerie, reminiscent of a hopeless hell. The once gentle and sunny Xiaoxiao, who was full of laughter and compassion, had transformed into a figure starkly different from the one Yu Qianshu had known. Yu Qianshu gazed at Xiaoxiao, his eyes so dark that his pupils were indiscernible, akin to the stare of a devil. Xiaoxiao shivered in the cold. With each passing moment, blood dripped from him, and his life force ebbed away. Who are you? Stay back. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Yu Qianshu bellowed, his voice carrying a gravelly despair that was unlike his usual tone. The arrogance in his words suggested he considered himself a superior being. Seeing that Yu Qianshu no longer recognized her, Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened. Oh dear, Xiaoxiao is so pitiful. Not only has he been struck by villains and lost his memory, but his voice is hoarse and no longer resembles the Xiaoxiao I knew. No wonder YN said you are not Xiaoxiao. Who is he calling in such an affectionate manner? Yu Qianshu's lifeless eyes momentarily flickered, then filled with anger. Do not assign me nonsensical names. And even if I were to die, I would not shed a single tear. Little girl, refrain from uttering filthy words. Noticing that Xiaoxiao was still capable of cursing despite his severe injuries, Xiaoxiao felt a sense of relief. It seemed there was still hope for him. Chapter 60. Knock him out before healing with a swift motion. Xiaoxiao gently wiped her small, pudgy hands, igniting a light that illuminated the dark. Oppressive wilderness like a match struck in the night. The brilliance was overwhelming to the shadowy Xiaoxiao, causing him to instinctively squint. In that moment, Xiaoxiao grasped the hand that had been wounded by the sword. "What are you doing? Do not touch me," Xiaoxiao shouted angrily, attempting to shake her off. Yet Xiaoxiao clung to him tightly, causing her petite frame to dangle like a fluffy dumpling suspended in midair, swaying back and forth. "Let go of me. I want to let go. I mustn't tea. Saving you is my priority." Xiaoxiao was undeterred. She was resilient, and even if she fell, she would not suffer any harm. Within moments, the deep wound in his palm began to heal. Wow, this is wonderful. Xiaoxiao's physique is impressive, much easier to heal than YN. At least saving Xiaoxiao would not leave her feeling exhausted, dizzy, and famished like it did with YN. Indeed, Xiaoxiao heals more swiftly. Upon hearing this evaluation, YN felt a twinge of discontent. Could it be that my own robust physique requires more energy to heal? Xiaoxiao considered that even in such dire circumstances, YN could still be so petty, driven by competitive spirit. YN, you are always right. However, seeing Xiaoxiao struggle so fiercely made Xiaoxiao anxious. How could they possibly heal him? Then let us knock him out first, and then heal him. Although the soul within may not be Xiaoxiao, this body belongs to him, MYN suggested. "You dare." Xiaoxiao ground his teeth in fury. "Wait, is this name Xiaoxiao referring to?" Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy struck his head. It was too swift. He could only sense it, but could not evade it. With a dull thud, his skull was struck. Though it did not hurt, nor did he feel injured, his consciousness began to blur. "Lie down. Emigrate and commanded coldly. No matter who you are. Xiaoxiao is the steward of my humble vessel, and I shall not allow you to delay his healing." What a formidable soul attack. Xiaoxiao cast a weak glare at MYN before collapsing backward. What a perfect opportunity. Xiaoxiao released her grip on Xiaoxiao's hand and cleverly climbed onto his body, resembling a small kitten prancing atop a lion, and swiftly dashed towards the broken blade. "Get away." Xiaoxiao let out a faint roar, using his last ounce of strength to attempt to push Xiaoxiao away. Yet, she clung to him like sticky rice dumplings, and after a few futile struggles, he finally succumbed, his hand dropping limply to the side, motionless. Now, he resembled a spent butterfly lying in a pool of his own blood. As his vitality dwindled, his frail body gradually grew cold. "This is grave. Up close." Xiaoxiao was horrified by the sight of Xiaoxiao's wounds. The broken blade was embedded in his heart. If it advanced even a fraction further, it would pierce through his heart, rendering him irretrievable even by divine intervention. Even if his heart were spared, his lung had already been punctured, and blood continued to seep from the wound. The merciless earth beneath him greedily absorbed his lifeblood. Xiaoxiao had diligently refined medicine and cooked that day, having committed no wrongdoing. So why had he been so ruthlessly harmed by the people of Jiying? Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sorrow for him, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out. "Though you are gravely injured, do not fear, Xiaoxiao. I will make you better." Xiaoxiao still held onto a thread of consciousness, not yet fully lost to oblivion. His blurred vision prevented him from discerning Xiaoxiao's appearance. Yet he could hear the intermittent sounds of her crying. It seemed he had misjudged her intentions. She truly wished to save him and was now weeping for him. This kind-hearted child had unexpectedly forged a new friendship so swiftly. If they could overcome this calamity, he hoped that would live a long and safe life. With the will to fight fading, the terrifying aura surrounding Xiaoxiao gradually dissipated, and even the demonic energy receded quickly, likely due to the severity of his injuries. Xiaoxiao could no longer hesitate. She grasped the blade with her left hand while pressing her right hand against his chest, both small, pudgy hands glowing with light. As she utilized healing light to staunch his bleeding, she forcefully pulled the blade from his flesh, extracting it cleanly and efficiently, minimizing the damage inflicted upon the wound. Without the healing light, this moment would have resulted in a horrific scene of blood splattering everywhere. Do not question why this human child excels at healing. In her past life, she had battled beasts alone, and every part of her body had endured injuries, all of which she had treated herself. Xiaoxiao had merely been holding onto a breath, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Once the blade was removed, He felt as if his very essence had been drained, darkness enveloping him as he succumbed to oblivion. Xiaoxiao dared not withdraw the healing light, continuing her ministrations. When fatigue struck her, she would pour a few candy pills from her glass vial in her mouth, chew them, and then convert the replenished spiritual energy into healing light for Yuqi NSH until the wounds on his chest were fully healed. When the task was finally complete, Xiaoxiao wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with her small hands and, panting in a childlike voice, declared, "Though Yuqi NSH has not yet awakened, he is no longer in danger. Wow, this is wonderful. Everyone is safe." Suddenly, a teddy bear appeared in their view, bouncing with vitality. "Teddy bear, where have you been? I was so worried when I couldn't find you." Xiaoxiao scooped up her beloved teddy bear, which she rarely parted with except during sleep. Little master, I was flung away by a maze," the teddy bear awkwardly explained, its furry face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that such an explanation lacked credibility, especially since the little master had been in danger while it had failed to protect her. However, upon noticing the cold gaze of Lord M.Y.N. sweeping over, the teddy bear felt that failure to provide a proper explanation would likely result in severe punishment. Hence, he began to articulate his thoughts. What just transpired was a cataclysmic battle of divine and demonic proportions. How could mere mortals like us dare to observe it up close? Lord M.Y.N.'s prowess rivals that of celestial beings, with less than a fraction of his power. He reduced his foes at the JNDN stage to ashes. I am but a humble puppet in the chi refining stage. I would surely be incinerated before I even enter the fray. Should I turn to ash and obstruct Lord M.Y.N.'s magnificent vision, it would indeed be a grave transgression. Thus, to avoid hindering Lord M.Y.N., I chose to seek refuge. As the teddy bear exhaled colorful gas, every word he uttered was a sincere truth, devoid of deceit. Chapter 61. Yuqi N.Y.ing finally. The teddy bear finished his explanation in one breath. "Thank goodness you hid away. It was truly perilous." Xiaoxiao patted the teddy bear, for even the little tree had been left with only half a life. She could not bear the thought of the teddy bear suffering harm as well. The little master had always protected him, but what about Lord M.Y.N.? The teddy bear cautiously glanced at Lord M.Y.N. No worries." The teddy bear chuckled foolishly, realizing that Lord M.Y.N. was not angry, and thus felt at ease. "Indeed, you heard correctly. M.Y.N. was genuinely praising him." The teddy bear spoke the truth. The forces unleashed during both his battle with Elder SH and Yuqi NSH's clash with WYFing were enough to obliterate the teddy bear. If the teddy bear were to perish, the little one would undoubtedly weep inconsolably, and who would be responsible for comforting her but Lord M.Y.N.? Originally, the teddy bear was merely a puppet, and Lord M.Y.N. had never anticipated that he would engage in battle. Émigrec and remained silent, scanning Yuqi NSH with his divine sense, only to be met with astonishment a moment later. Indeed, two extreme forces coexisted within Yuqi NSH. He possessed a Qi situated in his abdomen like any ordinary cultivator. This Qi contained pure spiritual energy in liquid form, indicating that his cultivation level was merely at the foundation establishment stage, which was the strength Yuqi NSH typically displayed. The other force, however, was demonic energy emanating from a primordial spirit within Yuqi NSH's mind. No wonder Yuqi NSH could wield both spiritual and demonic energies. Even the celestial Lord M.Y.N. had to exclaim, "Little SHSH is indeed a remarkable little anomaly." Before long, Yuqi NSH's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Little SHSH has awakened. Xiaoxiao leaned closer, her face brimming with anticipation. Yet, Yuqi NSH's gaze remained cold and devoid of light. He stood with an air of composure, scrutinizing Xiaoxiao and M.Y.N. with a complex expression. "How do you feel, little SHSH? Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Sensing Yuqi NSH's peculiar demeanor, Xiaoxiao grew concerned and reached out her chubby little hand to grasp his. "There are no injuries that cannot be healed by my healing light." To her surprise, Yuqi NSH coldly evaded her touch. "Xiaoxiao, although you saved me, we are not familiar with one another." His tone was icily detached. Despite Yuqi NSH's youthful visage, he appeared quite fierce when not smiling. Yet Xiaoxiao, undeterred by his frigid demeanor, felt her eyes brighten with enthusiasm as she raised her little fist to cheer herself on. How wonderful! Little SH remembers me. Little one, this is not you Xiaoxiao. Myn reminded Xiaoxiao once more. Initially elated to see little SH healed, Xiaoxiao felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her by Myn's words. If he is not little SH, then who is he? She pondered, gazing at the cold-faced Xiaoxiao before her. Since little SH's injury, his personality had undergone a drastic transformation. She recalled what Yn had said. The soul within is not Xiaoxiao, but the shell belongs to him. Xiaoxiao fixed his gaze on Xiaoxiao, remaining silent, while he mused. It seems this little girl has a fondness for Ash. No wonder she is Sh's most trusted companion. While he had been unconscious, this peculiar Xiaoxiao had absorbed all of Xiaoxiao's recent memories. Thus he was now aware of who Xiaoxiao and Myn were. Little one, do not be saddened. He should not pose a threat to Xiaoxiao. On the contrary, he is protecting him. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have taken possession at any moment rather than revealing himself to save Xiaoxiao when his life was in peril. Myn cast a glance at Xiaoxiao, casually inquiring, "Now, tell me, who are you and what is your relationship with Xiaoxiao?" Xiaoxiao met Myn's gaze, replying calmly, "I am Yin, the twin brother of Xiaoxiao. We share the same body." Wow, this is truly extraordinary. Sharing the same body and still being called twins? Are you sure this isn't a case of dual personalities? You must be little SH's second personality. As a voracious reader, the teddy bear, who adored tales of the supernatural, pondered seriously, resting his chin on his hand and beginning to theorize. Little SH is so small, he must have been bullied often as a child, leading him to imagine a powerful figure protecting him, hence the emergence of Yin persona. How incredibly cool. Nonsense, a bunch of frogs in a well. Ying's dark pupils flickered with a hint of sorrow as he recounted his origins. While still in the womb, our mother encountered peril. To protect her and Ash, I absorbed most of the attacks, resulting in my demise before birth. Ash, unwilling to let my soul dissipate, forcibly received my spirit. And thus we share a single body. I am a spirit child, naturally capable of refining demonic energy, and my rate of advancement is rapid. I even transformed my soul into a primordial spirit in less than 15 years. Yet, Ash remains at the foundation establishment stage, for his body cannot withstand my prolonged presence. Hence, he occupies this form most of the time. Months ago, I was ambushed and my primordial spirit was severely wounded, teetering on the brink of dissolution, forcing me into a deep slumber. As Yin spoke, he conjured a pot of spiritual flora, the very pot of that Sh had always cherished. So this was the secret of the... No wonder Yin clutched it tightly to bask in the moonlight while sleeping, even carrying it during the day to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Wow, so you are the big brother, little Ying. You are also incredibly powerful. Xiaoxiao's round. Sparkling eyes, realizing that little SHSH had not been possessed, she felt no sorrow or fear and instead broke into a joyful, innocent smile. I never expected that the big brother little SHSH always talked about had been with us all along. Chapter 62. We are not familiar with one another little Ying. Upon hearing this moniker, a look of disdain crossed Ying's demonic visage. Little child, we are not familiar with one another, all right? He could not tolerate such overly sweet, cutesy tones. They were too saccharine for his taste. However, the cheerful little being was not about to relent. It's fine. This is our first meeting. We will soon be like family and become familiar with each other. Xiaoxiao, naturally sociable, treated Ying as if they were old acquaintances, sincerely extending her chubby little hand in friendship. To her surprise, not only did little Ying show no intention of shaking her hand, but he and Yin shouted in unison, "Who is this brat to be considered family?" Their expressions were synchronized, both wearing a cold, unfeeling countenance. "Huh, I must say, Yin and little Ying, you two are quite in sync, yet you claim you are not family." Xiaoxiao laughed until her eyes sparkled like stars. This little child, with her clear and glistening eyes, exuded a purity akin to crystal, radiating beauty unparalleled, reminiscent of a masterpiece. The notion of family was a radiant little crystal gently cast into the dark lake of Yu Qianying's heart. No wonder Ash was moved. For her sake, he even resorted to employing the long-hidden 8th-grade alchemy technique. Yu Qianying cast a fleeting glance at the in his hand. The flower known as Bianhua originally bore 2 buds. At this moment, one of the buds has withered before it could bloom. It seems that the strength of the bud was too feeble, and with its decay, its remaining time is limited. Mo Yin, I am aware of your origins from the upper realm. Surely, you regard the dilapidated remnants of Tian Yu Jie with disdain. Yu Qianying remarked, producing an ancient parchment from the void, and continued, have you heard of the Sword King ruins within the Guzhou secret realm? It is said that within these ruins lie the legacy of the Sword King and the Qinglong sword. The Qinglong sword is a celestial artifact forged from the fangs of the ancient deity Qinglong. Whoever possesses the Qinglong sword will be invincible across the 3 realms. The parchment depicts the very map of the Sword King ruins, a treasure I acquired during my past reign over this vessel, unbeknownst to a Shu. Upon hearing the name Qinglong, Mo Yan's expression shifted. The 4 great dragon clans of the upper realm are the Qinglong, Honglong, Bailong, and Heilong. Yet, fundamentally, these clans are merely spiritual beasts. Among them, the Qinglong clan possesses the ability to summon winds and rains, wielding water divination, and its scales are of a verdant hue. The Qinglong is a deity, and along with the Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke, they are known as the 4 ancient gods, who once governed the heavenly law during the era of the ancient immortal realm. Qinglong stands as the foremost among these deities. Hence, the ancient deity Qinglong and the Qinglong clan represent entirely distinct concepts. In the mortal realm, many confuse the two. The Qinglong sword, crafted from the fangs of the Qinglong, is far more than an ordinary artifact. It possesses divine power. When Mo Yin resided in the upper realm, he had heard tales of the Qinglong sword. It has long been lost. Who could have imagined that it would manifest in the lower realm? Observing Mo Yan's expression, Yu Qianying discerned his interest in the Qinglong sword. Here, take this. Yu Qianying tossed the parchment to him. Mo Yin caught it, puzzled, and inquired, why share this with me? Do you not desire the Qinglong sword? Neither a Shu nor I are suited for the sword path. Obtaining the Qinglong sword would be futile for us. In the hungry ghost forest, had you not rescued a Shu, both of us would have long since perished. Consider this map a token of gratitude from me. Yu Qianying smiled gently, expressing, I know your lineage is extraordinary. As a Heilong, you have simultaneously cultivated the abilities of the Qilong and Bailong, and you can even directly devour the remnants of Qi Chen soul. Perhaps you possess even more than I have witnessed. Should you acquire the Qinglong sword, this world would surely become far more intriguing. However, whether you can obtain the Qinglong sword depends on your own prowess. At this juncture, Yu Qianying's eyes half closed, revealing a visage of fatigue. I shall temporarily accept this gift. Should I discover that you deceive me, you know the consequences. Mo Yin remarked coolly. Do you believe I would jest for the Shu's life? Yu Qianying's eyelids grew heavier, resembling a small black cat on the verge of sleep, yet still wishing to appear fierce. I understand. You intend to coax me into protecting Yu Qianshu with a sword whose existence is uncertain. Your calculations are rather naive, Mo Yin retorted darkly. He disliked being commanded or orchestrated. Although Yu Qianying was formidable, his condescending demeanor made Mo Yin exceedingly uncomfortable. Yu Qianying's temper was not mild. Upon perceiving Mo Yan's unpleasant tone, he lost his patience and retorted, while a Shu's cultivation may be modest with his capabilities, being your steward will be no loss for you. He is the last of the 8th-rank alchemists in Tian Yu Jie, and only a Shu could indulge in 8th-rank spirit pills like candy. Do not act as if you were superior. Hey, are you not 2 distinct individuals? Yu Qianshu is willing. Do not use this matter to threaten me, Mo Yin stated coldly. Yu Qianying shot back defiantly. Who says it does not concern me? I am his elder brother. His affairs fall under my jurisdiction. Nonsense. 50 steps laughing at 100. Do not think I cannot see that you, like me, have suffered damage to your primordial spirit. Your cultivation regressed to the golden core stage, and you have yet to fully recover. You are more than sufficient to deal with the ants of Tian Yu Jie. But if someone from the upper realm were to attack, you would be the ant. How can you remain calm while guarding a child? Face reality. The Qinglong sword is your lifeline. As Yin Yin spoke, Lu Xiaoxiao turned her little head towards him. Listening intently, when Yu Qianying spoke, she turned to him, equally attentive. As a child, she displayed remarkable politeness. Yet the two men engaged in a tit-for-tat exchange, their words firing back and forth like arrows, causing the little one's head to spin in confusion while they continued their quarrel endlessly. Alas, her eyes had transformed into little spirals. You two brothers are still dependent on others. You have no right to lecture me. It is far better than someone who is too timid to even venture into the Gujiao secret realm. Who dares to call me timid? I am referring to you. Timid dragon, you are merely an infant spirit. This world is not a place for you to linger. Leave. I shall use the Qi Hua to send you, the venomous tongue infant spirit, to ashes. Come then, let us see who is afraid. The teddy bear could only stare, astonished. Who is this Yu Qianing? Since following Lord Mo Yin, it is the first time it has witnessed anyone daring to argue with him. The intensity is remarkable. How curious that Lord Mo Yin would engage in a quarrel with Xiao Ying. Is he not known for his aloof and taciturn demeanor? The teddy bear cried for help, fearing that if this argument continued, it might escalate into a fight. If a true battle were to ensue, it would truly be disastrous. It had previously witnessed their powers, which were of a world-destroying caliber. You must not argue, Lu Xiaoxiao pleaded, her ears unable to endure the discord. Yin Yin and Xiao Ying are truly childish, more willful than she. At this point, the little one, feeling indignant, resolved to take action. She leaped up with astonishing agility, resembling a nimble little flying squirrel, grasping Yin Yin with her left hand and Xiao Ying with her right. Then, crossing her arms, she stacked their hands together. With a graceful landing, she joyfully declared, "You two, shake hands and become good friends." Mo Yin and Yu Qianing, bewildered, found themselves shaking hands, creating an oddly charged atmosphere. Upon touching Yu Qianying's hand, Mo Yin felt a jolt. He had only ever held the hand of a small child. He had never even grasped the hand of a true woman, not implying that the little one is not a woman, but rather that she is yet to grow. In any case, he had just held a man's hand. Mo Yin felt profoundly aggrieved. The two quickly withdrew their hands, turning away in disgust. The most exaggerated response came from Yu Qianing, who fainted outright. "Xiao Ying, are you all right? Please wake up. I did not mean to frighten you." Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in panic. Surely, she had not startled the gravely injured Xiao Ying with her sudden leap? How unfair. She had been so incensed, focusing solely on quarreling with that venomous tongue infant spirit that she forgot to refuse. Even if seeking the Qinglong sword, he could rely on his own abilities. Fine then, let this be a small interest in protecting Xiao Shu. He could not allow all the benefits to be seized by that venomous tongue infant spirit. Mo Yin remained oblivious to the inner turmoil he was experiencing, his face displaying a proud demeanor. "Yin Yin, what should we do now? Where should we go?" Lu Xiaoxiao inquired, perplexed. "We must depart from this realm of troubles," Mo Yin replied, his voice steady. Although the recent battle against the 3 golden core experts of Jiuyang Palace resulted in a significant victory, a complete enmity with Jiuyang Palace has now been established. These 3 golden core individuals are not the strongest. There may yet be ancient monsters at the nascent soul or even transformation stage. Yu Qianing is correct. He is currently invincible, but he has yet to encounter a worthy adversary. His cultivation has only returned to the Jindan stage, which is evidently insufficient. He must urgently seek a secluded place to enter a meditative retreat, refining the black dragon scales obtained from TNB OG, before proceeding to the GZHO secret realm to acquire the QNGL ink sword. As MYN contemplated summoning his small, dilapidated vessel, a sudden tumult of wind and cloud surged through the sky, accompanied by a blinding flash of white lightning followed by a thunderous roar. MYN furrowed his brow. Under such a clear sky, how could there be thunder? It was clear that someone was employing supernatural powers. Another bothersome fly. Audacious demon clan. Do not even think of escaping. First, you stole my Ji Ying Palace treasures. Then you incited the younger generation of Ji Ying Palace to disgrace themselves. And now you have slain 2 of my esteemed elders and my beloved disciple. You shall pay with your life. The elder, a Yuan Ying stage cultivator, emanated an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Any cultivators below the Yuan Ying stage would be rendered immobile by such pressure. Although Yin's cultivation had merely returned to the Jindan stage, he had once held a far superior position in the higher realms. As the saying goes, even a rotten ship has 3 nails. His inherently robust physique rendered him impervious to this intimidation. He harbored no concerns for Xiaoxiao, as this little one was remarkably resilient, capable of even breaking her own teeth. However, there remained a comatose Yu-Chi-NSH and a feeble teddy bear in need of protection. Reacting swiftly, he conjured a barrier, creating a semicircular shield with a diameter of 3 zhong centered around himself. Do not breach this barrier, or you shall face the consequences, Myn commanded. Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. She felt quite vexed. Why did the villains never cease to appear? She cast a worried glance at the unconscious SHSH. SHSH, please wake up soon. The teddy bear, terrified, had never encountered Yu-Ying stage cultivator before and trembled in fear. Obediently huddling next to its little master, nervously watching Yin's barrier. It thought to itself, is this barrier reliable? Even the slightest breach of the Ying level pressure would instantly reduce this plush toy to dust. Elder, what role do you play in Ying Palace? Myn, unafraid, spoke with a tone of disdain. Insolent demon clan, I am Elder MSH of Ying Palace. Ying is my eldest disciple, and this unworthy disciple, is my second. Elder MSH's resonant voice reverberated like a great bell, crashing against Yin's barrier. Yet, the barrier remained steadfast, unyielding. Elder MSH felt a chill run through him. It seemed that Y's words were not unfounded. This demon clan was indeed formidable, able to erect a barrier that resisted the intimidation of a Ying stage cultivator, even at the Jindan stage. Master, this demon clan is cunning. There is no need to waste words. Be cautious and eliminate him swiftly to prevent further complications, Wy warned darkly. Why did Elder MSH arrive so quickly? It turned out that after NGL was taken away, fearing that TNB-OG would harm her, she discreetly used a communication disc to inform her father, the master of Ying Palace, of the situation. The master was currently in seclusion, on the verge of a breakthrough, and unable to personally mediate at the distant TNB-OG. Elder MSH, being the master of both WY and WYF-ing, was deemed capable by the master to handle this matter with the utmost caution. Thus, Elder MSH utilized a ground escape talisman to head towards Ing City. Arriving in less than half an hour, he originally intended to go directly to TNB-OG to rescue NGL and deal with Myn and Xiaoxiao. However, on the way, he discovered that his eldest disciple WYF-ing's soul jade slip had shattered. The shattering of the soul jade slip signified demise. Elder MSH was filled with rage and hurried towards the last lingering aura of WYF-ing, only to encounter WY fleeing, who had no choice but to reveal everything. Chapter 64. WY-ing-SH, and upon learning from WY that not only had WYF-ing perished, but also 2 Jindan stage elders, Elder MSH was consumed by both anger and shock. Although Elder SH and Elder LN were merely outer sect elders, their extensive responsibilities in external affairs had granted them significant influence and prestige within the sect. Their deaths represented a severe loss for Ying Palace. Thus, suppressing his fury, he made no further comments and directly sought to intercept Myn and Xiaoxiao. Myn cast a disdainful glance at WY, a cold smile gracing his lips. I never anticipated there would still be a fish that slipped through the net. Ying Palace, unable to defeat the younger generation, has resorted to summoning the elder. If the elder cannot prevail, will you then call upon an even older one? Is this the extent of your Ying Palace as capabilities? If neither the old nor the young can withstand me, do you intend to have Ying Palace erased from the Teniurki realm? Myn raised his right hand, contemptuously beckoning with his index finger. Come forth. Do not hold back, or the consequences will be dire. To be looked down upon by a junior. This is intolerable. Elder MSH was nearly driven to madness. In truth, Myn's intention was to provoke him, for the disparity in their cultivation levels was vast. To secure a definitive victory, he needed to induce Elder MSH to falter. The Ying-SH consists of a fan body and a tiger-striped stone. This stone was refined from the blood of the ancient deity White Tiger, undergoing millennia of evolution to become a postnatal spiritual treasure. With the enhancement of the tiger-striped stone, the Ying-SH acquired the power of a spiritual treasure. Elder MSH flicked his fingers, and with a whoosh, the metallic fan face expanded as he twirled the fan, slicing through the air towards Myn's throat. The edges of the fan were sharp as blades, and the wind generated by its movement transformed into countless wind blades, raining down upon Myn like a torrential downpour. Myn could not evade from afar. Otherwise, if he moved beyond 3 zhong, Yuqian Sage and the teddy bear would instantly become a hive of wasps. Myn waved his sleeve, executing the black wind 1,000-blade strike, sweeping through and dispersing all the wind blades. You possess some skill. Elder Sh snorted coldly. No wonder Elder Sh felt him. Realizing that long-range attacks were ineffective, Elder Sh closed the fan and transformed into a bolt of lightning. Lunxin a direct assaut on Myn. Once the fan was closed, it became as hard as an iron rod. And Elder Sh swung the Wying-Shn, aiming for Myn's vital points. As a variant wind spirit root, Elder Sh moved with incredible speed. Wy could no longer perceive his master's movements, only seeing a purple afterimage circling around Myn. Myn sneered. A fly, no matter how fast, remains merely a fly. All of Elder Sh's actions appeared to Myn as if in slow motion. However, at present, he could not deny that his cultivation was indeed inferior to that of the Elder, and he could not simply evade without countering. To achieve a swift conclusion, he would need to employ cunning. With a series of crackling sounds, his 10 fingers elongated into sharp claws, resembling a pair of talons. Infusing his fire elemental spiritual energy into his claws, faint crimson flames ignited upon them. Myn roared, "Old fly, allow you to experience the newly upgraded version of the Crimson Fire Lotus Palm, the Crimson Fire Lotus Dragon Claw." Clang! Myn's claws grasped Elder Msh's Wying-Shn. Elder Msh was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Myn would dare to catch his Wying-Shn barehanded. This fan, sharp as a blade, yet solid as dark iron, would undoubtedly sever fingers or shatter bones upon direct impact. However, what astonished Elder Msh even more was yet to come. Not only was Myn's hand unscathed, but his claws gripped fiercely, causing the crimson flames to leap onto the fan. The Wying-Shn instantly transformed into a fiery rod. "You wish to burn my fan? Huh. Futile endeavor. My Wying-Shn can extinguish all flames in the world." Elder Msh laughed heartily. The tiger-striped stone, born from the blood of the ancient deity White Tiger, imbued the Wying-Shn with the power of the coldest winds. Thus, Elder Msh was filled with confidence. What if my crimson flames do not originate from this world? Myn chuckled coldly. What do you mean? Elder Msh suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He swiftly leaped back out of the combat zone, unfurling the Wying-Shn, and with a swift motion aimed to extinguish the crimson flames. Yet, to his astonishment, the flames on the fan did not extinguish. Rather, with the assistance of the wind, they blazed even fiercer. Moreover, the crimson fire was intensely scorching, and the heat rapidly transmitted along the ribs of the fan to the palm of Elder Mo, causing him to nearly lose his grip. Never before had the wooing fan been so searing. Could it be that this was an otherworldly flame? Elder Mo's eyes widened in astonishment as he finally comprehended why Myn, despite being merely at the Jindan stage, theoretically should not have been able to rival Elder Shi's strength. Defeating Elder Shi would have been no simple feat, yet Elder Shi had been vanquished in an instant, reduced to nothing but ashes. If Myn possessed an otherworldly flame, then everything could be explained. This flame must have been obtained from the temple in the Hungry Ghost Forest, right? After the initial shock, a greedy, sinister smile gradually spread across Elder Mo's face. Once he dealt with Myn, this otherworldly flame would be his. However, Myn saw through Elder Mo's ulterior motives at a glance. He had encountered such avarice in countless humans before, who, even when facing death, still clung to things that did not rightfully belong to them. Coldly, Myn declared, channeling his spiritual power to amplify the intensity of the crimson fire. The wooing fan was forged from 1,000-year-old black iron. Ultimately, this material was still metal. Once it reached its melting point, any metal would succumb to liquefaction. Thus, the alarming event unfolded. The fan's surface began to melt, and in an instant, only the razor-sharp ribs remained, which soon melted away as well. In the end, All that remained of the Wu-Ying fan was a single black-brown tiger's eye stone. Elder Mo Sha's face contorted with anxiety. Fortunately, when the crimson fire reached the edge of the tiger's eye stone, it dissipated into the air, sparing Elder Mo Sha from harm. He let out a long sigh of relief and remarked with a sinister grin, "It seems that while your otherworldly flame is formidable, it still pales in comparison to my tiger's eye stone, refined with the blood of ancient gods." Mo Yin felt a twinge of frustration upon witnessing this. The white tiger and the azure dragon, both revered as ancient deities from the age of the immortal ancients, were formidable entities. Even though he belonged to the dragon clan, he could not compare to a true ancient god. In that moment, he inwardly cursed Yu Qianying. "Xiao Yingying, your bad luck is uncanny. You always seem to bring misfortune. I should have known better. Yin Yan, be careful." Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly cried out in terror. It turned out that Elder Mo Sha had seized the opportunity while Mo Yin was momentarily distracted and activated the incantation, causing the tiger's eye stone to transform into a shooting star aimed directly at Mo Yan's heart. Mo Yin raised his dragon claw to block. With a sharp sound, the tiger's eye stone pierced through Mo Yan's palm. The tiger's eye stone only hesitated for a brief moment before maintaining its original velocity, continuing forward. Most of Mo Yan's dragon scales had been stripped away, and the newly grown ones had yet to thicken, their solidity far inferior to before. Otherwise, the tiger's eye stone could not have penetrated his palm. "This is bad." Mo Yin quickly dodged to the side, though he avoided a fatal blow. The tiger's eye stone still pierced through his left shoulder, causing 2 sprays of blood to erupt from his front and back. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he steadied himself in a horse stance, struggling to remain upright. "Haha, you're finished." Elder Mo Sha sneered, continuing to chant the incantation. The tiger's eye stone seemed to have a homing instinct, turning around and flying towards Mo Yin once more. This time, it aimed straight for Mo Yan's back. "Yin Yin, watch out! Behind you!" Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her heart racing with fear. Clenching her little fists tightly, she was consumed by thoughts of how to help him, fretting over Yin Yin's injury. Sensing the gust of wind behind him, Mo Yin recognized it as the tiger's eye stone and dared not block it directly with his claws. Instead, he quickly sidestepped. The small tiger's eye stone wielded tremendous power. As Mo Yin evaded, he contemplated his strategy. It was proving increasingly difficult to secure victory. In that direction was Lu Xiaoxiao. Oh no! When Mo Yin realized the tiger's eye stone's intent, it was already less than 3 zhang away from Lu Xiaoxiao. With a loud crash, the protective shield was pierced by the tiger's eye stone, which flew unimpeded toward Lu Xiaoxiao's little head. Elder Montauk Sha glint ominously. He recognized that Mo Yin cared deeply for Lu Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, he would not have shielded the little girl. Had he not been distracted by the need to protect her, the tiger's eye stone would not have been able to injure Mo Yin so easily. If he were to kill the little girl in front of Mo Yin, it would undoubtedly cause Mo Yin immense anguish. Elder Mo Sha relished tormenting his adversaries and savored the process. Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily bewildered. She had not anticipated that the tiger's eye stone would fly toward her. "Wait, this wicked stone is bullying Yin Yin. I cannot let it get away with this." Focused solely on avenging Yin Yin, the little girl forgot that this tiger's eye stone could pierce even Mo Yan's palm. The tiger's eye stone was now mere moments away. It was small and round, adorned with black-brown stripes, exuding an ancient and sweet spiritual fragrance. It resembled a hazelnut chocolate. For some reason, as Lu Xiaoxiao concentrated, the tiger's eye stone appeared to fly in slow motion, almost suspended in mid-air, yet was not entirely still. She extended her chubby little hand and gently grasped it, capturing the tiger's eye stone. The tiger's eye stone was taken aback. It could not fathom that a human could catch it barehanded. According to its prior experiences, it should have pierced through the human child instead. It angrily thrashed, attempting to free itself from the child's grip. However, the tiny hand felt like a vice, and no matter how it struggled, it remained firmly held. Then, something even more terrifying occurred. The tiger's eye stone distinctly saw the human child swallow hard before bringing it toward her mouth. "You wicked stone that bullies Yin Yin, I'm going to eat you." The childish voice, though innocent, sounded to the tiger's eye stone more terrifying than the whispers of a devil. No, the tiger's eye stone was terrified, but alas, being a spiritual treasure, it could not speak. Lu Xiaoxiao could not hear the tiger's eye stone's cries for mercy as she chewed and munched, her small white teeth swiftly breaking it apart before swallowing it whole. "Wow, the hazelnut chocolate is delicious." Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face glowing with satisfaction. In truth, after rescuing the little tree, she felt quite fatigued, and before she had the chance to replenish her energy with candy pills. The wicked Uncle Wu, he had chased after her with Elder Mo Sha. She was indeed very hungry. This hazelnut chocolate was exponentially more potent than the candy pills she had previously consumed, as though a spiritual pearl had been tossed into her energy reservoir, expanding it in an instant and filling it to the brim with spiritual energy. Elder Mo Sha's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This was a spiritual treasure. His beloved spiritual treasure had been devoured by a mere child, and he felt as though he could weep from the anguish. Stunned by the shock, he momentarily forgot about dealing with Mo Yin. Little one, are you all right? Mo Yin, disregarding the blood dripping from his wounds, flew to Lu Xiaoxiao's side. His expression filled with deep concern. This was a spiritual treasure imbued with the power of a white tiger. To consume, it was akin to swallowing a fireball, resulting in instant obliteration. I'm fine. I just had a good meal, Lu Xiaoxiao replied, patting her little belly and letting out a burp. Seeing her round little face flushed and seemingly unharmed, Mo Yin finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, with a crisp crack, Lu Xiaoxiao's small form emitted an even stronger wave of spiritual energy. Little one, congratulations on your breakthrough. Montakian chuckled in disbelief. It turned out that with the expansion of Lu Xiaoxiao's energy reservoir, her cultivation had advanced from the early stage of qi refinement to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Wow, that's wonderful, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although it was merely a small breakthrough, she felt undeniably stronger, taking another step closer to the Jinan stage. Montakian seit invertly. His intention to visit the Tiandao Pavilion had been to procure some high-quality nourishment for the little one. Yet he found that this session of the Tiandao Pavilion was lacking. The little one had devoured all the available food, except for the 2 spiritual pills from the little tree, and had even consumed them on the spot, leaving her still unsatisfied. With a profound sigh, remarked, I never expected that a single tiger's eye stone would bring such fortune to the little one. Truly, it is said that one may tread far and wide only to find that which comes effortlessly. Given this, my minor injuries are worth enduring. However, the remarkable tiger's eye stone could only elevate his young charge from the initial stages of qi refinement to the mid-level stages. The little one's constitution is somewhat terrifying. To ascend to the next realm, would it require the refinement of a power tenfold greater than that of the tiger's eye? Lord's journey in parenting is indeed fraught with great pressure. Teddy Bear also rejoiced for the little dumpling, waving flags in celebration. Haha, our young master truly possesses an air of mysticism. This adversary has traveled great distances to present our young master with a grand upgrade package. The trio of master and servants exchanged jovial banter, creating a lively atmosphere. Filled with envy, felt as though his eyes might pop out. How could this little monster consume a tiger's eye stone without being overwhelmed, and instead advance in cultivation? Surely, this must be a jest. From a young age, exhibited extraordinary talent. Yet, even he had to labor diligently to attain his current level of cultivation. Every breakthrough he achieved was fraught with peril. Whether refining his meridians or expanding his qi, these processes were long and agonizing. Chapter 66. Cultivation instilled in one's bones. Breakthroughs require opportunities and insights. Once a moment of enlightenment is grasped, one must enter seclusion to eliminate distractions to achieve greatness. Yet, the little monster's breakthrough seemed as simple as enjoying a piece of candy. While others soared into outer space like rockets, his progression resembled a leisurely journey atop a snail. Circling a flubebot. Is this reasonable? What about the decades of arduous cultivation he endured? Tears of envy and jealousy fell from his eyes. Suddenly, Elder's face contorted in agony, and he could no longer suppress a spray of blood towards the heavens, his blood seemingly boundless. His fury was matched only by the injury to his spirit. Undeterred, remember the wounds on. Poor, with wounds piercing through his palm and shoulder. Such grievous injuries must be excruciating, yet he utters not a word of pain. Truly, he is remarkably strong. With red-rimmed eyes, she resolved to heal him while the wicked uncle and bad uncle were frozen in shock, contorted and bleeding. She grasped his hand, her little paw glowing with warmth. A soothing energy flowed forth, and his injured palm healed instantaneously. After the breakthrough, her healing light had intensified. mending wounds with remarkable speed. Felt a warm sensation in his heart. This little one had always been concerned for him. Let us embrace, the little dumpling chirped, extending her chubby hand, her eyes glistening with innocence. No one could refuse a child's request for a hug. Mistaking her gesture for affection, quickly scooped her into his embrace, disregarding his shoulder's injury and the pain that such movement might cause. This level of injury had long ceased to trouble him. She felt like a soft, white dumpling in his arms, a surprisingly comforting presence. Teddy Bear, observing the scene, expressed concern. Lord, we are amidst grave danger. Do you still have the luxury to cuddle a child? This is excessive indulgence. Yet, Teddy Bear secretly relished this pair's affection. Today marked another day of fervent assent in favor. Regrettably, Little Tree and Little Shadow remained unconscious, missing this splendid display. Glanced at Teddy Bear, noting its bemused expression, and realized the creature was lost in its musings. What nonsense occupies your mind, you mere Teddy? Aside from being a plush toy, you are utterly lacking. Teddy Bear retorted, I am not just a pretty face. I also analyze and witness the transformation from aloofness to utter devotion. Suddenly, nestled in his arms, summoned another sphere of light, and carefully sprinkled it over his shoulder's wound. The intense pain swiftly dissipated, and with a nurturing glow, the injury healed completely. A smile crept across lips as he realized the little spirit was not merely seeking affection. She wished to assist in his healing. Seeing his wounds mend, beamed with delight. Mission accomplished. At that moment, Elder finally ceased his bloodletting, witnessing the healing process with. His expression darkened, remarked, No wonder this demon clan treasures the little ones so dearly. She is his talisman. As long as he draws breath, no matter how grievous his injuries, she can heal him. Master, what shall we do now? A mix of reluctance and fear clouded his thoughts. With their master so severely wounded, was there any hope left for victory? Though they have destroyed my wooing fan and the tiger's eye stone, I still possess a trump card. I truly underestimated them earlier. However, they shall not be afforded another chance. Elder growled, as the Grand Elder of the Juyong Palace. How could he concede before a nameless young adversary? Thus, he performed a cleansing incantation, purging the tainted remnants from his body, transforming into a figure shrouded in ethereal purple mist, exuding an aura of celestial grace. He conjured a spirit energy orb, holding it firmly in his grasp. This orb contained the concentrated force of a cultivator at the divine transformation stage. If struck by it, and would surely be reduced to ashes. Elder roared at him, Do not test the limits of the demon clan. Today, I shall fight you to the bitter end. As observed the orb, the innate sensing ability of the dragon lineage alerted him to its formidable danger. Should it be hurled, he and the little one might not withstand it. This old man possesses an abundance of formidable treasures. To complicate matters, Elder had locked this space with his divine sense, preventing him from summoning his small ship. Just as pondered his next move, a bolt of lightning split the sky, revealing 3 figures suspended in midair. Elder, show mercy. A deep, magnetic voice resonated through the air. The 3 figures consisted of 2 adults and a child. Among them, the small figure was recognized by Chi, joyfully exclaimed. The little girl clad in green attire was none other than her first friend, Xiaoxiao, whom she had met in Jianting City. Little one, it is wonderful to see you again. This is my father, and this gentleman is the city lord. Xiaoxiao excitedly introduced the 2 men beside her. Shisu SHN held Xiaoxiao's hand as they gracefully descended to the ground. At this moment, Xiaoxiao had successfully navigated the Golden Core Tribulation, entering the Golden Core stage. Yet she had not yet mastered flying and relied on her father for assistance. The city lord referred to by Xiaoxiao was none other than the esteemed Bi-Sich Enki of Jianting City. This gentleman appeared remarkably youthful and handsome, clad in flowing white garments, exuding an ethereal charm, resembling a quintessential hero from a fantasy tale. Greetings, Uncle City Lord, politely addressed him, her upbringing instilled with decorum. To her surprise, upon hearing her call him uncle, Bi-Sich Enki's demeanor shifted, and with a smile, he responded, Little friend, do not call me uncle. I'm not that old. Call me CH Enki Gidge instead. S expression darkened in an instant. This city lord was rather inappropriate. Even flirting with a child. Alarm bells rang in his mind, marking Bi-Sich Enki as a potential threat. Bi-Sich Enki, expecting a different form of address. felt disappointed at the lack of the desired title. Meanwhile, secretly chuckled, "Well done, little one." Although Xiaoxiao is still a young human cub, she possesses a clear understanding of familial hierarchy. QQ, her dear friend, refers to her father as Bibo, and naturally, she must do the same. In Chapter 67, the kind-hearted Bibo and CHNGZH Bibo come to mediate the conflict. "So you're Xiaoxiao? I am QQ's father. I often hear QQ speak of you, and indeed, you are quite adorable. It is no wonder QQ is so fond of you. Do visit our home more often. Si su ehat en bim kindi." I'm not cute, Xiaoxiao shyly retorts, her cheeks flushing at the compliment. Summer QQ breaks free from Shisu SH in S grasp and rushes towards Xiaoxiao. The two little friends finally hold hands and embrace each other. "Xiaoxiao, let me tell you, had it not been for your help in breaking through to the J and DN stage, I would likely have been confined to a small dark room by my father for months." Summer QQ exclaims joyfully. "But how'd I help you break through?" Xiaoxiao asks, her expression bewildered. Cautiously glancing at the fierce-looking elder MSH and WY, Summer QQ chuckles. "This is a long story. I will tell you later. You are amazing too. You've made a breakthrough in just a few days." "Haha, indeed. Elle undicesimo oxy olafs eartidi." "By the way, QQ, how did you end up here?" "My father wanted to ensure my safety during the JND in Tribulation. Upon sensing such a significant fluctuation of UNY-ing level spiritual energy, he thought it would be a good opportunity for me to witness a grand duel. Coincidentally, CHNGZH Bibo was nearby, so we came together. I never expected to see you." Summer QQ responds excitedly. The two children engage in animated conversation, transforming what should be a serious duel between cultivators into a delightful weekend outing. Coincidentally, MYN brings a child, and Shisu SHN also brings one, further adding to the familial atmosphere. Upon seeing both Shisu SHN and BISH Enki appear simultaneously, Elder MSH's expression darkens. Why is this demon clan so familiar with these two individuals? As the Grand Elder of Ying Palace, he holds a significant status and formidable cultivation. It is utterly unacceptable for Shisu SHN and BISH Enki to ignore him. Feeling a surge of frustration, Elder MSH growls, "SHNGZH. BICHNGZH. I am currently addressing a personal grievance. What is the meaning of your presence?" Elder MSH, "I am here to mediate." BICH Enki replies with a tone of reproach and dissatisfaction. "This is my territory, and even if you're dealing with personal matters, I hope you will consider my position and refrain from involving the innocent. That spiritual energy orb in your hand was left behind by a powerful being of the Hu SHN stage. If you were to throw it, half of JNTing City would be reduced to ashes, resulting in a catastrophe for countless lives. As the lord of a territory, it is his duty to protect every inhabitant, which is entirely reasonable. I am concerned for the Lord," he continues. Elder MSH, what deep-seated vendetta do you hold against these young ones that you would risk the lives of half the city to pursue them? Shisu SHN's countenance shifts from benevolent to stern, as he now bears a serious expression. The two engage in a verbal duet, as if preparing for a grand confrontation. Elder MSH's face flushes with rage as he retorts, "BICHNGZH, SHNGZH, since you inquire about the reason, I implore you to fairly adjudicate on behalf of Ying Palace. These two demons have stolen our treasures." Wow. "Elle undicesimo oxy obecome s'indignant." This uncle is truly wicked, slandering us again. "Bad uncle. I am an individual. Also, you claim we have stolen something from Ying Palace? What exactly do we steal? Can you specify?" Xiaoxiao clenches her tiny fists in anger. Faced with Xiaoxiao's pointed question, Elder MSH and WY fall silent, for they genuinely do not know what treasures reside within the temple. MYN shakes his head, nonchalantly mocking, "Indeed, we did take the treasures from the temple. If you wish to seize them, I cannot prevent you. After all, we're not new to encounters with pirates. In fact, I would argue that Ying Palace is even less honorable than pirates. The temple is located in the Igu forest, which does not belong to any sect. Thus, it is not your Ying Palace's possession. Your ignorance of the treasures within leads you to unjustly claim them. Even pirates have the decency to openly admit their intentions." "Exactly. You are so wicked. You always bully us and even injure our friends." You must compensate us for their medical expenses. Recalling how Q-ing had threatened Xiaoxiao Lu in a similar fashion. What? You were injured? Is it serious? Xiaoxiao asks with concern. Stepping forward, he had noticed Xiaoxiao lying on the ground, unconscious. Based on his subordinate's descriptions, this individual should be the alchemist responsible for concocting the 2 8th-grade spirit pills. Though he cannot discern where Xiaoxiao is injured, his bloodied attire and shredded garments clearly indicate he has endured a fierce battle. Xiaoxiao's heart fills with rage. Xiaoxiao is a talent he has taken a keen interest in, and seeing him harmed by the short-sighted brutes of Ying Palace is unacceptable. This is the last remaining 8th-grade alchemist in the world. Xiaoxiao's murderous intent toward Elder MSH begins to surface, yet he maintains his composure. Do not worry, Uncle Shi. Everyone's injuries have been treated. Xiaoxiao is merely tired and has fallen asleep. Xiaoxiao reassures, sensing the elder's concern. That is a relief. Xiaoxiao nods, a cold smile forming in his heart. Ying Palace, consider yourself fortunate. An 8th-grade alchemist is immensely precious. Should anything happen to Xiaoxiao, even if I were to annihilate the entire Ying Palace, it would not suffice as compensation. Myn and Xiaoxiao's words strike deep, causing Elder MSH's face to alternate between crimson and pale with fury. He senses that Xiaoxiao and CHNGZHBI's attitudes are decidedly skewed. Why do they favor these two demons so blatantly? After all, this is their first encounter. In a moment of desperation, Elder MSH shouts hysterically, "You all be quiet," since it is treasure from a lawless land. It is only fair to compete for it. Even if we must seize it, that is reasonable. Not only can we Ying Palace seize it, but everyone in the New York realm can. Upon hearing the exchange among the three, Xiaoxiao and Inky quickly comprehend the situation. Elder MSH, since they have acquired the treasures in a lawless land, those treasures rightfully belong to them. The fact that you have yet to seize them indicates that they are indeed not destined for your Ying Palace. This is, after all, my territory. I advise you to cease your pursuit, or I shall not stand idly by. Inky's tone becomes more authoritative. Cease? They have killed 3 of our JNDN cultivators, 2 of whom are our outer sect elders. With such a deep-seated enmity, how can we not seek retribution? Elder MSH grits his teeth in anger. You hypocritical uncle. You only allow yourself to harm others while forbidding others from retaliating against you. Xiaoxiao raises her tiny fist in indignation. In Chapter 68, the amusing incident caused by the L unfolds. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao can hardly contain his laughter, yet mindful of his image, he suppresses his amusement and merely smiles. Elder MSH, infuriated to the point of smoke rising from his head, gags on his own anger, ultimately unable to hold back as he coughs up blood once more, his face transitioning from red to pale. Wow, this Uncle Shi is truly impressive. It is utterly delightful to hear him berate others. Xiaoxiao thinks, her admiration for this elder growing significantly. Elder MSH, battling against the sharp tongues of Myn and Xiaoxiao, both seasoned veterans, naturally finds himself outmatched, and it is entirely normal for him to suffer from repeated bouts of anger-induced illness. Meanwhile, WY feels increasingly disgruntled. With both Xiaoxiao and BICH Inky now siding with Myn and Xiaoxiao, it seems inevitable that Ying Palace will face defeat. I possess irrefutable evidence that the 2 of them belong to the Yao tribe, while that servant is an MO cultivator. They have employed Gu techniques to deceive the junior sister, orchestrating her embarrassment and unjustly tarnishing the reputation of Ying Palace, even incurring a massive debt to Tianbao Pavilion. Chung Yi spoke with conviction, producing a recording stone that Elder Shi had secretly placed within the stone crevice prior to their confrontation. The stone had captured the astonishing feats of Mo Yin summoning the Red Dragon, Lu Xiaoxiao subduing the Mo plant, and Yu Qianshu's transformation into a demonic form. These extraordinary performances can only be attributed to the Yao tribe and Mo cultivators. For countless millennia, the Yao tribe and the human race have coexisted in relative peace. Though minor skirmishes do occur, the Yao tribe has evolved from spiritual beasts. While humans often hunt these beasts, keeping them as pets or subjugating them as servants. Ultimately, humans regard the Yao tribe as inferior, and MO cultivators stand in stark opposition to the righteous path. If their identities can be proven, then, as members of the human race, seizing the possessions of the Yao tribe or MO cultivators would not be deemed wrongful, but rather an act of righteousness. Then go ahead and reveal it. I am quite curious as to what you can prove, Mo Yin replied dismissively. Just wait and see. The entire world will soon know your true selves, and then we shall see how you continue to feign innocence. Vous projectez fierci, raising the recording stone to project the captured images into the sky. To amplify the impact, these images spread across the entirety of Jintang City, ensuring that anyone who looked up would witness the truth clearly. Mo Yin, Lu Xiaoxiao, prepare to be disgraced and become pariahs. Wu yi need it. Do I even have a reputation? How would I know? Mo Yin replied coldly, regarding the recording stone with contempt. The entire Jintang City erupted into a frenzy, with exclamations of disbelief ringing out. The scenes of Mo Yan's red dragon, Lu Xiaoxiao taming the Mo plant, and Yu Qianshu's transformation were all captured. During Elder Shi's battle with Mo Yin, he audaciously challenged Mo Yin, stating, "If you acknowledge me as your master and offer the treasures of the temple and the scales of the black dragon, I may spare your life." In the confrontation between Elder Lin and Lu Xiaoxiao, Elder Lin shamelessly exploited his seniority, bullying a mere refining stage child with his golden core stage prowess, even summoning a MO plant to command it to devour the human child. He, little one, no matter how you struggle, it will only tighten its grip. Look at how sinister Elder Lin's smile is. Lu Xiaoxiao cried out for help, her helplessness evoking deep sympathy. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of Xiaoxiao and Bai Chongqiu soured significantly. How monstrous! Can they truly target such a small child? Xiaoxiao cursed vehemently. Only by practicing demonic arts can one control MO plants. Thus, Elder Lin is the true MO cultivator. Fortunately, Elder Lin's malevolent actions ultimately led to his own downfall, as he was devoured by the 7 absolute snake vine. Otherwise, I might have been compelled to take matters into my own hands and eliminate this disgrace to the human race, Bai Chongqiu declared indignantly. As the Lord of Jintang City, it is a source of great shame that such a tragedy involving a MO cultivator harming a child could occur within my domain. At this moment, Wu Yi was already in a state of panic. Wu Yi, what are you doing? Stop this at once. Elda Montak Sha scolded furiously. It finally dawned on Wu Yi that the recording stone must have been tampered with. The battle between Wu Yifeng and Yu Qianshu was equally imbalanced. Wu Yifeng, a golden core cultivator, was pitted against Yu Qianshu, merely a foundation establishment alchemist. In the Tianyu realm, alchemists are exceedingly rare, making each one a precious entity. Whether in combat or during training, injuries are unavoidable, and at such times, the role of spiritual pills becomes paramount. Alchemists, typically absorbed in their craft and indifferent to worldly affairs, produce pills that benefit society, thereby earning immense respect within the Tianyu realm. Moreover, due to their lack of combat awareness and pursuit of high-level tactics, they tend to have lower cultivation levels, making them prime targets for protection. However, when Wu Yifeng learned that Yu Qianshu was an alchemist and even attempted to attack him after he revealed his alchemical furnace, smashing it and discovering that Yu Qianshu was using exotic fire for alchemy, he sought to claim that fire for himself. Such conduct is more piratical than that of actual pirates and deserves universal condemnation, especially since Xiaoxiao was already aware that Yu Qianshu was no ordinary alchemist, but an 8th grade alchemist. His resentment towards Jiuyang Palace had reached its zenith. Chapter 69. The healing cost of 10 million spiritual stones. The recording abruptly ceased when Wu Yifeng's sword pierced Yu Qianshu's heart. These recordings could irrevocably tarnish the reputation of Jiuyang Palace, which had stood for centuries. The Tian Mo Hall, seemingly innocent, had not committed any wrongdoings. It was Jiuyang Palace that deserved to be expelled from the righteous path. Let's expel Jiuyang Palace from the righteous sect. The citizens of Jintang City echoed their disdain for Jiuyang Palace. Mo Yin chuckled coldly. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He had long seen through Elder Shi's machinations and was merely leveraging the situation to his advantage. Indeed, he had tampered with the recording stone, editing out the portions he did not wish to be seen before Wu Yi obtained it. This advanced editing technique was learned in the Yunxian realm, and in this backward realm of Tianyu, no one could discern any signs of manipulation. Thus, in Tianyu realm, editing does not exist. The content of recordings is treated as a continuous shot. Elder Mo Sha, do you have any words left to say? This recording stone has unequivocally proven that it was your Jiuyang palace that committed the theft. By Xiaoxiao questioned sternly. The recording stone must have been tampered with. I refuse to accept this. Elda Montag Shari tautet, infoliatet. By Xiaoxiao coldly threatened. Elder Mo Sha, the evidence is irrefutable. I advise you to apologize immediately and make appropriate reparations, or do not blame me for being impolite. City Lord of Jintang, I fail to comprehend why you would favor them. Clearly, we of Jiuyang Palace are the righteous ones. Elder Mo Sha shouted in anger. That is precisely because I am the Lord of Jintang City. This city is in neutral territory, not beholden to any sect. Given that Jiuyang Palace has blatantly bullied the weak, if I cannot protect the people here and instead allow you to continue your oppression, how can I command respect? What face do I have left to be the city lord? Bai Changxiu responded with conviction. Furthermore, Elder Mo Sha, you might as well settle the debt of 11,000 mid-grade spiritual stones owed to Tian Bao Pavilion. I am merely a businessman, here to collect payment. By the way, your spoiled princess is still confined in a small dark room. We cannot afford to attend to her. As Xiaoxiao spoke these words, sarcasm dripped from his tone. There is not a single good individual within Jiuyang Palace, and Xiaoxiao had no intention of treating them with any respect. Elda Montaksha, debts must be repaid, and the last vestige of dignity for Jiuyang Palace rests upon your shoulders. If you do not return the spiritual stones, it may not just be that the people of Jiuyang Palace cannot step foot into Tian Bao Pavilion. They may not even be allowed to enter Jintang City. Bai Changxiu stood beside Xiaoxiao, his intent quite clear. He was there to support Xiaoxiao. The two seemed to have coordinated their strategy, leaving Elder Mo Sha with no room for rebuttal. At this moment, the recording stone, under the control of the city lord, not only projected the recorded footage into the sky, but also provided a live broadcast. The entire population of Jintang City witnessed the scene. Jiuyang Palace. Pay your spiritual stones to Tian Bao Pavilion. You must also compensate those young individuals for their healing costs. Jiuyang Palace. Get out of Jintang City. The inhabitants of Jintang City, primarily cultivators with some degree of mastery, raised their voices in a thunderous uproar. Today, the incident of Wu Yi being thrown out of Tian Bao Pavilion has transformed into a humorous anecdote, which has now evolved into a sequel, rapidly becoming the most discussed topic in Jintang City. Their injuries have healed. What further compensation for healing do they require? I am the one suffering the most. Am I not? Elder Mo Sha is on the verge of madness. Indeed, his life-bound treasure, the Wuying fan, was destroyed by Mo Yan's flames, and his spiritual treasure, the Huyan stone, was devoured by Lu Xiaoxiao as if it were mere candy. Not only has he suffered physical losses, but he has also been emotionally scarred, having coughed up blood several times out of fury. Now, the city lord of Jintang and the pavilion master of Tianbao wish to conspire against him for monetary compensation. Who is more wretched than he? He has never endured such humiliation in his life. However, in all seriousness, he cannot afford to offend by Changxiu. Jintang City is a realm untouched by the righteous path, dominated by two formidable gray forces, Tianbao Pavilion and the Shura sect. The three parties usually maintain a delicate balance, coexisting peacefully without interference. Yet, should the interests of one party be threatened, the other two will undoubtedly lend their support to ensure the equilibrium of Jintang City is preserved. It can be said that to offend one party is to simultaneously offend the other two. The simultaneous appearance of Xiaoxiao and Bai Changxiu at this juncture is certainly not coincidental. Compensation must be made. It is not as if they cannot afford it. In the end, Elder Bai Sha had no choice but to swallow his pride and concede. Mo Yin had been quietly observing the interactions between Bai Changxiu and Xiaoxiao with Elder Mo Sha. He sensed that they were clearly trying to ingratiate themselves with him and the little one. These two individuals, one a city lord with grand ambitions and the other a wealthy merchant, would not act capriciously. He could only wonder what their true intentions were. It is always prudent to remain vigilant. With this thought, Mo Yin coldly remarked, Elder Mo Sha, you have severely injured us. While our robust constitution allows us to recover swiftly, it does not absolve you of your actions in robbing and harming us. My servant is a genius alchemist. His life is of great value. and given that he remains unconscious, your compensation of 10 million medium-grade spirit stones is truly the least that can be expected. What? 10 million medium-grade spirit stones? You are making an outrageous demand, akin to robbery. Elder Mo Sha rolled his eyes in exasperation. 10 million medium-grade spirit stones is indeed a bargain. Would you not agree, Pavilion Master Xia? Mo Yin regarded Xiaoxiao with a knowing smile. Yes, yes. This is already a discounted price. Xiaoxiao readily agreed, his smile appearing genuinely sincere, as if he were delighted for Elder Mo Sha, implying that he had indeed struck a favorable deal. Impossible. With that amount, I could support 1,000 alchemists. He has only just reached the foundation establishment stage. He might merely be an apprentice or a servant. What value does he hold? Elder Mo Sha protested. Xiaoxiao cast a glance at Bai Xiao. Understanding the implication, Bai Xiao silenced the recording stone. Only then did Xiaoxiao, with a meaningful tone, continue to convey to Elder Mo Sha through a secret sound technique. Elder Mo Sha, do you know the value of the 8th grade spirit elixirs we are auctioning at Tianbao Pavilion today? Why suddenly resort to secret sound techniques? What trick is Xiaoxiao up to now? 1 million medium-grade spirit stones each, so what? He had already inquired about this information. When 8th grade spirit elixirs emerge, who wouldn't go mad? Alas, remembering those 2 8th grade spirit elixirs only infuriates him further. Had he been present today, he would have certainly bid for them. Especially the 8th grade Heiyu Dan, consuming it could allow him to break through from the Yuanying stage to the Huashan stage. Would he not then be able to deal with these little brats before him? Chapter 70. I only need you. Xiaoxiao said mockingly. The 8th grade spirit elixirs are crafted by that alchemist whom you injured. At 1 million each, a batch of 10 would amount to exactly 10 million. In just the time it takes to refine a batch, they could earn 10 million medium-grade spirit stones. Do you not think their lives are valuable? This exchange was audible only to Elder Mo Sha. Heaven forbid, could it be true? Upon hearing this, Elder Mo Sha felt as though struck by lightning. He fixed his gaze on the unconscious Yu Qianshu. Disbelief etched across his face. An 8th grade alchemist at the foundation establishment stage? Mo Yin shot a cold glance at Xiaoxiao. He, being exceptionally astute, could see that Elder Mo Sha was staring in horror at Yu Qianshu and had deduced that the cunning Pavilion Master Xia was likely using the identity of the young tree as an 8th grade alchemist to intimidate the old fool. Elder Mo Sha, you members of the Jiuyang Palace have such poor discernment. If you lack the funds for compensation, do not dare bully such a valuable alchemist. Now, you have not only failed to harm others, but have instead dug your own grave. Xiaoxiao found the scene utterly delightful. Ordinary alchemists are revered within their sects, let alone an 8th grade alchemist. If someone could provide you with elixirs that allow a breakthrough from Yuanying to Huashan, would you not willingly relinquish your position as the sect leader? Whoever that 8th grade alchemist takes a disliking to, would not cultivators throughout the realm go out of their way to appease him? Moreover, when one is capable of producing 8th grade spirit elixirs, does it matter if they're a cultivator of righteousness or evil? Even a demon lord would be revered. Elder Mo Sha cast a complex yet admiring glance at Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao. What kind of merit or capability do these two possess that allows them to have an 8th grade alchemist serve them? For ordinary individuals, receiving the favor of an 8th grade alchemist would be a cause for exuberance. Yet these two remain so low-key. They treat the 8th grade alchemist as a servant, acting as if it is the most natural thing in the world. Simultaneously, he harbored resentment towards Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao. Had they been more ostentatious from the start, proclaiming their association with an 8th grade alchemist, even the Jiuyang Palace would not dare to seize anything from them. That wicked uncle's gaze is truly terrifying. Lu Xiaoxiao hid in Mo Yin's embrace, as if fearing he might devour her whole. It's fine. He is merely a toothless tiger now, no longer a threat. He is more afraid of you. Mo Yin reassured her, gently patting her little head. So that wicked uncle is suffering from a toothache. No wonder his temper is so foul. Lu Xiaoxiao was incensed, her small voice erupting in an adorable fury. Even if you have a toothache, you must not harm Yin Yin. The little one holds grudges. This wicked uncle has injured Yin in 2 places. Yin, why do you only demand compensation for healing little tree? What about your healing costs? Lu Xiaoxiao queried indignantly. Hearing the little one advocate for him, considering his well-being, Mo Yin felt a surge of joy. Mo Yin lowered his gaze to her, speaking softly. Spirit stones are but material possessions to me. Having you, is all I need. That gaze was both affectionate and indulgent. For a small spirit pet, such a gaze was utterly overwhelming. So that is how it is. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled like little stars. She realized how important she was to Yin Yin, instantly feeling a sweetness that surpassed even the taste of candy pills. Teddy Bear adjusted his forehead. It is absurd. Lord Mo, Yin is truly absurd. Did he just say, having you is all I need? He seems completely smitten by the little master. At this moment, the more elder Mo Sha thought, the more terrified he became. If this continued, the situation would spiral out of control. At that point, the Jiuyang Palace would truly face ruin due to his actions. Thus, the once imperious and lofty elder Mo Sha finally conceded. It is over. Elder Mo Sha, trembling in fear, sank to his knees, his entire body quaking. Elder Mo Sha, do you now understand what you ought to do? The voice of Xiaoxiao echoed in his mind. I understand. I assure you, I will never engage in any actions detrimental to that alchemist and his two masters. And I will also persuade the city lord of Jiuyang Palace. Elder Montauk Sha replied dejectedly. I require you to publicly swear an oath of sincerity. Xiaoxiao instructed. Very well. Elder Mo Sha, with head hung low, complied without a trace of resistance, fully resigned to his fate. Observing that Elder Mo Sha had been thoroughly subdued, Xiaoxiao smiled in satisfaction. He cast a glance at Xiaoxiao, who then restored the sound of the recording stone, marking the end of their discreet dialogue. The fact that Yu Qianshu was an 8th-grade alchemist remained a closely guarded secret. As for Elder Mo Sha, Xiaoxiao harbored no concerns that he would divulge this information. Would the world need to know that individuals from Jiuyang Palace had injured an 8th-grade alchemist? Would they wish to be expelled from the Tianyu realm? In summary, the people of Jin Tangcheng were oblivious to what Xiaoxiao had just communicated to Elder Mo Sha. They only witnessed Elder Mo Sha kneeling in apparent fear, apologizing in a voice tinged with tears. This is a misunderstanding. Previously, we at Jiuyang Palace mistakenly believed these young individuals were of the demon race and the demonic cultivators who had stolen treasures from the human shrine, which is why we acted against them, driven by selfish motives to keep the treasures for ourselves. Now that their identities have been verified, we shall no longer harbor any intentions toward their possessions. I sincerely apologize for our earlier offense. Upon concluding his statement, Elder Mo Sha even swore a heart demon oath, declaring that henceforth, Jiuyang Palace would never trouble Mo Yin and his companions again. Such words may have sounded pleasant, but what if he failed to repay the remaining debt? And what if he delayed repayment for centuries? By then, it would be too late. You must gather the remaining spirit stones within 3 days. For every day of delay, a 1% interest will accrue, Mo Yin declared with an imposing demeanor. That is a fair proposal. 3 days is reasonable and quite benevolent. As the Lord of Jin Tangcheng, I shall serve as your witness. Bai Changxiu chimed in with a smile. I, as the master of Tian Baoge, will also join in as a witness, Xiaoxiao agreed. The synergy between Bai Changxiu and Xiaoxiao was akin to that of brothers, effectively driving Elder Mo Sha to the brink of madness. 3 days? Do you take me for treasury? This is akin to robbery. Elder Mo Sha lamented, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Oh, since you are so impoverished, I could be understanding. Let us do this. You may offset 500 medium-grade spirit stones with the spirit energy pearl you possess, Mo Yin suggested, his smile chilling and sinister. From the outset, Mo Yin had his sights set on this divine, level spirit energy pearl. Such a perilous object was far safer in his possession. If Bai Changxiu and Xiaoxiao were to depart, and Elder Bai Sha were to toss them a spirit energy pearl, would they not meet the same fate? He was not lacking in spirit stones. The figure he conjured was merely to gauge Elder Mo Sha's financial standing. The remaining balance owed could then be leveraged as a threat for repayment through the spirit energy pearl. Damn it! Elder Mo Sha's eyes bulged crimson. Cursing inwardly, Montakian, you cunning demon, is it not enough to deceive me of all my assets, but now you covet my last line of defense? Yet, with Bai Changxiu and Xiaoxiao providing support for Mo Yin, Elder Mo Sha could not muster his previous arrogance. After all, before absolute strength, even Elder Mo Sha would seem like an ant. Elder Mo Sha tossed a storage bag to Xiaoxiao, containing 11,000 medium-grade spirit stones, meant to repay Zhu Lingling. He then threw another storage bag to Mo Yin, containing 500 medium-grade spirit stones and a spirit energy pearl, as compensation for Mo Yin's healing expenses. All accounted for, Mo Yin confirmed after inspecting the contents. May I leave now? At that moment, Elder Mo Sha seemed to age significantly. His tone was frail and filled with trepidation, his voice trembling, with no trace remaining of his earlier bravado. Depart. Mo Yin replied coldly. Bai Changqiu retracted the recording stone. This live broadcast would serve to instill fear in Jiuyang Palace. Those individuals would think twice before daring to harm Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao again. Once Elder Mo Sha and Wu Yi exited, Yu Qianshu slowly opened his eyes. You're awake. Lu Xiaoxiao was the first to notice, joyfully rushing over, her sparkling eyes fixed upon Yu Qianshu. She pondered, is this little Shu Shu or little Ling Ying? Little master, I sincerely apologize for causing you concern. Yu Qianshu replied with an awkward smile. Little Shu Shu, I'm glad you're all right. The bad people have been chased away by Yin Yin and the two uncles. No one dares to bully you now. Lu Xiaoxiao declared proudly. Yu Qianshu acknowledged, a hint of shimmering sadness passing through his clear gaze. You must have awakened long ago, Mo Yin inquired. Yes, Lord Mo Yin, I did not wish to cause any disturbances, so I continued feigning sleep, Yu Qianshu candidly admitted. He had gradually regained consciousness after the appearance of Xiaoxiao and Bai Changqiu. His last memory lingered on Wu Yifeng's sword piercing towards his heart, after which he lost consciousness. Listening to everyone's conversation, he deduced that Elder Mo Sha and Wu Yi had insisted he was a demonic cultivator because, upon losing consciousness, his elder brother had intervened in his place and had dealt with Wu Yifeng. Most likely, Lord Mo Yin had manipulated the recording stone, preventing his elder brother's identity from being revealed. Regrettably, his elder brother's soul was severely injured, and the Bianhua had yet to bloom. Hence, he had appeared prematurely. It seemed that the next time he manifested would be a distant prospect. He had not even had the chance to speak a word with his elder brother, who had left no message for him. The more Yu Qianshu contemplated, the more sorrowful he became. It was all his fault for lacking strength. If he had possessed the ability to protect himself, his elder brother would not have needed to shield him. Thank you, Lord Mo Yin. Yu Qianshu expressed his gratitude sincerely, though his eyes could not conceal their lingering sorrow. Why thank me? You are my steward. Do not sulk, it brings ill fortune, Mo Yin reproached with a stern expression. Upon being scolded by Mo Yin, Yu Qianshu's eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down uncontrollably. He felt indeed unlucky, otherwise he would not have implicated his elder brother. Hearing Mo Yin's rebuke bring Yu Qianshu to tears, Xiaoxiao and Bai Changqiu exchanged glances, astonished by the overwhelming aura. If this 8th-grade alchemist were willing to ally with them, they would never dare to scold him, but rather treat him like a revered being. It is merely a wilted bud. As long as the Bianhua remains, it will one day bloom again, Mo Yin remarked to Lu Xiaoxiao. Little one, tend to that flower. At that moment, the flower pot rested quietly beside Yu Qianshu. One of the wilted buds had fallen off, leaving only a thin, shriveled bud that appeared to be withering. All right. Lu Xiaoxiao dashed to the Bianhua, raising her small chubby hand to summon a sphere of light, which she sprinkled like glitter. Having advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement, the healing light was more potent. Under the warmth of the light, the Bianhua sprouted a new shoot, gradually forming a bud, while the original bud, nourished by the light, soon regained its vibrant vitality. Both buds were flourishing. Xiaoxiao and Bai Changqiu watched in silent amazement. It turned out that this little girl possessed such extraordinary abilities. No wonder Mo Yin and Yu Qianshu could recover so swiftly from severe injuries. Indeed, like attracts like, these three were undoubtedly remarkable beings. Thank you, Lord Mo Yin. Thank you, little master. Yu Qianshu cradled the cherished flower, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Though tears still lingered at the corners of his eyes, this time, they were tears of joy. Xiaoxiao and Bai Changqiu wore expressions of astonishment. They found it quite peculiar that this 8th-grade alchemist held such a fondness for nurturing flowers. Perhaps, in this world, extraordinary individuals possess their own unique passions. By the way, this is what that old fellow compensated you with. And Mo Yin tossed the storage bag to Yu Qianshu, saying, I've given the spirit energy pearl to little one as a toy. You have no objections, do you? Of course not. Yu Qianshu caught the storage bag and smiled. Lord Mo Yin, I actually do not lack for this small sum, since I am the steward. I shall use it to manage affairs. Zuit yourself, Montakian replied nonchalantly. Even though Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao were already influential figures with immense wealth, upon hearing the exchange between the two, their eyes widened in disbelief. What? 500,000 is considered a small sum? Moreover, from the tone of Yu Qianshu, it appears that he is laboring under Mo Yin without receiving any remuneration and is even utilizing his own funds to manage everything. Particularly concerning Xiaoxiao. Upon recalling the candies his daughter received, he finally comprehends why Xiaoxiao can consume 8th-grade spiritual pills as if they were mere sweets. It is simply because she possesses such capital. Little one, this spiritual pearl is for you. In the future, if anyone bullies you, use this pearl against them. Mo Yin said as he handed the spiritual pearl to Xiaoxiao's chubby little hand. Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. This is indeed a treasure that encapsulates the full force of a transformation stage cultivator's strike. Goodness, Mo Yin is actually giving it away as if it were a toy? Is this family living in such extravagance? It feels as though they inhabit an entirely different world. Wow, the pearl is truly beautiful. Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she lifted the spiritual pearl high, its crystal-clear surface glimmering like a gem under the sunlight. Chapter 72. The master of Tianbao Pavilion wishes to adopt a daughter suddenly. Xiaoxiao caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. This white, glistening spiritual pearl resembled a candy with an orange flavor. Unable to resist, she cupped the pearl and took a sniff. Wow, this pearl smells so good. I want to eat it, she exclaimed, swallowing hard, her eyes shining brightly. However, the pearl is incredibly valuable, worth 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. If she were to consume it, would Yin Yin become angry? Xiaoxiao glanced up at Mo Yin, and ultimately, she restrained herself, carefully placing the spiritual pearl into a crystal bottle akin to a candy jar. Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao approached, greeting Yu Qianshu. They had previously acquainted themselves with Mo Yin and Xiaoxiao, but at that moment, Yu Qianshu had still been in a coma. They feared that Yu Qianshu might not recognize them. Greetings, Taoist Yu. I am Xiaoxiao, the master of Tianbao Pavilion, and this is my friend Xiaoxiao, the lord of Jintang City. Xiaoxiao spoke with utmost politeness. It is an honor to meet you, Taoist Yu. Your alchemical skills have truly opened my eyes. To know you is our privilege, Xiaoxiao added with delight. These two individuals were not merely engaging in pleasantries. They genuinely wished to befriend Yu Qianshu. Of course, he was aware of their identities. He had simply feigned sleep moments ago, and he had listened intently to every word exchanged. Taoist Yu, you are indeed extraordinary. I received a message from Pavilion Master Xia and rushed over to assist in protecting Xianxian during her golden core tribulation. Upon my arrival, I sensed fluctuations of battle at the nascent soul level. Our curiosity led us here, and we did not expect to be fortunate enough to witness your prowess. Bai Chanxiu remarked with a smile. These two esteemed individuals conversed with him on equal footing, praising him to the heavens. Were he an ordinary person, he would have been ecstatic. However, Yu Qianshu's awareness of fame and fortune was quite subdued. Pavilion Master Xia, Lord Bai, you flatter me. I am merely a humble steward. The spiritual pills are gifts from the young master. Any gratitude should be directed towards them, he replied calmly. This statement was quite nuanced. It clearly established his identity while also showcasing his absolute respect and loyalty towards Xiaoxiao. It implied that he was merely responsible for concocting pills for Xiaoxiao to consume. As for whom she chose to gift them to, that was entirely her prerogative. Little tree, you are truly understanding, Mo Yin observed, a hint of appreciation in his gaze. He could discern the thoughts of Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao at a glance. They both desired to win over Yu Qianshu, and should he display even a hint of feeling unappreciated, they would immediately reveal their intent to recruit him. Xiaoxiao, I want to thank you on behalf of Qianxian. You have truly been a great help. What kind of gift do you like? Uncle Xia can provide it for you. Xiaoxiao crouched down to speak at Xiaoxiao's level, thereby reducing the sense of distance and demonstrating his affection for the young child. No need for thanks. We are exchanging gifts. Xiaoxiao replied with a cheerful shake of her wrist adorned with a spirit jade bracelet. Then, she turned her little head towards Xia Qianxian and asked in surprise, Qianxian, if you eat dark chocolate, will you really break through to Golden Core stage? Yes, I want to tell you about this. Xia Qianxian exclaimed, still brimming with excitement, as if in a dream. I've heard that breaking through to Golden Core stage grants you 500 years of lifespan. I'm only 7 years old, which means I have so much time to play. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao could not help but emit a sound of envy. Wow, I also ate some. Why am I still at the qi refining stage? Am I just too slow? Remembering her agreement with Yin regarding the Golden Core, she felt a sense of despair. Seeing the little girl's downcast expression, Yin patted her head gently, saying, "Little one, you are not slow. You simply have a larger appetite. You need to consume more than others. In other words, I haven't eaten enough." Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Yin's metaphor was vivid, and she understood it immediately. Yin, rest assured, I will work hard to eat more, she declared, her spirit lifted, embodying the demeanor of a determined eater. Indeed, Yin nodded, resolving to seek out more exquisite delicacies to nourish her in the future. Xiaoxiao remained in a half-squatting position, holding Xiaoxiao's hand and stating, "Little one, there is something I wish to seek your consent on." Upon contact with the little one's hand, Yin felt as though a piece of his heart had been carved out. His expression darkened instantly. "Pavilion Master Xia, if you have something to say, please speak directly. What does touching her hand signify?" Xiaoxiao chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, Taoist do not be alarmed. I merely wish to express my sincerity to the young child." "Uncle Xia, what's wrong?" Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, her bright eyes gazing at Xiaoxiao. The warmth of his hand felt comforting. Xiaoxiao spoke earnestly. "I wish to adopt you as my goddaughter. You saved Qianqian and helped her break through to the Golden Core stage, and you are so adorable, which appeals to me greatly. More importantly, Qianqian likes you so much. My daughter lost her mother at a young age, and I have been preoccupied with matters concerning Tianbao Pavilion, leaving her neglected and with a rather spoiled character. Since she met you, she has become much more cheerful. If you were to acknowledge me, Qianqian would become your sister, and you two would be true siblings. This way, I could better repay you for your kindness to Qianqian. Isn't that wonderful? Additionally, the bracelet you wear was originally a birthday gift I gave to Qianqian when she turned 7. Imbued with my spiritual energy, it serves as a protective charm. Is it not fate that we have crossed paths? Should she agree or not?" She gazed at Yin in bewilderment. From earlier, she had sensed Yan's disapproval towards Uncle Xia, as he seemed to harbor ill intentions. However, her own identity was merely that of a small spirit pet. Such a complex decision should be left to Yin. With this thought, Xiaoxiao felt unburdened and smiled at Xiaoxiao. "Uncle Xia, I will listen to Yin. Whatever he says goes." Yin, however, inquired with a cryptic smile, "Pavilion Master Xia, do you truly wish to adopt Xiaoxiao as your goddaughter?" "Absolutely. My sincerity is as vast as the heavens can attest. The benefits of becoming my goddaughter are immense. Our Tianbao Pavilion has branches in every city within the Tianyu realm, and in the realm of business. We stand shoulder to shoulder with the Shura sect in terms of financial strength, power, and reputation." Xiaoxiao began to extol his own virtues with great enthusiasm. Chapter 73. Yin has acquired 2 little brothers as long as you acknowledge me as your godfather in any city you visit. I will cover all your expenses at Tianbao Pavilion. Furthermore, Taoist as Xiaoxiao's guardian, I can share a portion of our profits with you each month. In addition, I am not only fond of accumulating wealth, but also enjoy forging connections with influential figures in various fields. By accepting me, you will have many allies, allowing you to navigate the Tianyu realm with ease. Xiaoxiao spoke with grandiosity. Not only can one acknowledge TNBOG's master as a father, but one can also receive a monthly share of 10% of TNBOG's profits. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity, akin to a pie falling from the sky, allowing one to live a life of leisure. Will not anyone hastily agree? Yin smirked with a hint of cunning. "Master Xia, to speak frankly, the little one is my adopted spirit pet. If you insist on recognizing her as your daughter, I shall not refuse. However, your status may feel somewhat diminished. Spirit pet?" They initially assumed that the bond between Yin and Xiaoxiao suggested a sibling relationship or a connection from the same sect. Now, with the revelation that Yin is Xiaoxiao's master, it implies a hierarchy where even if not a servant, one is still of a lower status. "Old Xia, should he not contemplate this carefully?" Bai Chanqiu kindly advised Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He glanced at the pure-hearted Yu Qianshu. In truth, He had initially set his sights on Yu Qianshu, but upon realizing the futility of recruiting her, he sought to leverage Xia Qianru's relationship with Lu Xiaoxiao to draw closer to her. If he could become Yu Qianshu's father, the acquisition of 8th-grade spirit pills would be effortless. However, after witnessing Lu Xiaoxiao's miraculous healing abilities, he was further convinced that recognizing her as a goddaughter was a wise strategy. Now, the astonishing realization dawned upon him that these two exceptionally gifted individuals were merely Mo Yan's servants, indicating Mo Yan's extraordinary status. Xiaoxiao harbored a conjecture. Could it be that this esteemed Mo Daoyu hailed from a higher realm? Contemplating this, Xiaoxiao could no longer remain composed. Fame and fortune are but transient. Once one falls, nothing can be taken along. Cultivators pursue immortality. The T-New-York-UG is ultimately a lowly realm, with no cultivator having successfully ascended for over a millennium. If one could forge a connection with someone from the upper realm and tap into the fortune of the heavenly path, then transcending tribulation and ascending would no longer be a dream. With this thought, Xiaoxiao felt that his pride was of little significance. He resolved to make an investment. Should it succeed, the entire Xia family's domain would extend far beyond the humble T-New-York-UG. Mo Yan, I have made up my mind. I wish to recognize Lu Xiaoxiao as my goddaughter. Your remarkable demeanor is not of this world, and to forge a bond with you is a blessing beyond measure. If I could serve under your esteemed self, it would be even more fortuitous, Xiaoxiao stated earnestly. Are you implying that you wish to align yourself with me? Mo Yan inquired, his expression cold. Indeed, Xiaoxiao replied with unwavering determination, slightly bowing in a humble stance. Old Xia, I am astonished by this attitude, Xiaoxiao remarked. He knew his old friend well enough to understand that he would not engage in a losing venture, which indicated that following Mo Yan promised immense benefits, perhaps even surpassing those of TNB-OG. At the very least, Yu Qianshu's alchemical skills and Lu Xiaoxiao's healing abilities were unparalleled. Mo Yan's talents remained an enigma, but being the master of Yu Qianshu and Lu Xiaoxiao undoubtedly suggested something remarkable. Despite being at the golden core stage, one could not dismiss the possibility of a facade. Xiaoxiao's mind buzzed, and he instinctively followed suit, approaching Mo Yan with a smile. Since old Xia has pledged allegiance, count me in as well. Though he could not see through Mo Yan, he trusted Xiaoxiao's investment acumen, confident that aligning with him would yield success. Very well. Your qualifications are barely adequate, yet I shall accept you both. Let us establish a vow of loyalty. Mo Yan declared with a calm demeanor, as if he were accepting not two formidable cultivators, but mere novices. Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao solemnly recited their vows of loyalty to Mo Yan. Such oaths are bound by the heavenly path, and any breach would sow the seeds of inner demons, leading to a loss of self and a severing of one's cultivation path. Congratulations, Mo Yan, on acquiring two capable assistants. Yu Qianshu sincerely congratulated. Whether they prove capable remains to be seen, Mo Yan remarked, casting a glance at the two. Yu Qianshu is my steward. You shall heed his guidance henceforth. Understood. Mo Yan, both Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao replied in unison. Serving alongside an 8th-grade alchemist is certainly a favorable opportunity. Mo Yan observed Yu Qianshu, Xiaoxiao, and Xiaoxiao. Yu Qianshu was at the foundation establishment stage, capable of transforming into a shadow to reach the god transformation stage. Both Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao were at the god transformation stage. While this was a peak existence within the T-New-York-UG, it was still not the strongest. If they were to encounter those formidable beings of the void refinement and great ascension stages, they would merely endure defeat. By the way, I have a gift for all three of you, Mo Yan announced, conjuring 3 drops of dragon blood at his fingertip and presenting them before them. Refining my blood will assist you in breaking through a significant realm, Mo Yan instructed. Thank you, Mo Yan. The 3 accepted the dragon blood. Yu Qianshu was elated, his delicate and pale face flushing with excitement. He had stagnated at the foundation establishment stage, his frail constitution unable to sustain his elder brother's spirit for long, leading to a surprise attack that resulted in his elder brother's severe injury. At this moment, the 3 drops of dragon blood emanated an ancient, pure, and unfathomable power that could be felt even through the air, though merely small droplets of bright red. They seemed to contain an ancient divine dragon from the upper realm roaring and soaring within, accompanied by the forces of fierce winds, torrential rains, icy snow, and blazing fire. Yu Qianshu was somewhat astonished. He had always known that Mo Yan's true form was a black dragon, but to wield the powers of wind, snow, and fire simultaneously, he was astounded to discover a fourth element. The black dragon symbolizes wind, the white dragon represents snow, the red dragon signifies fire, and the green dragon embodies rain. Could it be that Mo Yan possesses the bloodline of all four dragon clans? This lineage is indeed so formidable that it is almost intolerable by the world. In stark contrast to Yu Qianshu's mild astonishment, Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao were utterly stunned, their scalps tingling. They had not anticipated that Elder Mo Sha's words were true. Mo Yan was indeed of the demon race, and he was a sovereign within the Upper Realms Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan inherently commands respect from all beasts. Now, Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao finally understood why Yu Qianshu and Lu Xiaoxiao were willing to acknowledge Mo Yan as their master, as well as the reasons behind Mo Yan's consistent disdain and hostility towards the human race. When dragons soar high above, humans worship in reverence. Yet, when dragons fall from grace, humans would eagerly strip them of every scale and bone, consuming their flesh and blood to forge various mystical artifacts. The aura of this dragon blood was so familiar that it reminded Xiaoxiao of the black dragon scales he had seen at today's auction. Montakian, could it be that the black dragon that descended upon by Wei Beach in Yuchuan City 3 years ago was you? Xiaoxiao asked with a trembling voice, vividly recalling the vicious gazes of those who witnessed his battered self. Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao silently rejoiced that they had not participated in that year's dragon-slaying banquet. Otherwise, they would be unable to recognize their current leader. It was fortunate that Mo Yan remembered the faces and auras of all those who had wronged him, and since these two were not among them, he was willing to accept them. The Black Flame is a black dragon from the Upper Realm, possessing the attributes of all four dragon clans. Even a single drop of blood carries the might of the heavenly path. Upon realizing all this, Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao's attitudes transformed once more. Master, we shall be eternally grateful for this gift of blood. I vow that regardless of an opponent's identity or status, as long as they are your enemies, they shall be mine as well. I am willing to serve you faithfully, Xiaoxiao declared with unwavering loyalty. Master, I too pledge my allegiance to you, and I shall not go back on my word. Xiaoxiao understood his intentions as well. Their addresses shifted from Mo Yan to Master. Mo Yan nodded slightly. Whether their loyalty is genuine will be revealed through their future actions. At present, among those who follow MYN, 3 individuals have received the dragon blood, yet others remain without it. L'Oremigrekin, why do you not grant the little master dragon blood? Among us, her cultivation is the weakest. Yu Qian SH inquired with a hint of confusion. The little one's physique is even more robust than mine. Moreover, even if she were to refine it, the effects would be negligible, MYN casually explained. Recalling their first encounter, where the little one had managed to break his dragon tooth, MYN still felt a twinge of pain at the memory. Furthermore, despite consuming the tiger eye stone, her cultivation had only marginally advanced from the initial qi refinement stage to the intermediate qi refinement stage. That tiger eye stone had absorbed a drop of blood from an ancient deity. How could his dragon blood possibly compare? Even if it could enhance her strength, I would not wish for YN's blood. I want YN to be well. Xiu protested vehemently. She vaguely recalled the sight of YN, battered and bruised, not only with scales stripped away, but also covered in blood, seemingly with broken bones. She could hardly bear to imagine it. Since YN had suffered so much, she could not possibly take his blood. With this thought, she extended her small chubby hand to grasp MYN's. Upon hearing Xiao's heartfelt sentiments, MYN smiled. Only the little one was different from the others. She was the only one who would consider his perspective and genuinely care for him. YN's hands were icy cold, whether due to the dragon being a warm-blooded creature or the injuries yet to heal. It certainly was not the temperature one would expect from a normal person. YN, why are your hands so cold? Let me warm them for you, the little round figure said with concern, using both her small hands to envelop MYN's. His hands were large and long, making it impossible for her small hands to cover them entirely. Thus, the anxious little one resorted to rubbing them vigorously, her expression earnest, akin to a diligent little bee fluttering around MYN. Observing her earnest efforts to warm his hands, Myn's heart warmed, though his hands remained cold. He allowed her to continue her endeavors without withdrawing his hands. Master Shi, please assist in inquiring about the whereabouts of the remaining 4 pieces of the black scale dragon. Mythical and unspectral. Certainly, Lord Myn. Xiaoxiao responded with increased deference. Lord Bi, I need to refine the black dragon scales. Please find me a safe and secluded location, Myn stated. No problem, consider it done, Bich readily assured him. Both Xiaoxiao and Bich understood the significance of dragon blood for them. The 8th grade black jade pill was effective only for cultivators below the transformation god stage, and since they were both already at that stage, merely consuming the 8th grade black jade pill would not facilitate their advancement. Myn was a divine dragon from the upper realm, possessing true cultivation that far surpassed the limits of this minor realm. Even a single drop of his blood could elevate them to new heights. The next stage after the transformation god is the void refinement stage. Even with the enhancement of dragon blood, the journey would be long and perilous, necessitating utmost caution and thorough preparations. With this in mind, Bich said to Myn, Lord Myn, we cannot rush our breakthrough. It would be wiser for us to guard you during your seclusion to ensure safety. Agreed? Myn concurred. Bich led Myn to the Bi residence. As he had yet to establish a family, aside from himself, the Bi residence was populated only by a few loyal servants. Typically, Bich would handle affairs at the city lord's mansion, meaning the Bi residence was seldom visited by outsiders and thus exceptionally tranquil. Bich was an elegant individual, and the Bi residence boasted a simplistic yet ancient style, complemented by his proficiency in formations, as the entire premises were enveloped in high-level barriers, impervious to even the smallest of insects. Jintiang City was Bich's territory. One could hardly find a safer place than the Bi residence. All of this aligned perfectly with Myn's preferences. Upon arriving at the back mountain of the Bi family, Myn discovered a spacious cave, established multiple protective barriers, and commenced his seclusion, even preventing Xiaoxiao from entering. Yuchi and Sh also sought another cave in the back mountain for his own seclusion. Given his lower cultivation, it was not his place to guard Myn. Within the cave, Myn transformed into his black dragon form, coiling in the void. Were it not for the barriers, his dragon aura would have soared to the heavens at that moment. He placed the black dragon scales beneath his claws and began to calm his mind to merge with the scales. Days turned into weeks as time passed. Xiaoxiao remained steadfastly at the cave entrance, yearning for Yn's early emergence from seclusion. When it rained, she would hold a vibrant green lotus leaf umbrella, sitting on a rock with her short legs swinging back and forth. She appeared a diminutive bundle, entirely shielded by the little lotus leaf umbrella. Raindrops pattered gently against the umbrella, resembling a cascade of pearls spilling from a jade plate. On nights when the moon was bright and the stars sparse, she would gaze up at the luminous orb, imagining Yn's visage within its glow. Whenever thoughts of Yn crossed her mind, her large, watery eyes would mist over. Oh, how I miss Yn. Chapter 75. The little one meets the Tran again, Xiaoxiao. Shall we go out to play together? Lord Myn is in seclusion, and who knows when he will emerge. Won't you be terribly bored sitting here every day? Her friend Xiaoxiao suggested to Xiaoxiao. No. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled brightly as she smiled innocently. I want to be the first person Yn sees when he comes out. All right. Xiaoxiao, you truly adore Lord Myn. If I were Lord Myn, I would surely be moved by you. Elfki and chuckled. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here to keep you company. Thank you, Chi and Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. We're not just friends now, but good sisters. We share both fortune and adversity. Xiaoxiao said, wrapping her arm around Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Under the starry sky, the two good sisters engaged in joyful conversation, and time seemed to pass a little less slowly. As days turned into weeks, Xiaoxiao continued to wait at the cave entrance for Myn. In her wait, she succumbed to drowsiness and dozed off. She dreamed a peculiar dream, finding herself in the mysterious desert space once more. In this realm resided her dear friend, the Treant Aming. Aming, I have come. Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she ran towards the small oasis in the desert. Xiaoxiao, it has been so long. A familiar voice greeted her. Previously, this oasis had been merely large enough for her to stand, but now it had expanded to several dozen square feet, akin to a small room. In the center of the oasis stood a tree slightly taller than Xiaoxiao. This tree was Ing's true form, and as the oasis grew, so too had it flourished. Xiao settled comfortably beneath the tree, seeking shade. The winds of the desert, once sharp and fierce, had inexplicably calmed, becoming gentle and even tranquil. Ming, why does it suddenly feel a bit warm here? Xiaoxiao lazily inquired. Upon hearing her voice, the leaves shimmered with a verdant aura from which coalesced a palm-sized little tree ant. This was Ming, his hands made of branches and his feet roots. Ming leaped lightly onto Xiaoxiao, his round, glistening eyes gazing at her with friendly intent. Xiaoxiao, having refined the power of the tiger eye stone, you should now be able to control the winds in this space. Try closing your eyes and feel the wind. Ing instructed. All right. Xiaoxiao complied, shutting her eyes to sense the world around her. The world became enveloped in darkness, for wind is invisible. Closing her eyes only deepened her inability to see. At that moment, specks of light suddenly flickered in the darkness. Were these lights spiritual energy? The energy visible with closed eyes was, in fact, perceived through her thoughts, meaning they were originally formless entities. Xiaoxiao remembered that in the outside world, the spiritual energy had been quite friendly to her. Spiritual energy, come play with me. Xiaoxiao waved her hand at them. Those lights seemed to respond to Xiaoxiao's call, gently gathering towards her. As they approached, Xiaoxiao felt a refreshing breeze sweep by. It was the movement of these spiritual energies that created the wind. So they were indeed the wind. They were spiritual energies of the wind attribute. Upon careful perception, she realized that these invisible lights were composed of countless minuscule particles. When these particles moved, they generated wind. By merely directing the flight of these lights, Xiaoxiao could control the direction of the wind, and by commanding their speed, she could regulate the wind's velocity. I understand now. The clever Xiaoxiao suddenly grasped this concept, her bright, watery eyes wide open. Wind, come a bit from the left, she commanded. A gentle breeze blew from the left, softly tousling her hair. Wind, I need something to write too, she added. The wind then swirled in from the right, causing her hair to flutter to the left. Wow, can you spin in circles? Of course, dear little friend, came the reply. A gust of wind sprang up beneath her feet, swirling around her in a small vortex. The vortex grew larger, and Xiaoxiao, being small and lightweight, was gently lifted by it, her feet hovering half a foot above the ground, suspended in midair. Ming, I've learned to fly. Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, dancing with joy as she showcased her latest achievement to Ming. However, a moment of distraction caused the small vortex to dissipate. She fell hard to the ground. Ouch! She cried out in pain, her lip quivering as tears threatened to spill. It's all right, Xiaoxiao, just practice a few more times. Ming, the little tree person, did not mock her, but offered sincere encouragement. Comforted by her friend, Xiaoxiao held back her tears. Don't cry. Yin is still in seclusion, she reminded herself. Gathering her spirits, she resolved to master this skill and surprise Yin. Thus, the young human began to practice diligently and repeatedly. At first, she succeeded only a few times out of 100 attempts, but gradually she managed to succeed several times out of 10. Exhausted, Xiaoxiao slumped down, realizing just how challenging flying was. Xiaoxiao, that's a remarkable improvement, Ming remarked with a smile, conjuring 3 heart-shaped green leaves to present to Xiaoxiao. This is a reward. Wow, matcha-flavored cookies. Thank you, Ming. Xiaoxiao said, eagerly cradling the leaves in her chubby hands. Ming had given her many this time. When she had first learned to harness green spiritual energy, Ming had only given her 1 leaf. Ming, I feel you are both my friend and my mentor. Every time I see you, I learn something new. Who exactly are you? Where do you come from? What is this space? Hihi, you'll find out in due time. Ming became mysteriously evasive when it came to discussing its identity, wearing an expression that suggested it could not reveal too much. Xiaoxiao wished to continue conversing with Ming, but the space began to blur. She jolted awake, her little head shaking as she emerged from a drowsy state. A month had already passed, and Xiaoxiao had been steadfastly guarding this spot. Being merely a 4-year-old child still in the qi refining stage, she had not yet reached the stage of fasting and needed to eat daily. Usually, Xiaoxiao would bring her meals and keep her company. Recently, Xiaoxiao had been inexplicably dozing off while sitting. Xiaoxiao was worried about her health. It was not a dream. This was her second visit to that space. Chapter 76. The little one flies a kite. Qi in. Have a cookie. El 11 offered a leaf to 11 kvei o. Xiaoxiao had been accompanying her here every day to wait for YN, which was quite a task. Good things should be shared with good friends. This was something she had tasted before, confirming its deliciousness before sharing. She would never deceive her friend. 3 leaves. 1 for herself, 1 for Xiaoxiao, and 1 for her beloved YN. Thank you, Xiao. Xiaoxiao accepted the leaf, admiring its cute heart shape. However, she wondered if it was edible. Why did Xiaoxiao call a leaf a cookie? Yet, it did indeed smell fragrant. Xiaoxiao was already eating. So delicious. Xiaoxiao, why aren't you eating? She was the daughter of the Tian Bo pavilion master, born with a golden key, and now she was being offered grass? It felt rather strange, but she did not want to hurt her friend's feelings. Thus, with a determined heart, Xiaoxiao took a bite. Her eyes brightened. As the leaf juice flowed down, an ancient and refreshing spiritual energy filled her limbs. This energy seemed to possess boundless vitality, rejuvenating every cell in her body. Xiaoxiao exclaimed, Xiao, I feel like I've gained 10 years of life. This cookie is that powerful? Xiaoxiao was equally astonished. It would be even more essential to save 1 for YN. She wanted YN to live long and prosper. Could this be a leaf from the longevity tree? Where did you get it? Shiki winkirid. I don't know. Someone gave it to me. Xiaoxiao replied, equally perplexed. It was a place accessible only in dreams, and she couldn't quite explain it. Seeing Xiaoxiao's innocent and sincere gaze, Xiaoxiao chose not to press further. She understood that her dear friend was cherished by powerful figures, and eating an 8th-grade spiritual pill like candy was nothing unusual. Eating a leaf from the longevity tree as a cookie was equally unremarkable. Besides, being able to share such spiritual leaves was a stroke of good fortune. Continuing to pry would seem intrusive. One must know when to stop. Xiao, do you want to fly a kite? Xiaoxiao produced a colorful bird kite. To prevent Xiao from longing for a certain dragon, Xiaoxiao cleverly diverted her attention. Little did she know that her usually headstrong daughter would become such a caring sister one day. Sure, Xiaoxiao replied enthusiastically. However, the weather was not favorable. There was no wind. Xiaoxiao ran ahead with the string, while Xiaoxiao's chubby hands held the kite, chasing after her. After a long while, without wind, the kite remained grounded. Xiaoxiao even contemplated whether to use a wind talisman to summon a gust, not wanting to dampen Xiaoxiao's spirits. Come on, a little wind, Xiaoxiao gently urged. Her sweet, delicate voice sounded delightful. In an instant, the scattered wind spirits lingering in the void stirred with excitement. It seemed they had heard the little goddess's call and eagerly surged toward her. A cool breeze swept through, rustling her clothes. With a whoosh, as Xiaoxiao released her hold, the colorful bird kite soared upward, buoyed by the wind. Xiaoxiao tugged a few times, and the kite flew steadily in the blue sky among the white clouds. It's beautiful, Xiaoxiao stood up, squinting in delight. YN, I've learned to summon the wind. Meanwhile, at the Shurasek's golden soup shop, Yuchi and SH, cloaked in black, returned to the familiar place. Several days prior, he had emerged from seclusion. After navigating the winding corridors, he arrived at the mysterious trading hall once more. He removed his mask, revealing a delicate, youthful face, and calmly placed his hand upon the verification stone on the counter. The spiritual stone shimmered with even brighter radiance than the last time. In just a month, young friend Yu has advanced to the golden core stage. Truly remarkable. The shopkeeper, Old Foam, smiled kindly. After refining a drop of dragon blood, Yuchi and SH successfully formed a golden core in his Chi C, attaining the golden core stage. Is young friend Yu here to submit a task or gather information? Old Foam inquired with a warm smile. Although Yu Qi and SH had only visited once before, the astronomical nature of their transactions left a lasting impression on Old Feng. Furthermore, the verification stone indicated that Yu Qi and SH was under 20 years of age. At such a tender age, having already entered the golden core stage, one would undoubtedly be regarded as an elite talent worthy of significant cultivation in any sect. Shopkeeper, I am here to issue a task. Yu Qianshu's expression turned serious. Certainly. However, our Xiao Luo Min has a stipulation that all task applications must undergo a review process. Only upon passing this review will they be published in the Tian Yu Su, with fees determined by the task's difficulty. Tasks are categorized into bounty tasks and directed tasks. Bounty tasks can be accepted by anyone, while directed tasks are designated for specific individuals. Generally speaking, directed tasks yield higher fees and possess greater success rates. Upon completion, Xiao Luo Min will take a 30% commission. Do you agree to these terms? Old Feng meticulously explained the rules for task issuance to Yu Qianshu. No problem. I wish to issue a directed task. Yu Qianshu stated calmly. I require the assistance of the Bei Ming Sword Demon to take a life. Yu Xiaoyu. It is unfortunate that the Bei Ming Sword Demon has retired from accepting tasks since completing his last assignment. Old Feng kindly suggested, would you consider selecting someone else? Our Xiao Luo Min has individuals whose strength exceeds that of the Bei Ming Sword Demon. No need for alternatives. This is the reward for completing the task. I assure you he will be most interested. Yu Qianshu smirked, producing a vial of elixir from his storage bag and placing it before Old Feng. You think a single vial of elixir could entice the Bei Ming Sword Demon out of retirement? This individual is a renowned hunter capable of subduing even the demon's sovereign. It seems rather fanciful. Driven by curiosity, Old Feng unscrewed the cap of the elixir vial. The fragrance of the elixir wafted out, filling the entire hall, and a faint multicolored glow emanated from the opening. Upon glancing inside, Old Feng was taken aback, his jaw dropping in astonishment. An 8th grade black jade elixir? Old Feng exclaimed. Moreover, there are not one, but two. Indeed, one 8th grade black jade elixir is valued at 1 million middle grade spirit stones. Two would equal 2 million middle grade spirit stones. If the Bei Ming Sword Demon can complete this task, Xiao Luo Min, and he shall each receive one elixir, though your commission is 30%. I cannot possibly divide an elixir into 3 parts. Yu Qianshu stated with unruffled composure. If Xiao Luo Min declines this task, I shall have to seek a more capable individual. We shall accept. Fearing Yu Qianshu might change his mind, Old Feng hastily agreed. This 8th grade black jade elixir was only seen a month ago at the Tian Bao Pavilion auction, where it was purchased by a mysterious figure for 1 million middle grade spirit stones. This elixir can break through any realm below the transformation stage. It is truly a rarity. Not to mention, many individuals have sought to publish tasks within Xiao Luo Min inquiring about other 8th grade elixirs and the whereabouts of the alchemist capable of refining them. Yet, even the all-powerful Xiao Luo Min has no information on this matter. Oh, how rash! I have yet to specify whose life I intend to take. Yu Qianshu replied nonchalantly. Yu Xiaoyu, please do enlighten us. Old Feng pressed. My target is the mastermind behind the assassination of the demon sovereign, a task published in the Tian Yu Su 4 months ago. Yu Qianshu coldly inquired. That mastermind could publish tasks here and maintain confidentiality with you. Their background must be quite formidable. Is Xiao Luo Min willing to accept such a task? Old Feng was left stunned, taking several seconds to regain his composure. A genius 8th grade alchemist under 20 years of age? Is such a person truly existent? How can you provide proof? Do you possess an identity token for an alchemist? Old Feng was genuinely concerned that this youth might be boasting. Haha, I have never taken the alchemist qualification exam, so I cannot prove my identity in that regard. If you wish for me to refine an elixir before you, what proof would you require? However, I can show you something. Yu Qianshu conjured a cauldron, using a chant to open the lid. Inside, the flames roared like a crimson lotus, emanating a mysterious and ancient spiritual fire. The red fire is a highly advanced variant of exotic flame, existing solely in higher realms. In the realm of cultivation, only alchemists proficient in 8th grade alchemy or above can tame the red fire and harness it within a cauldron for refining elixirs. Master Yu, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Old Feng hurriedly corrected himself, addressing Yu Qianshu with newfound respect. The way he transformed from Yu Xiaoyu to Master Yu was remarkable. In that moment, Old Feng's gaze toward Yu Qianshu was imbued with admiration, even a hint of reverence and excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. That figure, without a doubt, possesses an extraordinary status beyond common imagination. If this task were requested by an ordinary person, we would certainly decline. However, if it is a task for Master Yu, we are willing to accept it. After all, that individual merely paid for confidentiality and not for personal safety. Old Feng remarked with a smile. Confidentiality fees and safety fees are worlds apart. Oomph. You at Xiao Luo Min only see the cent of coin. Both parties' funds are entirely yours to claim. Yu Qianshu scoffed. One might also say we simply maintain clear accounts. Excluding charges beyond our fees is certainly not within our protective scope. Old Feng cunningly explained, yet it was reasonable. This is merely a commercial rhetoric that ultimately grants Xiao Luo Min the final say. I may not know who the mastermind is, but Xiao Luo Min is aware. The Beiming sword demon knows as well. I trust Xiao Luo Min would not sully its reputation for fleeting fame. Would it? Yu Qianshu asked. Certainly not. I assure you, Xiao Luo Min will fairly assess whether the task has been completed, without any deceit. Old Feng stated firmly. Excellent. Yu Qianshu continued. I am well acquainted with the Beiming sword demon. You may convey this message to him verbatim. I know he not only requires the 8th grade Black Jade elixir, but also needs the 8th grade Huan Yin elixir. The items he seeks can only be provided by me, as I am also the one who refines the 8th grade Huan Yin elixir. If he deceives me, it bears no benefit for him. However, obtaining the 8th grade Huan Yin elixir from me will constitute a second task, contingent upon his successful completion of the first task. What a clever ploy! To have the individual executing the task against the demon sovereign turn around and assassinate the mastermind who instructed him in the previous task? Brilliant! For that mastermind, it would likely be the greatest affront. A month ago, Yu Qianshu refrained from producing the 8th grade Black Jade elixir and 8th grade Huan Yin elixir because they were not available on the market. Once the auction concluded and these two elixirs gained renown, their market value soared to 1 million middle-grade spirit stones, rendering them even more persuasive as rewards. Old Feng could not help but marvel. Yu Qianshu appeared slender and slight, yet his intellect was quite sharp. This scheme is truly a two-pronged approach. Aware that Yu Qianshu hails from the Tian Mo Dian, whose master is the demon sovereign, it is only fitting that a member of the Tian Mo Dian seeks revenge for the fallen sovereign. Old Feng had checked on Yu Qianshu and learned that he had recently pledged allegiance to a new master named Mo Yin. With a new master, yet still harboring thoughts of avenging the old, this individual displays remarkable loyalty and sentimentality. You may also inform the Bei Hai Ming Mo that I refine the elixirs. He will surely approach the task with greater enthusiasm. Yu Qianshu smiled faintly. Though he smiled, the expression did not reach his eyes, harboring an indescribable chill and latent resentment. Master Yu, rest assured, we will persuade the Beiming sword demon. Should he decline, we shall return both 8th grade Black Jade elixirs in full. Old Feng cautiously cradled the vial of elixirs, fearful of shattering it with a mere misstep. Xiao Luo Min's agreement to undertake this task indicates that the mastermind has first excluded Xiao Luo Min from consideration. Baifu. After these two acknowledged Mo Yin as their master, they were assigned to work under Yu Qianshu and given Yu Qianshu's prior position as their object of flattery. Their demeanor was naturally amiable. Yu Qianshu responded softly, and upon entering the Bai residence, he removed his mask and exchanged his black cloak for his original attire. He gently remarked, "Let us proceed to visit the young master." The two prominent figures followed him like mere attendants. Although Yu Qianshu had emerged from seclusion half a month prior, the sight still astonished the servants of the Bai residence. Were they unaware of who their master, by Xiaoxiao, was? He stood high above, unafraid of even the great sects, Tianbao Pavilion, or the Shura sect, treating all with equal regard. He was the astute and courageous lord of Jintang City. Despite their eyes being accustomed to such sights, they could only discern that Yu Qianshu was a Jindan stage cultivator, struggling to imagine what extraordinary qualities he possessed beyond his youth and delicate appearance. However, as servants, they were not meant to ponder too much or ask too many questions. Chapter 78. The young master's snack list expands. The group moved toward the back mountain, arriving at the cave where Mo Yin was in seclusion. A kite landed at Yu Qianshu's feet, and two little girls ran over giggling to retrieve it. Who else could they be but his young master and her little companion? The two children were playing exuberantly. Lu Xiaoxiao's face flushed a rosy hue, resembling a small apple. Generally, cultivators possess far superior physiques compared to ordinary individuals, making it improbable for them to become breathless after a brief sprint. The only explanation is that these two little girls utilized supernatural abilities to play with the kite, which naturally consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Xiaoxiao, you're here. Come play with the kite. Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight. It's so much fun. She had always cherished being close to Xiaoxiao, and upon seeing him, she darted forward like a little bird. Young master, I have matters to attend to. Let Xiaoxiao accompany you and play, Xiaoxiao said with a gentle smile. I have come to bring you some new flavored candies. Would you like to try? As he spoke, he conjured a spirit pill vial and handed it to Xiaoxiao. Is there something to eat? And a new flavor? Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with excitement. She eagerly unscrewed the cap and poured out the spirit pills. Wow, they are purple spirit pills, glimmering under the sunlight like crystal grapes. The refreshing fruity aroma made Xiaoxiao's mouth water. Unable to resist, her chubby little hand grabbed one and popped it into her mouth, chewing with delight. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she cupped her round face, exclaiming joyfully, delicious. This is grape-flavored candy. Xiaoxiao was so enamored by the flavor that she was completely entranced. Xiaoxiao's alchemy skills have improved. They dissolve in the mouth now. How impressive. She gave a thumbs up to express her admiration for him. Young master, this is an 8th grade Zihundan, crafted from the Ziyin fruit acquired at Tianbao Pavilion. It has the effect of refining the soul and enhancing its quality, making it suitable as your daily snack, Xiaoxiao explained patiently. Wow, thank you, Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao beamed with delight. Hooray, my snack list has just gained another delightful addition. Realizing that good things should be shared with good friends, Xiaoxiao poured another pill and handed it to Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, try this delicious treat. Xiaoxiao was more eager for her friend to enjoy it than she was for herself. Xiaoxiao, intrigued by the 8th grade Zihundan, bit into it. Moments later, her spirit felt so comfortable it was as if she could float away, and disregarding her image as a refined young lady from Tianbao Pavilion, she clenched her little fists and shouted with glee, so delicious. The backdrop seemed to conjure an active volcano, complete with effects of flowing lava and sparks. The reactions of these little girls were increasingly exaggerated, leaving Xiaoxiao and Bai Changqiu dumbfounded. Qian'e, eat. Seeing Xiaoxiao enjoying the treat, Xiaoxiao felt particularly joyful, as if her favorite thing had received validation. She poured another pill for Xiaoxiao. However, Xiaoxiao gently grasped her hand and softly cautioned, Young master, you must not. The potency of this 8th grade spirit pill is 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary Zihundan. A typical cultivator can only endure a single 8th grade spirit pill in their lifetime. For instance, if consumed in excess, the soul cannot withstand it and would shatter, leading to death. This applies not only to the 8th grade Zihundan, but also to the 8th grade Honglingguadan, Bayandan, and Heiyudan. Only you, with your extraordinary constitution, can consume 8th grade spirit pills as if they were mere candy without any adverse effects. Startled, Xiaoxiao quickly withdrew her hand, realizing she nearly made a grave mistake that could have harmed her dear friend. All along, Xiaoxiao had treated the 8th grade spirit pills as candy, consuming them in handfuls, fostering the misconception that more was better. It turned out that this was an exception solely for her. Lord, you a month ago, you only retrieved one 8th grade Bayandan and one 8th grade Heiyudan from Tianbao Pavilion. Was it not to prevent blind consumption? Xiaoxiao asked in astonishment. Of course not. I do not concern myself with others' lives. I merely sought to inflate the market value of the 8th grade spirit pills. Moreover, these spirit pills are my creations, intended solely for the young master. I only brought out 2 for convenience in future dealings, Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly. He reserved his sunny smile for Mo Yin and Xiaoxiao alone. Apart from them, and his brother with whom he shared a soul, he exhibited indifference, even coldness, towards others. Xiaoxiao felt a chill run down his spine. Why did Xiaoxiao, seemingly frail, sometimes exude an inscrutable aura akin to Lord Mo Yin? Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao gasped, clutching Xiaoxiao's hand, anxiously inquiring, Qian'e, I previously gave you 5 black chocolate candies. How many did you eat? The black chocolate candies were equivalent to 8th grade Heiyudan, worth 1 million middle grade spirit stones each. Just 1. The other 4 were taken by father. Xiaoxiao replied. Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson, awkwardly smiling as he said, Daughter, Why do you make it sound like your father is a villain who snatched your candy? Look, Lord, you said each spirit pill is meant for one person. What your father did was for your own good. Is that so? You certainly did not say that back then. Xiaoxiao glared at Xiaoxiao with dissatisfaction. Daughter, these 8th grade spirit pills are precious. You have already consumed one and advanced to the gene dance stage. Consuming more will likely yield no further effect. It will be better for your father to handle the remaining 4 spirit pills. As a condition, how about lifting the punishment of not being allowed to go out for 3 months? This was the same tactic Xiaoxiao used to coax Xiaoqianer into relinquishing her spirit pills. Clearly, it was her father who had tricked her out of her candy. Xiaoxiao desperately winked at Xiaoqianer, as if to say, does your father not have any pride? My dear, be good and let us not expose the truth. Fine, fine, your skin is thicker than mine. Father, Xiaoqianer decided to let her father off the hook. However, it must be said that Xiaoxiao's inadvertent actions had indirectly saved Xiaoqianer's life. Had he not taken the remaining 4 8th grade Heyu, allowing her to consume them like candy, she would have been in dire straits. Reflecting on this, Xiaoxiao felt a lingering fear. Watching as Xiaoxiao's daughter not only received 5 8th grade Heyu, but had also consumed 1 8th grade Zihun Dan, Bai Changqiu could not help but feel envious. This amounted to 6 8th grade spirit pills, equivalent to 6 million middle grade spirit stones. Truly, those who are close to water enjoy the first catch. Unfortunately, he had spent years indulging in leisure, and now, focused on building Jintang City, he had little interest in familial bonds. Unmarried and childless, he regretted not marrying and having children sooner, for then he could have sent his little ones to befriend the young master. It was a strategic miscalculation. Chapter 79, Treating Subordinates Equally by Changqiu, was lamenting the fact that he had yet to acquire even a single 8th grade spirit pill. Moreover, his young master, Xiaoxiao, was an insatiable gourmand. Ordinary spirit food could hardly satiate her appetite. She required lavish offerings of rare treasures daily. Fortunately, he had the backing of the old Xia family. And even though Xiaoxiao consumed spirit food worth millions of middle-grade spirit stones each day, they could afford it. However, if this continued, they would eventually deplete their resources. To Bai Changqiu and Xiaoxiao's relief, Yu Qianshu emerged from seclusion half a month early. An 8th grade spirit pill could provide sustenance far surpassing that of millions of middle-grade spirit stones. With the 8th grade spirit pills refined by Lord Yu given to the young master as treats, their burden was significantly alleviated. Dragon blood had no effect on the little one. Now, they fully comprehended the meaning behind Lord Moyin's words, which they had previously thought were a jest. It was unimaginable what Lord Moyin fed the young master to nurture her to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Seeing Bai Changqiu's envious yet complex expression, Yu Qianshu understood his sentiments. Both Xiaoxiao and Bai Changqiu were talents personally recruited by Lord Moyin, and it was rare for Lord Moyin to bestow such trust upon them, allowing them to await his orders. To lay a solid foundation for Lord Moyin's grand endeavors, it was imperative to treat talents equitably. Master Xia, Mayor Bai, Yu Qianshu called gently. What are your orders, Lord Yu? Xiaoxiao and Bai Changqiu inquired respectfully. Yu Qianshu extended his hand, conjuring 4 bottles of 8th grade spirit pills from thin air. With a slight push of his finger, 2 bottles floated before each of them. Each bottle contained 100 spirit pills. I shall give each of you 100 8th grade Heixin pills and 100 8th grade Zihan pills. Although I have yet to comprehend 9th grade alchemy since my breakthrough to the golden core stage, the quality of these 8th grade spirit pills has improved significantly, warranting their classification as super 8th grade spirit pills. Consuming super 8th grade Heyu pills can enhance the constitution of those at the transformation stage, while super 8th grade Zihan pills can elevate the quality of souls at the void refinement stage or below. Of course, even those at the void refinement stage can only consume one of each spirit pill in their lifetime. The consequences of exceeding this limit are dire. Yu Qianshu paused before continuing solemnly. Each of you may only consume one, yet I still provide you with 100 of each. Can you guess the reason? Lord Yu, do you wish for us to seek out loyal and exceptionally talented individuals for focus cultivation? Xiaoxiao replied swiftly. Precisely, Yu Qianshu affirmed calmly. Even a dragon god like Lord Moyin, blessed by the heavens, can encounter misfortune and fall to the mortal realm, suffering severe injuries to his primordial spirit. I shudder to think of the formidable enemies he faces. Since you have pledged your loyalty to Lord Moyin, you must prepare yourselves mentally. Our future adversaries will be his enemies, while our foes remain in the upper realm and have yet to discover this place. We must seize the time to strengthen ourselves and cultivate our own influence. Rest assured, Lord Yu, we will ensure this task is accomplished, Bai Changqiu declared passionately. Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at Yu Qianshu with admiration. She was taken aback by how considerate he was toward Lord Moyan, always thinking of his needs. You are so clever, Xiaoshu. From now on, you shall be our strategist. Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed innocently, her sparkling eyes sincerely fixed upon Yu Qianshu. Of course, I am the steward of our little ship. Yu Qianshu replied proudly, his expression softening whenever he beheld the clarity in the young master's eyes, akin to moonlight. He relished his role as a steward and found joy in it. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from deep within the cave. Momens-late. The heavy barrier of the cave shattered like glass, splintering into 1,000 pieces. An aura from the nascent soul stage burst forth, forming a dragon-like vortex. The power radiating outward from the cave's center and sweeping across the surroundings, stirring up dust and debris. In the sky above, the dragon of spiritual energy transformed at times into a wind vortex, sweeping across the ground like 1,000 blades, and at other times into a fire dragon, raining down crimson flames that consumed all. It also morphed into a water dragon, unleashing torrential rains that extinguished the flames, and then into a snow dragon, blanketing the world in a serene white. Fortunately, the barrier of the Bai residence contained this celestial phenomenon. Otherwise, if the forces of wind, fire, rain, and snow were unleashed outside, countless low-level cultivators or ordinary mortals would suffer grievous injuries or perish. It was no surprise that the Master's power was so astonishing upon breaking into the nascent soul stage. Xiaoxiao was utterly astounded. Old Xia, enough with the chatter. The Bai residence's barrier is about to fail. We must assist. Bai Changqiu exclaimed, already gesturing to reinforce the barrier. Seeing the cracks forming in the barrier, Xiaoxiao wasted no time and joined the effort to mend it. After all, they were powerful beings at the transformation stage, and they managed to withstand the fluctuations of the nascent soul power. However, as the disturbance settled, a dark, ominous thundercloud appeared above the Bai residence. The cloud brewed with a menacing intensity, heralding a dreadful tribulation. Deep within the cave, Moyan sat cross-legged, his brow furrowing slightly as he opened his luminous, obsidian-like eyes to gaze upward. Just moments ago, he felt the lightning of tribulation lock onto him. It seemed that this nascent soul tribulation was unavoidable. A thunderous roar erupted. The first bolt of tribulation lightning descended, slender as a finger. The levels of tribulation lightning range from low to high, classified by colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The act of cultivating immortality itself is a defiance against the heavens. Hence the heavens impose tribulations as obstacles. The more transcendent one's power, the more fearsome the tribulation lightning that descends. Overcoming it grants even greater strength. The first bolt of lightning was the highest grade, purple lightning, indicating that even the heavens held Lord Moyan in high regard. Moyan transformed into a black dragon, soaring into the sky and swallowing the purple lightning whole. Being a dragon, he could command the elements of wind, rain, fire, and snow, making him naturally more receptive to lightning than ordinary beings. This bolt of tribulation lightning inflicted no harm upon him. Instead, he refined it into his spiritual energy. Was this the true form of the master? How remarkable! Xiaoxiao and Bai Changqiu were left speechless. It was their first encounter with a legendary divine dragon from the upper realm. In that moment, Moyan had long since shed the image of the frail young dragon he once was. Having broken through to the nascent soul stage, his dragon form had grown significantly, stretching out to a length of 20 zhang. His black scales shimmered even in daylight, exuding an unparalleled divine power. Chapter 80. Yan Yan's nascent soul tribulation. Yan Yan is so handsome, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her sparkling eyes fixated on him. It had been a month since she last saw Yan Yan, and today she finally beheld him again. I really miss you, Yan Yan. Without a care in the world, she excitedly rushed toward him. Now that Yan Yan had grown larger, she was but a tiny figure unable to reach even his claws. Her little hands could only touch a patch of his abdominal scales. Just the slightest contact made Lu Xiaoxiao feel the difference in the black dragon scales. How wonderful! The black dragon scales have become sturdier. Yan Yan will be less prone to injury now. Gently caressing the black dragon scales, Lu Xiaoxiao beamed with joy, akin to a fresh flower blooming in the spring fields. Moyne was deeply moved. She was the only one who wept for his injuries. And now she was the only one joyous for his restored resilience. What kind of person is she, whose every smile and frown captivates his heart, drawing him deeper into her allure? Yet, even after Zilei was consumed by Mo Yin, the ominous clouds above by Fu remained unyielding. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by flashes of lightning, and 2 bolts of tribulation thunder descended. In fact, these were the second and third bolts of tribulation thunder, falling in an unbroken sequence, seemingly aiming to catch Mo Yin off guard. Little Xiao, this is perilous. In a moment of urgency, Mo Yin exhaled, transforming into a gust of ethereal wind, lifting Lu Xiaoxiao and gently depositing her at a safe distance. Meanwhile, he soared upward, confronting the 2 bolts of tribulation thunder head-on, opening his mighty jaws just in time to swallow them before they struck the ground. Yin Yin, are you all right? Lu Xiaoxiao expressed her deep concern, her gaze unwaveringly following him from afar. Mo Yin burped, releasing a puff of black smoke. Inside him, a mass of thunder fire churned fiercely. Fortunately, being a dragon impervious to water and fire, he swiftly extinguished the thunder fire using his spiritual power. In truth, undergoing tribulation is akin to a process of continual destruction and reconstruction of the body. While painful, enduring it leads to a more robust form. Thus, the injury sustained could ultimately be advantageous. Having experienced countless battles, Mo Yin had long since grown numb to such superficial wounds. Her affection for Yin Yin made her unable to bear seeing him hurt. It pained her heart. Yin Yin, are you injured? Lu Xiaoxiao noticed smoke rising from certain areas of the black dragon's body, realizing the immense power of the tribulation thunder. Had Yin Yan's new scales almost faltered? It's nothing, Mo Yin reassured her through gritted teeth. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened, tears welling up. How could he say he was fine? Some of his scales have been scorched. How many more bolts of tribulation thunder are there? Lu Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. There are a total of 7 bolts, Mo Yin replied gravely. Each subsequent bolt will be more perilous than the last. Before he could even refine the thunderous spiritual energy within him, the ominous clouds above darkened further. As if brewing something ominous, Mo Yin broke into a sweat. He recalled that the previous level of tribulation thunder was capable of turning a cultivator in the tribulation stage into ashes. The heavens certainly held him in high regard. Having only just reached the Yuaning stage, he should not be subjected to tribulation thunder meant for those in the tribulation stage. Tribulation thunder possesses a unique characteristic. Once it locks onto a target, it unleashes indiscriminate attacks within a certain radius, intensifying in power as the energy within that range increases. Mo Yin cast a glance at Xiaoxiao and by Xiaoxiao, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. Both were cultivators in the transformation stage. With a scowl, Montakian belot Xiaoxiao by Xiaoxiao. You two better get as far away from me as possible. Do you wish to put me in peril? With transformation stage experts present, the tribulation clouds will perceive my Yuan-Ing stage as possessing transformation stage strength, doubled. The clouds will unleash tribulation thunder upon me with 1,000-fold intensity. Master, forgive us. It was not our intention. Xiaoxiao and by Xiaoxiao were thoroughly frightened. Xiaoxiao, holding Xia Qianer in one hand and gripping Yu Qianshu with the other, hastily retreated from the battlefield, instructing Bai Changxiu, Old Bai, go save Xiaoxiao. Leave it to me. Bai Changxiu reached out towards Lu Xiaoxiao as she widened her eyes, gazing at the ominous clouds above, now brewing the 3rd round of tribulation thunder. No way. Is the tribulation cloud about to unleash another batch of thunder? The dark clouds stretched ominously, broadening like a waterfall, as if intent on engulfing the entire Bai Fu in thunder. 3 bolts of purple tribulation thunder, each a yard wide, surged within the clouds like a writhing purple dragon. The previous bolt, as wide as a bowl, had already injured Yin Yan. If this deluge of thunder struck him, he would surely be scorched. Little master, you must not. Bai Changxiu exclaimed in alarm, torn between rushing to help and recalling Mo Yin's warning. Transformation stage cultivators near someone undergoing the Yuaning tribulation would signal the clouds to unleash even more formidable thunder. In that moment, Bai Changxiu found himself at a loss. Little one, it's dangerous. Do not approach. Mo Yin sensed the little figure rushing towards him and swept his tail lightly, attempting to shoo her away. However, to his surprise, Lu Xiaoxiao, though appearing as a clumsy little bundle, leapt gracefully into the air, soaring like a bird. With her tiny arms flapping and her feet flailing, she resembled a fledgling learning to fly, landing atop the black dragon's head. "Little one, when did you learn to fly?" Mo Yin marveled. "Just now." Lu Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips, laughing triumphantly. "Yin Yin, am I impressive?" Her silly demeanor remained adorably endearing. Mo Yin felt a surge of emotion. He never expected her to be willing to face the Tribulation thunder alongside him. One of his reasons for disdain towards humans was their insatiable nature. The higher their cultivation and the longer their lifespans, the more they clung to life, seeking to prolong their existence. Thus, such courage and loyalty, even among sworn partners, were rare. Mo Yin gazed deeply into Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes. A joy he had never felt before blossomed within him, and he chuckled softly. "Xiaoxiao, you truly are remarkable. Your greatest strength lies in your unawareness of just how formidable you are." "Huh?" Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Mo Yan's words today sounded almost like a tongue twister. She felt she understood, yet also did not. In any case, she could only ascertain that Yin Yin was likely praising her. Chapter 81. The Little One Consumes the Thunder. "Little one, if you do not leave now, it will be too late. I understand your intentions. You have done enough." Mo Yin spoke earnestly. "I refuse." Lu Xiaoxiao adamantly declined. How could she stand by and watch as Mo Yin was bullied by the Tribulation thunder? She cannot allow it. "Even if you are thunder, you cannot harm Yin Yin." Lu Xiaoxiao furiously pointed at the ominous clouds. Her sweet, youthful voice rang out loudly. Mo Yin wanted to retort, "Little one, no matter how adorable you are, you cannot sway the Tribulation thunder." Thunder rumbled ominously as if the clouds had heard Lu Xiaoxiao's voice, suddenly erupting in fury. 3 bolts of purple Tribulation thunder intertwining and cascading down like a torrential waterfall. "Little child, dare you challenge my authority? Let you taste the wrath of the Tribulation thunder." A voice from deep within the clouds seemed to mock her. "This is bad." He attempted to brush Lu Xiaoxiao away, but it was too late. The skies were cloaked in purple Tribulation thunder. Lu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes, employing the microscopic techniques taught by the tree spirit A Wang to observe the approaching thunder. To her surprise, she realized that Tribulation thunder is also a form of spiritual energy, albeit purple and imbued with lightning attributes. Since it was spiritual energy, she could handle it. She extended her tiny hand, waving in the air as if fishing in water. She felt the electric energy drawing nearer. In a fleeting moment, her mind sparked with clarity. She understood. Amid the deafening roars of the purple Tribulation thunder, it transformed into a Tribulation dragon, rushing toward Lu Xiaoxiao with a fearsome roar, ready to devour her. With a light jump, she evaded its grasp, then deftly floated before the Tribulation dragon, seizing its nose with her small hand. What had once been mere lightning now appeared tangible, as she made contact with it. Facing the Tribulation dragon head-on. "Are you not scorched?" The mocking voice from within the clouds echoed again. Little did the clouds know what was about to unfold. Lu Xiaoxiao seemed like an insulator. Not a trace of the lightning's power harmed her. With a firm press of her chubby little hand, the Tribulation dragon's nose caved in as if it were made of balloon material. "Ha! It truly works." Lu Xiaoxiao beamed with pride, declaring, "Naughty thunder. Take that for bullying Yin Yin." Before her, 2 delicate hands pressed firmly against the head of the Jielong, vigorously rubbing it repeatedly until it transformed into a mass of purple cotton. The Jielong's tail writhed like an eel, struggling to escape, yet ultimately succumbed to the fate of being entwined within the cottony sphere. In the end, the magnificent Jiele was shaped into a ball of purple spiritual energy by Lu Xiaoxiao's relentless efforts. Her chubby little hands applied pressure, compressing the energy until it coalesced into a tiny purple bead. The bead's surface crackled with lively sparks of electricity. Heavens! A mere human child has captured Jiele with her bare hands and molded it into a bead? Such an extraordinary event has never transpired since the inception of the Tianyu realm. Bai Changxiu and the distant Xia Xueshan rubbed their eyes, convinced they were witnessing an illusion. The little one, Mo Yin, was equally astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. Could it be? "Little one, who are you to possess such command over Jiele? Is there a deity among the Lei clan who has descended to the mortal realm for training? A voice from the depths of the Jia Yun pondered aloud. Unimaginable occurrences seemed far from over, as the little bundle curiously engaged with the Lei Zhu. Lei Zu, you resemble a purple lightning candy. She chirped innocently, striking up a conversation with the bead. The bead, overwhelmed with trepidation, trembled and whimpered, "Woo, I am GLA. Not a candy." Unfortunately, due to the disparity of their species, the little one could not comprehend the Lei language. Lu Xiaoxiao patted her little belly and mused. "Speaking of candy, I am indeed a bit hungry. I wonder if you're edible?" "Yam Jiali. I cannot be eaten." The Lei Zhu protested vehemently, struggling in vain. However, her plump little fingers clutched it tightly, rendering it immobile. Panic surged within the bead as the little one had exerted great effort to capture GLA, desperately needing to replenish her energy with delicious snacks. Instinctively, she lifted the bead to her nose and inhaled deeply. "How delightful! It smells like taro. It must be delicious." Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with desire as she swallowed hard. "Woo, I am not fragrant, nor am I tasty." The Lei Zhu felt a chill run through it, contemplating its fate. If it had eyes, they would now be crossed in despair. The greatest humiliation it had ever endured was not being defeated by those undergoing tribulation, but rather being regarded as mere food by a human child, and a lowly taro-flavored one at that. Seeing the little one's expression, Mo Yin grew anxious. "Little one, you can't possibly want to eat GLA, can you? You mustn't eat indiscriminately," he urged, but it was too late. Lu Xiaoxiao tossed the Lei Zhu into her mouth, squinting her eyes with joy as she chewed. The little lightning crackled delightfully in her mouth, a playful and tasty experience. Once the sparks subsided and the Lei Zhu melted into a sweet syrup, she swallowed it whole, feeling her belly brim with satisfaction. The area known as Qi Hai was suddenly filled with purple spiritual energy. "Yin Yin, I'm perfectly fine," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, lifting her head and flashing a naive smile at Mo Yin. From this angle, she resembled a fledgling just fed, her expression one of pure contentment, adorably tousled and endearing. Mo Yin cradled Lu Xiaoxiao and gently descended from the air as the breeze danced around them, carrying the fallen leaves and blossoms of the forest in a whimsical swirl. Even from a distance, Yu Qianshu observed this tender scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of affection. Mo Yin smiled warmly. "Little one, thank you." "For what? I merely lent a hand. I was a bit greedy." Lu Xiaoxiao blushed and replied. Initially, she had feared that Yin Yin might scold her for disobeying and impulsively eating something. To her surprise, Yin Yin expressed gratitude. She knew that Yin Yin was typically aloof, rarely displaying such demeanor. Merely a trifling act? Bai Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao nearly stumbled upon hearing that. "Little master, please. You just devoured 3 bolts of GLA in one go," Xiaoxiao remarked, utterly speechless. "Is this what you call a trifling act?" "Indeed, the realm of deities is beyond our comprehension," Bai Xiaoxiao chuckled. They were not astonished when Mo Yin consumed the first bolt of GLA, as he hailed from the upper realm and was a divine dragon, inherently capable of withstanding lightning. However, Lu Xiaoxiao was simply a human child, and for her to devour GLA with the same ease as a divine dragon was truly unprecedented. Chapter 82. The Hierarchy of Worlds. Observing Lu Xiaoxiao's nonchalant demeanor as she consumed GLA, it appeared far easier for her than for Mo Yin. If GLA could be treated as candy, it was no wonder that consuming 8th-tier spiritual pills posed no issue. Today, they had finally gained profound insight into the concept of the Hierarchy of Worlds. Now, Bai Xiaoxiao reasonably speculated that this little friend might, like Mo Yin, be a being from the upper realm. Suddenly, he recalled the scene a month prior when Elder Masha confronted Lord Mo Yin. At that time, even when Elder Masha hurled a spiritual energy bead, it failed to harm the little master and the others. Bai Xiaoxiao wiped the sweat from his brow. The result was evident. No matter how formidable Elder Masha's spiritual energy bead was, it could not surpass GLA. Could it? Xiaoxiao sighed. As they reflected on this, both men felt their faces flush with embarrassment, realizing that their attempts to establish superiority before the little master and Lord Mo Yin a month ago were merely a display of folly. Bai Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao simultaneously wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, feeling utterly humiliated. No wonder once they aligned themselves with Lord Mo Yin, he hardly felt the need to direct them, instead placing them under Yu Qianshu's command. Now, Bai Xiaoxiao felt as though he had split into two. one finger pointing at the other and scolding, "Oh, by, dare I ask, in the eyes of Lord Mo Yin, do you truly deserve only to serve as an errand runner for Master Yu? You are utterly useless." In the sky, Jie Yun's forehead contorted into a large frown of irritation. Observing the crowd below, bustling with embraces and conversations, entirely disregarding its presence, it seethed with anger. It roared several times, sending forth thunderous echoes to announce its continued existence. The crowd suddenly recalled that the fourth, fifth, and sixth bolts of GLA had just descended. With a total of 7 bolts to contend with, this meant the final bolt was yet to arrive. According to the principle that each subsequent bolt is more fearsome than the last, the 7th bolt would likely surpass the combined terror of the previous 6. Little one, my Yuaning Jie has yet to pass. You must cease this commotion. Montakyang commanded Standi. No, I want to fight the thunder with Yin Yin, Lu Xiaoxiao declared stubbornly. Moreover, Yin Yin, you cannot have double standards. It's only permissible for you to eat GLA while forbidding me from doing so. I am growing tall and need to eat more to grow quickly. The little one spoke earnestly, yet with an air of authority. For a moment, Mo Yin found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Lu Xiaoxiao as rebuttal. He had always focused on finding provisions for his little spiritual companion, even venturing to Tianbao Pavilion for rare resources. Now, a grand feast lay before him, and it was free. How could he not cherish it? If he let this opportunity slip, he would undoubtedly regret it. I understand. Then let us share this grand feast together. Mo Yin chuckled with a hint of exasperation. This little one was even more stubborn than himself. Perhaps worrying about her was indeed unnecessary. That's right, Yin Yin. Lu Xiaoxiao beamed with delight. Nothing brought her more joy than sharing a meal with Yin Yin. Jie Yun, release the thunder. I'm still hungry. Lu Xiaoxiao shouted defiantly, resembling a child banging a bowl, eagerly awaiting her meal. Jie Yun even perceived that the little one was salivating in anticipation. It appeared that its GLA was truly regarded as some exquisite delicacy. At this moment, the ominous cloud of calamity appeared rather timid. Just a while ago, it had unleashed a formidable and substantial purple tribulation lightning. Though more potent forms of lightning existed, the Tianyuji was merely a low-level realm incapable of withstanding them. It could hardly annihilate the entire Tianyuji merely to eliminate these 2 bothersome individuals. Should it do so, its master would undoubtedly reduce it to mere fragments. With a resounding rumble, the 7th bolt of tribulation lightning descended. Observing the fierce demeanor of the calamity cloud, everyone anticipated the 7th bolt would transform into some fearsome beast. To their surprise, the purple tribulation lightning that descended was merely as thin as a hair. Moreover, this slender bolt dissipated into the air before even reaching Mo Yin's head, vanishing as if it had exhausted its energy. Mo Yin was left utterly speechless, wondering if even the calamity cloud had taken to feigning strength. Soon after, the dark clouds dispersed, restoring the sunlight and clear skies. The tribulation for Mo Yin's Yuan Ying concluded so abruptly. Was it over? Surely not. I have yet to be satiated. Lu Xiaoxiao's large, watery eyes were filled with disappointment. My purple tribulation lightning is incredibly precious. How could I simply bestow it upon you too as a meal? How absurd. The calamity cloud grumbled from its hidden crevice. It now regretted having given away too much of the purple tribulation lightning. What if another defiant individual sought to transcend in the future? Fortunately, it was clever enough. The process required 7 bolts of tribulation lightning to be released. As long as it unleashed 7, it had fulfilled its duty, with no stipulation on the quantity of each bolt. Thus, the 7th bolt was smoothly passed by Mo Yin due to the calamity cloud's laziness. Everyone gathered around to congratulate Mo Yin. Congratulations, Lord Mo Yin, on successfully overcoming the Yuan Ying tribulation. The vibrant atmosphere left Mo Yin feeling somewhat out of place. In the past, in the upper realm, he had grown accustomed to living in solitude, relishing his loneliness, and believing he did not require the company of others. Yet now, he found this bustling environment quite delightful. The appreciation for solitude and the enjoyment of merriment were separated only by Lu Xiaoxiao. Unbeknownst to him, he was gradually influenced and assimilated by Lu Xiaoxiao. Little one, do not be disheartened. If you enjoy consuming tribulation lightning, when your godfather undergoes his tribulation next time, I shall ensure you feast upon all of it. Xiaoxiao. Really? Thank you, godfather. You are so kind to me. Lu Xiaoxiao beamed innocently. Little master, I am also willing to offer you all my tribulation lightning, should you desire it, by Xiaoxiao eagerly volunteered. What are you joking about? Did you not witness the little master's prowess? No matter how strong the tribulation lightning, she can consume it and even scare it away in the end. With the little master safeguarding our tribulation, how could we fear failure? Thank you, Uncle Bai. You're also very kind. Lu Xiaoxiao was blissfully unaware of the cunning nature of these two elders, genuinely believing that her godfather and uncle Bai were sincerely inviting her to enjoy their lightning candy. And she was filled with joy. Upon hearing the title Uncle Bai, Xiaoxiao felt a mix of bittersweet emotions. He was saddened that he wished for the little girl to call him brother, considering he was neither that old nor should have been addressed as uncle. Yet he was delighted that, thanks to old Xia, he had finally established a connection with this little deity, potentially gaining some heavenly luck. The next day, Mo Yin resolved to depart from Jintang City, heading towards the ancient secret realm of Guzhou in the western part of Tainuji. Firstly, within the Guzhou secret realm lay the Qinglong sword he sought. Secondly, it was an ancient site left behind by powerful cultivators, rich in rare treasures, which would serve as high-quality sustenance for his spirit pets. The entrance to the Guzhou secret realm opened only once every 10 years. Fortunately, Mo Yin and his companions were fortunate enough to coincide with the year of its opening, with only a month remaining. Jintang City, located in the southern part of Tainuji, was approximately a 10-day journey from the Guzhou secret realm. If they set off now, they could easily arrive before the entrance opened. Upon hearing of Mo Yan's plan to venture into the Guzhou secret realm, Xiaoxiao and Bai Xiaoxiao appeared before him. The privileges of following Lord Mo Yan had been exceptional. They had received a drop of dragon blood and 200 superior-grade spirit pills. Yet, they had not yet achieved any notable accomplishments and felt undeserving of such gifts. Consequently, they both sought to distinguish themselves in front of Mo Yan. Lord Mo Yan, the Guzhou secret realm not only harbors perilous high-tier spirit beasts, but may also house formidable beings of unfathomable cultivation. Should conflicts arise over treasures, we might inevitably face fierce battles, posing considerable risks. Allow me and Old Bai to serve as your guards, Xiaoxiao volunteered. Indeed, Lord Mo Yan. Old Xia makes a valid point. With our protection, you would undoubtedly be much safer, Bai Xiaoxiao concurred. That won't be necessary, Mo Yin firmly declined. Why not, Lord Mo Yin? Xiaoxiao sensed a hint of disdain in Mo Yan's brief refusal and felt somewhat disheartened. After all, he was the master of Tianbao Pavilion, and Old Bai was the lord of Jintang City. Both held significant status and power, so this rejection was unexpected. Yu Qinshu smiled and said, Lord Xia, Lord Bai, do you believe the purple tribulation lightning is more formidable than you? Of course, the purple tribulation lightning is powerful. It is the tribulation lightning that descends for those at the tribulation stage, they replied in unison. After speaking, both felt their faces flush, realizing the implication of Yu Qinshu's words. Yesterday, when Lord Mo Yin underwent his Yuan-ing tribulation, the calamity cloud had summoned the purple tribulation lightning meant for those at the tribulation stage, yet failed to defeat either Mo Yin or Lu Xiaoxiao, who had consumed the lightning, ultimately scaring off the cloud. The seventh bolt of lightning was indeed utterly cowardly. Those capable of overcoming the purple tribulation lightning did not require the protection of a nascent soul cultivator. I trust you have yet to refine the dragon blood I bestowed upon you. Fear not, there will be opportunities for you in the future, but for now, focus on enhancing your strength. Mo Yin said nonchalantly. We understand, they replied, their heads bowed in embarrassment. Besides improving their own cultivation, they also had tasks assigned by Yu Qinshu to nurture their own influence. In truth, they had much to accomplish. With their attempt to volunteer unsuccessful, the two no longer pressed the issue. Prior to their departure, however, they eagerly prepared supplies. Lu Xiaoxiao had long harbored a dream of having a toy room and a candy room. Now the two rooms on the little broken ship were finally completed. The toys and candies were generously provided by Xiaoxiao and by Xiaoxiao, filling the spaces to the brim. These toys were all wondrous treasures with minor divine abilities, and the candies were all spirit food, collectively worth a significant fortune, yet they paled in comparison to the gifts they had received from Mo Yin. Moreover, Xiaoxiao was Lu Xiaoxiao's godfather. It was only natural for a godfather to present toys and candies to his goddaughter, so there was no need to be overly concerned. Lord Mo Yin, this is our Tianbao Pavilion's Tianbao token. please be sure to take it with you. In every city within the Tainyuji, we have branches of Tianbao Pavilion. Presenting this token is akin to presenting myself. You may summon our members to assist you at any time. With this token, you will find traversing any city in Tainyuji to be exceedingly convenient, avoiding many unnecessary troubles. Xiaoxiao respectfully offered a jade tablet to Mo Yin. Thank you. Mo Yin accepted it. This token was indeed quite practical. In future visits to any city, he could stay at Tianbao Pavilion, where the accommodations would not be subpar. Xiaoxiao, feeling envious, seized the opportunity to curry favor with old Xia. He only had Jintang City, and once outside its borders, he could not extend his hospitality elsewhere. As Xiaoxiao observed the flourishing stores of Xiaoxiao throughout the Tianyu realm, a sudden inspiration struck him. Should he not also seize several cities within this realm? This way, should the esteemed Mo Yin ever make his presence felt in one of those cities, he could graciously play the role of host. With a chuckle, he resolved to act upon this thought. Off they went. Mo Yin, cradling Lu Xiaoxiao, boarded the small rickety boat, while Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, and Xiaoqianer bid them farewell. Goodbye, Godfata, Unklebai, Kianea. Lu Xiaoxiao waved her tiny arms in farewell. All right then. Lu Xiaoxiao reluctantly waved her little paw. Thus, Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao embarked towards the Guzhao secret realm. The small boat flew steadily across the blue sky dotted with white clouds. Lu Xiaoxiao adored this forest-themed abode, reclining comfortably within a cozy tree pouch, while perusing the book she had discovered in the hungry ghost forest temple, titled The Self-Cultivation of the Demon King. She found the contents within to be quite enlightening, and as drowsiness overcame her, she eventually drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, she beheld a tall, indistinct figure advancing towards her with open arms. This presence felt remarkably familiar and nostalgic, prompting her to rush into the embrace of that figure. Good baby, I have finally found you. The person spoke in a gentle tone. She was a bear raised within the forest, the offspring of early-stage Qi refinement spirit bears. After her parents' demise, she had grown up alone in the hungry ghost forest. As sleep enveloped her, a sudden cracking sound resonated from her body, and to her astonishment, she had reached the foundation establishment stage. Good baby, when you turn to the last page of the book, you will understand. I await the day you come to find me, that voice continued. Teddy Bear awoke from her dream, pondering the identity of the person who had visited her and the meaning behind their words. Driven by curiosity, she flipped to the last page of the book. There, she discovered a hidden pouch containing a tuft of brown fur. Intrigued, Teddy Bear took it out for inspection. Chapter 84. Both amusing and practical growth talisman strange. Why does this seem so familiar? By a twist of fate, Teddy Bear compared it with her own fur, realizing that both in appearance and aura, they were indistinguishable. Oh my heavens, is this not my own fur? This revelation startled Teddy Bear, leaving her to ponder whether there were secrets to her lineage. Holding the book, her gaze became vacant. The only certainty was that this book contained a strand of her fur, which had appeared in the temple for reasons yet unknown. Perhaps diligently reading through this tome would unveil more valuable information. With this thought in mind, Teddy Bear felt a surge of energy, banishing her drowsiness as she immersed herself in reading. Crossing from the western to the eastern regions of the Tianyu realm was a long journey, fraught with peril. There were always nefarious airborne pirates lurking, ready to ambush. These unfortunate pirates soon became mere tools for Lu Xiaoxiao's practice, their plunder contributing to Mo Yan's operational funds. For the steward, Yu Qianshu, even the tiniest mosquito was worth exploiting, extracting every ounce of their remaining value. Reminiscent of the fate that befell the group of pirates from the Bai Ku Heavenly Squad. Before long, 10 days had passed, and, through counter-ambush tactics, Yu Qianshu had amassed several million mid-grade spirit stones. Gradually, the small rickety boat gained notoriety among the airborne pirates. Dubbed the Pirate Hunter, it struck fear into the hearts of these marauders, who fled at the mere sight of it. One day, the small boat approached Hongguei City. As flying was prohibited over the city, Mo Yin concealed the vessel outside, and the group proceeded on foot. Hongguei City was the westernmost city of the Tianyu realm, closest to the Kaixia kingdom. Due to its strategic position spanning multiple realms, it was a bustling metropolis teeming with resources. The Guzhao secret realm lay within the Kaixia kingdom, and crossing into Hongguei City meant stepping into the territory of Kaixia. In Kaixia, prices resembled those of a tourist hotspot, often exceeding those outside. Thus, many cultivators, drawn from afar to the Gujiao secret realm, chose the prosperous Hongguei city as a supply stop. Mo Yin intended to explore Hongguei city, which would also serve as a trial for the little one. The vibrancy of Hongguei city rivaled that of Jintang city. Its proximity to the Kaixia kingdom infused it with exotic charm, characterized by luxurious architecture and vivid colors that captivated the senses. Spirit talismans for sale. Come one, come all, don't miss out. These are both affordable and authentic. A vendor shouted in the streets. Upon seeing Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao, the merchant's eyes lit up. Clad in dark attire, Mo Yin exuded an air of authority, suggesting a figure of significant stature. The little girl he held, despite her tender age of 4, was already in the qi refinement stage, a true prodigy, suggesting she hailed from a prestigious family or sect. The plush toy in her arms appeared to be a transformed Foundation establishment spirit beast. Their following servant was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. A Golden Core cultivator with sufficient experience in a minor sect could attain the status of an outer elder, indicating a respectable position. To treat a Foundation establishment spirit beast as a toy and a Golden Core cultivator as a servant was a privilege reserved for those of considerable standing. The astute merchant quickly discerned the significance of Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao, recognizing them as individuals of wealth. He approached them with enthusiasm. By your attire, you must be visitors from afar. I offer unique spirit talismans that are both practical and entertaining, guaranteed to provide you with unexpected delights. And these are exclusive to my shop. How unexpected? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. Noticing the child's interest, the merchant became animated. With a flourish of his hand, he produced a thick stack of spirit talismans, fanning them out like a deck of cards. Little one, I have just the thing for you. The growth talismans. In our cultivation world, many gifted children begin their journey early, entering the qi refinement stage before they reach 10 years of age, with some prodigies even advancing to the Foundation establishment stage. These children are filled with curiosity about this mysterious world, eager to explore. Yet, many places and activities are not suitable for children. The growth technique is an advanced skill not all young cultivators can master. However, the growth talismans are different. Anyone with the ability to manipulate spiritual energy can use them. They allow you to temporarily transform into an adult, letting you experience the joys of adulthood. Mo Yin found this invention rather trivial. His little spirit pet was charming as she was. Would using a talisman to enlarge her not result in undesirable effects? What if she ceased to be adorable? The thought of his grown spirit pet attempting to be cute was too much for him to imagine. Yet, his little spirit pet reacted differently. Wow, that sounds really fun. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened with excitement. At this age, human infants had yet to master their limbs. With short arms and legs that were not quite adept, she often found herself unable to reach for Mo Yin when she wished to embrace him. When she desired to confront a wrongdoer, her little arms fell short, requiring her to leap entirely. Sometimes, in her eagerness to run, she would stumble. The growth talismans seemed like a divine gift to her. Little one, would you like to purchase a growth talisman? They are quite affordable, merely 10 mid-grade spirit stones each. The merchant said with enthusiasm. Since the little one likes it, let us buy one to try out. Mo Yin replied, although he deemed it unnecessary. Witnessing her delight made him reluctant to deny her, fearing she might shed tears in disappointment. In essence, he was indulging her. But just one, no more. Who knows the quality of these talismans? All right. The merchant was overjoyed. With his silver tongue, he successfully completed his first transaction. As Yu Qianshu handed over the spirit stones, the merchant cast a discerning glance at him. The guest appears remarkably slender. The lifespan of a cultivator extends with age, particularly for those in the Jindan stage, who can live for 500 years, making it difficult to discern their true age from their appearance. If Yu Qianshu has not yet reached maturity, there is still a chance for growth. However, compared to his peers, he is considered short. The merchant, eager to engage, enthusiastically offered, I have height-enhancing talismans available. Would you be interested? Height-enhancing talismans? What nonsense is that? A comparison of Xiao Shushu and Lord Moyan reveals that he only reaches the height of Lord Moyan's shoulder. Thus, the experienced merchant saw an opportunity for profit in Xiao Shushu's stature. I do not require it, Xiao Shushu replied coolly. Are you mocking me for being short? No, that is not my intention. The merchant, feeling embarrassed, forced a smile and explained, I merely believe that height-enhancing talismans are a necessity for guests. Please forgive any offense. In the world of cultivation, not every individual is blessed with perfect appearance or height, yet the desire for beauty is universal. Who does not wish to attain greater perfection? Chapter 85. The little one grows up for reasons unknown. Although Yu Qianshu wore a smile, the merchant felt an unsettling chill, sensing that the guest might wish to strike him. That smile was indeed the most frightening. Xiaoxiao was displeased. The effects of the height-enhancing talisman were merely illusory. Once the effect wore off, one would revert to their original height, rather than genuinely growing taller. He was not a child. If others discovered he had used a talisman to feign height, he would be subjected to even greater ridicule. Moreover, this body was shared with his elder brother, who had never expressed disdain for his height. Why should this merchant? Teddy Bear laughed heartily. Who would have thought our little Shoo could get angry? Indeed, when Xiaoxiao wore a cold smile that did not reach his eyes, it signified his displeasure. I apologize, it was not my intention. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The merchant hastily apologized, gathering his talismans and fleeing, vanishing in the blink of an eye. His instincts warned him that had he been slower, he might have faced a beating. Xiaoxiao, having acquired a growth talisman, eagerly wished to test it. With a flick, she tossed the talisman into the air. Amidst the swirling smoke, her form transformed. Her arms and legs elongated, and her hair grew longer. As the smoke dissipated, before Lord Moyen stood a girl of astonishing beauty and graceful stature. Was this still the little one Moyen knew, clad in a child's traditional outfit? The now-grown Xiaoxiao found her dress too short, revealing a pair of long, slender legs. The sleeves of her top shrank to short sleeves, showcasing her fair arms like delicate lotus stems. This attire perfectly accentuated her exquisite figure. Moyen felt his face flush. He had not anticipated that his little one would grow up to possess such an alluring figure. Xiaoxiao twirled before Moyen, delighted by her newfound agility granted by her longer limbs. Moyen, do I look beautiful? She asked with a smile. You look beautiful, Moyen stammered, his nervousness causing his words to falter. Delighted by the compliment, Xiaoxiao spun around joyfully, her movements enhancing her beauty, her figure appearing even more enchanting. Do not look there. Moyen averted his gaze, his heart racing intensely. He pressed his forehead, pondering why his attention had fixated on such peculiar aspects. Quickly, he removed his cloak and draped it over Xiaoxiao's shoulders, his voice steady. Put this on. This child's outfit had too little fabric to adequately cover her. Possessive by nature, he deemed Xiaoxiao as his own. He could not bear the thought of her being gazed upon by others. Thank you, Moyen, Xiaoxiao smiled brightly. Her laughter was pure and delightful, her skin fair and delicate, resembling a porcelain doll illuminated by a soft filter, magically beautiful. Moyen's garments were all in dark hues, including the cloak, which concealed her figure, leaving only her enchanting face visible. This ensemble did not diminish her beauty. Rather, it transformed her into a vibrant little fairy. Teddy Bear, looking up, was taken aback by the radiance of its little master's beauty. Who would have thought that after growing up? My little master would look so stunning. Teddy Bear marveled, blissfully nestled in Xiaoxiao's embrace, using a soft part of her as a neck pillow. So comfortable. Teddy Bear was in sheer bliss, completely unaware of the fierce gaze directed at it. Moyen was on the verge of expressing his displeasure, but someone acted faster. Little master, your outfit does not quite match the toy. Yu Qianshu swiftly snatched Teddy Bear from Xiaoxiao's arms, smiling. Allow me to hold it for you. Why? Xiaoxiao asked, bewildered as to why she could no longer hold her beloved bear. Her innocent expression as a child was utterly adorable, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. You must remember to pretend to be an adult now. Adults do not play with stuffed toys. If you continue this way, you will be discovered. Yu Qianshu explained with a gentle smile, concealing Teddy Bear behind himself to shield it from Moyen's view. His reasoning was a mere fabrication. Oh, I see. Thank you for the reminder, Shushu, Xiaoxiao said with a naive smile. What a delightful smile, Moyen thought, feeling his previous anger dissipate in the warmth of her expression. Are you polite? Teddy Bear grumbled, feeling disgruntled, as it was supposed to be its exclusive seat. You're being too much, Shushu. Why are you so foolish today? By rubbing against the little master, Lord Moyen will grow jealous. You should be grateful that you were saved from a scolding, Yu Qianshu whispered to Teddy Bear. Indeed, Teddy Bear realized. understanding that while Moyen often regarded Lu Xiaoxiao as a pet, his actions conveyed otherwise. Observing Moyen's recent infatuation, it appeared he had fallen deeply, though he himself remained unaware. Perhaps this is the clarity of an observer. Shu, I apologize. I was so entranced by the little masteress beauty that I mistakenly accused you, Teddy Bear admitted, feeling a lingering unease. I must avoid being seen by Lord Moyen, it thought, and thus it crawled from behind Yu Qianshu to the front, burrowing into his clothing. Hey, what are you doing? Yu Qianshu exclaimed as Teddy Bear's erratic movements caused discomfort, given his sensitive physique. Shu, be a good person and let me hide for a moment. Teddy Bear pleaded from within his clothing. Very well, but do not move around. Stay still, Yu Qianshu commanded. Okay, Teddy Bear complied, but its mouth was not so obedient. Daring to tease Yu Qianshu, Shu, who would have thought you were so slender? Your little body is quite sturdy, with defined muscles. Yu Qianshu's expression darkened. It seems you have little attachment to this world. Perhaps you should relinquish your bear paws. No. Teddy Bear was well aware of the consequences of its words. Moyen's attention was fully focused on Lu Xiaoxiao, oblivious to the antics of Yu Qianshu and Teddy Bear. Now his little one had transformed, blooming into a beautiful phoenix, igniting his protective instincts. Urgently, we must procure new attire for the little one. Let us go buy new clothes, Moyen declared. Certainly. Xiaoxiao reached out to link her arm with his, naturally and joyfully leaning against him as she did so. This time, there was no need for her to look up at him. The gesture felt so instinctual, almost seamless. Myn was once again overcome by a sense of bewilderment, still grappling with the fact that his little spirit pet had suddenly transformed into a girl. Chapter 86. YXN everywhere Myn and Xiaoxiao went, they captured the attention of those around them. This enchanting couple, with the girl embodying sweetness and innocence, and the boy exuding unmatched handsomeness, resembled celestial lovers, eliciting envy from countless onlookers. Many assumed they were a pair of Tao partners, for their beauty was truly striking. Some could not help but take out their recording stones to capture their image. For most, it was merely a feast for the eyes. Others, involved in cosmetic business, saw in Myn and Xiaoxiao's faces perfect templates for transformation, while the motives of others remained unknown. Myn and Xiaoxiao arrived at the largest tailor shop in Ching, where the styles were the latest, and the materials of the highest quality. Choose any attire you fancy, little one, Myn commanded dominantly. Sure thing, Xiaoxiao replied without a hint of shyness. After all, she was Yn's little spirit pet, and he was meant to take care of her. She was drawn to a stunning white dress. This dress is beautiful, she exclaimed. The gown, though simple in its elegance without extravagant adornments, boasted a fresh and ethereal design. The enthusiastic shop assistant approached to introduce it. Fairy, you have exquisite taste. This dress is the pride of our shop, known as YXN, crafted by the renowned tailor YXN. Moreover, this dress is selective. Not everyone can wear it. However, for those fortunate enough to be chosen, it adapts to the wearer's form and preferences, changing size and color as desired, keeping one warm in winter and cool in summer, providing protection against fire and rain, and even resisting attacks from powers below the transformation stage. Thus, it is not merely a garment, but a defensive spiritual treasure. Wow, such magical clothing exists in this world. I must try it on. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The shop assistant continued, of course, Fairy. Trying it on costs 10 medium-grade spirit stones for a limited time of 15 minutes. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Is that necessary? It's just a fitting, not a purchase. Why must I pay spirit stones? Xiaoxiao was astounded. She did not mind spending spirit stones, but facing unreasonable demands made her unwilling to be taken advantage of. The dress is a gift from YXN, intended for those who can wear it. As long as you can don it, there is no charge from the tailor. However, considering it is a spiritual treasure, the number of individuals wishing to try it on is vast, often lining up from one end of the street to the other. Our owner runs a business and has many employees to support. Thus, we charge a nominal maintenance fee. Is that not reasonable? The assistant explained persuasively. Understanding this, Xiaoxiao felt that if she could wear it, paying 10 medium-grade spirit stones for a spiritual treasure was quite a bargain. I want to try it on, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, filled with an odd sense of anticipation. Very well, little master, Yuchi NSH promptly provided the spirit stones. For someone as affluent as him, 10 medium-grade spirit stones were hardly a consideration. The assistant smiled with satisfaction, thinking another 10 medium-grade spirit stones in hand. Little fairy, you are so naive. This YXNQN is not so easily donned, the assistant mused internally. This YXNQN had been left by YYXNJ in 500 years prior. Initially, the shop was bustling with eager female cultivators lining up to try it on, with the fitting fee set at 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Over the past 5 centuries, not a single female cultivator had succeeded in wearing it. Once failed, it remained impossible. No amount of attempts would suffice. Gradually, local female cultivators ceased to covet the dress, and those coming to try it were primarily from afar, resulting in dwindling numbers and decreasing fitting fees down to 10 spirit stones. Do not underestimate the 10 spirit stones. During the slowest business times, there would still be at least a dozen female cultivators wanting to try it on each day, bringing in an annual revenue of 50 to 60,000 medium-grade spirit stones, sufficient to sustain the shop's employees. The YXNQN hung elegantly in a display cabinet, easily within reach. Little fairy, you can simply reach out and take it, the assistant explained. YYXNJ personally placed the dress in the wardrobe. To try it on, the first step is to retrieve it from the cabinet. The assistant's voice was sweet, yet her tone carried a childlike innocence. Others would not suspect her to be anything but a whimsical young girl. At that moment, the assistant was unaware of what was to unfold. She merely chuckled inwardly. For 500 years, no female cultivator had even succeeded in retrieving the dress. She had grown accustomed to watching them gaze at the dress with excitement, only to leave disheartened after failing to wear it. She assumed today would follow the same trajectory. With this little fairy, merely another passerby in the tail of the YXNQN. Yet, she could not have anticipated the miracle that was about to occur. As Xiaoxiao approached the cabinet, the dress, which had lain quietly for 5 centuries, quivered with excitement. When she reached out, uttering the words, "Let me try it on," the dress unexpectedly flew from the cabinet and, with a soft thud, collided with Xiaoxiao. This collision sparked a magical reaction. Dreamlike pink bubbles enveloped Xiaoxiao, and, as the bubbles dissipated, she was adorned in the YYQN. Without any makeup, her natural beauty radiated purity and grace, accentuated perfectly by the white dress, leaving onlookers in awe, exclaiming, "This is how a celestial maiden should appear." The assistant stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished that she had truly donned it. Her jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, petrified by the sight before her. "YNYN. Do I look beautiful?" Xiaoxiao dashed to MYN, eagerly seeking his opinion. Beneath a seemingly calm facade, he was internally blooming with admiration, as if witnessing the blossoming of a flower. Having descended from the upper realms, he had seen many celestial maidens, yet truly, Xiaoxiao surpassed them all. It is often said that women are like flowers, but her beauty transcended mere floral comparison. It was an insult to her splendor. She resembled spring, not merely blossoming, but encouraging others to bloom. "Can I take the YYQN with me?" El inquired. Chapter 87. The Red Rose Fairy Beauty Pageant, having acquired a beautiful dress for merely 10 medium-grade spirit stones, felt akin to winning a lottery, leaving Xiaoxiao elated. "Fairy, you are so beautiful and have been chosen by the YYQN. You should participate in the Red Rose Fairy Beauty Pageant. I believe you could win first place." The assistant exclaimed with enthusiasm. "What is the Red Rose Fairy Beauty Pageant?" Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. The Red Rose Fairy is the most beautiful female cultivator in Ngucheng. All female cultivators, regardless of age, may participate, and everyone in the city can cast a vote, 1 vote per person. The female cultivator with the highest votes is crowned the Red Rose Fairy. The pageant occurs every decade, coinciding with the opening of the Xiaoxiao, making it the liveliest time in Ngucheng. The assistant elaborated. If Xiaoxiao were to enter the beauty contest wearing this gown, it would serve as a live advertisement for the tailor shop, potentially attracting new clientele. Thus, the assistant eagerly encouraged her to compete, continuing, "If you are selected as the Red Rose Fairy, the benefits are numerous. Firstly, one can receive the splendid Hong Mei Dan gifted by the Lord of Hong Mei City. This unique elixir is meticulously crafted by the Lord himself, possessing remarkable effects for skin rejuvenation and is adored by female cultivators. Secondly, one has the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the Lord of Hongmei City, a figure of profound mastery. Obtaining his counsel would undoubtedly lead to significant advancement in one's cultivation. Thirdly, one may acquire a treasured artifact bestowed by the Lord. Each of these rewards holds immense value for female cultivators. The shopkeeper assumed that Lu Xiaoxiao would be intrigued as well. However, to their surprise, Lu Xiaoxiao maintained a tranquil demeanor, merely uttering a soft "Oh." "Fairy, do you not intend to participate?" The shopkeeper inquired, growing anxious. "Whether I participate or not is inconsequential. I've come to Hongmei City solely to seek delectable food," Lu Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Shopkeeper, but farewell." With that, she linked arms with Mo Yin and departed from the tailor shop, leaving the shopkeeper in a state of bewilderment. "Little one, you truly do not wish to participate?" Mo Yin asked, looking down at her. In truth, he was quite curious to see if she could be selected by the Hongmei Fairy. It was not for the rewards. Rather, it was purely driven by his competitive spirit. He believed that his little companion was the most beautiful, without exception. "Yin Yin, Little Tree is the best alchemist. How could the elixirs crafted by the Lord of Hong may compare to those made by Little Tree?" Lu Xiaoxiao replied. "Moreover, did you not say that once I grow a bit older, you would guide me? Therefore, there is no need for me to learn from the Lord of Hongmei." She continued, "Furthermore, our humble vessel is already piled high with artifacts. We are not lacking in treasures. Even if we were, a simple excursion outside the city would prompt the aerial pirates to generously provide us with more." Lu Xiaoxiao pointed to a street vendor's delicacies. The streets of Hongmei City were filled with local culinary delights, such as savory pancakes, grilled meat skewers, maltose animals, candied hawthorn, tofu pudding, and bowl cakes, all of which had long made her mouth water. In the realm of cultivation, where spiritual energy permeates the air, even street food is infused with spiritual essence. Spiritual food refers to those imbued with spiritual energy, though some are more potent than others. Were these snacks not more fragrant than the Hongmei Fairy? Without further ado, it was time to indulge in a shopping spree. Yu Qianshu took charge of the spirit stones while Lu Xiaoxiao focused on the eating, savoring each delicacy as they wandered about. In fact, there was a branch of Tianbao Pavilion in Hongmei City, which also operated a restaurant, but it typically served high-end gourmet dishes. Such down-to-earth snacks rarely graced the grand dining halls and were best enjoyed on the streets. After sampling all the street food, they could still dine lavishly at Tianbao Pavilion. After all, Lu Xiaoxiao's appetite seemed boundless. Dressed in flowing white garments, Lu Xiaoxiao embodied the essence of a celestial being, relishing every bite of the street food. This enchanting scene was captured by passers-by using recording stones, quickly spreading through the community. Lu Xiaoxiao's reactions were wholly relatable, starkly contrasting the aloofness often associated with celestial beings. She ate joyfully, her eyes sparkling like stars, her expression one of sheer satisfaction as she praised the flavors. Observing her delight in food could even evoke hunger in those who practice fasting. Come and see. The latest footage shows the celestial sister indulging in stinky tofu. Ha ha ha. She S-holed her nose while eating. How adorable. Hurry, hurry. The celestial sister is enjoying cotton candy. I think she is even whiter, softer, and sweeter than the cotton candy itself. I wish I could take a bite of her. What a ridiculous statement. As no one knew Lu Xiaoxiao's name, they affectionately nicknamed her. Clad in white feathered attire, she appeared ethereal like a heavenly maiden. Yet her personality exuded warmth and approachability, reminiscent of a beloved neighbor. Thus, the fusion of celestial grace and neighborly charm earned her the moniker of Celestial Sister. Unbeknownst to her, while she leisurely savored the street food, she inadvertently became the star of the culinary scene in Hongmei City, earning the title of Celestial Sister among the populace. As soon as a stall she visited was cleared out, female cultivators flocked to replicate her choices, eager to boost their own appeal. At that moment, the rhythmic sound of drums and gongs resonated, heralding the arrival of a magnificent procession of spirit beast carriages adorned with flowers and ribbons. Each carriage featured a beautiful female cultivator standing proudly. Wow, they are all contenders for the Hongmei Fairy title, campaigning for votes. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Many male cultivators felt their hearts race. Who could resist the allure of beauty, especially when presented en masse? In my opinion, the most likely candidate for the Hongmei Fairy today is Luo Ji, She is simply stunning. The majority of the crowd's attention was captivated by a cultivator named Luo Ji, whose beauty was unparalleled. As male cultivators showered her with adoring glances, Luo Ji's captivating eyes scanned the crowd in search of a worthy target. Any ordinary male cultivator who met her gaze would find themselves entranced and enamored. Is it him? How could he be here? Suddenly, Luo Ji's gaze locked onto Mo Yin, who stood among the throng, clad in black, exuding an aura of elegance and cold demeanor. Chapter 88. Luo Ji's expression was a blend of astonishment and resentment. This man appeared even more handsome and youthful than the last time they met, and his cultivation had evidently soared. Then, Luo Ji's attention shifted to Lu Xiaoxiao, who stood beside Mo Yin. The breathtaking beauty of Lu Xiaoxiao left Luo Ji in shock. In this world, aside from herself, was there truly another woman so extraordinarily beautiful? Witnessing Lu Xiaoxiao intimately linked with Mo Yin, Luo Ji was consumed by jealousy and fury. This man had always been so cold and indifferent towards her, sometimes making her question if he preferred men. Yet the scene before her unequivocally indicated that he simply did not harbor feelings for her. As this realization struck her, Luo Ji's resentful gaze fixated on Lu Xiaoxiao. Who is this woman? How dare she compare herself to me? No. The moment she saw Mo Yin standing with another woman, Luo Ji felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Strange. Where has that little one named Lu Xiaoxiao gone? Was she not always by Mo Yin's side? Luo Ji pondered, her curiosity piqued. She quickly noticed that Lu Xiaoxiao bore a striking resemblance to the woman beside Mo Yin, as if they were cast from the same mold. Could it be that Lu Xiaoxiao was the child of Mo Yin and this woman? Were they a family of three? Observing the blissful interaction between Mo Yin and the woman in white, Luo Ji felt an unsettling imbalance within herself. She glared at them with venomous eyes, soon formulating a plan. Now that she had transformed her appearance and enhanced her beauty manifold, surely Mo Yin would not recognize her. If she were to boldly approach Mo Yin and capture his heart, that woman would undoubtedly be incensed. Then, when Mo Yin's affections turned to her, she could eliminate him, followed by the woman and their child, Lu Xiaoxiao, ensuring they would reunite in another realm, thus quenching her vengeance. With this thought, Luo Ji suppressed her simmering wrath. Donning a captivating smile, delicately plucking a charm from her heart, and tossing a handkerchief into the air. The handkerchief, buoyed by a gentle breeze, drifted toward Mo Yin. Who? Mo Yin suddenly sensed a sinister energy locking onto him, causing him to furrow his brow. The enticing scent wafted toward him, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a thin handkerchief. The foul-smelling demonic energy emanated from this handkerchief. Humph! The seductive arts of a demon cultivator? Merely a trick. Mo Yin's expression turned cold. If one were to come into contact with the handkerchief, they would be ensnared by the demonic energy clinging to it. Those lacking in mental fortitude would fall under the spell of that female demon cultivator, losing their sense of self. Which female demon cultivator has set her sights on me? If this filthy object were to touch me, it would be disastrous. Mo Yin, who has a penchant for cleanliness, summoned the red fire with a thought, igniting the handkerchief from a distance. The poor handkerchief was reduced to ash before it could even reach Mo Yin, scattering in the wind, leaving no trace behind. With the demonic energy purified, Mo Yin felt the surrounding air become much fresher. The unpleasant odor was familiar, yet the demonic energy was strange. Mo Yin chuckled coldly to himself. Could it be her? Has she turned to demon cultivation? Yin, what is wrong? Lu Xiaoxiao asked curiously upon seeing Mo Yin suddenly ignite something. If that fly dared to approach again, he wouldn't mind roasting it. Lu Xiaoxiao tilted her head like a little bird, puzzled as to why Yin was always bothered by flies. She thought, if only the realm of cultivation had fly swatters, preferably electric ones. Should I buy one for Yin? Hearing Mo Yin compare her to a fly, Luo Ji's anger made her fists clench tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. How outrageous! She had transformed completely. Yet why did this man still harbor such disdain for her, even rejecting the handkerchief she had discarded? This was a significant blow to Luo Ji. Throughout the encounter, Mo Yin had not cast a glance at her. The spirit beast carriage moved swiftly, distancing itself from Mo Yin. Luo Ji barely managed to control her emotions, forcing a smile as she continued to employ her seductive arts on other men. In her heart, she cursed. Mo Yin, I'll let you be arrogant a while longer. Once I become the Hong Wei Fairy, I will settle the score with you. The moment of revealing the Hong Mei Fairy was fast approaching, and people gathered before the beauty selection platform. The platform was an ancient structure built from white spirit stones. All registered female cultivators would take a tour around the city in spirit beast carriages before converging at the platform. At this moment, the crowd below was bustling, and Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao had also arrived to watch the spectacle. Although Lu Xiaoxiao did not wish to participate, her fascination with beauty piqued her curiosity about what the winner of the Hong Mei Fairy title would look like. Surrounding the selection platform were several spirit stone pillars resembling street lamps. These serve as voting stones, with all data synchronized, functioning like a split screen. The names of the female cultivators continuously refreshed on the spirit stone pillars, each accompanied by two options: view and vote. By channeling spirit energy, one could view a recording of the female cultivator. Voting with spirit energy meant casting a vote for that girl. Each person could only cast one vote, with no repetition allowed. Beneath the names was a large number indicating the current vote count. The numbers fluctuated, signifying that people were still voting. Luo Ji's name stood out among the many female cultivators. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for is nearly upon us. Voting will close once this spirit incense burns out, announced the host of the beauty pageant. Feng Ling was a handsome young man, a capable assistant to the Lord of Hong Mei City. As the spirit incense began to extinguish, Luo Ji remained oblivious to a name called Fairy Sister, whose votes were rapidly increasing, exhibiting a tendency to surpass her. With a final crackle, as the last flicker of the spirit incense extinguished, the staff rang the bell to signal the end of voting. Standing on the beauty selection platform, Luo Ji wore a radiant smile, brimming with self-satisfaction. During the spirit beast carriage tour, she had continuously showcased her charms. Aside from Mo Yin, any man who caught her gaze would cast a vote for her. Her vote count had always been the highest, making her feel confident of victory. She awaited Feng Ling to announce her as the Hong Mei Fairy. The video displayed two women. One was Luo Ji, and the other was Fairy Sister. If Luo Ji's beauty resembled a fully blossomed flower exuding intoxicating fragrance, then Fairy Sister's beauty combined ethereal grace with a down-to-earth charm. Although ethereal grace and earthiness are typically opposites, remarkably, these two qualities blended seamlessly in Fairy Sister. Dressed in a pristine white feather skirt, she held a gleaming red candied hawthorn, savoring it with a smile that surpassed even the purest clouds in the sky, radiating vitality. No matter how unhappy one might be, upon seeing her smile, one would feel uplifted. Chapter 89. The little one becomes the Hong Mei Fairy. Huh. Lu Xiaoxiao looked bewildered. Yin, that Fairy Sister looks like me. But I didn't sign up. Her toes could almost carve out a dream castle. The entire Hong Mei city had witnessed her eating candied hawthorn. How embarrassing. Winning is still good. Mo Yin smirked cunningly. Doesn't that just prove I have good taste? Even when raising a little spirit pet, it must be the most beautiful in the world. Huh? Yin isn't even angry? Then winning doesn't matter. Lu Xiaoxiao had always held blind admiration for Mo Yin. If Yin didn't mind, she wouldn't either. She wondered who had mischievously signed her up. Mo Yin cast a glance at Yu Qinshu. Don't look at me, it wasn't me. Little Tree shook his head vigorously in denial. He wouldn't be that bored, would he? To avoid being recognized, Lu Xiaoxiao pulled out a veil to cover her face, revealing only her sparkling eyes. Upon realizing she was not the sole first place, Luo Ji's expression changed dramatically. She clearly remembered not encountering anyone named Fairy Sister during the Spirit Beast Carriage tour. All registered female cultivators would ride the Spirit Beast carriages to campaign for votes. This meant Fairy Sister had not registered and had simply appeared out of nowhere to claim the top spot. Discontented, she addressed Feng Ling. Host, I protest. This Fairy Sister did not register and has no right to compete for the Hong Mei Fairy title. Feng Ling replied with a smile. Fairy Sister did not register herself, but a kind passerby, struck by her beauty, recorded her image and anonymously registered her. According to our selection rules for the Hong Mei Fairy, any female cultivator in Hong Mei City is eligible, and self-registration is not a requirement. Therefore, Fairy Sister's qualification is indeed valid. If she is deemed the Hong Mei Fairy like me, will the reward not be split? Luo Ji was worried about the potential reduction in rewards. In previous years, there had never been a tie for first place. and the Lord of Hongmei City might not have prepared 2 rewards in advance. What? Luo Ji was furious, implying that she still hadn't won? Were the criteria for selection by the Lord of Hongju City? Luo Ji inquired, dissatisfied. That I cannot say. Ultimately, whoever the Lord selects will be the Hongmei Fairy. Feng Ling maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Luo Ji's emotional outburst, as if wearing a mask of perpetual smile. Look, the Lord has arrived. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, rose petals began to fall like a romantic, dreamlike red rain. A young man dressed in crimson stepped gracefully into the light. He stood tall, with stunning features, sharp eyes, and a golden flame-like mark on his brow, exuding both beauty and nobility, akin to a phoenix worshipped by 100 birds. He was the Lord of Hongmei City. The Lord smiled and waved to the crowd, inciting an unprecedented uproar of excitement, with whistles echoing throughout. Lord, so handsome. Lord, be my partner. The female cultivators below were in a frenzy, fervently expressing their affection, their cheers surpassing even those for the popular nominee, Luo Ji. He embodied the aura of a superstar, every gesture radiating charisma. Luo Ji stood there, momentarily stunned. Her charm emanated from a recently mastered soul-capturing spell. The Lord of Hongmei City, with an allure that captivated from within, exuded an irresistible magnetism. Throughout her life, she had encountered countless men, yet none had struck her heart as profoundly as the Lord of Hongmei. Even as a seasoned woman, she felt a flutter akin to first love. Esteemed Lord, I have long admired your name, and upon meeting you today, your extraordinary demeanor confirms my admiration. I am called Luo Ji, and I currently hold the first position in the selection of Hongmei Fairy. Luo Ji's cheeks flushed, eager to win his favor. She took the initiative to introduce herself. As she spoke the word first, a hint of pride colored her tone, and with a seductive smile, she implored, Please, my lord, assess my worthiness to become the Hongmei Fairy. I wonder if the celestial sister is present? This was a prime opportunity for her to shine. Expecting praise from the Lord of Hongmei, she was met with a mere glance before he coldly remarked, You are quite unattractive, exuding a ghastly aura. Do you truly believe you can be the Hongmei Fairy? Such a lack of self-awareness. His words struck her like a bucket of cold water. Luo Ji shuddered, staring at him in disbelief, her voice trembling with indignation. What? You call me ugly? Are your eyes blind? The men of the world praise my beauty. You must be envious. Anger consumed her. Moments ago, she had been enchanted by his good looks, but now only rage remained. Not only was his appearance unappealing, but his heart was even uglier. Truly, one's appearance reflects the soul. How pitiable, how lamentable. The Lord of Hongmei sighed and declared, This year's Hongmei Fairy is the celestial sister. Below, Lu Xiaoxiao gasped, bemused, How did I become the Hongmei Fairy? I'm merely a human child. Grateful she wasn't on stage, or it would have been truly embarrassing. Mo Yin regarded her with a fatherly gaze, smiling. See, I told you, my little one has potential. She will undoubtedly be chosen as the Hongmei Fairy. He had never favored young, flashy types, especially not someone like the Lord of Hongmei. Yet now he found the Lord increasingly agreeable, due to his discerning taste. Yin Yin, why are you still laughing? What should I do? Lu Xiaoxiao panicked. If you don't wish to participate, you may leave. Does the Lord of Hongmei have the power to confine you? Mo Yin retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, Lu Xiaoxiao pondered, finding merit in his words. Then let us go. It would be troublesome if someone recognized me. She linked her arm with Mo Yan's, ready to depart. However, before she could take a step, the Lord of Hongmei's voice rang out. Celestial sister, please halt. You have yet to receive your reward. Lu Xiaoxiao chose to feign ignorance. With so many people present, he might not be addressing her, and with her face veiled, he likely wouldn't recognize her. Resolving this, she pretended not to hear and continued to pull Mo Yin away. The Lord of Hongmei grew anxious. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a rush of air as he appeared before her in an instant. Their eyes met, and she beheld his soulful phoenix gaze. The Lord of Hongmei's eyes were strikingly beautiful, vibrant, and full of life. As Lu Xiaoxiao assessed the Lord of Hongmei, he too scrutinized her. Though her face was covered, her exquisite eyes sparkled with clarity, her aura reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. Moreover, was she not wearing the feather fairy dress? At that moment, excitement surged within him. He had found her. It must be her. The feather fairy dress would never misidentify its owner. Without delay, the Lord of Hongmei grasped Lu Xiaoxiao's wrist, encircled her waist, and with a swift motion, drew her onto the stage. His speed was astonishing, and Mo Yin felt a void as his little one was whisked away. Yin Yin, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, flustered. How swift! This person's cultivation was on par with her own. And Mo Yin's face darkened as he prepared to pursue. The Lord of Hongmei smiled at Mo Yin. Do not worry, my friend. I will not harm her. Since she is here, she might as well receive her reward before leaving. If even a hair on her head is harmed, I shall renounce my title as Lord of Hongmei. His declaration was akin to a promise to the world to safeguard Lu Xiaoxiao's safety. This was not typical of a lord's demeanor. This is your promise. I shall see what trickery you are playing, and Mo Yin thought, halting his steps. The Lord of Hongmei gave him a peculiar impression, one that was difficult to define as good or bad. He felt as if he had seen him before, yet cannot recall where. As the Lord of Hongmei proclaimed Lu Xiaoxiao to be the celestial sister, the enthusiastic audience below erupted in cheers. Wow! The celestial sister has arrived, but she is veiled. We cannot see her face. How can we confirm she is the celestial sister? Celestial sister, I adore you. The uproar was almost as fervent as that for the Lord of Hongmei. I'm hidden beneath a veil. Lu Xiaoxiao lamented helplessly. With a snap of his fingers, the Lord of Hongmei conjured a stream of spiritual energy that blew away her veil, revealing a stunningly exquisite face. Was this not the celestial sister, long awaited? So beautiful! The audience gasped in awe. Such a lovely visage, concealed, was a travesty. The Lord of Hongmei chuckled mischievously. Is this polite? Lu Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of anger. Are you so resistant to the Hongmei fairy? Is my reward not sufficient? The Lord inquired, puzzled. Your elixirs are inferior to Xiaoxiao's. Your spells lack the charm of Yin Yan's, and your treasures cannot compare to my little broken ship. Must I be the Hongmei fairy? The young creature was feeling rebellious. Her words tumbled out like a furious little bird flapping its wings in protest. Had another female cultivator voiced such sentiments, the Lord of Hongmei would have dismissed her as pretentious. However, Lu Xiaoxiao's expression was earnest, resembling an innocent child, as if to say that if you do not believe her, you are a bully. What was most remarkable was that her ethereal face, even in anger, appeared so lively and adorable, creating an incongruity that was truly rare. The Lord of Hongmei was momentarily taken aback. Observing that the Lord of Hongmei was so engrossed in enchanting the celestial sister that he neglected her, Luo Ji was filled with indignation. She pointed at the Lord of Hongmei, exclaiming, Lord of Hongmei, do not take it too far. I was clearly chosen by the people of Hongmei City. With a single word from you declaring me ugly, you negate my qualifications. I refuse to accept this. Ha! You ugly woman, why do you linger here? The Lord of Hongmei turned, fixing her with a languid and weary gaze. If you wish to humiliate yourself, I shall oblige. With that, he waved his crimson sleeve, and a small mirror flew forth, transforming into 5 beams of cold light that encircled Luo Ji, forming 5 pillars. These pillars, composed of countless reflective surfaces, allowed every angle of the beauty pageant stage to magnify Luo Ji's face. What is this? Luo Ji's face blanched with rage as she shouted, Lord of Hongmei, is this how you treat female cultivators? As a lord, you possess no decorum. I merely wish for you to look in the mirror and allow the entire city to witness your true visage. Let the revealing mirror commence, commanded the Lord of Hongmei. With that, the 5 mirror pillars illuminated simultaneously. As the glow faded, a woman with a face swollen like a pig's appeared in the mirrors. Her features asymmetrical and grotesque. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her darkened eye bags and furrowed brow reflected a visage devoid of vitality. Her skin pale and pockmarked, as though half melted. Enveloped in a shroud of dark demonic energy, she resembled a ghost that had escaped from hell. No, that is not me. That is not me. Luo Ji covered her face, screaming in a frenzy, take the mirror away. Do not reflect me. Her visage remained strikingly beautiful, yet at this moment, it was marred by sheer terror. The specter in the mirror mirrored her every action. As she shielded her face, the ghost did the same. Upon witnessing the apparition, Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Wasn't this the wicked elder sister named Xiao Luo? How could she have transformed into Luo Ji? Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Xiaoxiao when pronounced in reverse. Luo Ji becomes Luo. Wasn't Luo Ji merely a pseudonym for Xiao Luo? This nefarious sister had previously harmed Xiaoxiao and allowed Shishi to bully her, even competing with her for guagua, thus committing numerous misdeeds. leaving Lu Xiaoxiao with a decidedly unfavorable impression. Observing the Lord of Hong, Mei City, teaching the wicked sister a lesson. Lu Xiaoxiao found herself captivated by the spectacle, no longer wishing to depart. If she were to leave, she must first finish her snack. This is your true appearance. After your disfigurement, you could have merely used a restoration elixir to regain your former beauty, yet your insatiable desire led you to cultivate enchantment techniques, altering your visage by refining the pure yang essence of man. Not to mention, your pre-disfigurement beauty could not compare to that of this celestial maiden. Engaging in cosmetic surgery to participate in the beauty contest contravenes the city's regulations. I detest artificial appearances. Your lack of qualifications is entirely justified. Furthermore, the accumulation of sinister energy upon you indicates that you have taken many lives. Were the recent disappearances of male cultivators in Hong Mei City at your hands? The Lord of Hong Mei City questioned coldly. With each word spoken, Luo Ji's expression darkened further until, ultimately, she could no longer maintain her composure. A sinister smile crept across her face, radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence, her eyes turning a blood-red hue. Although she had not transformed into the specter from the mirror, her successful plastic surgery left her with a beauty more reminiscent of a chilling horror film, instilling dread in all who beheld her. With a venomous glare directed at Lu Xiaoxiao, she spat, "This is all your daughter's doing. It was your daughter who ruined my face, and your man instructed the golden spirit serpent to slay me, compounding my misfortune." Luo Ji was indeed Xiao Ji Luo. "I have no daughter. I have no man." Lu Xiaoxiao protested, feeling utterly wronged, suddenly cast as a great victim. It then occurred to her that she was no longer merely a small human child. Having used a growth charm, she temporarily appeared as an adult and was referred to as a celestial maiden. Could this wicked sister believe she was the daughter of the celestial maiden in Yin Yin? "Have you married? Do you have children?" The Lord of Hong Mei City, disregarding Xiao Ji Luo's fury, gazed at Lu Xiaoxiao in astonishment, his eyes brimming with joy. His smile was so radiant it nearly spilled forth congratulations. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Then it appears not. The Lord of Hong Mei City sighed. For reasons unknown. Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao deny the marriage left him with a hint of disappointment. He cast a meaningful glance at Mo Yin, internally exasperated. "Brother, it has been a millennium. You are exceedingly slow to warm up. Could you not make an effort?" Mo Yin felt a shiver run down his spine under the weight of the Lord's peculiar gaze. Although he could not recall who the Lord of Hong Mei City was, he sensed a familiarity. Observing the Lord of Hong Mei City ignoring him while exchanging glances with Mo Yin, Xiaoji Luo felt a tumult of emotions. "I care not whether you are the celestial maiden. The child resembles you perfectly. Even if she is not your daughter, she is certainly your sister or kin. I shall hold you accountable for her transgressions." Xiaoji Luo growled through gritted teeth. She harbored intense hatred for Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao. It was they who had rendered her homeless, forcing her into a partnership with the demonic entity, and compelling her to learn this dark art against her will. Since mastering the dark arts, every male cultivator who engaged with Xiao Ji Luo, except for the demonic entity protected by her magic, would be drained of their essence and cultivation, which would then automatically transfer to the demonic entity. Thus, she had to continuously engage with male cultivators to maintain her current level of power. She had transformed into a mere vessel for the demonic entity's growth. Her venture to Hong Mei City to vie for the title of Hong Mei Fairy was at the behest of the demonic entity. With the title of Hong Mei Fairy, she would attract more qualified male cultivators, becoming their sustenance. While this dark art had stripped her of a normal life, it had its advantages. Her cultivation had now surpassed the golden core stage, making her stronger than her peers. "Celestial Maiden's Floral Shower," Xiaoji Luo commanded, summoning the surrounding dark energy to coalesce into countless tiny black thorns known as Xian Iname thorns. The blades shimmered with a chilling radiance. Each thorn was laced with poison and imbued with demonic energy, ensuring that even a glancing touch would plant a seed of inner turmoil. Even a Yuan Ing stage cultivator could fall prey if they were not careful. This was a gift from the demonic entity. Swish! The air was filled with a rain of Amei thorns, hurtling toward Lu Xiaoxiao. Wicked sister, you call this a celestial maiden's floral shower? More like a hornet's nest," Lu Xiaoxiao retorted. Xiaoji Luo was momentarily taken aback. The celestial maiden before her spoke and gestured with an uncanny resemblance to the childish Lu Xiaoxiao. Only that insufferable Lu Xiaoxiao would address her as the wicked sister, instilling in her a strange illusion that the person before her was Lu Xiaoxiao. It appeared that the celestial maiden was not Lu Xiaoxiao's mother, but rather her sister. Regardless of who you are, you shall pay with your life today. Xiao Zhiluo sneered. As Xiao Zhiluo suddenly attacked Lu Xiaoxiao, the Lord of Hongmei City initially intended to intervene. But upon noticing Mo Yin and Yu Qianshu's calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed, he inferred that they believed Xiao Zhiluo could not harm Lu Xiaoxiao. The Lord of Hongmei City chuckled. Very well, let us see what unfolds. Little girl, showcase your abilities. If true danger arose, he could still intervene. Thus, these several men watched with justified confidence as the two women clashed. More accurately, they were eager to witness how Lu Xiaoxiao would triumph over Xiao Zhiluo. Defeating Xiao Zhiluo was a certainty. They were merely curious about the entertaining tactics she would employ and how long it would take. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhiluo, she had become a mere tool for these men to hone Lu Xiaoxiao's skills. Faced with imminent danger, Lu Xiaoxiao remained vigilant, concentrating her spirit and employing her minor vision technique. The speed of the Xian Iname thorns slowed to a crawl in her perception, almost coming to a standstill. With a swift motion, Lu Xiaoxiao evaded the reach of the Xian Iname thorns, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she began conversing with the wind spirit. In the eyes of onlookers, Lu Xiaoxiao deftly dodged all the thorns, and suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the beauty contest stage. Surely not. Xiao Zhiluo felt an ominous premonition. Her connection to the Xian Iname thorns had been severed, leaving her unable to control them with her thoughts. Wicked sister, I shall return this hornet's nest to you, Lu Xiaoxiao said playfully. Her smile edged with a hint of mischief. Having spent time with Yan Yan, she would adopt this expression whenever encountering evildoers. She found it quite charming and decided to mimic it in battle, relishing the thrill. Surely, Yan Yan would praise her for being impressive. However, before she could receive Yan Yan's commendation, the crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, hornet's nest? What a peculiar name. Yet, it is far more relatable than Celestial Maiden's floral shower. The Celestial Maiden's expression is so adorable, so charming. I absolutely adore her. I love her natural and straightforward demeanor, utterly unpretentious. Go, Celestial Maiden. You must win. Xiao Zhiluo was enraged. Her face darkened. Had these people not just been extolling her beauty, gazing at her with admiration? Why, in this moment, did they turn a blind eye to her and instead support that other woman? Were they all blind? There was no time for Xiao Zhiluo to complain, for suddenly, a myriad of Xian Yi moth needles shot toward her. She desperately evaded them. Although she dodged most of the needles, one struck her right cheek, causing the skin around the wound to blacken and rot. Chapter 92. Xiao Zhiluo is rescued. The crowd below screamed in terror. Now, with her face disfigured once more, Xiao Zhiluo had truly transformed into a ghostly figure. She covered her face, crying out in agony, curling up on the ground and writhing in despair. Her once enchanting visage now utterly lost. The Lord of Hongmei City wished he could send Luo Ji away with a single blow. Yet, he lacked evidence to prove that the missing male cultivator was connected to Luo Ji, and today was a festive day for the beauty contest. He did not want bloodshed on the stage. However, punishment was still necessary. The Lord of Hongmei City sneered and said, Luo Ji, you have not only sullied yourself with demonic practices and used charm to garner votes, but you have also harbored jealousy, openly attacking Hongmei Fairy on the beauty stage. Fortunately, Hongmei Fairy possesses divine protection, and fate has spared her from your punishment. Your actions contravene the righteous path. Now, I shall strip you of your cultivation to demonstrate to the world. I hope you will reflect upon your life and refrain from further misdeeds. After declaring this, the Lord of Hongmei City thrust his palm towards Xiao Zhiluo. In that instant, a terrifying aura enveloped her, freezing her in place, rendering her powerless to move. And she could only watch helplessly as the Lord's palm descended upon her. With a crack, she heard the sound of her golden core shattering. As the core was destroyed, her body became like a broken vessel, unable to contain her spiritual energy, which dissipated into the air. She aged significantly in an instant. Even her hair dusted with a layer of frost. Xiao Zhiluo, whose actual age was already considerable, would rapidly age without the shield of spiritual energy. The crowd, witnessing the transformation of the once radiant Luo Ji into an old, ugly woman resembling a ghost, could not help but sigh and lament. "You cannot treat me this way. My youth, my beauty," she howled in anguish, covering her face with her wrinkled hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Her most treasured possessions, youth and beauty, were now lost to her. A fate more painful than death itself. Who would have thought that not only was she wicked, but also so ugly? I was truly blind to have supported her. They disparaged. She has brought ruin upon herself. At that moment, an oppressive aura of sinister energy enveloped the surroundings. A crimson figure, like a specter, descended bezida kia tsiluo an alulingli dangalusman. Upon seeing him, Xiaoji Luo clung to the hope of salvation, wailing, "Xiao, Mo, save me." He was none other than Xiao, Mo Helan Xiao. The lord of Hongmei City and Helan Xiao both donned red garments, yet their styles were entirely opposite. The lord's red was fiery and passionate, while Helan Xiao's was blood red, sinister and terrifying. Heavens! Another demonic cultivator? Are they a pair? Some gasped in surprise, while others seethed with anger. "We're leaving." Helan Xiao coldly glanced at the lord of Hong Mei City and lifted Xiaoji Luo. Planning to escape? Not so easily. The lord of Hong Mei City formed a hand seal, causing the mirror pillars on the beauty stage to rise and strike at Helan Xiao. Helan Xiao, cradling someone in his arms, transformed into a red shadow, vanishing from the beauty stage in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a reflection behind. The lord of Hong Mei City gathered his energy and struck towards Helan Xiao's back, forming a giant hand in the void that descended upon him like a mountain. Helan Xiao, resembling a red, ghostly figure, glided elegantly on the sinister energy, flying 10 zhang away and disappearing without a trace. The lord of Hong Mei City struck at empty air, and the structures struck by his power were instantly reduced to dust. "Tsh, he escaped," the lord said, somewhat unwilling, furrowing his brow. This anomaly was unfathomable. Able to evade him, yet he had refrained from using his full strength, knowing the space could not withstand it. Host Feng Ling stepped forward to defuse the situation. "Dear audience, the candidate for this year's Hong Mei Fairy, as certified by the Lord of Hong Mei City, is our most spirited and adorable fairy sister. I believe there are no objections. However, due to unforeseen circumstances at the beauty contest, with 2 demonic cultivators appearing, for safety's sake, the awards ceremony will be cancelled. Thank you all for your enthusiastic participation. The beauty contest concludes here." Feng Ling's voice echoed throughout every corner. And with the excitement dissipated, the crowd began to disperse. Lu Xiaoxiao felt that today's experience was utterly surreal. Strangers had inexplicably helped her register, and she had been chosen as the Hong Mei Fairy. She now wished to escape, but before she could take a step, she was seized by the Lord of Hong Mei City. "Hong Mei Fairy, please stay. As the city lord, I have not treated my guests well, and the demonic cultivators have taken advantage of the situation, causing you distress. It would be best for you to come to my residence, where I can personally welcome you." The Lord of Hong Mei City earnestly suggested. "There's no need for such formality." Lu Xiaoxiao laughed nervously, intimidated by his excessive enthusiasm. However, before she could refuse, the Lord of Hong Mei City embraced her, and in a flash, they vanished from the beauty stage. The crowd below was instantly thrown into chaos. The key was that the Lord's movements were too swift. He had acted before anyone could intervene. The earlier maneuver was a teleportation technique, not something an ordinary cultivator could perform. He had deceived them. This man had just assured that the little one would remain unharmed, yet he openly took her away. "My lord of Mo Yin, what shall we do now?" Yu Qianshu asked anxiously. "We're going to the city lord's residence to retrieve her," Mo Yin replied angrily. "Did that fellow not say he would welcome the little one in his residence? The little one is quite resilient. She could even break his dragon fangs. I am not worried about her being harmed, but I fear she might be frightened by the series of outrageous actions from the Lord of Hong Mei City." At the city lord's residence, the Lord of Hong Mei City brought Lu Xiaoxiao into a magnificent palace. "Uncle?" The Lord of Hong Mei City wiped his brow. "Am I that old? You should at least call me handsome city lord." His self-admiration was not without reason. He appeared youthful and strikingly handsome. Her childlike manner of speaking, while endearing, felt somewhat off to Lu Xiaoxiao. She internally scoffed. What should a 4-year-old human child call you, if not uncle? Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao's round, angry eyes and her puffed cheeks, the lord could not help but chuckle, finding her amusing. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. I am about to present you with a reward. There are too many people outside, and I fear it may cause trouble. Moreover, I wish to test how concerned your companion Yin Yin is for you. Chapter 93. The growth charm fails. What does Yin Yin have to do with this? Even if you're the city lord, if you harm Yin Yin, you will be a villain. Xiaoxiao raised her tiny fists, which, though larger now, were still adorably small, to the lord of Hongmei City. She appeared as an irate little rabbit spirit, both cute and beautiful. You will find out soon enough, he replied with a smile, and then his figure vanished. Hey! Xiaoxiao was left staring at empty air, having been taken to an unfamiliar place, without Yin Yin by her side, and surrounded by no one. It was only natural for the human child to feel frightened. What sort of person was this lord of Hongmei City? Why did he behave so strangely? He is highly likely to be a malevolent uncle who abducts children. Xiaoxiao has encountered such a situation before, the last time in Jintangsheng. She came across a hunter specializing in snatching children. However, now that he has departed, does this not present a splendid opportunity for her to escape? With this thought in mind, Xiaoxiao steeled her resolve, overcoming her fear of the unfamiliar surroundings, and began to wander through the palace. This palace boasts countless doors. Each time she opened one, she found herself in yet another identical palace, resembling an intricate labyrinth. Xiaoxiao had no idea where she was headed, nor where the exit might lie. After an indeterminate period, she still found herself in the familiar palace, as if she had not truly left, but was merely treading in place. She felt a pang of discouragement. Could this be a maze of sorts? She recalled seeing the Yin show in create mazes before. With her excellent memory, she could vividly picture the shapes of those formations. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she visualized the intricate lines of the palace's void. Deep within those lines, there were some exceptionally large, shimmering points of light. Those must be the core of the formation. Xiaoxiao exclaimed with excitement. Yet, how could she break the core? She had no magical artifacts at her disposal. While she could summon spiritual winds, the spiritual energy would only assist her in flight and in altering the direction of certain objects. The healing light was solely for saving lives, not for breaking formations. Wait, it seemed she possessed a magical artifact. She rummaged through her storage pouch and retrieved a spirit energy pearl. This had been given to her by Elder Masha from Jiang Palace in exchange for spirit stones. It was said that the power of this spirit energy pearl equaled the full force of a transformation stage cultivator. It should be sufficient to break the core, right? The spirit energy pearl emitted a delightful fragrance, and Xiaoxiao had always hesitated to consume it. However, in order to reunite with Yin as soon as possible, she had to make this painful sacrifice. Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, suppressing her cravings, cast one last longing glance at the spirit energy pearl, and finally, with great reluctance, hurled it towards a core. With a resounding bang, the spirit energy pearl struck the core, shattering the formation. The scenery before Xiaoxiao underwent a dramatic transformation. As the palace twisted into a swirling mist, the little round figure wobbled out from the fog, coughing a few times from the smoke. She used her short legs to support herself against the door, crawling out from the tall threshold. Looking back, she beheld a palace that had been reduced to ruins. It seemed she had successfully escaped. Oddly, why did her legs feel shorter? With just one step, she had only traversed a minuscule distance. She glanced down at her hands. Thankfully, she was wearing the feather fairy dress, which could automatically adjust its size to fit her changing physique. Otherwise, her petite stature would not have been able to support adult clothing. Although the dress had shrunk, it retained its original style. If she encountered the lord of Hongmei City again, she might be recognized. Vaguely, she remembered the shop assistant of the tailor's saying that this dress could change colors at will. Skirt, could you change your color for me? Xiaoxiao mused aloud. To her surprise, her dress shimmered and transformed from pure white to a lovely apricot yellow. The effect was akin to a one-click outfit change. Wow, not bad. Xiaoxiao exclaimed with satisfaction. Before her stood an ancient courtyard with a venerable tree growing at its center. However, this tree appeared forlorn, its leaves fallen, and its branches bare, as if on the verge of withering. Xiaoxiao seemed to hear the ancient tree weeping sorrowfully. Oh, ancient tree, do not cry. I'm here to help you. For some inexplicable reason, a voice in Xiaoxiao's mind urged her. You must save it. Moreover, she felt an unaccountable compassion for all plants. With a wave of her pudgy hand, a warm, radiant light illuminated the withered tree. A miracle unfolded. The ancient tree gradually sprouted new buds and leaves, even blooming clusters of vibrant red flowers that adorned its branches. From a distance, it resembled a woman clad in red, exuding a beautiful ambience in the ancient courtyard. Little goddess, thank you. As a token of gratitude, I shall gift you 2 small red flowers. The ancient tree smiled gratefully, showering Xiaoxiao with a rain of petals. These petals resembled those that fell when the Lord of Hongmei City made his entrance. 2 red flowers landed atop Xiaoxiao's hair, deftly arranging themselves into a charming adornment. Oh, ancient tree, there is no need for thanks. It was merely a small effort on my part. Could you please tell me how to exit? Yin is waiting for me, and I must leave this place. Xiaoxiao inquired. Just then, a flash of red appeared beneath the tree. Who else could it be but the Lord of Hongmei City? The Lord stared in astonishment at the tiny figure before him, standing only to his knee, adorned with 2 small red flowers, a most endearing human child. His castle was heavily guarded. Where had this child come from? He had just stepped out briefly to prepare rewards. Where had the fairy sister gone? Upon glancing at the ruins behind the courtyard, he exclaimed, "What happened to my palace? Who did this? Hey, uncle, your sudden appearance is quite frightening." Xiaoxiao squeaked, taken aback, retreating and curling up like a startled little animal. She had to muster her inner strength to reassure herself. Little Xiaoxiao, do not panic. In her heart, she prayed, "Lord, considering I am but a human child, you will surely let me go, won't you?" The pitiful look on her face resembled that of a lost kitten, her large eyes glistening with tears, ready to spill at any moment. However, can you guess what the Lord noticed next? The little child wore the feather fairy dress, and the Lord of Hongmei City would never mistake it. The demeanor, expression, tone of voice, and even her appearance were identical to the fairy sister, merely transformed into a 4-year-old child. He infused his eyes with divine power and concentrated on Xiaoxiao. With his keen vision, he confirmed that this child was indeed the genuine article, unmistakably not a disguise. Chapter 94. Yin is jealous the fairy sister? The Lord of Hongmei City burst into hearty laughter. So you are this small. Did you use a growth charm to participate in the beauty pageant? Now he understood why she was still unmarried and without a man. It was indeed impossible for her to have one. If she did, that would be unusual. He gazed up at the ancient tree, now adorned in a splendid red attire, his eyes sparkling with joy. Only she could bring life back to a withered tree. Upon being recognized by the Lord of Hongmei City, Xiaoxiao ceased to pretend. Indeed, I am but a child, so what of it? I was merely playing with a growth charm. I did not sign up. Someone else put me forward, all right? Lord Uncle, I truly did not intend to deceive you. You are so handsome and kind-hearted. Surely you will let me go? Xiaoxiao said, her small paws anxiously wringing together, bearing a hint of pleading. This Lord Uncle was faster than Yin. She could not compete, so she had to concede. Let you go. The Lord of Hongmei City glanced at the ruins behind him, feigning anger. But you have damaged my property. How shall we settle this account? I did not mean to. You trapped me inside. Of course, I wanted to escape. I merely intended to move the formation a little to get out. I did not expect your house to be so fragile, collapsing with a single blow. Xiaoxiao explained, feeling quite wronged. Yin has plenty of money. Surely I can compensate you? In her heart, it felt as though she had 15 water buckets, all teetering precariously. She wasn't sure at all. However, this house is priceless. It cannot be bought with any amount of spirit stones. The Lord of Hongmei City feigned difficulty. Internally, he scoffed. Is that what you call moving it a little? If it weren't for the protective formation holding it together, your spirit energy pearl would have flattened half my castle. In that case, what should we do? Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, her face flushed with embarrassment. No worries, you have a second option. If you can't accomplish it, you won't have to compensate for the house, chuckled the Lord of Hongmei City. His laughter resembled that of a mischievous trickster. What is it? Xiaoxiao inquired, her gaze fixed on him, her anxiety mounting. She sensed that the Lord's smile was rather unsettling. Was he attempting to deceive her? Half an hour later, thunder rumbled and lightning crackled above the Lord's mansion. A dark figure loomed in midair. Those unaware might have thought someone was undergoing tribulation at the mansion. The figure was Mo Yin, who at that moment was casting hand seals to summon the tempest. Qingju zilejue, he shouted, a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky, followed by torrential rain pelting down upon the protective array of the mansion. He longed to break the barrier immediately and rescue the little one. At this moment, his heart was filled with guilt. He should not have been so careless as to allow the little one to participate in that tedious beauty contest. The thought that she might be devoured by that lecherous lord filled him with sorrow, reddening his eyes. What had transpired to make the proud Yin Yin nearly weep? Half an hour earlier, after Lu Xiaoxiao was abducted by the Lord of Hongmei, Mo Yin rushed to the mansion with utmost haste. At that time, the mansion was decked out in celebratory decorations, with servants bustling about preparing a festive banquet, ringing gongs and announcing to the entire city, "There's a joyous occasion at the Lord's mansion." What joyous occasion? Mo Yin seized the servant, demanding answers. Isn't Hongmei fairy Lu Xiaoxiao? Joyeuse occasion? Oh heavens! Yu Qianshu and the teddy bear simultaneously cradled their faces in horror. The Lord of Hongmei isn't planning to consummate with the young master, is he? The teddy bear's voice trembled, unable to fathom further. The young master had used a growth charm, appearing like a blossoming maiden, ethereal and pure. Any normal man would find it hard to resist, Yu Qianshu reasoned sorrowfully. Oh no, I forgot to ask. Yu Qianshu lamented, banging his head in frustration. In reality, the merchant selling charms had been chased away by Xiaoxiao, and he had not had the chance to explain the usage instructions. It was all his fault for being too clever, mocking Xiaoxiao's stature. Oh no, the teddy bear cried in despair. Woo, the young master is so pitiful to be bullied by that lecherous lord. Lord Mo Yin is also in a pitiful situation. To be cuckolded by that brazen lord. What do you mean by bullied and cuckolded? No way. For Mo Yin, these terms were like pouring fuel on a fire. Silence. He roared in frustration. The dialogue between these two only exacerbated his turmoil. He shouted once, fell silent, and suddenly, with a whoosh, soared into the sky above the mansion. All he could think about was Lu Xiaoxiao. When he thought of her, he felt an urgent need to see her immediately. In this world, only she truly cared for him. She was so small, so adorable. He wished to give her the best of everything. However, the thought that she might be suffering at the hands of that scoundrel drove him to madness. What followed was the scene everyone witnessed. Mo Yin unleashed a torrential onslaught of thunder and rain upon the barrier. This marked his first public display of thunder skills. Primarily, he noted the fiery aura emanating from the Lord of Hongmei. Water can extinguish fire, thus he employed the skill of the Qinglong. Mastery of the four elemental dragons, Qinglong, Qilong, Heilong, and Bailong, representing rain, fire, wind, and snow, enabled him to adapt to various adversaries in triumph. Had the mansion's barrier not been formidable, it would have likely been submerged by now. Nevertheless, from a distance, the mansion was obscured by a magnificent curtain of rain, enveloping it entirely. In the journey to the west, there is the Water Curtain Cave. In Hongmei City, there is the Water Curtain Mansion, a marvel indeed. Lord, Mo Yin is breaking the formation. Should we stop him? Feng Ling asked anxiously. At this moment, the Lord of Hongmei remained calmly seated in the pavilion, savoring his tea. Our mansion hasn't had a thorough cleaning in centuries. Let the divine dragon rain down and assist us. The Lord of Hongmei said nonchalantly. Is that permissible? Feng Ling questioned, puzzled. What if the barrier cannot withstand it? Then we shall bathe in our clothes. The Lord of Hongmei, in high spirits as he prepared for the joyous occasion, smiled brightly. Chapter 95. Who is Brothers UK? Good things are not auspicious, while bad things are. With a resounding crack of thunder, the protective array shattered. Torrential rain cascaded down. The Lord of Hongmei, still holding a cup of tea, was drenched from head to toe, resembling a drowned rat. Water continued to drip from his distinguished forehead as he wiped his face, maintaining his elegant posture, sighing, "This dragon, after a millennium, no longer recognizes me. Its temper remains as fiery as ever." Feng Ling was also soaked, yet out of respect for the Lord, he remained still. With a worried gaze, he addressed the Lord of Hongmei. "My lord, are you not being overly optimistic? You have taken its most precious possession. I find your actions perilous. Had this been in the past, I fear you would have lost all your hair." "Not at all. I am simply confident that the dragon's power has not yet awakened. No matter how it thrashes about, it cannot defeat me," the Lord of Hongmei assured with confidence. He recited a cleansing spell, purifying the rainwater from his body, restoring his ethereal demeanor. As the barrier vanished, the rain ceased and the thunderclouds dispersed. With a crash, the courtyard wall collapsed. A dark figure stepped through the rubble, advancing toward the Lord of Hongmei. It was Mo Yin. Where is she? Mo Yan's icy gaze fixed on the Lord, his fury palpable. If anything happens to her, I will ensure that everyone in the Lord's mansion pays the price. A swirling mass of bluish-gray energy coiled around his right palm. Countless small lightning bolts dancing within like a miniature thundercloud. Despite its diminutive size, its power was sufficient to raise the entire Lord's mansion to the ground. You finally arrived? Do not be angry. Come now, she is certainly with me. The Lord of Hongmei said, rising with a smile. Did you not hear? We are celebrating a joyous occasion. Why would I treat her poorly? Since you are here, why not stay for a cup of celebratory wine? Feng Ling face-palmed, questioning the Lord's dangerous rhetoric. Did you not see that dragon has turned into a live volcano? Mo Yin could no longer contain himself. Initially, he had held onto a glimmer of hope that this lord would not act too absurdly. But what did he just hear? This man brazenly admitted it. The Lord of Hongmei was indeed a lecher, taking advantage of his position to seize what did not belong to him. You shall not. She is so young. How could you lay a hand on her? Is this even human? Mo Yin berated. He recited the Qingyu Zilei Ju, and the purple lightning in his hand struck toward the Lord like a venomous serpent. The Lord of Hongmei tilted his head slightly, and the purple lightning struck the courtyard wall behind him, creating a smoldering hole. Ha, do you loathe me so much? The Lord chuckled, reveling in Mo Yan's anger. The more furious Mo Yan became, the more entertained he felt, as if he were teasing an enraged lion. Mo Yan was on the brink of madness, his eyes aflame. The Lord of Hongmei's speed was too swift. He could not land a hit. How could he possibly win under these circumstances? Would he merely stand by and watch as the little one walked into the jaws of danger? Just then, a small figure, clad in apricot yellow, dashed out from the courtyard, stumbling toward Mo Yan. Upon recognizing the approaching figure as his little spirit companion, Mo Yan was momentarily stunned. Fearing for her safety, he quickly withdrew the thundercloud from his palm, opening his arms wide to embrace the little one. The familiar scent, the familiar warmth, this feeling of reunion was simply delightful. In the midst of overwhelming joy and sorrow, his vision was clouded by tears. Yin Yan, come to me. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, more luminous than ever. The apricot yellow dress adorned with delicate floral edges made her appear soft and plush, her round face blushing like a tender chick just hatched. She remained as petite and adorable as ever, undeniably his cherished little spirit companion. Yin Yan, have you been crying? Upon noticing Mo Yan's reddened eyes, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sorrow. Surely, Yin Yan had wept out of concern for her. Yin Yan, I am so sorry for making you worry. I will always stay by your side from now on, and one tea wander off. Lu Xiaoxiao said, filled with remorse. No, it's just that sand blew into my eyes. Mo Yin stubbornly denied it, turning his face away to conceal his tears. Quickly hiding his tears, Mo Yin smiled and said, Little one, I remember your promise to me. You cannot go back on your word. Yes, yes. Lu Xiaoxiao obediently nodded. Lord Hong Mei observed with great interest. Wow, this dragon was just moments ago ready to breathe fire and anger. Yet a single word from the little one extinguished his flames, leaving him smiling so gently and affectionately. My goodness, little one, you haven't been wronged, have you? Mo Yin asked anxiously. Not at all. Brother Zhu Ke has been very kind to me. Lu Xiaoxiao beamed, her smile radiant like the bright sunshine of spring. When she mentioned Brother Zhu Ke, her voice was particularly sweet. However, Mo Yan's smile froze. He was outside, nearly in tears with worry for her, even going so far as to summon thunder and lightning, intending to turn the Lord's mansion into a platform. While she sweetly referred to someone else as Brother Zhu Ke, suddenly, he felt a sourness akin to consuming a cartload of lemons. Who is Brother Zhu Ke? Mo Yin asked darkly. Anyone who dares to flirt with his little spirit companion would undoubtedly be turned into a pig's head. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao was unaware of Mo Yan's furious wrath. She innocently pointed at Lord Hong Mei and said, It's him. Indeed, Hong Mei is the name of the city. The Lord is merely a profession. He is not an unnamed passerby. His full name is Zhu Ke, which is melodious, memorable, and auspicious. Lord Hong Mei spoke with great enthusiasm. You think you are worthy of the name, Zhu Ke? Mo Yan scoffed coldly. So it truly is this shameless fellow. Mo Yan's irritation surged even further. Zhu Ke wiped the sweat from his brow and laughed. What is wrong with my name, being Zhu Ke? Who doesn't choose auspicious and pleasant names? Every parent wishes for their children to succeed. But Mo Yan did not share this understanding. Zhu Ke, one of the four ancient gods, For a scoundrel to adopt such a name is the greatest insult to the ancient gods. Mo Yin exclaimed angrily. Are you still pretending? You publicly declared your intention to become a partner with Xiaoxiao, yet she is merely a child of a few years. You're truly a pedophile? Wanted to marry a mere cub. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Zhu Ke laughed heartily. And Mo Yin, do you know how funny you look when you scold seriously? Can he really still laugh? And Mo Yin's forehead throbbed with veins, his patience wearing thin. Alas, am I too wicked? Seeing Yin Yin angry, yet still so happy. However, the angrier Yin Yin became, the more she cared about him. At this moment, the human child felt a mix of shame and joy. Chapter 96. The Extra-Large Spiritual Pill. I must not let Yin Yin fight with Brother Zhu Ke. Lu Xiaoxiao quickly explained to Mo Yin. Yin Yin, please do not be angry. This is a misunderstanding. Brother Zhu Ke does not wish to marry me. He simply wants to become sworn siblings with me. What did you say? Of course, we are purely siblings. What else could it be? Where did your mind wander? Do you think we're going to hold a wedding? You see, having such an adorable sister is such a joyous occasion. Should it not be a blessing for me? Zhu Ke grinned mischievously. He was intentionally trying to provoke Mo Yin. Mo Yan's face darkened to an unbearable extent. How could he not perceive Zhu Ke's insinuation? This fellow named Zhu Ke did not play by the rules and behave in a highly perplexing manner. What advantage could there be in deliberately provoking him? Did he find joy in seeing him lose his composure? Yin Yin, here is how it is. Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly recounted the events from half an hour prior. The Lord's mansion. Little one, do you have an older brother? If not, would you like to find one? If you do, would you like another? Zhu Ke squatted down to meet Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze, smiling broadly. If you acknowledge me as your older brother, my home will be your home. Even if you were to collapse 100 houses, I would not hold it against you. Moreover, I will protect you from any bad people. In short, letting me be your older brother has countless benefits, and you need not feel any burden. Is this what Lord Hong Mei wants her to do? Acknowledge him as an older brother? Is there such a good thing in the world? Uncle Lord, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Lu Xiaoxiao raised her little brows, skeptical. If he truly cared for her, he would not have abducted her and imprisoned her within a barrier. Despite her small stature, she was not easily deceived. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao's disbelief, Zhu Ke became anxious. As he spoke, Zhu Ke began to weep. Long ago, I had a younger sister who was as adorable and kind-hearted as you. Later, she fell in love with someone, but her father disapproved, and they chose to die together. Boo-hoo, my sister was truly pitiable. Zhu Ke pointed to a tree blooming with red flowers behind him. As he spoke, Zhu Ke began to cry, tears flowing freely. This handsome man cried more beautifully than a woman. Thus, all thoughts of abduction and imprisonment faded from Lu Xiaoxiao's mind. He was merely afflicted by longing for his sister and was indeed quite pitiful. All right, I promise. Please stop crying. Lu Xiaoxiao could not bear to see others weep. Her heart softened, and her compassion was stirred. Really? Zhu Ke instantly dried his tears, excitedly grasping Lu Xiaoxiao's little paw, his eyes sparkling brighter than the sun. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile. Zhu Ke immediately performed a gesture, and a golden light emanated from his fingers, splitting into two beams that entered their respective foreheads. What is this? Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, feeling a warm force spreading from her forehead throughout her body, as if basking in a gentle breeze under the warm sun, exceptionally comfortable. The sibling bond is established, confirming our relationship. We must not harm one another, or we will be struck by lightning. Zhu Ke chuckled. But if one day you tire of me, you may cancel it at any time. All right, I acknowledge you as my older brother, and I need not repay for the house. Can you let me go now? Yin Yin will be very anxious if she cannot see me. Lu Xiaoxiao urged. That won't do. You have yet to receive your reward. Zhu Ke waved his hand. The Hong Mei Fairy's reward package. Hong Mei Dan. A treasure personally gifted by the Lord, along with guidance on cultivation. A comprehensive 3-in-1 resource for cultivating immortality. First, you must consume the Hong Mei Dan, and then I will provide you with some guidance. Zhu Ke said. Lu Xiaoxiao was about to say there was no need for such courtesy. She had more than enough pills refined by Xiaoxiao. However, Zhu Ke reached out, and a round ball appeared in his hand. The ball, dark and larger than a watermelon, exuded a fragrant aroma akin to a spiritual pill. This is the Hong Mei Dan I am giving you. Zhu Ke gently nudged the ball towards Lu Xiaoxiao. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it, embracing the ball. It was so large that it nearly concealed her entire figure. Furthermore, it was surprisingly heavy. The way she held the ball resembled a little hamster clutching a toy, causing her to stumble back a few steps, which made Zhu Ke double over with laughter. The enticing fragrance wafted towards her, and Xiaoxiao could not help but swallow her saliva. It smells so good, I want to eat it. But is it truly a spiritual pill, being this large? Can it be consumed? Xiaoxiao inquired with astonishment. Elder brother, why is your spirit pill so enormous? In her entire life, she had never encountered such a colossal spirit pill. What size of alchemical furnace would be required to produce such a magnificent spirit pill? It was truly a giant among spirit pills. Even if Xiao Shu were to witness it, he would undoubtedly be astounded. Well, this is specially prepared for you. Dear sister, hence the extra-large size. I took some time to ensure you wouldn't wait too long in the barrier. Previous generations of Hong Mei Xianzi did not receive such treatment. They only received ordinary Hong Mei Dan, Zhu Ke affectionately remarked. Whenever you finish eating, I shall release you to seek that dragon. Observing Xiao Zhao's persistent mention of the dragon, Zhu Ke felt a tinge of jealousy. However, since the brother-sister pact had been established, allowing her to leave was not an issue. All right, elder brother, I shall not be polite then. Xiaoxiao joyfully began to nibble on the spirit pill, resembling a little squirrel clutching a pine cone. The spirit pill was both crispy and fragrant, with a delightful black sesame flavor. In the blink of an eye, she took a substantial bite out of the spirit pill, which was even larger than a watermelon. At that moment, Mo Yin began to break the formation, causing a torrential downpour. Unbeknownst to Xiaoxiao, it was Mo Yin who had arrived. She was still engrossed in consuming the spirit pill. Chapter 97. The most important person is Yin. It is worth mentioning that the spiritual energy of that Hong Mei Dan was comparable to that of the hazelnut chocolate-flavored tiger eye stone, as its energy surged like a primordial force, expanding her qi significantly. Subsequently, her petite form emitted two crisp sounds as she progressed from the mid-stage of qi refinement to the late stage, and then from the late stage to the initial stage of foundation establishment, achieving consecutive breakthroughs in both minor and major realms. After finishing the last bite of Hong Mei Dan, she heard Yin Yan's voice, seemingly arguing with Zhu Ke. Concerned that the two might fight, Xiaoxiao hurriedly dashed out. Little one, you have formed a sibling bond with this fellow? Mo Yin gazed incredulously at Xiaoxiao after hearing this. Xiaoxiao nodded. A flame-like pattern flickered on her forehead, resembling the mark on Zhu Chue's brow. With the sibling bond established, it could not be false. He then scrutinized Xiaoxiao again and discovered that she had already reached foundation establishment. He was most aware of how insatiable this little spirit pet's appetite was. Even the tiger eye stone refined from a drop of ancient divine white tiger blood had only allowed her to advance a minor realm. The fact that the Hong Mei Dan enabled her to achieve a major breakthrough surely indicated its extraordinary quality. Such premium nourishment was exceedingly rare in the low-tier Tianyu realm. Even venturing into the Guzhou secret realm, he could not guarantee finding such valuable resources. He cast a complex glance at Zhu Ke. If Zhu Ke had malicious intentions, causing harm to Xiaoxiao before his arrival would have been effortless. However, he had not done so. Instead, he had facilitated her cultivation. Was his kindness towards Xiaoxiao solely because she resembled his deceased sister? Mo Yin felt that Zhu Ke harbored an undisclosed secret. Thank you, Mo Yin suddenly expressed. Upon hearing these three words, Zhu Ke was taken aback. As he had prepared himself for a fierce battle with Mo Yin, having witnessed his earlier fury aimed at the city lord's mansion. You kidnapped her and recognized her as your sister, and you're not angry? Zhu Ke asked with a bemused smile. I am angry, but you possess the ability to help her establish her foundation, so I ought to thank you. Besides, she is merely my little spirit pet. Even if you acknowledge her as your sister, you are still just the elder brother of my little spirit pet. Upon encountering me, you must still address me as your master. Having an additional city lord as a servant is rather beneficial, Mo Yin replied calmly. What? You regard Xiaoxiao as a little spirit pet? Zhu Ke thought he had misheard. Yet, observing Mo Yin's concern for Xiaoxiao, it was evident that he cared for her even more than his own offspring. Indeed, what of it? Mo Yin stated with disdain. His personal preference was to raise a little spirit pet. What business was it of Zhu Chue's? Zhu Ke's tone implied that he was treating Xiaoxiao poorly. Truly, she is my most treasured little spirit pet. I would spare no effort to provide her with the finest of everything. Zhu retorted, exasperated. You are indeed a block of stone, utterly oblivious to women, Zhu quipped. Why should I understand women? Montaquian coldly replied. You do not comprehend, because you cannot attract a wife, Zhu laughed mockingly. Mo Yan's expression shifted to one of fury in an instant. How dare Zhu curse him to remain single? This was a personal attack. He had already gathered a mass of thunderclouds, prepared to roast this sharp-tongued Zhu into a crispy bird. As the two seemed on the verge of clashing once more, Xiaoxiao promptly grasped Mo Yan's hand with her chubby fingers, anxiously stating, Yin is the most important person to me. I am so delighted to be Yin Yan's little spirit pet. Likewise, I am thrilled to be Zhu sister, so please do not fight. These were her heartfelt words. On one side was beloved Yin, and on the other, a newly acknowledged elder brother. The little one had to maintain balance. A peculiar event occurred. With a gentle pat from Xiaoxiao's little hand, the thunderclouds crackling with tiny lightning dissipated like mist. Little one, you have grown stronger again? Montaquian remarked in surprise. Xiaoxiao nodded. The power of the extra-large Hongmei Dan is not to be underestimated. Mo Yin immediately recalled that Xiaoxiao, even in the mid-stage of qi refinement, could directly swallow his yuan in Tribulation thunder and extinguish his Qing Yuzi Lei Ju with a single palm strike without cause for alarm. What truly irked Mo Yin was not Xiaoxiao's newfound ability, but rather her declaration. Did you hear that? I am her most important person. Mo Yin cast a triumphant glance at Zhu. I feel as though I have emerged victorious. I understand. You may proceed as you wish. As long as you are happy, that is enough, Zhu said, raising his hands in surrender, conceding to cease hostilities. These two, having been reincarnated, one was a block of wood, devoid of emotional understanding, while the other was adorably innocent, resembling a small creature. Their relationship remained rather peculiar. However, the most curious aspect was that they managed to coexist quite harmoniously in this unusual dynamic. Zhu flashed before Xiaoxiao, exclaiming, Do not move your hands. Mo Yin coldly stated, stepping back while protecting Xiaoxiao, regarding Zhu as if he were a venomous serpent. Alas, do you truly harbor such hatred for me? After all, I am Xiaoxiao's elder brother. Would I wish her harm? Zhu chuckled softly, finding Mo Yan's overprotectiveness amusingly excessive. Then he turned to Xiaoxiao, saying, Xiaoxiao, the two little red flowers adorning your hair are gifts for me. Not only are they beautiful, but they also offer you protection. The tiny red flowers nestled in her two little buns were blossoms from the Hongmei tree, vibrant and lively like two small flames, complementing her apricot yellow feathered skirt perfectly. Mo Yin sensed that the flames from these two flowers were a higher grade of divine fire than his own crimson fire, leaving him even more astonished. All signs indicated that Zhu hailed from a higher realm. Yet why had he never heard of such a figure before? Who exactly are you? Mo Yin asked directly. The secrets of the heavens cannot be disclosed. You will discover in due time, Zhu replied with a smile. You only need to understand that I am here to assist you, not to harm you. Mo Yin had not expected Zhu to divulge the truth to him. Do you not intend to venture into the Guzhao's secret realm? The hour grows late. It is best to set forth soon. Zhu suddenly issued an eviction order. Should I later find out that you have deceived us, I will not let you off easily, Mo Yin warned. Lifting Xiaoxiao as he departed the city lord's mansion, Zhu returned to the pavilion to continue savoring his tea. Lord Zhu, are you not concerned that the dragon may truly turn against you now that you have acknowledged the little goddess as your sister? Feng Ling asked anxiously. You have seen for yourself. My Xiaoxiao will surely grow to be exceptionally beautiful in the future. As the young one grows, it is inevitable that the two will develop feelings over time and unite as partners on the path. Since I am the elder brother of the young one, I'm the elder brother of that dragon. To strike the elder brother would invite divine retribution. Who would dare? Zhu laughed heartily. Chapter 98. The Dual Evils of Yin and Yang. At the city lord's mansion. Capturing those two demonic cultivators is to eliminate harm for the people. We are duty-bound to act, but we have invested hundreds of years in this place. Is it not a pity to abandon it just like that? Feng Ling asked, sweating profusely. What is there to lament? I have been waiting here precisely for them. Now that they have been found, what purpose does it serve to remain? Have you grown complacent, forgetting your mission? Time is running out for this world. Zhu suddenly ceased his playful demeanor, his expression turning grave. Meanwhile, in a cave outside Hongmei City, Xiaoji Luo huddled in the shadows, too fearful to show herself. Zhu Ke had shattered her golden core, leaving her not only devoid of cultivation, but transformed into a wrinkled old woman with half of her face decayed. Xiaoxiao had cast her into the cave and departed. She did not attempt to escape, for the vastness of the world offered no refuge for her. Suddenly, familiar footsteps echoed in the darkness. Indeed, Xiaoxiao's ghostly laughter pierced the silence. "Help! Don't kill me!" A young male cultivator was thrown before Xiao Jiluo by Xiaoxiao. He was at the golden core stage, but his powers were sealed by Xiaoxiao, rendering him no different from an ordinary mortal. Upon seeing Xiao Jiluo's face, he screamed in terror. "A ghost! This is your food. Consume him, and your beauty and cultivation will be restored," Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Xiao Jiluo's blood-red eyes fixated on the young male. Akin to a starving ghost eyeing a delectable feast, her eyes almost spilling over with blood. The young man, terrified, felt his legs weaken and fell to the ground. Xiao Jiluo approached him step by step, and he trembled backward until he could retreat no further, his back against the cave wall. With a crack, Xiao Jiluo mounted him, indulging in her feast. Xiaoxiao turned away, smiled, and exited the cave. Half an hour later, Xiao Jiluo emerged from the cave, rushing to the stream. As she gazed into the clear water, a young and beautiful face reflected back at her, with skin supple and smooth, like a peeled egg. Even the injury on her right cheek healed without a trace. Bursting into ecstatic laughter, she shed tears of joy. "My beauty is restored. My beauty is restored." Youth and beauty, to her, held more significance than life itself. Only through loss can one truly learn to cherish. Having regained what she had lost time and again, her exhilaration was palpable. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaoxiao stood behind her, speaking softly. "This is the benefit of cultivating my demonic arts. Regardless of how damaged the vessel may be, as long as you refine sufficient essence, blood, and spiritual energy, you can restore it to its optimal state. Furthermore, the peculiarity of my demonic arts lies in the fact that the qi need not reside in the abdomen. It can coalesce in any part of the body. Hence, even if your golden core is destroyed, you can establish a new qi and golden core in another location." Xiaoxiao's skin appeared even more refined, and he seemed to have regained a few years of youth. Their cultivation, the dual evils of yin and yang, meant that at least half of the essence, blood, and spiritual energy refined from the young man would transfer to Xiaoxiao. "Since we have become partners, it is only natural that we support and benefit one another." Xiaoxiao smiled, extending his hand toward her. She did not refuse. Hand in hand, they resembled lovers basking in the glow of affection, romantically gazing at the sun as it began to set. The mountains and forests were bathed in the crimson light of dusk. Not far away, the young man who had been discarded had already turned into a pile of white, lifeless bones, the expression of terror frozen on his skull at the moment he lost his life. Mo Yen, Lu Xiaoxiao, the fairy sister, and the city lord of Hongmei, the grievances I have suffered today, I shall have you repay 1,000-fold. Xiao Jiluo vowed fiercely in her heart. "Xiaolong, I have recovered. I shall seek vengeance upon them now," she declared with deep-seated hatred. "Haha, do you despise them so? To put it bluntly, if it were not for them, I would never have had the chance to meet you." Xiaoxiao replied with an alluring smile. Had Xiao Jiluo remained the lofty, pristine Jiluo fairy she once was, she would have certainly never looked upon the demonic cultivator Xiaoxiao. Xiao Jiluo replied with a frown. "From my observations, that Mo Yin is no ordinary person. He can communicate with spirit beasts. Perhaps he possesses a powerful lineage of the demon race. You also saw that the servant beside him is a demonic cultivator I was previously hunting. In less than a month, he has advanced from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. Such occurrences are inherently unusual. They must possess formidable treasures or extraordinary abilities. If I can capture them and refine their cultivation, their spiritual power will be converted for your use, and their treasures will belong to us. I can exact my revenge. It is a threefold benefit." "Ha! Hearing you speak thus piques my interest. However, do you know where they might go?" Xiaoxiao asked. "Very well. We shall venture to the Guzhou secret realm. I have long held interest in that place. We may even encounter delectable prey." At the mention of prey, Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed with a blend of wicked allure and madness, sending chills down Xiao Jiluo's spine. Though she had allied with this man, she had yet to fully comprehend him. Chapter 99. What do outstanding young men look for? Mo Yin held Lu Xiaoxiao's small hand as they strolled leisurely through the streets of Hongmei City. A large hand held a small one. Under the setting sun, their silhouettes evoked an indescribable warmth. They were about to leave this city. The city gate loomed not far ahead. Yu Qianshu silently followed behind, cradling a pot of flowers in his arms. The spiritual energy in Hongmei City was rich, and he was determined to allow the vine flower to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible. That boy is peculiar. Why is he carrying a pot of flowers? Perhaps he simply likes flowers. What kind of man prefers flowers over swords? Could he be one of those? Maybe he truly is. Look at him. He resembles a woman and is quite short. Ha. A group of loose cultivators chuckled as they spoke behind them. Yu Qianshu paid them no mind. Upon hearing the kind-hearted little Shu being slandered by a group of ruffians, Lu Xiaoxiao grew angry. This flower can summon the soul of Xiao Ying. It is of utmost importance to Shu. In her childlike voice, she vowed to defend Shu. You should not speak ill of Shu. Cultivating flowers is an art. It can even nurture one's heart and character. Why can't boys grow flowers? And to judge a boy's worth, is it solely based on height? If you want height, you might as well hug a telephone pole. It is tall, straight, and long. Mo Yin initially intended to ignore these buzzing flies. Yet unexpectedly, the little spirit pet began to scold them fervently. Her earnestness was quite spirited and amusing, even if some of her words were beyond his comprehension. Was a telephone pole? Perhaps it is a child's term. Thus, even a normally stoic Mo Yin perked up his ears to listen. Let me see how far my little spirit pet can go. A teddy bear concealed within Yu Qianshu's embrace whispered. Little Shu, look, Lord Mo Yin is becoming increasingly adept at observing. Yu Qianshu smiled faintly, feeling a warmth in his heart. Indeed, he was not tall, nor did he possess a rugged exterior, and his strength was lacking. In truth, those people were not entirely wrong. Yet what moved him most was that he did not care. His young master cared more for him than he did for himself. When the loose cultivators noticed that the one defending them was a 4-year-old girl, held in the arms of a young man in black, they realized that the frail flower boy was merely their attendant. And Yu Qianshu's cultivation levels eluded their perception, primarily because they were far superior. They merely perceived that Lu Xiaoxiao had established her foundation, akin to themselves, leading them to mistakenly believe that and Yu Qianshu were mere commoners. In a 2-to-1 confrontation against a child, they felt no fear. Hence, they laughed heartily, saying, in this day and age, which reputable family does not choose robust servants? If they cannot fight, they should at least instill fear. Your servant clearly lacks the ability to intimidate or defend. Perhaps he is better suited as a toy for a wealthy lady. The child, your judgment is lacking. Suddenly, their laughter ceased, and they stood frozen in shock, gazing at Lu Xiaoxiao's terrified expression, as though they had encountered a specter. Why are you so frightened? Lu Xiaoxiao asked, tilting her head in confusion. Was her appearance truly so fearsome? In truth, their fear stemmed not from Lu Xiaoxiao, but from who was currently watching them with a gaze as frigid as ice. They trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though they were ensnared by a dreadful aura, anticipating being dragged into a frigid abyss. Who lacks discernment? Inquired coldly. His utterance was accompanied by an overwhelming chill. Yu Qianshu was his chosen companion, and to imply that the child lacked insight was tantamount to insulting him. Such disrespect was intolerable. These scattered cultivators, mere foundation establishment practitioners, could hardly withstand such a chilling presence. Terrifying, they huddled together in fear, instinctively recognizing that the dark-clad youth before them was not someone they could provoke. Spare us, mighty one. We were merely jesting and did not intend to offend, they exclaimed, kneeling and beginning to slap their own faces, soon reducing their lips to a swollen state. Leave before I change my mind, snorted coldly. Thank you for your mercy, the scattered cultivators replied, scrambling to their feet and fleeing in disarray, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Is truly formidable, observing how had driven off the villains. Lu Xiaoxiao clapped her little hands joyfully. With a single display of power, proved his might. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao reveled in her delight, suddenly bent down, bringing his extraordinarily handsome face close to hers. Up close, he is strikingly handsome, so exquisitely refined. Though she beheld this face daily, each glance left her in awe. Lu Xiaoxiao marveled. However, while she was enraptured, a soul-testing question awaited her. Little one, You previously stated that a boy's worth is not determined by height. So what then? Given my stature, how do you perceive me as a man? Asked pointedly. His tone was neither hurried nor slow, yet it carried substantial weight. Xiaoxiao's heart raced. She had dug a pit for herself. She realized that if she did not placate with her response, her provisions for the day might be jeopardized. Boys are assessed by their talents. Can summon fire, ice, wind, and rain. He is the most powerful dragon. And he is so handsome. Truly, he is both talented and attractive. The most perfect boy I have ever encountered. Xiaoxiao exclaimed in a breathless rush. Though she spoke quickly, her words were clear and sincere, her eyes sparkling with innocence, devoid of flattery or insincerity. While praising, she did not diminish Yu Qianshu. Was Yu Qianshu not talented enough? Was his appearance lacking? He too was quite perfect. By openly praising while subtly maintaining balance, she pleased both. From her eloquent expressions, discerned key descriptors: talent, attractiveness, perfection. So, this was the impression he left in the heart of the little one. This little spirit was quite clever and delightful. Her affection was well placed. Seeing that was not angered, Xiaoxiao finally exhaled in relief, her heart racing from earlier tension. Even the teddy bear seemed to give a thumbs up, acknowledging that the little master excelled at flattery. Chapter 100. Remnants of the heavenly demon palace. The four of them were joyfully progressing towards the ancient Zhao secret realm. The previous unpleasant episode swiftly fading from memory. Just then, Su Xian abruptly dashed out from an alley, frantically racing towards the city gates while shouting, "Clear the way! Clear the way!" In her haste, she knocked over a vendor's basket of spirit vegetables. The basket flew through the air, spinning several times before crashing to the ground, scattering the vegetables. Soda. I will compensate you. Su Xian shouted apologetically as she continued to run. Unfortunately, directly ahead, a small child was crouched in the center of the road, engrossed in playing with mud. Su Xian, running at full speed, was on the verge of colliding with the child. If the child were struck, they would certainly soar into the air like the basket, and even if they survived, they would be severely injured. In a moment of crisis, Su Xian sidestepped, altering her course, but her sudden turn caused her to lose balance and fall. Before she could rise, Lu Shufeng's sword was already aimed at her throat. With a sweep, Su Xian unleashed a surge of demonic energy, deflecting Lu Shufeng's blade. It turned out that Su Xian was a female demon cultivator. In the instant her sleeve billowed, a distinct mark was visible on her arm, the insignia of the heavenly demon palace. Lu Shufeng, do not be so overbearing. I bear you no ill will. Why pursue me for 10 miles? Su Xian scolded angrily. You are a demon cultivator of the heavenly demon palace, listed on the bounty of the Tian Yusu. Capturing you and delivering you to the Shurigate will yield 100 mid-grade spirit stones, Lu Shufeng said coldly. Though I'm a demon cultivator, I have never harmed anyone. To take my life for a handful of spirit stones is no different from being a thief. So si ritorti defiantly. Lu Shufeng hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Brother, do not be swayed by the words of a demon. Once she practices demonic arts, she is forsaken. She stands in opposition to us righteous cultivators. Since ancient times, righteous and demonic paths have been irreconcilable. Even if it were not for the spirit stones, eliminating her is justified. Lu Ningxue interjected, joining the fray with her sword drawn. The three resumed combat. She bore a striking resemblance to Lu Shufeng. They were clearly siblings, both clad in matching white robes, evidently from the same sect. With Lu Ningxue's involvement, Su Xian found herself at a disadvantage. Within a few exchanges, her sword was knocked from her grasp. With a cold expression, Lu Ningxue thrust her sword towards Su Xian's heart, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Su Xian braced herself for her demise. However, just as the blade was a mere fraction from her, a flying stone struck the sword, causing it to miss its mark. In an instant, a small gray-blue figure darted past, pulling Su Xian to safety. Simultaneously, Yu Qianshu, who had been beside, vanished. Upon realizing that her rescuer was Yu Qianshu, Su Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. It's him? He is alive? How could he be here? Since it is a bounty, it is a matter of merit. The strong prevail. This female demon cultivator is mine now. If you disagree, feel free to challenge me. Yu Qianshu smiled, revealing a palm-sized alchemy furnace in his hand, within which blazed a crimson flame. An alchemist? Lu Shufeng and Lu Ningxue exchanged startled glances. Having just established their foundations, they could not discern Yu Qianshu's true cultivation level, which had already reached the golden core stage. It is difficult to discern one's cultivation level, presenting two possibilities. Either the individual is merely immortal or possesses a significantly higher cultivation than oneself. However, how could a practitioner capable of wielding be a mere mortal? Thus, with a modicum of contemplation, it becomes evident that the individual is at least a of the or beyond. In the Tianyu realm, our profession to be revered, and ordinary cultivators are generally reluctant to offend them casually. Since a master has taken an interest in this, it is prudent for us to withdraw gracefully rather than contest with the master. Lu Shufeng, aware of the situation, took Lu Ningxue by the hand to depart. Brother, are you truly going to concede so easily? After days of pursuit, it feels unjust to let our quarry slip away. Lu Ningxue expressed her discontent. The loss of one is not detrimental. We can seize another opportunity to capture one, or an endless resource. However, offending it could lead to dire consequences, even jeopardizing our sect. Lu Shufeng gently advised, Sister, heed your brother's counsel and refrain from acting impulsively. Lu Ningxue shot a glare at Su Xian, retorting fiercely, Even if you escape us, you shall not evade this calamity. The hunters from the Tianma Hall are pervasive throughout the Tianyu realm, and you remnants of Tianma Hall are nothing but the targets of public disdain. Having spoken her piece, she followed Lu Shufeng closely. Before departing, Lu Shufeng cast a complex glance at Su Xian. Ultimately, the siblings vanished into the throng. Fair, surrender peacefully to avoid unnecessary suffering, Yu Qianshu commanded, producing a to bind Su Xian's hands. Throughout the ordeal, Su Xian remained silent, gazing at Yu Qianshu with misty eyes. The onlookers murmured, "Who would have thought the remnants of Tianma Hall would find refuge in Hongmei City? I heard that 4 months ago, the master of Tianma Hall, was assassinated and has since disappeared. With the fall of the tree, the monkeys scatter. In a single day, Tianma Hall was erased from the Tianyu realm. It remains a mystery which force placed a bounty on the members of Tianma Hall in the Tianyu register, offering a reward of 100 for each captured member. Since then, the remnants have gone into hiding. If they were alive, he would surely rally his forces. How could he allow the members of Tianma Hall to be hunted so freely? In my view, it is likely deceased. I have heard that the death of thee is linked to the Sword King's inheritance in the Tianzhao secret realm. Someone sought to obtain the map of the Sword King's inheritance from thee and orchestrated the assassination, subsequently using the pretext of eliminating evil to eradicate the remnants of Tianma Hall and prevent them from seeking vengeance. Where did you acquire such information? Spreading unverified rumors can lead to dire consequences. Even if the Sword King's inheritance has a map, how could it possibly fall into the hands of the Sword King's path is orthodox, alike the could never master it. Moreover, the conflicts between the righteous and the demonic are of no concern to us scattered cultivators. It is best to avoid such murky waters. Indeed, let's disperse. The onlookers departed. However, Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao appeared deep in thought. The Sword King's inheritance map? Isn't that Xiao Ying gave to Yin Yin? Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the composed Yu Qianshu. Could it be that Xiao Shushu's elder brother? Yu Qianying is the Lord Mo Yin. Might I request a ride with you? Yu Qianshu implored softly. Mo Yan's penetrating gaze swept over both Yu Qianshu and Su Xian before he coldly replied, "As you wish." "Thank you, Lord Mo Yin." Yu Qianshu felt a surge of joy. The fact that Lord Mo Yin agreed, without question, filled her with gratitude. Chapter 101. What are you looking at, little one? Once outside the gates of Hongmei City, Mo Yin summoned a small, decrepit ship. Su Xian was taken aback. Initially, she thought to herself, with such a shabby vessel, can it even accommodate the 4 of us? Will it be too cramped? Even if it can, will it be able to fly? It pales in comparison to my flying sword. However, upon stepping onto the ship, she felt the space expand infinitely. The deck was remarkably spacious, and the cabin appeared even more extravagant, with a seemingly endless dark corridor extending ahead. Shortly thereafter, Mo Yin recited an incantation, and the ship surged forward like an arrow, its speed surpassing any flying apparatus she had ever encountered. She cast a bewildered glance at Mo Yin, recalling that even the previous had not possessed such a miraculous artifact. Who exactly was this individual? Lu Xiaoxiao crouched beside Su Xian, marveling at the clear blue sky and the tranquility of time passing. I'm feeling a bit bored. The little one's mind sparked with amusement. Mo Yin, initially absorbed in the picturesque scenery, caught sight of a small figure swaying back and forth like a wobbling toy. What could that be? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was using as leverage, leaning against the ship's wall, hugging its knees, and swaying rhythmically like a tiny swing. Mo Yin could not help but chuckle silently, amused by the little creature's ability to entertain itself for an entire day. Why did such a seemingly mundane action strike him as adorable? His dragon-like visage flushed, and he instinctively placed a hand over his heart, feeling an unexpected flutter. Was it normal to feel such fondness for a little one's antics? What was so captivating about the scenery? Surely, watching his little was far more delightful. Lu Xiaoxiao remained oblivious to Mo Yin's inner turmoil, contentedly swinging while curiously gazing at Su Xian. This was quite charming. Dressed in a pink skirt, adorned with a pearl necklace, her figure was well-proportioned, and her large eyes sparkled. The aura she exuded was dark, akin to that of Xiao Ying, possibly due to their shared cultivation methods. You and Xiaoxiao are both from Tianma, so you must be friends with Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao chirped innocently. Ingaying Su Xian, confused by the relationship between Yu Qianshu and Lu Xiaoxiao, and realizing Lu Xiaoxiao was merely a child, yet already at the foundation stage without any demonic aura. Su Xian assumed the girl was a favored disciple of some righteous sect. Given the divide between the righteous and the demonic, she had no desire to engage. However, upon hearing the term Xiaoxiao, she could not remain composed. Was this reference to Yu Qianshu? Why was it spoken so affectionately? Furthermore, the child claimed Xiaoxiao was also from Tianma. Had she uncovered Yu Qianshu's true identity? Why was this righteous child associating with her? In that moment, Su Xian's mind was awash with confusion. Yet, until Yu Qianshu made her stance clear, she could not afford to acknowledge anything. What if this seemingly innocent child was merely pretending, testing her? If she admitted it, would it put Yu Qianshu in jeopardy? With this thought, Su Xian chose silence. Observing Su Xian's reticence, Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at her with wide, innocent eyes. She wondered if it was upset. Little one, what do you see? Are you not afraid I might devour you? Su Xian's cold smile bore a hint of guardedness. Sister, you would never harm me, because you're a good person. If you had not avoided that child earlier, you would have fallen, and those two in white would not have been able to stop you. Lu Xiaoxiao beamed brightly. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Lu Xiaoxiao had noticed her discreet evasion. I merely wished to avoid contact with that little beggar. Su Xian was reluctant to admit it. After all, who would believe that it would willingly sacrifice themselves to save a mortal? Lu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly at Su Xian, utterly unperturbed by the notion that Xiaoxiao would harm the. While she may not know others well, she certainly understood Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao possesses more wealth than she does, and with a mere flick of her hand, she can summon exquisite spiritual stones. Moreover, Xiaoxiao is affiliated with the Tianma Palace. How could he genuinely consider trading his sister for a bounty? Just moments ago, when the demonic cultivator's sister faced peril, Xiaoxiao recklessly rushed forward to shield her, a clear act of protection. It is evident that Xiaoxiao feigned capturing his sister merely to mislead potential threats, ensuring that no harm would come to her. Although her hands were bound by ropes, they were loosely tied. Given her remarkable agility, she could easily break free with a slight struggle. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with realization. She seemed to have unearthed a significant truth. This sister, who could escape at any moment, chose not to flee, instead collaborating with Xiaoxiao in a performance, demonstrating profound trust in him. Their prior relationship must have been extraordinary. The small vessel sped along rapidly, swiftly distancing itself from Hongmei City by 10 miles, with the colorful Xikua country just ahead. Juiqian Suiprost Su Xian untied the ropes binding her hands and calmly said, Xian, I apologize for the inconvenience caused while saving you. You are safe now. You may leave. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. Indeed, the kind-hearted Xiaoxiao had acted to rescue the demonic cultivator sister. Her guess was correct. Yet, why did Xiaoxiao's demeanor toward the demonic sister seem so aloof? He clearly cared for her. Lu Xiaoxiao found his thoughts perplexing. To her surprise, the first words Yu Qianshu uttered upon their meeting were a dismissal. For reasons unknown, Su Xian felt a pang of disappointment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qianshu, who are they? Why are you with them? Su Xian suppressed her tears, gazing at Yu Qianshu with a hint of shyness. These two are my masters. They have saved my life on numerous occasions and treat me well. I willingly remain to serve them. You are not adept at concealing your demonic energy, and this place is unsuitable for you to linger. If discovered again, your situation could become perilous. Yu Qinshu's expression remained unperturbed. Chapter 102. The True Identity of Yu Qinshu. Why? Have you forgotten that you are a member of the Tianma Palace? I remember when we worked together. You were not this indifferent. Su Xian's nose tinged with sorrow as tears began to well in her eyes, her vision blurred by grief, obscuring Yu Qinshu's face. I have never forgotten my identity as a member of the Tianma Palace. All I can tell you is that everything I do now is not only to repay kindness, but also for the Tianma Palace, albeit in my own way. If you insist on labeling me as indifferent, I have nothing further to say. Yu Qinshu's gaze darkened, and he sighed. In the presence of those from the Tianma Palace, he remained soft-hearted. Changing the subject, he suddenly inquired, Xian, how many people are currently in the demon village you mentioned earlier? With the two envoys, Lan Shun and Lan Yuan, there are now over 30 brothers and sisters, Su Xian replied sadly. Each bears varying degrees of injury, and they have barely survived. You are our only alchemist in the Tianma Palace. We truly need you. Hearing this, Yu Qinshu felt a sharp pang of pain. The Tianma Palace, once thriving with over 1,000 demonic cultivators, had now dwindled to such numbers, leaving them weak and vulnerable. Yet as long as there were still lives, there remained hope for the Tianma Palace. He spoke with a calm voice, indeed. Seeing Yu Qinshu finally acknowledging the Tianma Palace, Su Xian felt a surge of joy, believing he had changed his mind. At that moment, tears streamed down her face like pearls freed from a broken string. Yu Qinshu's eyes remained unmoved by Su Xian's tears. He conjured 2 vials of spiritual elixir in a storage pouch, handing them to Su Xian, instructing her, Mo Yin never desires anything. Feel free to take what you need. Yu Qinshu typically sold the useless items, retaining the valuable ones, most of which were stored in the vessel's armory, reserving a small portion for the Tianma Palace. An 8th grade Mo Yudan? My heavens! Isn't this the 8th grade elixir that gained fame at the Tianbao Pavilion auction just a month ago? Each one costs 1,000,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Initially, Su Xian thought Yu Qinshu was jesting. However, upon opening the lid, she was rendered speechless. The elixir emanated a mesmerizing rainbow glow, its ethereal fragrance invigorating her senses. Just a whiff made her feel rejuvenated, as if enveloped in an otherworldly realm. It was indeed genuine. The aura of this elixir likely surpassed that of an 8th grade elixir, possibly qualifying as an exceptional 8th grade elixir. She knew Yu Qinshu was an alchemist, yet he was merely an ordinary apprentice, incapable of producing elixirs beyond the 8th grade. Next, she glanced at the storage pouch. To her astonishment, it contained 100 magical artifacts, several of which were precious spiritual treasures. In addition to various treasures, there were 10,000 exquisite spiritual stones, equivalent to 10 million middle-grade spiritual stones. Such wealth rivaled that of a small sect. She had been so preoccupied with anxiety upon meeting Yu Qinshu that she had not noticed his cultivation level. Both had been at the foundation establishment stage during their time in the Tianma Palace. Now, she realized she could no longer perceive Yu Qinshu's cultivation. Though merely 4 months had passed, Yu Qinshu still appeared as the delicate, slender youth, yet his demeanor seemed purer, younger, and even carried an air of profundity. Had he advanced directly from foundation establishment to golden core stage? One must remember, Yu Qinshu was not even 20 years old. Such rapid progress was a rarity, perhaps second only to the demon sovereign. Could Yu Qinshu's meteoric rise in cultivation be attributed to them? Su Xian gazed at Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao with incredulity. She regarded Mo Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao with astonishment. Could it be that Yu Qinshu's resources and rapid advancement were all thanks to them? No wonder he was reluctant to leave. If following these two could yield such resources, even she would be tempted to support the Tianma Palace. Contemplating Yu Qinshu's submission to others for the Tianma Palace's resurgence, Su Xian's eyes reddened once more, and she felt a pang of sorrow. Qinshu, I apologize. I misunderstood you earlier. We will remember your sacrifices for the Tianma Palace. One day, we will find a way to restore your freedom. You must wait for us. Su Xian cried out. Yu Qinshu appeared somewhat bewildered. Why was Su Xian crying? What had he sacrificed? At most, he had invested some time in alchemy. Most of the spiritual stones were bequeathed to him by his elder brother, meant for the members of the Tianma Palace. Furthermore, Lord Mo Yin and the young master had invested even more in him. Even in this instance, when he suddenly decided to rescue Su Xian, Lord Mo Yin had not asked a single question. He simply permitted him to bring her aboard, demonstrating his immense trust. Thus, Su Xian need not be so distraught. The Tianma Palace was his elder brother's life work, and the bonds among the brothers and sisters of the Tianma Palace were profound. He could not bear to see them suffer. Yu Qianshu appeared amiable and unpretentious, yet he was inherently reserved with his emotions. He would not reveal his true thoughts to Su Xian. Seeing that her attempts to console Yu Qianshu were futile, Su Xian summoned her flying sword, casting a reluctant glance back at Yu Qianshu before departing the small vessel. Once Su Xian had left, Mo Yin fixed his gaze on Yu Qianshu, inquiring in a measured tone, "Your elder brother, Yu Qianying, is the demon sovereign, is he not? His transformation stage cultivation level is unparalleled in the Tianma Palace. Aside from the demon sovereign, I cannot think of another who could reach such heights." Initially, Yu Qianshu had no intention of discussing this matter, and Mo Yin had little interest in prying. However, today, with the members of the Tianma Palace aboard his vessel, he had discerned some clues. He had not anticipated Mo Yin would be so forthright in his questioning, but he had no intention of continuing to conceal the truth. At this moment, even the slumbering Xiao Yingyi could not help but interject. "Xiao Shushu, are you really selling me out like this? This is our secret. How can you casually divulge it to that dragon?" Chapter 103. The Black and White Twins. Wow. So Xiao Yingyi is truly the demon sovereign. How impressive. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. No wonder Xiao Yingyi possessed such a formidable aura, effortlessly standing her ground against Yin Yan. Upon hearing this, Mo Yin couldn't help but smirk, a hint of mischief playing at the corners of his lips. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Yu Qianshu, he sensed that this individual was extraordinary. Indeed, there was something remarkable about him. Xiao Yingyi, the ruler of the Tianma Palace, was a formidable demon lord, while Xiao Qianshu was a prodigious alchemist of the righteous path. A pair of dual spirits, embodying the essence of both light and darkness. What did the righteous path signify? Were those celestial beings truly superior? In Mo Yan's lexicon, the concept of fear simply did not exist. His current ambition was to win both individuals over. Captivating Xiao Qianshu would be relatively simple, as he was already quite compliant. However, Xiao Yingyi posed a greater challenge, given her obstinate and defiant nature. Yet, her greatest vulnerability was her connection to Xiao Qianshu. By winning over Xiao Qianshu, he would have already accomplished a significant portion of his goal of uniting the dual spirits. Yu Qianshu observed Mo Yan's impassive demeanor and his cold smirk, feeling a chill in his heart. Could it be that the esteemed Mo Yin was displeased with him for concealing his identity? Did he perceive him as dishonest and wish to avoid trouble by dismissing him? Admittedly, his motives were not entirely pure. Even now, he was singularly focused on avenging his elder brother and reconstructing the Tianma Palace. He had indeed acquired numerous resources from Mo Yin, and his plans were nearing fruition. When his elder brother established the Tianma Palace and created this unique technique, it was solely to provide cultivation opportunities for those with special physiques who could not follow the traditional righteous path. The actions of other demonic sects had nothing to do with them, nor could they interfere. The Tianma Palace was strictly governed. Any heinous acts would result in expulsion. However, the techniques they practiced differed significantly from the righteous path, leading to their portrayal as demonic arts. I believe that a person's character is not defined by the techniques they cultivate, but rather by their heart and nature. Even among the righteous, there exist individuals who commit heinous acts. Xiao Qianshu, I believe you are not malevolent. Do not be disheartened. I will always support you. Lu Xiaoxiao raised her small fist, cheering for Yu Qianshu. She had experienced it herself. Xiaoji Luo and Zhu Lingling, those wicked sisters, were the true evildoers. And that Uncle Wu Yi, who snatched away her guagua. "Little master, thank you," Yu Qianshu said with a grateful smile. However, the little master's acceptance did not equate to Mo Yin's, and he contemplated revealing everything to Mo Yin as a form of accountability. As for how Mo Yin would choose to handle him, he would leave that to fate. With this resolution, Yu Qianshu steeled his heart and continued. "During my time in the Tianma Palace, we all shared joyous moments, supporting one another as if we had found a home. Yet, I never anticipated that this world would prove inhospitable to us. For months ago, when my elder brother appeared in my body, he was ambushed. You are aware of the events that ensued. a bounty was placed in the Tianyusu, seeking to hunt down all members of the Tianma Palace. I later infiltrated the Shura sect for information and learned that the assassin was the Biming Sword Demon. But the Biming Sword Demon was merely a hunter taking on a task for spirit stones. The true mastermind remains elusive. There are many speculations in the outside world. Some claim that the righteous path conspired to eliminate the Tianma Palace, while others suggest that the demon lord's misdeeds invited retribution. There are even whispers that the map of the Sword King's inheritance in the demon lord's possession was coveted, leading to this calamity, but none of these assertions are substantiated. I sense that the force behind this individual is formidable. Even the Shura sect is cautious. If we do not unearth this person and defeat this force, the Tianma Palace may find itself in dire straits. I have been concealing much from you. I sincerely apologize for deceiving you for so long. Yu Qianshu cast a glance at Imo Yin, sorrowfully continuing. Esteemed Imo Yin, the Tianma Palace is currently being hunted by the entire righteous path. Nevertheless, I will not abandon my quest for vengeance for my elder brother. If possible, I shall rebuild the Tianma Palace. If you fear attracting trouble, I am willing to depart immediately. I would never wish to implicate you, especially since I do not even know the identity of the mastermind. By sheltering me, you are inviting danger. Fear? Imo Yin scoffed. If I were afraid, I would not have kept you from the very first day. You are now my steward. Whatever you wish to do can be discussed with me, and I shall assist you. There is no need for you to take risks alone. If anything were to happen to you, where would I find another capable steward like you? Imo Yin spoke in a calm tone. Esteemed Imo Yin, do you mean you are willing to help me confront my enemies and rebuild the Tianma Palace? Yu Qianshu looked up, his face filled with emotion as he gazed at Imo Yin. Initially, he had thought Imo Yin would be angry. Imo Yin had never inquired about his past and trusted him unconditionally, yet this secret he had kept from Imo Yin weighed heavily on him. He had been dishonest from the start. Indeed, if I cannot defeat the enemies among my subordinates, how can I triumph over my true adversaries? Montakian chuckled, adding, you have worked so hard to help me cultivate my power. I cannot possibly neglect you. This referred to the matters concerning Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao. After Imo Yin emerged from seclusion, both had reported the situation to him. Imo Yin was genuinely surprised by Xiao Qianshu's farsightedness and organizational skills. Indeed, Xiao Qianshu was well suited to be a steward. Yu Qianshu gazed at Imo Yin with tears in his eyes, his expression imbued with deep affection. Though Imo Yin could be fierce, he was a classic case of a tough exterior concealing a warm heart. His past wounds had compelled him to don a protective shell, yet he was fundamentally kind-hearted. A dragon